Chapter 510. Rebellion against authority. Li Xue'er tugged at the corner of her mouth, her expression laden with meaning and a hint of mockery. Observing this, Zhu Houzhong's demeanor became somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat and sighed. Li Qing has his struggles, and so do I. Li Xue'er fell silent for a moment, lightly nodding. Aware of the emperor's predicaments, a truth known to all, yet more keenly understood by him. Are you familiar with Weiwu Tower? She asked. Indeed. I have known of it for quite some time, Zhu Houzhong inquired. In comparison to him, how do I measure up? Far superior, Li Xue'er replied. At her words, a faint smile graced Zhu Houzhong's lips. He continued, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. So I assume you are also aware of the person Li Qing brought back to Jinling? Yes. And how is he faring now? Quite well. He has a career, a family business, the care of elders, and someone he cherishes. He is full of vigor, radiating youthful exuberance. Li Xue'er retorted. Has His Majesty never shown concern? Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. Separated by thousands of miles, my knowledge is inherently limited. Then, he subdued his smile, reflecting quietly. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to the changing seasons. In the grand scheme, our time is exceedingly brief. In the blink of an eye, youth slips away. Sometimes, knowing too much can be burdensome, such as pondering the future of the Ming Dynasty. If I were to remain ignorant, perhaps I would not feel so weary. Li Xue'er paused, then gently reassured him. History has proven that no dynasty endures forever. Without him, the Ming would not be what it is today. His presence is a blessing for both the Ming and the Zhu royal family. Today he can protect one. In the future, he can protect many. Just as the current Zhu family in Jinling brings you comfort and joy, what is there to worry about for the descendants of tomorrow? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. He understood these truths. Yet for an emperor who knows the inevitable decline of his dynasty, who can truly comprehend such a burden? I feel I have failed my ancestors. Zhu Houzhong murmured. Li Xue'er subtly shook her head. Is this not the greatest filial piety? The diligence of our forebears, including you, will be recorded in history. Future generations will not lament the misfortunes of the Han or Tang, nor will they resent the inadequacies of the Song. The Ming will sing its praises, thriving for centuries, leaving behind a brilliant legacy for posterity. When future generations speak of the Ming, they will extol its glory. Is that not enough? Zhu Houzhong remained lost in thought for a long while, finally smiling wryly and nodding. Indeed, it is enough. Yet humanity is ever greedy, always yearning for more. Having gained 1,000, one desires 10,000, and having become an emperor, one aspires to be immortal. Ultimately, it is all but a fleeting dream. After some time, Zhu Houzhong managed to compose himself and remarked, I often ponder, when the 20 million lives stirred by Li Qing can no longer find stability, and when countless citizens find their desires insatiable, what will that scene look like? How will Li Qing navigate such a reality? A sorrowful look crossed Li Xue'er's face as she contemplated this for a long time before simply stating, he will always find a way. Always find a way. Zhu Houzhong mused, lost in thought. Your Majesty, tea has arrived, Huang Jin announced, presenting the tea. This is aged tea, though its flavor remains acceptable. Miss Li, this is yours. Li Xue'er nodded in gratitude, took a delicate sip, and slightly bowed her head. As the rotund Huang approached, the heavy atmosphere dissipated, leaving a void in conversation. The aunt and niece savored their tea, momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Jin noticed the sudden silence upon his arrival, scratched his head, and took a seat on the steps under the eaves, resting his chin on his hands and gazing idly into the sun. Li Xue'er caught a glimpse of him and couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment's thought, she spoke, Your Majesty. The Duke of Yongqing previously submitted a memorial proposing the construction of a railway to facilitate steam locomotives. After receiving approval, how long will it take for the Li family to formally commence this project? Hearing yet another costly endeavor, Zhu Houzhong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and reluctantly replied, Let us wait a while longer. How long, approximately? The Li family would like to prepare accordingly. The railway construction and the introduction of rail cars is also the idea of Li Qing. Indeed, he places considerable importance on it. Li Xue'er stated earnestly, given the ongoing harsh climate, the winter's obstruction of the canals may extend for a considerable time. In the future, it is quite possible that steamships will be unable to navigate for months. It is imperative to lay out land routes in advance. Zhu Houzhong understood the rationale, but at this critical juncture, the thought of additional expenditures weighed heavily on him. Noticing Li Xue'er's assertiveness, he could not help but retort. Your repeated insistence on this matter is unbecoming of a junior addressing an elder. It borders on disrespect. Taken aback, Li Xue'er felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Lightly huffing, indeed, this is not the proper demeanor of a junior towards an elder. Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow. You have lost your composure before me. I beseech you to accept punishment for this lapse. Li Xue'er composed herself and shifted her tone to one of contrition. Zhu Houzhong paused. Then, realizing her sincerity, couldn't help but smile. It is only human nature. Who would not admire such an exceptional individual? Every woman has her youthful infatuations. Li Xue'er, suppressing her embarrassment and anger, inquired, Does your Majesty have any other matters to discuss? Do not take offense, Miss Li. I did not intend to jest at your expense. Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. Li Xue'er mused that while she may have aged, should she muster the strength for a decisive blow, she could easily vanquish the emperor. Zhu Houzhong, lost in thought, lamented, To meet Li Qing is to be ensnared for a lifetime. He truly brings misfortune upon himself. Observing Li Xue'er's vexed expression, Zhu Houzhong reined in his mirth and said, I merely expressed my sentiments, without the intention to mock anyone. After a brief silence, Li Xue'er remarked, Thus, since that time, he has not appeared before the younger generation of the Li family. For decades, he has never set foot in the Duke of Yongqing's estate, not even once. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, and offered his apologies. There is no need for your Majesty to apologize to me. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, reflecting on Li Qing, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. A long-lived individual, who could have reveled freely, instead finds life so burdened with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong spoke. The matter of constructing the railway and facilitating steam locomotives must be undertaken. But not at this moment. The Li family should boldly forge ahead. At the latest, we shall officially commence by next summer. Li Xue'er nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhu Houzhong, losing interest in lingering further, rose and said, Pursue more overseas endeavors. I would appreciate it if Miss Li could provide me with a detailed plan. Li Xue'er nodded in agreement. I shall see to it. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong turned to Huang Jin, who was squinting and lost in thought. Huang Jin, wake up. Have you truly fallen asleep? Huang Jin yawned, wiping away tears, and hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, did you call for me? The Emperor. Zhu Houzhong, left with a dark expression, heading straight out the door. Huang Jin quickly nodded at Li Xue'er and followed suit. Before long, the courtyard returned to its tranquil state. The grandfather and grandson, who had been reading in the study, finally emerged. Li Qing inquired, Aunt, what did the Emperor say? Li Xue'er shot him a sidelong glance. Did you not hear? No. Li Qing replied, his expression serious as he shook his head slightly. Little Bao chimed in. With the doors and windows closed, one really cannot hear anything. I can attest to that. Li Xue'er rolled her eyes and huffed. It's rare to visit the capital. I want to take Little Bao out for a stroll. I must now meditate. Li Qing awkwardly agreed, giving the little one a pat on the back of his head before departing. Goodbye, great aunt. Little Bao called out, What would you like to eat? Grandpa, and I will bring it for you. Li Xue'er walked into her room without looking back. Little Bao looked up at his grandfather. Li Qing's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Let's go, let's go. On the bustling street, Little Bao, visiting the capital for the first time, was filled with excitement, asking questions left and right. Li Qing, who disliked shopping, had only come out to eat and to grant his aunt some personal space. Noticing that the little one was endlessly wandering, he said, Let us hurry and eat. After we finish, we'll head home. Little Bao mumbled, Grandpa, that's not very nice. What's wrong? Li Qing replied. You seem a bit discouraging, the little one chuckled. Didn't you say I should see the world? Li Qing scoffed. Is wandering the streets equivalent to seeing the world? Jinling is not a remote village. What haven you seen? The real world is in our little courtyard, but alas, you are not perceptive at all. If I don't wear yellow clothing, how can I recognize anyone? If I mistake someone, it's better to feign ignorance. Little Bao sulked. If only great-grandpa were here. Your great-grandpa has no time to accompany you on strolls, Li Qing scolded. You only think of playing all day. I believe you are truly spoiled. The little one protested. You don't see Little Bao studying, learning, or doing exercises, whenever you catch me taking a break. You think I'm playing all day? What do you want to eat, Grandpa? Li Qing had no particular cravings. He simply wished to avoid wandering. Glancing at a nearby roast duck shop, he suggested, How about roast duck? All right. At that moment, they had missed the meal hours. and the shop had only one table occupied, with the attendant lazily yawning at the counter. The grandfather and grandson ordered a roast duck, 2 side dishes, and a pot of wine, taking a window-side seat to await their meal. Little Bao gazed out at the bustling traffic, while Li Qing remained composed, closing his eyes to rest, which left the sharing enthusiastic little Bao feeling quite helpless. Before long, the food arrived. Li Qing ate heartily, while little Bao, with a smaller appetite, tried a slice of the signature roast duck, surprised to exclaim, "Grandpa, why does this taste just like the roast duck from Yingtianfu?" A middle-aged man at the next table, in his 30s, chuckled lightly. "Little master, you may not know, but this roast duck is indeed brought over from Yingtianfu, when our founding ancestor relocated the capital to Shuntian. Many delicacies came along, sharing the same lineage. Thus, the flavor is naturally quite similar." "Now I see," the little one said, looking toward the neighboring table to express his polite gratitude. The middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "Young master, are you perhaps from Yingtian Prefecture? I recently had the pleasure of enjoying its famous roasted duck." Young Bao, with wide eyes, immediately chimed in. The middle-aged man was taken aback. "Eat well," Li Qing said without looking up. Indeed, young Bao, fearful of his grandfather, promptly focused on his meal. Shortly thereafter, Li Qing, having had his fill of food and drink, stood up and approached the counter, saying, "I'll take 2 more roasted ducks to go." "Grandfather, we can't eat so much," young Bao quietly reminded him. Li Qing retorted with irritation, "Do you really believe in fasting? If we don't bring food back, there will be no good fruit for the 2 of us." After collecting the packaged ducks and settling the bill, the grandfather and grandson left the roast duck shop in succession. Seemingly aware that he might be an unwelcome elder, Li Qing remarked, "Tomorrow, if your great-aunt is in a good mood, she will take you out for a stroll, so don't be disheartened." Young Bao was not unhappy. He simply missed his great-grandfather a bit. "Your great-grandfather is exceptionally busy now," Li Qing said, wishing to avoid discussing the recent earthquake, and shifted the topic. "Why did you lie earlier?" As soon as we entered, those 2 ceased their quiet conversation. Young Bao believed they were officials from the capital who did not want the Li family to draw attention. Li Qing replied in surprise, "Based on that, you think they are officials?" Young Bao explained, "Their caution suggests either political discussion or business matters. They do not resemble typical merchants. And encountering officials in the capital is quite common. Your observations are quite astute. They could indeed be officials, yet there is no need for such excessive caution. The Li family stands upright, so what is there to fear?" Young Bao replied, "I just don't want them to disturb you and great-aunt." The little fellow chuckled, "It's better to avoid trouble. While I fear not, it can still be bothersome." Li Qing, intrigued, probed further, "If they are discussing politics, why not do so at home?" Young Bao provided his reasoning. "Firstly, hosting a meal is part of social etiquette. Secondly, while there are many guards in the capital, they cannot cover every aspect, focusing their oversight on the residences of officials." Li Qing nodded slightly and asked with a smile, "Your analysis is impressive. Yet I have scarcely visited the capital and retired early. How could they possibly know our background?" "Just a guess." Young Bao chuckled awkwardly. As soon as Yingtian Prefecture was mentioned, he immediately joined the conversation. I was just guessing too." Li Qing burst into laughter. "Taiwa, did those 2 have any issues?" Nothing particularly problematic," Zhang Houzhong replied, retracting his gaze. "If I am not mistaken, that grandfather and grandson pair are the Duke of Yongqing and his grandson." Gao Gong was astonished, then realized that the Duke of Yongqing did not refer to Li Qing, and curiously asked, "How can you tell?" Zhang Houzhong smiled faintly, "It is merely a conjecture." Gao Gong, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "People say he is not from Yingtian Prefecture. That child must have been mistaken." Zhang Houzhong chuckled. His demeanor when conversing with the Duke of Yongqing is strikingly similar. Gao Gong paused, then comprehended that this Duke of Yongqing did not refer to General Li, and couldn't he help but softly exclaim, "The world knows of the Duke of Yongqing, yet few realize that there are 2 Dukes of Yongqing in the Ming Dynasty." After saying this, he enviously added, "The relationship between Taiwa and the Duke of Yongqing is truly extraordinary. Indeed, the camaraderie we share is somewhat strained, far from the lofty ideals you might envision." Zhang Houzhong took a sip of wine and softly remarked, "Whether it be Lord Yongqing or Grand Scholar Su, in my estimation, the future leader of the great Ming Dynasty shall undoubtedly be you, Su Qing." Gao Gong was taken aback and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "You overestimate me, Taiwa." I possess neither the capability nor the ambition for such a role. Zhang Zhuzhing smiled gently, reassuring him, Su Qing need not worry. I am not probing you regarding Su Jie, but merely expressing my candid thoughts. Upon hearing Zhang Zhuzhing mention Su Jie by name, Gao Gong's guard diminished slightly. However, the perceptive Zhang Zhuzhing could not help but feel a pang of self-pity, sighing softly. It appears that although I have Su Shifu by my side and Lord Yongqing at my back, I am still far inferior to you, Brother Su. Why do you say this? Gao Gong queried. Lord Yongqing would hardly concern himself with my affairs. Su Shifu has treated me well. Yet power is not something one can simply bestow upon another. Zhang Zhuzhing spoke earnestly. In the days to come, no one will rival you, Brother Su. Ah, Taiwei. You jest. I do not jest, Zhang Zhuzhing replied with a serious countenance. I harbor no desire for contention. My admiration for you, Brother Su, is genuine. His Highness does not place sufficient trust in me, and you are well aware of this. To be frank, my invitation for you to drink today is to convey my heartfelt intentions, hoping that when you ascend to the cabinet in the future, you might still regard your humble brother with favor. Gao Gong was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he feigned displeasure and said, Taiwei, you are excessively flattering me. I am merely a Hanlin, while you hold a solid fifth-rank position. Others may not see the affection Su Daxueshi holds for you, but I am quite aware of it. You elevate me too highly. Zhang Zhuzhing chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he raised his cup, saying, The distance of the road reveals the strength of the horse, and time reveals the heart of man. Today may seem abrupt, but should you not believe me, it matters not. Time is on our side, and I trust that you will eventually accept me wholeheartedly. Gao Gong managed an awkward smile and replied, Such words are rather distant. If I did not accept you, I would have to call you Master Zhang. Zhang Zhuzhing nodded with a smile, raising his cup once more. Since there are no lessons today, let us indulge in a few more drinks. Ah, that is precisely my intention. The two men frequently raised their cups, embodying the spirit of camaraderie that arises when kindred spirits meet over wine. At the Su residence, Su Jie inquired, You summon me? Yes, Su Jie responded, suddenly sniffing the air. Have you been drinking? Indeed. With whom? With Gao Suqing, Zhang Zhuzhing replied honestly. The Prince of Yu had always been somewhat wary of the student, who could not express himself openly. Thus he sought to gradually ease tensions through Gao Suqing. Su Jie nodded slightly, sighing. It seems the Prince of Yu holds a unique trust in this Gao Hanlin. It is often said that it is better to provide help in times of need than to add embellishments in times of prosperity. In terms of closeness, the student cannot compare to Gao Suqing, not by a long shot. Zhang Zhuzhing forced a smile and nodded, his expression revealing his reluctance. Su Jie pondered for a moment and asked, Do you perceive him as a potential threat? Is there anything I cannot say to you? Indeed, Zhang Zhuzhing answered succinctly. Upon hearing this, Su Jie frowned and remarked, If that is the case, perhaps we should consider a subtle demotion, assigning him to a distant post. Zhang Zhuzhing was taken aback. The struggle for power has always been fraught with such dynamics. Kindness and leniency are often ill-advised. Su Jie scoffed lightly, Act now. While the time is ripe, waiting until the Prince of Yu is established as Crown Prince will complicate matters. As your mentor, my unwavering support for the Prince of Yu should not allow outsiders to reap the rewards. Zhang Zhuzhing hesitated for a moment, as Su Jie gradually revealed a discontented expression. He hastily clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. The affection Su exhibited towards his students left a profound impression on them. However, the Prince of Yu's closeness to Gao Gong was extraordinary. The student was not overly compassionate. Rather, he feared that Su would be implicated. If the Prince of Yu discovered Su's involvement, how could the student find solace? Su Jie paused for a moment, then chuckled, saying, You underestimate me too much. Do you truly believe that I, as a leader of integrity, am merely a figure of empty reputation? It is of no consequence. In response, Zhang Zhuzhing awkwardly remarked, I shall trouble you then, Su. Su Jie smiled slightly and replied, What is but a mere Hanlin? How much assistance can I provide to the Prince of Yu? Once he is dispatched to a remote location, I am certain the prince will soon forget him. The impending struggle for the crown prince is the true focal point. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuzhing could not help but feel alarmed. Su, isn't the emperor most averse to the struggle for the crown prince? Su Jie smiled and said, What you perceive as the emperor's aversion is merely a ruse to lead you and the officials to believe so. After a brief pause, he added, This is knowledge you need only to possess. Zhang Zhuzhing nodded earnestly. Su, what do you require me to do? Su Jie laughed gently. To be candid, I am unable to do much. Zhang Zhuzhong gasped in astonishment. Did you not just say that the struggle for the crown prince is about to commence? Su Jie replied lightly. It is merely a performance, a formality. In truth, from the moment I aligned myself with the Prince of Yu and Yin Song with the Prince of Jing, the position of crown prince was already determined. This is the first time Zhang Zhuzhong felt his intellect insufficient, and he could not help but inquire. Who is the crown prince? Su Jie replied. The Prince of Yu. In truth, there is little more to say. Yin Song is aging, and I can only serve for a few more years. Therefore, when the emperor requested my allegiance to the Prince of Yu, the answer became evident. However, at that time, the emperor did not wish to establish a crown prince prematurely. Su Jie mused. It appears the emperor is genuinely weary now. Upon exiting Su's residence, Zhang Zhuzhong exhaled a subtle breath of wine, secretly smiling bitterly. Su, you do not truly comprehend the depth of the relationship between Gao Gong and the Prince of Yu. Merely sending him away will not resolve everything. I apologize, Su, but this time, I cannot act according to your wishes. You mean well for me, yet I must also act in my own best interest. Until I have truly ascended to the pinnacle, I must remain cautious, prudent, and ever so vigilant. At the Prince of Yu's residence, Gao Gong was engaged in a game of chess with the prince. Upon seeing Zhang Zhuzhong's arrival, the piece held aloft by the prince lingered in midair as he inquired with a smile, Mr. Zhang, who do you believe will win this match? Zhang Zhuzhong glanced at the board and stated, it appears that Brother Su Qing has the greater odds of victory. However, having shared a few cups with him today, I believe your highness has the better chance of winning. Oh, the Prince of Yu, whether oblivious to the underlying implications of Zhang's words or simply unconcerned, laughed heartily. I have no confidence in defeating Mr. Gao. Observing this, Zhang Zhuzhong became even more resolute in his choice. Gao Gong, however, felt a twinge of displeasure, though he could not express it in front of the prince. Distracted by his tumultuous thoughts, his chess skills naturally declined. Before long, he succumbed to defeat. The Prince of Yu, in high spirits, exclaimed, this marks the first time Mr. Gao has shown leniency. Not at all. I have not spared a single drop of water. Gao Gong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. It is merely that your highness's chess skills have become more refined. Prince Yu stood up and performed a chest-expanding gesture, saying, Mr. Gao, since you have indulged in drink, it would be wise for you to retire and rest. It is a rare occasion for both of us to find some leisure. Thus, we shall forego the game of chess. I shall pay a visit to King Jing. His Highness, take care. The two bowed deeply in respect. Once the other had departed, Gao Gong cast a discontented glance at Zhang Zhuzhong before taking his leave. Stay a moment. Su Qing, Zhang Zhuzhong said with a serious expression, there is a matter of great significance at hand. Chapter 512. The heart of a small man measures the belly of a gentleman. It was the first time Gao Gong had witnessed such a grave demeanor from Zhang Zhuzhong. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired, what is it? There are two matters, one good and one bad. Zhang Zhuzhong replied, taking a seat and inviting, Brother Su Qing. Please sit as well. Gao Gong took a moment to compose himself before slowly sitting down. Speak, then. Would you prefer to hear the good news first or the bad? Let us have the bad news, followed by the good. Gao Gong replied sullenly. You are not jesting with me, are you? Zhang Zhuzhong leaned forward, almost resting on the table, his voice low as he whispered into Gao Gong's ear. The struggle for the crown prince is about to commence. Gao Gong felt a twinge of discomfort from the intimate tone and instinctively leaned back. But as he comprehended the content, he froze in astonishment. Zhang Zhuzhong continued. Prince Yu is nearly assured of victory. Gao Gong's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Zhuzhong returned to his seat, smiling. Does this qualify as good news? Is it truly so? Gao Gong asked, excitement illuminating his features, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he quietly inquired, what must Prince Yu do? Nothing at all. He merely needs to maintain the status quo. Zhang Zhuzhong replied softly. Scholar Su will endeavor to contest it, employing every means possible. Gao Gong nodded gently, feeling exhilarated yet somewhat disheartened. But what is required of me? Zhang Zhuzhong simply smiled. Gao Gong let out a rueful laugh, self-deprecatingly remarking, indeed, what can I do? I am but a mere Hanlon scholar, merely able to offer counsel to Prince Yu. I lack the qualifications to engage in the fray. Do not underestimate yourself. Brother Su Qing, your ability to stabilize His Highness's mindset and maintain his rationality surpasses that of many valiant officials, Zhang Zhuzhong remarked with a smile. You know His Highness better than I do. Whether this news should be conveyed to him in advance is entirely your decision. Gao Gong was taken aback. Me? Yes, you. Zhang Zhuzhing affirmed with a nod. A tremor ran through Gao Gong's heart. Do you realize what this implies? I do, Zhang Zhuzhing replied lightly. The strength of a horse is known on a long journey, and a person's heart is revealed over time. Gao Gong inhaled deeply, nodding slightly, then suddenly smiled. It is only today that I truly understand you, Brother Zhang. However, Zhang Zhuzhing's expression remained somber as he said, Brother Su Qing. There is yet another piece of bad news. Bad news. Gao Gong chuckled. Compared to this matter, any bad news pales in significance. This issue pertains solely to you. Brother Su Qing, Zhang Zhuzhing stated. Gao Gong looked puzzled. What do you mean? It is nearly time to divide the spoils of our efforts. For the esteemed officials of the clear stream, having one less person to divide is undoubtedly advantageous, Zhang Zhuzhing remarked coolly. Moreover, given your close ties to His Highness, and your lack of substantial contributions in the court, certain individuals may find this amusing. Gao Gong's expression darkened at this revelation, a thought he had not entertained before surfacing in his mind. He could not help but retort, I am also part of the clear stream. Zhang Zhuzhing's eyelids drooped as he gently caressed a chess piece, pondering, who, I wonder, is Su Qing's pawn? Gao Gong, filled with emotion, rose abruptly, his chest heaving violently for a moment before he slowly sat back down, his face etched with bitterness. Realization dawned upon him as he took several deep breaths, stating, I seek clarity. I beseech you, dear Zhang, to grant me this favor. I shall remember this kindness for a lifetime. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of retaliation. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I merely wish to leave the capital with a clear understanding. Zhang Zhuzhing shook his head slightly, expressing regret. I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. However, what of Grand Scholar Su? Zhang Zhuzhing chuckled softly, saying, Forgive my bluntness, but do you truly believe that Grand Scholar Su would concern himself with you, a mere Hamlin? Gao Gong's face flushed with embarrassment as he pressed on. Could you at least reveal which department it pertains to? I do not require specific names. Zhang Zhuzhing continued to shake his head. Su Qing, you still do not grasp the situation. It is not an individual who is targeting you, nor do you hold sufficient significance for them to do so. Your removal serves solely to facilitate the division of a bit more profit afterward, nothing more. Gao Gong fell silent, grappling with feelings of humiliation, inferiority, and anger, which ultimately culminated in a profound sense of helplessness. My purpose in sharing this with you, dear Su Qing, is not to revel in your misfortune, otherwise. Remaining silent would have been the prudent choice. This conversation was perhaps one I should not have initiated, as it borders on taboo and disrespects Grand Scholar Su, who must also consider the interests of the esteemed officials. Zhang Zhuzhing remarked that while Grand Scholar Su would not target you, he would also not act on your behalf. I hope you can understand. Gao Gong nodded in bitter acknowledgement. I have 2 suggestions to offer, if you would be inclined to listen. Gao Gong composed himself and nodded slightly. First, consider aligning yourself with Grand Scholar Su. If you are willing, I could facilitate an introduction. At this, Gao Gong hesitated, his gaze toward Zhang Zhuzhing tinged with suspicion. And the second? Seek the protection of His Highness, that he may safeguard you, Zhang Zhuzhing advised. Gao Gong chuckled wryly. How can that be feasible? Even if I were to leave the capital, I could not place His Highness in jeopardy. Zhang Zhuzhing replied earnestly. I believe the second option may be the more advantageous path. How so? Gao Gong found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, he thought Zhang Zhuzhing's lengthy discourse was an attempt to draw him into the Su faction, thereby easing the tensions between himself and Prince Yu for his own ascent. Yet now it seemed otherwise. Zhang Zhuzhing spoke softly. Firstly, His Highness would never jeopardize the Crown Prince's position for the sake of protecting you. The rationale is simple. The political landscape will not shift merely because His Highness seeks to protect a minor Hamlin. Secondly, with each new emperor comes a new court. Grand Scholar Su is not young, and if you wish to realize your ambitions, pursuing an independent path or fully investing in His Highness would be the optimal choice. Gao Gong regarded Zhang Zhuzhing intently, asking, Why do you extend such assistance to me? Zhang Zhuzhing met his gaze with sincerity. I have never viewed you as a political adversary, nor have I ever contemplated competing with you. In that moment, Gao Gong felt a wave of shame wash over him, leaving him utterly abashed. Rising, he offered a deep bow. The distance reveals a horse's strength, and time uncovers a person's heart. Tai Wei had long opened his heart, but alas, My foolish brother was blind to it and had never noticed. It was only until today that he finally understood. Zhang Zhuhuzhong, busy yet respectful, rose to return the courtesy and quietly remarked, "Brother Xueqing, you speak too highly of me. In such a great Ming, in such a nation, only those endowed with both virtue and talent may serve. I am lacking in every regard compared to you. How can I, for my own selfish desires, disregard the nation and its people?" Gao Gong pressed his lips together, yet found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Zhuhuzhong continued earnestly, "Brother Xueqing, you may disclose these matters openly, allowing His Highness to feel at ease and free of concerns. However, I implore you to maintain utmost confidentiality. Apart from His Highness, no one else must be privy to this. Please ensure His Highness is well advised." Tai Wei reassured him, "With you bearing such great pressure to speak with me, I will certainly not make it difficult for you." Gao Gong sniffed and said, "When His Highness returns, we shall discuss it together." Zhang Zhuhuzhong shook his head in refusal. Noticing Gao Gong's insistence, Zhang Zhuhuzhong smiled and said, "A gentleman should assist others in their success. Allow me to play the part of a gentleman this once." Before Gao Gong could respond, Zhang Zhuhuzhong clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Staring blankly at Zhang Zhuhuzhong's retreating figure, Gao Gong murmured, "The heart of a petty person measures the belly of a gentleman. How foolish it is to presume so." As Zhang Zhuhuzhong left the residence of Prince Yu, he let out a long sigh, feeling both relieved and a tinge of guilt. Although Su Jie had his own motives, one could hardly fault him. His actions were indeed lacking in righteousness. Nonetheless, he had managed to maintain his principles and had not garnered hostility from Su Jie. With a troubled conscience, Zhang Zhuhuzhong could only comfort himself. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivial matters. To ascend to the pinnacle of power, to become the second Duke Yongqing, one must not adhere strictly to the rules. The realm of power is inherently murky, and without some unscrupulous means, it is difficult to rise above. Zhang Zhuhuzhong understood well that Li Qing would not repeatedly assist him. Everything depended on his own efforts. "You may say I am fortunate. Little do you know, brother Gao Xueqing, that you are truly the one blessed with luck. Seemingly unremarkable, in this capital bustling with high officials, there exists no one with greater potential and higher limits than you." In a small courtyard, Xue'er, fasting, was enjoying roast duck while the grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. "You should eat too," Xue'er said, pushing 2 roast ducks, missing 4 legs, towards them. "Go ahead." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "We just ate not long ago, so we're not hungry yet." After a pause, he added, "Should we contact the escort agency? After all, it's a substantial amount of silver." "No need," Xue'er replied. "It is the court that provides manpower and resources, which best reflects its credibility. The emperor will certainly dispatch someone to deliver the silver to each household. Such a splendid opportunity. How could the court refrain from showcasing its capabilities?" Li Qing expressed some concern, saying, "Little aunt, there's no secret that remains hidden. The court's finances are not a great mystery, and many wealthy merchants have unclear dealings with officials. If they withdraw their investments, they may refuse to reinvest in the Li family, which would lead to significant trouble." Xue'er smiled and responded, "If the Li family invests, the court's finances will not collapse. If the court's finances remain intact, what do the members of the merchant associations have to worry about?" Little Bao inquired, "But with the court's expenses being so vast, one day they will inevitably exhaust the merchant's guarantees." That is of little concern," she replied. Xue'er bent down to pick up a leaf and remarked, "If everyone believes this leaf is worth 10 taels of silver, then it truly is worth 10 taels." The 2 men exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Xue'er. She continued with a different perspective, stating, "To put it another way, compared to the collateral of wealthy merchants, isn't the tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty far greater? Indeed, this is the crux. Collateral is a debt, while tax revenue is an asset. Assets can easily offset debt, thus eliminating structural risks." Xue'er elaborated, "The leaf symbolizes credibility, and tax revenue represents capital. With both credibility and capital, the state's finances are sound." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Little Bao, your greatest task in the future will be to take over the Li family business. From now on, you must begin to learn about commerce." "All right," Little Bao replied reluctantly, then asked, "Can I reduce my efforts in other areas?" Xue'er pondered briefly before responding, "If you're tired, it's perfectly acceptable to take a rest." Little Bao looked at his grandfather with a pitiful expression. Li Qing scolded, Why are you looking at me? At your age, this is the best time to learn. Understood, Little Bao replied. Chapter 513. The Sage of Medicine in person. The next morning, Li Qing met with the emperor to confirm the withdrawal of investments. In the afternoon, the Ministry of Revenue began the disbursement. Many wealthy individuals who were closely observing the Li family's actions couldn't help but entertain similar thoughts upon witnessing this scene. The sentiment of securing their assets spread rapidly. After enduring 3 suspenseful days, the emperor summoned the 8 great tycoons once more in the hall of the national teacher to inquire about their opinions. The wealthy hesitated but eventually mustered the courage to propose their withdrawal. The emperor, with his broad-mindedness, waved his hand graciously, granting their request. Before their eyes, he wrote a note, allowing them to present it at the Ministry of Revenue for the exchange of silver, while also expressing that they would be welcome to join the Merchant Guild in the future if they wished. Seeing this, the tycoons felt a sense of relief and were deeply impressed by the emperor's expansive vision. Prior to this, they had never anticipated such smooth proceedings. The efficiency of the court's disbursement exceeded their expectations, leaving them astonished. Boxes filled with gleaming silver were transported from the treasury, each ingot of the highest quality, showing no signs of oxidation. Clearly, the court had absorbed some losses. Over time, the storage of silver inevitably leads to some degree of deterioration, regardless of how optimal the preservation conditions might be. Although the losses were minimal, the sheer volume made it a considerable amount. What delighted them even further was that after verifying the quantity of silver, seals were affixed in their presence, and they were instructed to make their marks to prevent any discrepancies along the way. Additionally, officials from the court accompanied the silver to their homes, including members of the Imperial Guards, censors from the Ministry of Justice, and inspectors from the Ministry of Revenue. At that time, both parties would verify the amounts face-to-face, and if any errors were found, they could refuse to accept it, prompting the court to recalculate and redisperse. Only after confirming the amounts would they return the silver certificates issued by the court. Such generosity, thoughtfulness, and warmth moved the wealthy individuals, filling them with a sense of shame. They realized they had underestimated the emperor's character, having long believed that merchants should not contend with officials. Yet today, they found this notion did not apply to the Ming Dynasty. With the leadership of the 9 affluent magnates, numerous members of the business community joined the ranks of those withdrawing their investments, and the court accepted their actions without hesitation. If you dare to withdraw, I shall guarantee the payment, they proclaimed. The wealthy merchants felt an unprecedented sense of joy, realizing that dealings with the court would not result in losses. Thus, the seeds of trust were quietly sown. In a small courtyard, Zhu Houzhong visited once more. Li Xue'er presented the prepared plan, stating, "Everything is in here. Your Majesty may peruse it at your leisure." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you leaving already? There are many matters to attend to in Jinling." He added, "Miss Li, are you still upset about what happened that day?" "Not at all," Li Xue'er replied. "I am truly just busy." The back and forth, along with the time spent in the capital, has stretched over a month. I simply cannot linger any longer. Does your Majesty have any further instructions? Very well, Zhu Houzhong replied with a wry smile. I had hoped to converse with you further, but since you are preoccupied, please attend to your duties. Li Qing, ensure you take good care of your aunt on the journey. Yes, your Majesty, farewell. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong said, bending down to pinch the little one's cheek and chuckling softly. How is your relationship with your elder brother? Good, very good, the child replied, forcing a smile and nodding. Zhu Houzhong nodded in return. That is splendid. Let us be off. It has been quite a while since you have been home. I trust you miss it. Farewell. The little one smiled awkwardly and dashed out of the courtyard. Li Qing lingered at the end, bowing to the emperor before departing, asking, Your Majesty, are you truly without further instructions? Zhu Houzhong paused and replied, Be attentive and take good care. I understand, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Very well, you may go. With that, Li Qing took his leave. The courtyard returned to its tranquil state, albeit this time it was just the master and servant remaining. Unlike the previous occasion when 3 generations had been present, Zhu Houzhong did not rush to return. Instead, he instructed Huang Jin to bring a reclining chair beneath the eaves. Lying back in a manner reminiscent of Li Qing, he opened an envelope and began to review its contents, remarking, Li Qing truly knows how to enjoy life. Reclining is far more pleasant than sitting. Huang Jin silently chuckled, gently massaging his shoulders. Time passed unheeded, and eventually Huang Jin withdrew his hand. bending to gather the scattered papers on the ground. He then fetched a blanket from the side room to cover Zhu Houzhong, who had fallen asleep, his expression serene. Huang Jin settled on the steps, idly lost in thought. As time flowed quietly, summer crept upon them without notice. The court's relief funds and provisions were adequately supplied. The disaster victims were fed, and officials received their due payments, thus stabilizing the precarious order which gradually evolved towards a more orderly state. Simultaneously, Li Qing's medicinal prescriptions yielded remarkable results, as the anticipated plague did not manifest on a large scale. Li Qing and Li Qing traversed along the earthquake belt, arriving in the Huguang region, where they unexpectedly encountered a group of younger disciples. After conversing, Li Qing learned that the junior disciples had descended the mountain long ago, even before he had returned from Jiaoji. Not only were the Taoist disciples of the 21, but nearly all, save for the headmaster and a few who maintained the operations of Wudong Mountain, had descended. Of the over 1,000 Taoists, more than 800 had made their way down to the Huguang area, and it had been nearly half a year since. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt both relief and a twinge of heartache. The arduous endeavor of disaster relief surpasses the ordinary realm of cultivation, particularly during the initial phase, which is fraught with the peril of aftershocks. Although his junior disciples are not acting for his sake, merely fulfilling their responsibilities as Taoist practitioners and embodying the doctrines of Taoism, as the elder brother, he cannot help but feel a pang of concern for his fellow disciples. Fortunately, he has not heard of any misfortunes befalling them, which brings considerable solace to Li Qing. Li Qing is not a man of indecision. Observing that the situation in Huguang is relatively stable and that many disciples are engaged in disaster relief, he decides to accompany Li Qing elsewhere. After enduring such an intense period of disaster relief and arduous travel, the current Li Qing appears gaunt and darkened, yet his physique has become increasingly robust, shedding the demeanor of a mere scholar. Though not imposing, he exudes a sense of refinement. As they journey, Li Qing's resolve to abandon his official position in favor of medicine grows ever more steadfast. During a brief respite, he once again articulates his desire and requests Li Qing's assistance. Naturally, Li Qing readily agrees, jesting that when your medical tome is published, you should acknowledge my sponsorship, so that I too may bask in its glory. Li Qing chuckles softly, questioning whether the esteemed marquis needs such recognition. That's different, Li Qing replies lazily. I am well regarded in many respects, yet my reputation leaves much to be desired. Those who write about me adopt a spring-autumn style, and if you consult the historical records, you will find a distinct air of domineering authority, even more pronounced than that of Huguang. Listening to Li Qing's lament, Li Qing feels a mix of amusement and sorrow, reflecting, even the esteemed officials cannot escape the clutches of fame and fortune. They may not be entirely wicked, yet they are often driven by self-interest. A figure like the Marquis is indeed rare to find. Why are you more pessimistic than I? Li Qing inquires curiously. You have yet to witness the darkness of the officialdom, have you? Seated upon the earth, Li Qing gestures toward the distant landscape. Lost in thought, what I have witnessed along this journey is dark enough. The court and the provinces differ only in scale, lacking any essential distinction. Li Qing is taken aback, then pleased, remarking, to read thousands of volumes is no comparison to traveling thousands of miles. The scholars of the Hanlin Academy and the Guozijian could hardly articulate such profound insights. Such thoughts merely arise from sentiment, lacking any true merit, Li Qing replies, feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of the Marquis. Nonetheless, it is a fact. Li Qing laughs heartily, then asks, in your spare moments, have you been sketching or writing in preparation for your medical book? Indeed, Li Qing affirms. Have you decided on a title? Li Qing, with unabashed boldness, offers. If you haven't settled on one, I can propose one for free, provided my name is inscribed on the cover. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, nods. The title is established, but if the Marquis finds it lacking, feel free to suggest an alternative. Li Qing takes a sip of water and wipes his mouth, saying, pray, enlighten me. Compendium of Materia Medica, Li Qing replies. Li Qing's dormant memories stir with sudden vitality at the mention of this title. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Qing asks, does the Marquis find this name unsatisfactory? Marquis. He calls several times, yet Li Qing remains unresponsive. Finally, he utters a phrase that leaves Li Qing utterly perplexed. If Hua Tuo were alive, even obesity would be cured. Li Qing is bewildered. How does this relate to Hua Tuo? It seems the medical prescriptions attributed to him do not bear a title akin to Compendium of Materia Medica. This era lacks a sense of copyright. However, most honorable scholars refrain from exploiting the fame of their predecessors. Li Qing ponders deeply. Li Qing repeatedly recited the same 2 lines, unable to recall the subsequent lyrics. However, it was precisely due to this song that Li Qing genuinely remembered who Li Qing was. After a while, Li Qing ceased his muttering and earnestly declared, "The Compendium of Materia Medica is splendid, the title is exquisite, and the book itself is remarkable." He noted that writing the compendium required effort. Li Qing, momentarily forgetting why Li Qing had undergone such a transformation, inquired, "Is this title similar to anyone else's?" Li Qing sighed and chuckled. "Indeed, it resembles Li Qing's. Just kidding. It does not coincide with anyone else's. This title is truly exceptional. I cannot conceive of a better one." With a smile, Li Qing affirmed, "It must be this one. It is indispensable." Observing the whimsical nature of Li Qing, Li Qing could not help but laugh. "It is agreed then. Upon our return to the capital, you must assist me in resigning from my position as a court physician. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands," Li Qing replied with a smirk. "Who would dare prevent you from writing? I shall confront them. Even the emperor would have to bear the consequences." Li Qing stepped forward, took a sip from the water jug, and grimaced, "This is not wine, is it?" Li Qing retorted, "Do you think I am jesting with you?" Li Qing, looking somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "You are indeed acting unusually today, my lord." Li Qing laughed heartily, saying, "What can I say? It is hard not to feel a bit excited in the presence of the medical sage. I had almost forgotten that the medical sage is a figure from the Ming Dynasty. One must admit, time is indeed a sharp blade." Chapter 514, The Poverty of Illness Me? The Sage of Medicine? Li Qing pointed at himself, bewildered, connecting this peculiar behavior of Li Qing with his earlier demeanor. He grew concerned and asked, "My lord, are you unwell?" He then reached out to take Li Qing's pulse. "I am merely a doctor, a certified divine physician of the Imperial Hospital. How could I be unaware of my own health?" Li Qing chuckled, withdrawing his hand. "Young people should possess vigor and enthusiasm. Yes, maintain that spirit." Li Qing could only respond with a puzzled expression. Then, if Weiwu Tower were alive, even obesity could be treated. Li Qing resumed his repetitive musings, reciting the same 2 lines, occasionally mumbling, "What comes next?" While Li Qing found amusement in this, his mood also lightened. The sights and sounds of the past months were undeniably shocking, rife with human tragedies, particularly in Shaanxi, located at the epicenter of the earthquake. With its loose plateau and complex terrain, it truly felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The earth in Hu County claimed lives, while the underground waters of Weinan surged forth, inundating vast areas. Not only Li Qing, but also Li Qing bore a heavy heart, as if a boulder rested upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the most arduous phase had passed. With effective aid from the court to the earthquake's epicenter in Hu County, Weinan, Huayin, and Yongji County in Shaanxi, order was maintained by officials and soldiers, and supplies of food and medicine were replenished, stabilizing the situation. Furthermore, the preventive measures proved effective, and they had now safely navigated through the most perilous stage. Reflecting on the intense work and relentless travel of the past months, though exhausting, it was fulfilling and immensely rewarding. Li Qing retrieved a piece of cake from his package, took a bite, and remarked nonchalantly, "The most perilous moment has passed. From here on, we need only to proceed methodically, and in due time, we shall completely rescue the disaster-stricken populace from their plight." Upon hearing this, Li Qing, who had been reciting verses, halted mid-sentence and shook his head, saying, "It is not as simple as that. If it were truly so effortless, the emperor would not have worried himself to the point of gray hair at the onset of the earthquake. How many resources are being expended now? The real costs lie ahead." Li Qing, taken aback, inquired, "The actual costs? Do you believe the expenses are merely for providing food to the victims and compensating the officials involved?" "Not at all. Those are merely trifles." Li Qing, his mind consumed by thoughts of financial matters, sighed. An earthquake is unlike drought or flood. In the case of drought, the harvest may dwindle. Even if there is a total loss, it is confined to that year. Floods too, once the waters recede, allow for cultivation to resume. For droughts and floods, the court indeed only needs to expend some resources to help the people through their immediate difficulties. However, an earthquake is an entirely different beast. The situation, as you can see, is cataclysmic. The earth has split, mountains have shifted miles, the landscape has been utterly ravaged, along with arable land and livestock. All production resources have been destroyed, and homes have vanished. The prospect of rebuilding on the same site is an insurmountable challenge. With such extensive losses, how can we expect to resolve the issue with just a meager allocation of resources? The current calm among the disaster victims is merely a result of their recent brush with death, still in a state of shock. Once their emotions stabilize, they will not remain so docile. When one escapes the clutches of death and hunger, their gaze inevitably shifts toward the future. Yet, for them, there is no tomorrow. After absorbing Li Qing's analysis, the buoyancy that had initially graced Li Shizhen's mood was replaced by a heavy pall, his expression growing grave. Indeed, the noble lord thinks far ahead. Li Shizhen sighed softly, bitterness creeping into his tone. I had believed the primary expense for the court would be sustaining so many disaster victims, never considering these ramifications. Even if we sustain them for 2 years, it would not cost excessively. However, if we perpetually provide for them, the cost will skyrocket. Adults become dependent, children too. And the number of individuals requiring support in generations to come is staggering. It's a sobering thought. Moreover, people tend to grow increasingly indolent and indulgent in times of crisis. A simple porridge may seem a delicacy, but once stability is restored, daily porridge will breed discontent. Li Shizhen nodded slightly. Over the past months, he had witnessed a plethora of malevolence across various realms and levels. Not well versed in politics, he asked, how can we resolve such a predicament? Simply put, we must provide them with a future. We need to offer them livelihoods, ensure they can reside in their own homes, and create a sense of belonging. Li Shizhen calculated roughly, his scalp prickling with anxiety as he stammered, how much would it cost to support so many disaster victims? Adding in the officials' embezzlement and the expenses related to arranging their livelihoods, can the Ming treasury withstand such a burden? Even if it cannot bear it, we must endure. Li Qing replied with a grim expression. We cannot simply allow them to fend for themselves. If we were to ruthlessly implement a policy of sacrificing a few for the majority, it would inevitably backfire. These refugees would disperse across the Ming territories, causing unrest everywhere. Unless what? Unless the cannon is pointed at the suffering populace, there would be no need for the Ming dynasty to exist. Li Qing remarked with an air of indifference. When a dynasty turns its weapons against its own citizens, if it does not perish, then who will? Li Shizhen nodded silently. After a moment, he bitterly confessed, only now do I understand that the finest herbal remedy in this world is, in fact, money. Li Qing, in deep agreement, nodded thoughtfully and replied, that statement is profoundly insightful. Indeed, the majority of ailments stem from poverty, whether on an individual scale or a national one. Li Shizhen could not help but inquire, since the Hongwu era, the Duke of Yongqing has devoted himself to healing the Ming dynasty. Over the course of 10 dynasties, he has undoubtedly averted catastrophe countless times. Surely, he must possess a way to address this situation as well. At this moment, Li Shizhen no longer doubted Li Qing's identity as an immortal. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. And the extraordinary aspects of Li Qing compelled him to accept the truth. Li Qing responded thoughtfully. Many subconsciously believe that the Duke of Yongqing always has a solution. However, he is merely an ordinary man blessed with longevity. If I could perfectly resolve every issue, there would be no problems to begin with. Li Shizhen, somewhat disheartened, asked, what plans does the Duke have then? Li Qing took a bite of his biscuit and replied, we are living off the reserves meant for the future. Living off future reserves? What happens when they run out? Upon finishing, Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Then we shall have to loosen the constraints on capital. What does that mean? Explaining it is rather complex. Let us eat first. Li Qing stretched and remarked. We are still far from Gansu, so we must hasten our pace. He then mumbled, the emperor wishes to manage the western regions through this. Other provinces may not suffice. But certain areas of Gansu border the west, so perhaps we can try our luck there. Turning to Li Shizhen, he said, this journey to Gansu may take quite some time. Be prepared mentally. For how long? At the very least, we shall be there for the new year, Li Qing stated. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. Li Shizhen was taken aback and exclaimed, what about other places? The relief supplies from the Ming, along with officials and soldiers, have all arrived. Furthermore, we have addressed the most fundamental and challenging issues in the earthquake-stricken areas. There is no need to chase speed or attempt to cover every facet. It is nearly the end of summer, not the early spring when we first responded to the disaster. It is time to adjust our thinking. Indeed, Li Qing chuckled and said, you can work while gathering materials. Writing a book is not an instantaneous endeavor, especially a medical one. One cannot emulate Shinong's tasting of 100 herbs without traversing great distances. Li Shizhen was momentarily stunned but nodded in agreement. The Duke of Yongqing had indeed considered everything thoroughly. I merely offered a casual comfort, Li Qing said. Let us go, exclaimed Zhu Houzhong, pulling Gao Gong's hand. Follow me into the palace. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to reconsider, Gao Gong said, feeling some regret. He then added, once your Highness ascends to the throne, you can summon me back from my post. That is not an option. Zhu Houzhong, usually intimidated by his father, exhibited remarkable resolve today. The heir's position is indeed significant, but I shall not sacrifice you for it. Moreover, as Zhang Jujing has said, even if I protect you, the reformists will not alter their allegiance. Gao Gong, deeply moved, quickly urged, Your Highness, at this critical juncture, we cannot afford to take even the slightest risk. Alas, my tongue should not have spoken for personal gain. Ultimately, it is the emperor who decides. If this causes displeasure to the emperor, it would be a loss beyond measure. Zhu Houzhong paused, contemplating, and slowly replied, You make a valid point. I am both a subject and a son to my father. He would not truly harbor anger towards me. However, your position is not as assured. Please wait at the Wangfu, and I shall speak with my father. Your Highness, there is no need for further words. Continuing this conversation would only wound my heart, Zhu Houzhong declared, waving his hand and turning away with an elegant stride. Gao Gong felt both touched and guilty, sighing deeply in regret. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see his friend, Zhang Jujing. Brother Suqing, what brings you here? Have you encountered His Highness? Indeed, I have, Zhang Jujing replied casually. His Highness is heading to the palace to meet the emperor, and I did not dare to linger. Gao Gong slapped his thigh in frustration. Why didn't you stop him? Well, you are not privy to the details. This is still my fault, Zhang Jujing said, surprised. What exactly happened? Gao Gong sighed softly and revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing burst into laughter. I was in a panic, and you find this amusing? Gao Gong fumed, his anger palpable. Seeing Gao truly distressed, Zhang Jujing managed to suppress his laughter, cleared his throat, and said, What is there to be worried about? What do you mean by that? Zhang Jujing inquired. Do you believe the emperor prefers a crown prince who is responsible and willing to shoulder burdens, or one who would readily abandon his own instructor for the sake of his title? Chapter 5:15. The Disloyal One in the Qinqing Palace. Father and son sat across from each other, with Huang Jin attending nearby. Zhu Houzhong gazed at his son, letting out a soft sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. To be frank, he held little confidence in this son. The issue lay with the other son, who was even harder to assess. At least this one was normal. Having learned from the lessons of his previous son, Zhu Houzhong no longer sought to be overly harsh and critical, treating his son with much more gentleness than before. You seldom come to the palace uninvited. There must be a matter at hand today? Father, you see clearly. I indeed have a request, Zhu Houzhong replied respectfully. I have come today on behalf of Gao Hamlin. Gao Hamlin, the scholar who teaches you? Zhu Houzhong inquired, intrigued. You are astute, father. Please, allow me to explain. Zhu Houzhong continued. There are those who disapprove of Gao Hamlin's presence at the Wangfu and wish to expel him from the capital. I wish to protect him. Zhu Houzhong paused, then furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Who seeks to drive him away, and from whom have you heard this? I do not know the specifics. I have merely caught wind of some rumors that suggest unforeseen circumstances, Zhu Houzhong stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Huh? Zhu Houzhong scoffed, lifting his teacup without drinking, his expression darkening. Unaware of his father's thoughts, Zhu Houzhong continued, I did not come here today at Gao Hamlin's behest. I came for my own sake. Oh, Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. So, you have regarded Gao Gong as your right-hand man, a future trusted minister? How can you be so certain that the crown prince is you? His son, Zhu Houzhong, was at a loss for words and after a long pause, could only stammer. I dare not. Noticing that his father remained unresponsive for quite a while, Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and, mustering his courage, declared, the establishment of the heir. And who that heir may be, rests solely on father's discretion. I entertain no ulterior motives. I merely wish to spare Gao Hamlin from sacrifice. You may leave. Yes, Yes, I take my leave. Zhu Houzhong stood, bowed, and left the palace of heavenly purity, feeling at a loss, uncertain whether his father had acquiesced or not. Inside the hall, Zhu Houzhong cast aside his teacup, his countenance darkening. Huang Jin cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, are you angry with Prince Yu? I am not angry with him, Zhu Houzhong replied, shaking his head slightly. Gao Gong indeed possesses talent. That Prince Yu recognizes such wisdom and values talent is commendable. Then it is indeed Gao Hanlin? Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. Such reactions are only natural. After a decade of arduous study, achieving success in one's endeavors, outsiders perceive only the glory, unaware that this is merely the beginning. Entering the Hanlin Academy is akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. Gao Hanlin, having passed the imperial examination, entered the Hanlin Academy and served as an editor there, has endured many years. Now that he has finally established a connection with Prince Yu, how could he willingly resign to a provincial post? Zhu Houzhong smiled faintly, jesting. What? Has this Gao Hanlin taken your path? Huang Jin, far more relaxed than Prince Yu, grinned broadly and replied. The post of director of the ceremonial office is not easily obtained. If Gao Gong possessed any self-awareness, he would not seek out a mere servant. Virtue, Zhu Houzhong said with a bemused shake of his head, then added, I am neither angry with Prince Yu nor Gao Gong. Huang Jin, perplexed, asked, Then what is it? Why did Gao Gong know? Why did Prince Yu know? Know what? What do you mean? Huang Jin was taken aback before realizing and hesitatingly replied, Your Majesty, might you be overthinking? Prince Yu may indeed have learned of it. After a pause, he continued, Scholar Su is known for his prudence in both conduct and affairs. How could he inform Prince Yu before anything has even begun? Moreover, this would yield no benefit to Scholar Su or the faction he represents. Zhu Houzhong sneered. Su Jia would never inform Prince Yu. Summon Zhang Juzhing to the palace at once. Oh, yes, I shall go immediately. Huang Jin scratched his head, bewildered as to how Zhang Juzhing suddenly became involved. Make less noise, Zhu Houzhong added. Privately inform Prince Yu to keep his distance from Zhang Juzhing. Huang Jin was momentarily stunned. What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear clearly? I understand, but I am just a bit confused. Given your intellect, it is best not to ponder too deeply. You want to comprehend it regardless, Zhu Houzhong replied, somewhat irked. Just follow the instructions. Understood. Huang Jin nodded with a forced smile, his eyes still glazed as he departed. Zhu Houzhong leaned back slowly, comfortably against the chair, his expression indeed somber and mused. This person is so cunning, Zhu Houzhong cannot manage him. In contrast, Gao Gong, though slightly inferior, is more fitting for him. At the Prince Yu's residence, just as Prince Yu returned and had yet to exchange a few words with Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing, Huang Jin arrived. Huang, the corpulent eunuch, appeared harmless. Yet no one dared to underestimate this formidable figure. Even the Prince of Yu refrained from overstepping bounds. Zhu Houzhong cautiously inquired, Has the Emperor sent you here, Master? Huang Jin nodded and replied, Your Highness, may I have a word? Zhu's heart raced with trepidation, fearing he had incurred his father's displeasure. Please, follow me, he said, leading Huang. Gao Gong cast a worried glance at Zhang Juzhing, expressing his concern. Tai Yu, could it be that the Emperor is in a furious mood? Zhang Juzhing, with a knowing smile, confidently shook his head, absolutely not. If the Emperor were truly angered by His Highness, he would not have dispatched someone to convey a message. And moreover, Huang never handles undesirable tasks. Gao Gong, however, was less at ease, expressing remorse. The fault lies with me. There is no need for self-reproach, Brother Suqing. His Highness's intercession only reflects positively on you. The Emperor would not transfer his ire onto him, nor onto you, Zhang reassured with a calm smile, urging him to remain untroubled. Seeing Zhang's unwavering confidence, Gao Gong relaxed slightly, patiently glancing outside. Their wait was brief. Scarcely a quarter of an hour passed before the Prince of Yu and Huang Jin returned. Gao Gong quickly scrutinized the prince's expression, detecting none of the usual signs of despair or anxiety, but rather an air of peculiarity. Zhang Juzhing exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Gong, discreetly winking, a smirk playing at his lips. See? I told you so. Suddenly, Huang Jin addressed Zhang Juzhing. Minister Zhang, may I have a word? Zhang Juzhing responded, Pardon. Are you referring to me? Indeed, may I have a word? Of course, please lead the way, Zhang replied, intrigued. Bowing to the prince and nodding to Gao Gong before hastening to follow Huang Jin, who was already striding ahead. Outside the princess residence, Zhang came to a halt. But Huang continued without pause, instructing, "Keep up." Yes. After walking some distance, Zhang observed their surroundings, finding no one in sight. Yet Huang persisted in his swift pace. Zhang felt a twinge of exasperation, silently reflecting, "This step seems rather prolonged." Despite his inner complaints, Zhang felt a thrill of joy. Who did not know Huang's self-prominence in the court? He was the emperor's most trusted confidant, and such caution indicated that the matter at hand was of great significance. Could it be that the emperor was finally considering me for an appointment? The thought sent his heart racing. After some time, Zhang began to sense something amiss. This step felt interminable. "Master," he called out. "What is it?" Huang replied. "Ah, nothing much," Zhang stammered, glancing around. "Is it suitable to speak here?" Huang rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you borrowing, or am I?" "Ah, naturally, it is you who is borrowing," Zhang conceded. "Then it is settled. This step is mine to dictate. I shall dictate how far I wish to go," Huang proclaimed proudly. "Just follow me." "Understood." Zhang Zhuhozhong had no choice but to comply. Eventually, upon reaching the palace gate, Zhang finally comprehended that it was not Huang seeking a private conversation, but rather the emperor summoning him. Such caution and avoidance regarding the Prince of Yu likely indicate that His Majesty wishes for me to act as a spy within the prince's residence. While this may seem beneficial, prolonged engagement in such a role could inevitably arouse suspicion from both the prince and Gao Gong, jeopardizing my carefully laid plans. Zhang Zhuhozhong furrowed his brow, his thoughts drifting. Certainly, he aspired for promotion, yet the position of a mere deputy minister, or even a minister, was not his ultimate goal. His highest ambition was to enter the cabinet as the chief minister, wielding true authority. Until then, he would prefer to bide his time rather than jeopardize the greater scheme for momentary glory. The emperor's summons was not to be dismissed, refusal was not an option, and he could only seek to mitigate risks through other means. He could not abandon the connection to the Prince of Yu. Zhang Zhuhozhong's mind raced. However, before he could formulate a coherent plan, he found himself before the Qinqing palace. "Wait, I shall announce myself," he instructed. "Yes," replied his attendant, Huang Jin. As Zhang Zhuhozhong focused on regaining his composure, he was about to meet the emperor and could not afford to be distracted. In the entire court, who would dare to approach this astute sovereign without utmost diligence? Zhang Zhuhozhong regulated his breathing, practicing his expression management, preparing for the moment. Before long, Huang Jin returned, signaling for him to enter. "Yes." Zhang Zhuhozhong stepped forward, only to find Huang Jin hesitating, which left him bewildered. "Please, go in." "Ah, yes." Zhang Zhuhozhong nodded hesitantly and entered the grand hall. As the doors creaked shut behind him, an unsettling premonition enveloped his heart. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He steeled himself and proceeded into the inner chamber. "Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor." "Rise," commanded the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty." Zhang Zhuhozhong stood, directing his gaze downward, focusing on his breathing, holding his thoughts in silence, scarcely daring to exhale. "Zhang Iqing, are you aware of whom I detest the most?" Respond. I am but a fool, and I do not know." At this moment, Zhang Zhuhozhong realized that his audience was fraught with peril, yet he remained uncertain of the root cause of this tension. "Today, I shall inform you. I most abhor disloyalty." The emperor's tone was severe, yet he broke into a smile, leaving Zhang Iqing to ponder whether he was a loyal subject or not. Zhang Zhuhozhong's heart raced, and his complexion drained of color. Chapter 516. The tormented Zhang Zhuhozhong. In an instant, cold sweat enveloped him. He had acted with utmost caution, ensuring no risk of exposure. Gao Gong had no reason to betray him, nor did the Prince of Yu. And as for Su Jie, his student remained exemplary in every aspect, eliminating all possibilities. The answer became glaringly evident. The emperor had deduced the truth. Or rather, through his keen political acumen, he had pieced together the nearly invisible clues. Zhang Zhuhozhong felt his back drenched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness. What rendered his despair even more profound was the emperor's refusal to grant him any time to respond. "Speak." A voice, commanding and tyrannical, thundered in his ears like a clap of thunder, leaving Zhang Zhuhozhong's mind blank, his taut nerves stretched to their limit, utterly shattered. Regardless of intelligence or foolishness, the crisis arrived with alarming swiftness, leaving him completely unprepared. The emperor's initial strike was lethal, seeking a swift conclusion without any pretense. Zhang Zhuhozhong's heart raced like a drum, threatening to leap from his chest. Under such pressure, he could no longer endure. He lifted his robes and bowed deeply. I am guilty. Admitting your guilt is a start. Zhu Houzhong replied with a cold smile. I have heard of the Zhang family's minister, renowned since childhood as a prodigy. Not only exceptionally learned, but also possessing an extraordinary memory. Surely, you are well versed in the laws of the Ming Dynasty? How shall such a crime be adjudicated? I am guilty. I beseech your majesty to determine my punishment. Zhang Zhuheng acknowledged his guilt, but refrained from specifying how the punishment should be meted out. It was not stubbornness. Rather, he genuinely did not know the nature of his offense and how it should be judged. Betraying the emperor? Not quite. Betraying his mentor? That would be an exaggeration. If one were to speak candidly, he had merely concealed information from his mentor, not delivered a treacherous blow. More importantly, the relationship between mentor and student in the officialdom, though long an open secret, could not be openly acknowledged. Zhang Zhuheng was indeed a disciple of Xue'er. This was well known to the emperor, the officials, and the Prince of Yu. Yet publicly, he could only be regarded as a student of the Son of Heaven. Struggling to suppress his intense anxiety and confusion, he trembled as he spoke. I am guilty. How my crime is judged rests solely with your majesty. And I harbor no resentment. Ah, at least you are forthright, Zhu Houzhong remarked coolly. A person like you is unworthy of continuing in the position of Minister of the Grand Council. Go to the Hanlin Academy and study the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness anew. Also, find Huang Jin and receive 50 strokes of the rod. Zhang Zhuheng felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of desolation washing over him. After all the careful plotting and enduring, this incident rendered his efforts futile. Did he regret it? Indeed. Was it unjust? Not at all. Zhang Zhuheng felt no indignation. He had pushed his schemes to their limits, and in defeat, he could only concede that his abilities were insufficient. Furthermore, losing to Emperor Jiajing was hardly a source of shame. One must recognize that even figures like Yin Song and Su Jie were at the emperor's mercy. Thank you for your great grace, your majesty. Zhang Zhuheng prostrated himself deeply in gratitude. At the very least, he had not been cast into the Jiayuan prison, nor demoted to commoner status. He was still relatively young and held hope. Zhang Zhuheng repeatedly reassured himself. Seeing that the emperor had no further remarks, he finally raised his head and said, I shall resign from the position of Minister of the Grand Council and return my official robes, then receive my punishment. Zhu Houzhong remained silent, seemingly oblivious, as he picked up the Yongle encyclopedia, concealing himself behind it. Zhang Zhuheng dared not linger, bowing his head once more. He left the Jinling palace in a state of utter disarray. In all his years, he had never felt so humiliated. At the age of 5, he recognized 1,000 characters. By 7, he had comprehended the profound meanings of the 6 classics. At 12, he had passed the Xue'er examination. At 16, he achieved the Jinshi degree. At 23, he entered the Hanlin Academy, favored by the esteemed Su and supported by the noble Li Qing. This was the first time Zhang Zhuheng experienced such profound feelings of defeat. Even during his youthful arrogance at 13, when he failed to pass the local examination, it paled in comparison to the ferocity of this setback. Deeply conceited, Zhang Zhuheng was engulfed in a profound sense of melancholy. At the age of 30, he had learned the art of patience, devised intricate strategies, comprehended the intricacies of court politics, and understood the nuances of human relationships. He fancied himself a seasoned politician, convinced that his future was boundless. Yet today, he realized how naive and arrogant he truly was. With a jolt, Zhang Zhuheng turned his gaze towards Huang Jin, who inquired, How is His Majesty's mood? Caught off guard, Zhang hesitated before replying, Not very well. I see, Huang Jin mused, stroking his double chin and furrowing his coarse brows. You don't seem to be in great spirits yourself, do you? A wave of surprise and bitterness washed over Zhang Zhuheng as he thought to himself. How could he have underestimated Huang Jin, a seemingly harmless, stout fellow who, despite his bulk, lacked intelligence? Zhang took a deep breath and replied dryly, You are aware of this, my lord? Aware of what? Huang Jin asked, his expression one of confusion. Didn't you just say that I'm not doing well? Zhang Zhuheng stammered. Rolling his eyes, Huang Jin retorted, I may have small eyes, but I'm not blind. Just look at you. Your face is as pale as a delicate flower. How could you possibly be well? Zhang Zhuheng, recognizing his own tendencies of underestimating others, particularly Huang Jin, quickly composed himself, bowed respectfully, and stated, The emperor has graciously bestowed upon this humble official 50 strokes of the cane to be administered under your supervision, my lord. I must first attend to the formalities at the Zhanshi mansion and will await you at the Meridian Gate in an hour. What? Zhang Zhuhozhong repeated, disheartened. Huang Jin clicked his tongue, exclaiming, You certainly have a knack for provoking the emperor, don't you? For the first time, Zhang Zhuhozhong felt genuine anger towards this seemingly innocuous, rotund man. However, after experiencing several new emotions today, he found himself somewhat immune to the situation. Suppressing his feelings and offering another bow before departing, Huang Jin rubbed his chubby face and muttered resentfully, What is wrong with speaking a few words to you? You are the one causing trouble, yet I'm the one who has to bear the burden. Am I not allowed to say a word? Meanwhile, in the palace, Zhu Houzhong turned away from the Yongle de Dian and caught sight of Huang Jin, whose bulk was impossible to conceal, peering at him like a plump rodent. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. What a sneaky fellow. Huang Jin sheepishly approached him, his round face flushed with indignation. Your Majesty, that Zhang Zhuhozhong is truly deserving of a beating, or at least a well-intentioned reprimand. What do you think? Huang Jin blinked his small eyes, pondering the notion of a well-intentioned reprimand. When did you become so poetic? Surely you haven't learned that from Li Qing? Absolutely not, Huang Jin replied awkwardly. I simply don't quite grasp what crime Zhang Zhuhozhong has committed. Zhu Houzhong spoke gently. In truth, he has committed no crime. It is merely his actions that irritate me. Punishing him is not intended to appease anyone. Rather, someone as clever and scheming as he, who also enjoys a stroke of luck, must not be allowed to have everything go his way. Oh, I see, Huang Jin realized. So the emperor seeks to temper talent. Zhu Houzhong shook his head slightly. Such individuals are of no use to me. My own son is already difficult to manage. It would be a pity to discard such a person. Thus, I must play the villain, allowing my descendants to be the virtuous ones. Zhu Houzhong's gaze was vacant, lost in contemplation of what might become of his reign. Trust was a rare commodity in these times. Wasn't there still Li Qing? Yet, Li Qing was even less trustworthy. Zhu Houzhong chose not to elaborate, instead stating, as the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. This applies not only to the outer court, but also to the inner court. I am indeed weary, as a father to these princes. I do not dare to delay the passing of the throne until my last breath. You, as the Grand Secretary, must also learn to relinquish some power at the appropriate time. Very well, Huang Jin replied, seemingly indifferent to the matter, and instead appeared quite cheerful. With a smile, he remarked, a break is welcome. Both Prince Yu and Prince Jing are exceptional. Whichever one becomes the heir apparent will surely perform admirably, especially with your guidance. Li Qing will have nothing to contest. Indeed, they will do well, Zhu Houzhong sighed in relief, attempting to find solace in humor. After all, it is not solely my burden to bear. The sky will not fall, and I should not be overly pessimistic. Huang Jin nodded vigorously, affirming, Your Majesty is absolutely correct. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly, playfully rebuking, You may be carefree, but I cannot afford such luxury. This weight has been upon my shoulders since I was 15, and it is not one I can easily shed. Huang Jin's smile faltered, his eyes glistening with unspoken emotion. All right, enough of this talk, Zhu Houzhong said, somewhat helplessly, as they both sought to comfort one another, though it was uncertain who was truly comforting whom. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuhozhong faced severe consequences. 50 strokes of the court's cane were no trifling matter. Even if the emperor had no intention of taking his life and Huang, the hefty fellow, had offered special consideration, the punishment would still befall him. After receiving the 50 strokes, Zhang Zhuhozhong would not lose half his life, but would be bedridden for a fortnight. Huang Jin, after overseeing the punishment, left behind a bottle of healing ointment for the guards to deliver to Zhang's home before proceeding to Su's residence. In accordance with the emperor's instructions, he did not disclose Zhang Zhuhozhong's impending retirement from Su Jie, but merely informed him that he could begin preparations for the heir. Su Jie, elated, promptly convened a gathering of prominent officials to discuss the matter of the Grand Court. Feng Bao, who had recently been promoted to the role of chief eunuch, felt a wave of panic upon hearing Huang Jin's request for him to visit the Prince Yu's residence. However, after a whispered conversation with Huang Jin, his trepidation transformed into joy, and he cheerfully made his way to the prince's estate. In the realm of power, absolute secrecy is a myth. Zhu Houzhong had no desire to conceal matters, and news spread rapidly. The stock of Prince Yu surged uncontrollably. In this landscape of shifting loyalties, some rejoiced while others despaired. Yet, It was not Prince Jing who lay in distress, but rather Zhang Baigui, confined to his bed and unable to rise. Having discerned the political currents early on, he now found himself deprived of even a warm meal. At this moment, Xue'er could hardly spare a thought for him. Zhang Houzhong, once a contender for the ranks of the new elite, had swiftly devolved into a peripheral figure. The disparity was stark, yet he had no grounds for grievance. He could only sigh and lament his ill fate. The political landscape was poised for a transformation, and the previously stagnant power dynamics began to simmer with activity. Demonstrations of loyalty were more fervent than any relief efforts for the afflicted. Chapter 517. Yinsong's departure at the Yin residence. Yinsong tended to his wife's potted plants. Blissfully unaware of the outside world, after caring for the greenery, he engaged in a leisurely heart-to-heart with his son, savoring the tranquility. Yin Shifan spoke little, with most of the conversation flowing from Yinsong. The former arrogance and scheming had faded, leaving him somewhat dull, yet refreshingly untainted. Ouyang, lacking the leisurely elegance of a husband, grew increasingly anxious upon observing his unhurried demeanor. My dear husband, do you intend to remain inactive indefinitely? The emperor has already made his decision. What more can I do? What power do I possess? Yinsong slightly raised his face, the sunlight illuminating his eyes, which appeared murky. He gently replied, one must possess self-awareness and adhere to their station. Only then can one endure and preserve the wealth and status they have acquired. The more one strives, the more one risks losing. At my age, with a grandson who lacks exceptional talent, thrusting him into the whirlpool of power would bring calamity rather than fortune. This situation is quite satisfactory. However, Ouyang expressed her concerns. My dear husband, while seeking a graceful withdrawal may not be a mistake, I fear that one retreat may lead to further retreats, resulting in the loss of what we currently hold, perhaps even leading to political retribution. Yinsong chuckled softly. My dear, you are only partially informed. Can you still find humor in this dire situation? Ouyang felt exasperated. The emperor would not sacrifice me, nor would Su Jie conspire against me. The worries you harbor are unfounded. Yinsong smiled, asserting, this invisible red line is one that even the Duke of Yongqing would not dare to cross easily. Su Jie would not. She questioned. Certainly. Yinsong replied. Today's Yinsong is tomorrow's Su Jie. Su Houzhong is not ignorant of this truth. The emperor delights in the rivalry among his ministers, but he does not wish for a deadly conflict. A measured and orderly struggle benefits the structure of power. However, if it escalates to a life-and-death struggle, that crosses a line. As for you, my dear, while you may not be considered a virtuous minister, you have not committed grave misdeeds either. Overall, you have accomplished quite a bit. Even if the two esteemed figures do not express their opinions, Su Houzhong would lack the courage to challenge me. Is this truly so? Ouyang inquired. Even a mere county official understands that new officials do not hold old officials accountable. If Su Jie were ignorant of this principle, how could he have attained his current position? Yinsong chuckled lightly. Perhaps you should contemplate our plans for when we return to our homeland, such as whether to cultivate flowers or vegetables. Are you suggesting that we are going home? Ouyang asked. If we linger any longer, it would be quite impolite. Among the officials of the Ming Dynasty, those who can retire in peace are fewer than half. Even the once prominent Sanyang could not escape retribution. In contrast, our family being able to land safely is already a significant achievement, Yinsong said, his heart feeling light. Though we may not hold power any longer, our status remains intact, and we have amassed enough wealth over the years to provide for several generations. What more could we desire? The previously silent Yin Shifan, bewildered, asked. Father, which home are we returning to? Yinsong, with a kindly expression, gently replied, to our home in Jiangxi, the place where you resided in your childhood. I have no recollection of it, Yin Shifan murmured. What is it like? You will know when we arrive, Yinsong assured him. Oh, Yin Shifan nodded. Lapsing into silence once more, Ouyang felt a tinge of sadness, yet Yinsong perceived nothing amiss. This was not without its blessings. It was indeed a fortune for the Yin family. Supporting himself on the chair, Yinsong rose and yawned, saying, Shifan, you ought to take a nap as well. Sigh. Yin Shifan rose and proceeded toward his chamber. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered to report, My lord, the emperor has arrived. Yinsong was momentarily taken aback and instructed, Madam, please fetch my cane from the chamber. Do hurry. In the front hall, Yinsong entered swiftly, leaning on his cane, and apologized. I deeply regret keeping your majesty waiting. It is the fault of this old minister. I have only just arrived. My seat is still warm. No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. This is your home, replied Zhu Houzhong. Noticing the cane in Yinsong's hand, he jested. What's this, Minister Yin? Are you relying on your age to command respect? How could I dare? Yinsong chuckled awkwardly. I am merely advancing in years. Without this cane, my steps are indeed unsteady. He approached a nearby chair, gently lowered himself onto it with the support of his cane, and inquired. Might I ask what brings your majesty here today? With your cane in hand, what further instructions could I possibly have? Zhu Houzhong responded, It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the emperor. Should you command, I shall serve with utmost dedication. Zhu Houzhong sighed, saying, Are you truly contemplating retirement? Your majesty, I am indeed growing old, Yinsong replied, his gaze earnest and filled with hope. The court is abundant with talent. One more minister does not tip the scale, nor does one less. I wonder if your majesty might grant this request. To be candid, I have come today to retain you. It pains me to think of your departure after all these years. You have endured much. If you wish to retire, then so be it, Zhu Houzhong lamented. Yinsong was unexpectedly touched by the emperor's generosity and quickly prostrated deeply, exclaiming, Your majesty's grace is unforgettable even unto death. Rise, the emperor commanded. Yinsong slowly stood, inhaling deeply before returning to his seat. Zhu Houzhong expressed his melancholy, stating, To me, those reformists pale in comparison to you, Minister Yin. Even Su Jie falls short. With your departure, I shall lose a trusted advisor. Yinsong chuckled awkwardly. Your majesty, you flatter me. I am no virtuous minister. Virtue and vice are not determined by those reformist officials. I am more aware than anyone that a minister like you surpasses 10 such reformists, Zhu Houzhong candidly revealed. One cannot merely judge a person by their merits. Yinsong gently remarked, A minister like me exists solely because of a sovereign like you. Without such an emperor, there would be no such Yinsong. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then smiled wryly. By your reasoning, without that Li Qing, there would be no such emperor as I. Not at all. Regardless of the presence of Duke Yongqing, your majesty remains a ruler unparalleled through the ages, and this is beyond dispute, Yinsong asserted with conviction. Zhu Houzhong merely smiled and asked again, Are you truly resolved to depart? I sincerely wish for you to stay. The court still needs you. Yinsong fell silent. Very well. A gentleman should facilitate the wishes of others. I shall act accordingly, Zhu Houzhong sighed. When do you plan to leave? Summer is drawing to a close. Autumn's refreshing breeze makes for the most pleasant journey. Indeed, that is agreeable, Zhu Houzhong replied. After decades of camaraderie, feel free to express any desires. Nothing shall be denied. Yinsong pondered briefly and said, I seek nothing for myself, only that my grandson may remain untouched by the strife of power struggles. That request is too simplistic. Please propose another. Truly, I lack for nothing. Think carefully. All requests are valid before your departure, Zhu Houzhong encouraged. Yinsong nodded in agreement. After engaging in some trivial conversation, Zhu Houzhong rose and remarked, I initially intended to persuade you to stay, but since you insist on departing, there is little more to be said. I am inept, and I thank your majesty for your understanding. Zhu Houzhong smiled gently, signaling that no further farewells were necessary, and urged him to rest well. Yinsong bowed deeply, respectfully bidding farewell to the emperor. A few days later, Yinsong tendered his resignation, which the emperor declined. This exchange of refusals continued thrice before Yinsong ultimately retired to his homeland. The power dynamics shifted with the absence of a first minister, yet the political arena remained vibrant and far from silent. The stage of power, ever lively, swiftly welcomed new contenders. Before one could lament Yinsong's departure, others swiftly entered the fray for succession. Though labeled a contest, it was merely a performance, an act devoid of genuine stakes. Only the Prince of Jing took the competition seriously, foolishly believing he could stake a claim. However, the departure of Yinsong left him with no marketability. Not even the lowliest officeholder would associate with him. No one would invest in a prince destined for relegation. In a mere span of time, the once promising Zhu Ziyun fell from the ranks of favored candidates to a mere pariah. His heart shattered, Zhu Ziyun was further disheartened by his father's swiftly changing affections, which had turned colder than the June sky, offering him nothing more than the permission to select a fiefdom. Confronted with this reality, Zhu Ziyun chose Suzhou, only to be denied. He then proposed Hangzhou, yet was met with the same refusal. Frustrated, Zhu Houzhong abandoned any pretense of choice and directly approached his father, expressing a desire to serve as the guardian of the late emperor's tomb in southern Jinling. Zhu Houzhong retorted with a question of whether he harbored rebellious intentions. Infuriated, Zhu Houzhong recklessly divulged the well-known misdeeds of the fourth prince, prompting Zhu Houzhong to erupt in rage, chastising him vehemently. Both father and son emerged from the encounter wounded, their relationship strained. This turmoil alarmed Huang Jin, who hastily dispatched the guards to find Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong, newly appointed as crown prince, faced his own burdens as his father demanded he address memorials, fully aware of the pitfalls encountered by the previous crown prince. He dared not be careless, consumed by anxiety that robbed him of appetite. Fortunately, he had his astute strategist to provide guidance, stabilizing the uncertain Zhu Houzhong. The political landscape was rife with upheaval. While far away in Gansu, Li Qing remained focused on leveraging the crisis to subtly cultivate influence in the western regions, oblivious to the reinstatement of the crown prince. Even if he were aware, he would remain undistracted. Zhu Houzhong was still capable and would be for some time, rendering urgency unnecessary. As summer faded into autumn, the plight of the disaster-stricken populace began to stabilize, but the significant expenditures were just beginning. Chapter 518. A father-son standoff in the Jinling Palace. Seated before the emperor's desk, Zhu Houzhong surveyed the mountains of memorials before him, feeling both overwhelmed and astonished. He had not anticipated that the Grand Ming Dynasty would truly find itself in a state of financial distress. Nor could he have foreseen that a single earthquake would entail such exorbitant costs. The shocking figures laid bare before him left Zhu Houzhong at a loss. Just as he grappled with his confusion, Zhu Houzhong entered and took a seat opposite him. Zhu Houzhong promptly rose, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "Father, are you aware of these matters?" Zhu Houzhong casually opened a memorial, glanced at it briefly, and then set it aside, saying, "Do you believe the expenses are excessive?" "Indeed. Your Majesty is wise," Zhu Houzhong replied with candor. "It is hard for me to fathom that a single great earthquake and 1,000,000 victims could create such a vast fiscal deficit. It seems utterly inconceivable." "1,000,000?" Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Do you genuinely think the number of victims is merely 1,000,000? Just the survivors in the epicenter alone likely number well over 1,000,000. When the earthquake struck, even the capital experienced intense tremors. Half of the Great Ming was stirred. The number of people in need of relief cannot be less than 3,000,000. I estimate it to be around 4,000,000. Zhu Houzhong was shocked, but found the reasoning plausible. Indeed, while Guangzhou belongs to the Lus Plateau and has numerous mountains with a relatively sparse population, the population of the Great Ming exceeds 200 million. How could the permanent residents of Guangzhou be so few? Zhu Houzhong swallowed hard and inquired, "So, are you suggesting that the total number of affected citizens from this earthquake might reach tens of millions? Overall, even if it does not, it cannot be far from that." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, his expression tinged with bitterness. "It has been over half a year since the earthquake occurred, and countless lives have been lost. If all had survived, the court would undoubtedly be willing to spare no expense, yet would still find themselves powerless. Alas, I do not know whether to feel grateful or mournful." Zhu Houzhong fell silent. "Father, there is something I wish to speak candidly about." "Go ahead." Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, "Father, does the court truly possess only this amount of money? How audacious." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Do you think I have hidden away a secret treasury?" "I would not dare, father." "I'm merely curious," Zhu Houzhong replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. "I have heard that the 9 wealthiest families, led by the Li family, each possess assets exceeding 10 million taels. With so many wealthy merchants, what is the true figure? It is difficult to imagine. Yet why does the court have so little?" Zhu Houzhong found it hard to believe that in such a prosperous era of the Great Ming, the national treasury holds merely over 20 million taels of silver and over 30 million sure of grain, much of which is coarse grain. It may seem substantial, yet for the Great Ming, it is decidedly insufficient. The total wealth amounts to only 40 million taels, a sum that any unified dynasty in its prime could easily provide. Zhu Houzhong's skepticism was entirely reasonable, as he assumed his father was concealing wealth to prevent him from squandering it. He briefly believed he was looking at falsified accounts. However, he overlooked the staggering extent of the Great Ming's fiscal expenditures. Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation akin to a father passing on the mantle, while his son inquired where their family's wealth had vanished. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Houzhong felt like a prodigal father. After a while, He sighed deeply and remarked, if the court had clung tightly to its coffers, there would be no present-day Great Ming. There would not be 9 families with assets in the millions, nor would there be so many affluent households with fortunes in the hundreds of thousands. There would not be such a flourishing industry and commerce. The wealth of the Great Ming has always been in swift circulation. You may find it hard to believe, but it was not until the Changhua era that our national treasury truly turned a profit. The true prosperity of the court's finances did not come about in many years. You were born later and have only witnessed the favorable outcomes. Thus, you naturally assume that the court's tax revenue is so substantial, accumulated over 10 dynasties, and could hardly be less than the population of the Ming dynasty. Yet, you are unaware that the Ming did not possess such high tax revenues from the very beginning. The tax revenue during the Jiajing reign exceeded that of the Zhengde era, which in turn surpassed that of the Hongji period. The financial situation of the Ming dynasty improved gradually. It was not consistently at such elevated levels. Do you know that the wealth amassed in the 31st year of Hongwu was squandered in just one spring and autumn? Are you aware that the remarkable achievements of the founding emperor and the benevolent reign of his descendants were never fully accounted for? It was not until the Changhua era that the court genuinely had surplus funds. There was no accumulation from 10 dynasties. Rather, it was the 3 generations of Changhua, Hongji, and Zhengde that contributed to this accumulation. Zhu Houzhong sighed, asking if you knew how much wealth was in the national treasury when his father took over. Zhu Zaiqi was momentarily stunned by the barrage of information and finally replied, 10 million taels? Close to 60 million, Zhu Houzhong corrected him. He remarked that at that time, his father believed it was impossible to exhaust the funds, but history proved him to be overly naive. Zhu Zaiqi was astonished, wanting to say something but hesitating. It is indeed puzzling, isn't it? Despite the fact that the tax revenue during the Jiajing reign far surpassed that of previous dynasties, why did the treasury's funds diminish? In truth, this is not surprising at all, for the fiscal expenditures during the Jiajing era were even more enormous. Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply, stating that his father did not immediately indulge in extravagant spending upon taking office. At its peak, the national treasury's wealth reached over 90 million taels. With the enormous annual tax revenue, he believed it could last for over 100 years, until that individual appeared before him. Zhu Zaiqi tentatively asked, "Are you referring to the Marquis of Yongqing? Who else could it be?" Zhu Houzhong coughed several times before continuing. Initially, this person was somewhat restrained, but after his identity was revealed, he ceased to pretend. He integrated internal and external affairs, promoted education, and the annual deficit of the Western Territories Treasury led to a drastic reduction in wealth, from the peak of 90 million to less than 40 million in just a few years. Zhu Zaiqi was left in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Today was truly a profound shock. It was akin to the son of the world's richest man, who believed he was the wealthiest in the world, only to discover upon taking over the family business that he was outmatched by the combined wealth of several provincial tycoons. Even more difficult for him to accept was the looming enormous expenditure before him. After this hefty outlay, the family's wealth was nearly depleted. Although there was a continuous influx of income, the outgoings were even greater. The psychological disparity of transforming from a wealthy heir to a burdened heir is easily imaginable. Zhu Zaiqi felt utterly overwhelmed. After a prolonged silence, he asked a rather trivial question. "Father, does the total wealth of the national treasury even match that of the Li family in Jinling?" Zhu Houzhong was rendered speechless by the question. Zhu Zaiqi, too, fell into a state of despair. Looking at the memorials on the imperial desk, Zhu Zaiqi felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. These were not memorials. They were clearly promissory notes, urging him to repay debts. Who could have imagined that the greatest landlord in the realm not only lacked surplus grain, but was also deeply in debt? What kind of hellish beginning is this? It feels like a dream. Zhu Zaiqi rubbed his face and asked, "Father, it is not that I value money above all, but could we perhaps spend a little less?" "Not a chance," Zhu Houzhong replied despondently. "We can either spend freely now, ensuring a prosperous outcome, or face the consequences of rebellion and unrest later, which will cost us far more, both in finances and in the price of chaos. Which would you prefer?" Zhu Zaiqi, his face filled with despair, murmured, "What shall we do? How long can the court sustain itself with a deficit year after year?" Zhu Houzhong composed himself and said, "There is no need for such pessimism. The Ming dynasty still holds hope. The growth of the court's finances continues and is far from collapse." Zhu Zaiqi felt disheartened. "Has everything been approved?" "Yes." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zaiqi picked up the imperial brush, hesitating as he recalled something. "Father, are you still angry with Zayun?" Zhu Houzhong, his expression dark, replied. "I am not one to sulk with that wayward child." "That is good to hear." Zhu Zaiqi sighed with relief. "Zayun has always been like this. His heart is not malicious. You have punished him, and once he has calmed down, we can have a proper discussion. Once we talk it out, all will be well." As a father, such a son brought him comfort. Yet as an emperor, such a crown prince left him disappointed. Reflecting on his previous son, who had nearly driven him to madness, Zhu Houzhong refrained from uttering harsh words, merely stating, "Your good intentions may not be perceived as such by Zhu Zayun. They may instead seem like the pity of the victor upon the vanquished." Zhu Zaiqi was taken aback. Yet his father continued, "I know what you are thinking. Once we have spoken, I shall regain my composure and continue governing. You can then relax and fulfill your duties as crown prince. But remember, in such a grand Ming dynasty, with such subjects, I must persevere until my death. Can you shoulder that burden?" Zhu Zaiqi hesitated, rendered speechless. "I will still attend court meetings. I want to immediately place all the responsibilities upon your shoulders. You are still too fragile to bear it," Zhu Houzhong stated. "If there is anything unclear in the memorials, anything you cannot grasp, speak to your father, and I shall guide you." "Yes, I shall obey." Faced with his father, who had already grayed considerably at a relatively young age, Zhu Zaiqi found himself unable to refuse and could not voice his dissent. Zhu Houzhong moved to a pristine chaise longue and reclined, mimicking Li Qing's manner, allowing himself to relax entirely, his eyes gently closing, as if Li Qing knew how to savor the moment. Before long, he drifted into a light slumber. Zhu Zaiqi took up the brush, diligently reviewing the documents, occasionally glancing at his father, whose silver hair and slightly furrowed brow betrayed his fatigue, stirring feelings of unease within him. Strategic planning and wise governance come at a cost. How many truly understand the struggles beneath the surface of grandeur? Suddenly, Zhu Zaiqi realized he had never contemplated the price of being an emperor. Unconsciously overlooking the responsibilities that came with such a title, always preoccupied with the boundless glory of emperorship. Chapter 519. Fool after an indeterminate period. Zhu Houzhong opened his eyes slowly, glancing at the imperial desk where over half of the memorials had been reviewed. Zhu Houzhong made no immediate move, but tilted his head to observe, suddenly finding his son much more agreeable. "Father, are you awake?" "Indeed." Zhu Houzhong stifled a yawn, rose from his seat, and approached with measured steps. "Is there anything you do not comprehend?" he inquired. It was not a matter of misunderstanding. Rather, the amounts involved were so substantial that I, as your son, dared not respond lightly. Zhu Zaiyan pondered for a moment before asking, "Father, have you noticed if the relief funds allocated might be somewhat excessive?" "Such is the norm," Zhu Houzhong replied. "Historically, during calamities, the relief provided to the afflicted has seldom reached the common people in its entirety." He continued, "Corrupt officials are a plague that can never be eradicated. As proven by our founder, the emperor's primary objective has always been to effectuate good deeds. A virtuous official devoid of capacity is of lesser value than a greedy, yet capable administrator. Yet, I believe we must not encourage the tide of corruption," Zhu Zaiyan said, somewhat dejectedly. "The court is already not affluent, and those beneath us show little understanding of the court's hardships. Truly outrageous." Zhu Houzhong suddenly laughed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Zhu Zaiyan retorted, "Am I mistaken?" "Indeed, you are quite right," Zhu Houzhong affirmed. "I recall when I first ascended the throne, I harbored similar sentiments, loathing evil and hoping for universal altruism." Li Qing once characterized this mindset aptly, stating that a ruler often perceives their own significant self-interest as a grand public good. While such thoughts are commendable for a sovereign, they must align with reality. Otherwise, we risk becoming mired in formalism. Zhu Zaiyan contemplated. But what of officials who are both greedy and ineffective? "Simple. They must be dealt with decisively," Zhu Houzhong stated. "In truth, as long as you, as emperor, cultivate an impression of sagacity and decisiveness, those beneath you will act with integrity and refrain from excess." Did corruption diminish during the reigns of Emperor Wen of Han or Emperor Taizong of Tang? Zhu Zaiyan nodded slightly, murmuring, "I am merely the crown prince." Seemingly ignoring his comment, Zhu Houzhong continued, "Of course, merely projecting an image of wisdom is insufficient. One must also possess the necessary cunning. For instance, regarding this disaster relief, once the dust settles, we can selectively hold certain officials accountable based on the relief distribution, which would not only recover losses, but also serve as a warning to others. The funds diverted to personal gain need not necessarily belong to them. He paused, asserting that as emperor, one should not solely focus on the moral character of their subjects. Addressing issues and fostering national development must take precedence. This is what you must learn from me, he added. Zhu Ziyan nodded thoughtfully but expressed concern. Yet, father, if local officials demand excessive funds while executing their duties exceptionally, should they still be punished? Punishing them may dampen morale, but failing to do so could lead to significant losses for the court. Zhu Houzhong, somewhat speechless, patiently replied, First, know that what you see has already been vetted by the cabinet. Any outrageous demands have been promptly rejected. Secondly, the court's enforcers are not ineffectual. The emperor must be aware of the extent of calamities and the number of victims. Local officials largely do not dare to gamble on the emperor's ignorance. There are no entirely untainted subjects, whether in the capital or the provinces. Even if they exist, they are exceedingly rare. However, the level of corruption is not as dire as you might imagine. This is contingent upon your diligence. Should you indulge in pleasure, do not be surprised if the hearts of those beneath you turn dark. The dragon's might is not merely about imposing authority. It embodies deterrence and respect. Only an emperor who wields genuine authority and possesses wisdom can instill a sense of restraint in his subjects, compelling them to suppress their malevolence and refrain from crossing boundaries. Do you understand? I comprehend, replied Zhu Zitao sincerely. An emperor as sagacious as my father is indeed a rarity throughout the illustrious annals of history. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly and remarked, A hero begets a hero. Do not tarnish my grandeur. Zhu Zitao felt somewhat daunted but replied, I shall do my utmost. Your utmost? I shall certainly strive. At this, Zhu Houzhong's expression softened with satisfaction. The youth must possess vigor and tenacity, driven by a spirit of resilience. As a member of the Zhu lineage, the blood of the founding ancestors courses through your veins. Do not disappoint your forebears or bring disgrace upon them. Indeed, Zhu Zitao affirmed, his countenance resolute. That is the spirit. Zhu Houzhong smiled slightly, although he remained skeptical of his son, at the very least. The lad had shown determination and intent. As for the extent of his accomplishments, that would be left to fate. Zhu Houzhong began to review the unapproved memorials, annotating as he went. United in purpose, the father and son swiftly cleared the pile of documents. Zhu Zitao sighed in relief, then suddenly recalled something. Father, you mentioned that the might of the dragon represents authority and deterrence. However, I remember you once said that imperial power has been eroding since its inception. Even now, despite your greatness, you are somewhat diminished compared to the times of the founding ancestors. My lack of confidence stems not from insecurity, but from recognizing your unparalleled brilliance. How does one reconcile this? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You are not devoid of power as an emperor. It is still early. And what of the future? Zhu Zitao pressed. Zhu Houzhong remained contemplative for a moment before responding. Perhaps it will evolve from an individual into a collective? Zhu Zitao was left in a haze of confusion. Zhu Houzhong offered no further explanation, simply stating, having toiled for so long, you should take a rest. After a brief pause, he added, as for your esteemed teacher, he may reside in the Eastern Palace. I grant my permission. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zitao's joy was evident, and he hastily bowed, expressing gratitude for his father's benevolence. Zhu Houzhong waved him off dismissively. I take my leave, Zhu Zitao said. Feeling as light as a worker finishing a long day, striding away with a newfound spring in his step, leaving Zhu Houzhong lost in thought. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine, Huang Jin said, approaching at an unknown moment, holding a pill in one hand and tea in the other. Zhu Houzhong took the pill and swallowed it with the tea, closing his eyes to savor the physical comfort. Is there any news of Li Qing? Coincidentally, Shen Lian has just returned today, Huang Jin replied with a dry smile. Li Qing's whereabouts are not difficult to ascertain. Shen Lian hurried over 800 miles to Gansu and found him. However, it appears Li Qing does not believe the emperor is gravely ill and sent Shen Lian back, stating he is currently occupied and will only return upon seeing your personal letter. Let it be. If he is busy, let him be busy, Zhu Houzhong said, squinting as he inquired. He should have learned of the state affairs from Shen Lian, correct? This servant did not ask Shen Lian. Would you like me to summon him? Zhu Houzhong pondered briefly before shaking his head slightly. No, he must have inquired about the situation in the capital. It is unlikely he is unaware. Since he brought no messages, it indicates he has no objections. After a pause, he scoffed. But even if he did have objections, what of it? Huang Jin expressed his thoughts, remarking, "Indeed, the emperor has the authority to choose any prince he desires, and Li Qing has no power to intervene." Zhu Houzhong sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "From the perspective of Gansu, Li Qing is indeed someone who speaks harshly yet acts justly. He accuses me of being greedy. Yet he is no different, is he? Well, this may serve as an opportunity for slight advancement, maximizing our benefits. However, this relief effort will certainly not be brief." Li Qing had mentioned he would return midway, to which Huang Jin commented, "If he intends to come back, then Xin Lian would not be alone in his return." Zhu Houzhong scoffed, "That fellow speaks as if he were passing gas. Only you would believe him. Does he truly think we hold any significance in his eyes? Huh? When has Li Qing ever genuinely cared for anyone?" Huang Jin lowered his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Go, summon Liu Bing. We have grown up together as childhood friends. Li Qing is merely an outsider. Whether he returns or not, we shall feast and celebrate the new year. Life goes on without him, does it not?" "Ah, indeed." Huang Jin managed to smile and hurried off. As Zhu Houzhong had observed, life continued unabated. With or without Li Qing, with Huang Jin and Liu Bing around, he felt far from lonely. His son had taken on some responsibilities, which did not ease his burdens significantly, but did add a touch of interest to his otherwise monotonous existence. Nonetheless, a profound sense of loneliness still enveloped Zhu Houzhong. Huang Jin and Liu Bing, though childhood companions, could not be considered confidants. Among the court, only Yin Song could be regarded as half a confidant. Able to keep pace with Zhu Houzhong's thoughts, the rest were mere fools by his standards. Engaging with them felt akin to playing music to cattle. Su Jie was not foolish, yet having been promoted to the position of chief minister, he lacked the vigor he had when Yin Song was present, which irked Zhu Houzhong. Looking across the court, none were worthy of his respect, and he inevitably found himself missing Li Qing, much like he had described Li Qing's character. At times, he even longed for his son, who was far away in Jinling. Zhu Houzhong contemplated another journey to Jiangnan, to visit his son, to unwind, and perhaps to admonish that irresponsible scoundrel. He feared that if he delayed, he might miss the opportunity altogether. Regrettably, the new crown prince was also a fool. The solitary old Taoist, Du Gu, had developed a disdain for foolishness, finding fault with everyone, viewing them all as dim-witted cattle, and his demeanor grew increasingly reclusive. He displayed some patience only when imparting wisdom to his son. Otherwise, only Huang Jin managed to get along with him. Liu Bing, being a man of considerable responsibilities, could not accompany him daily as Huang Jin did. As time flowed on, autumn deepened. The relief efforts in the Ming Dynasty intensified, with funds and provisions being allocated without hesitation. The treasury's reserves visibly dwindled, causing not only Zhu Zai in distress, but also significant concern within the Ministry of Revenue. Unfortunately, in such matters, dissent was not an option, not only for reasons of political correctness, but also out of fear of inciting the disaster victims, who might become scapegoats. With the national treasury's depletion, the theme of court meetings gradually shifted to generating revenue. As the financial situation of the Ming company deteriorated, many high-ranking officials grew anxious, continuously proposing ideas, yet to Zhu Houzhong, they all seemed to be unworthy and ill-conceived suggestions. The situation has become quite distressing for everyone. In Chapter 520, A Heroic Father, a son cannot be a coward. The national treasury grows increasingly depleted, causing not only Crown Prince Zhu Zai to panic, but also the entire court to feel overwhelmed. The bankruptcy of the Ming Corporation, an eventuality no one desired, looms large. Should this extravagant spending continue, the treasury's resources will be exhausted within a year. Consequently, a significant number of high-ranking officials, led by Su Jie, unitedly counsel the emperor to raise taxes, specifically targeting the populace of Jiangnan. For the first time in 11 dynasties, numerous officials in the capital have collectively directed their focus towards the people of Jiangnan. As the state affairs reach a critical juncture, it seems that the relatively affluent Jiangnan populace must bear the brunt of the hardship. Emperor Zhu Houzhong neither assented nor declined, merely suggesting that they engage in thorough discussions and present a concrete proposal before further deliberations. He subsequently excused himself under the pretext of needing to recuperate in the Grand Haishan Hall. The court officials were left bewildered. In such tumultuous times, was it truly the moment for him to engage in self-cultivation? Fortunately, the emperor still attended court regularly, dedicating part of his time to mentor the crown prince. While the officials felt a slight sense of relief, they keenly sensed that the Jiajing emperor was beginning to relinquish power. This maneuver inevitably reminded them of the Changhua emperor. Could it be that the emperor aspires to become the third Taishang Huang of the Ming dynasty? If so, it might not be entirely negative. For working under such a shrewd and possessive leader is indeed challenging. As for the crown prince, he bore a striking resemblance to the fabled Emperor of Dreams. Consequently, none of the officials dared to dissuade this unfolding scenario. They were, in fact, pleased to witness it. However, this development brought considerable strain upon Zhu Houzhong. From morning until noon, and into the afternoon, he toiled until the palace gates were locked, often having to spend the night within the palace walls. Even before ascending to the exalted throne, he felt utterly drained. The mere thought of shouldering all responsibilities alone in the future only heightened his anxiety. Alas, being an emperor is arduous, and being a crown prince is no less demanding. Rubbing his sore wrists, Zhu Houzhong prepared to leave for the day. But just as he exited the Jinling palace, he encountered Huang Jin. "Your Highness, please hold on. Wasn't the palace about to be locked?" Zhu Houzhong lamented. "I have submitted all the petitions that could be approved, and those that could not have already been sent to the emperor. What more is required of me?" At this moment, Zhu Houzhong resembled an overworked employee, exhausted after a long day, only to be informed last minute that he must work overtime. What a disheartening predicament. Huang Jin cleared his throat and replied, "Your Highness, please remain calm. The emperor has no specific orders. He merely instructed me to deliver this to you." Huang Jin presented a beautifully crafted wooden box. "What is this?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. "It is a book, Your Highness. In your leisure time, you may find it beneficial to read. However, this book is only to be read within the Jinling palace. It must not be taken outside, nor should its contents be disclosed to others," Huang Jin explained. "Very well." Zhu Houzhong accepted the box, saying, "I shall read it when I have the time." "Do you have any other matters to attend to, Huang Gonggong?" He was eager to conclude his day. Unexpectedly, Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any other pressing matters?" "Of course. I wish to indulge in a few drinks to unwind and experience the joys of intimacy. There is much to attend to." Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and responded, "Today, I am weary. I shall peruse the book after I complete my duties tomorrow." Seeing Huang Jin remain indifferent, Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel angry. He said, "Since Lord Huang has conveyed the emperor's will, and there is nothing more, you may as well accompany the emperor." The emperor stated that if His Highness the Crown Prince postponed until tomorrow, he would have the servant convey a message to His Highness. Huang Jin cleared his throat, mimicking the emperor's tone, and remarked, "Tomorrow and tomorrow, how plentiful are tomorrows." "Understood. Well then, Your Highness, take your time. I shall not disturb you." "Wait a moment." Huang Jin halted his steps. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, "National affairs are arduous. As a subject and a son, I must bear the responsibility. In this regard, I have never complained. However, my father's brilliance far surpasses my own. Could it be that he has misplaced his priorities?" Without waiting for Huang Jin to reply, Zhu Houzhong continued, "This statement, Lord Huang may convey to the emperor verbatim. No need for that." "What?" Zhu Houzhong exclaimed in anger. Yet, Huang Jin responded, "The emperor anticipated that the crown prince would ask such a question." And what did the emperor say?" "As long as I am here, the overall situation is secure. With me present, the burdens are diminished to less than 1/10. If you find this too heavy, I truly do not know how to assist you." Zhu Houzhong's emotions were stirred. He repeatedly attempted to speak, but was rendered speechless. Huang Jin said, "That year, I was 15. That year, there was Yang Tingyi outside and Empress Dowager Zhang within. That year, everyone wished to see my misfortune, to manipulate me. You have your father. But who do I have?" Zhu Houzhong's heaving chest gradually calmed, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, "I understand." Huang Jin quietly exhaled in relief, bowed deeply, and said, "I take my leave." Zhu Houzhong stood beneath the palace eaves, gazing at the magnificence of the palace illuminated by the sun, imagining his father, even younger than he, standing within, clad in a dragon robe several sizes too large, which Yang Tingyi had aptly named the robe of a sovereign bringing order to the realm. What must his father have felt when he saw the proposed heir named Xiaozhi drafted by the ministers? The slender-shouldered father had bravely said no, changing Xiaozhi to Jiajing, defying the ministers' expectations, and then stood up to Empress Dowager Zhang for his birth mother. Now, one wonders if his father could fully bear that oversized dragon robe he once wore. Yet, Despite possessing broader and sturdier shoulders, they could not compare to those frail shoulders. Zhu Houzhong could not articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Was it inferiority? Guilt? Shame? Perhaps it was all of these. After a long while, Zhu Houzhong cradled the exquisite wooden box, turned, and walked into the Jinling palace. A father is a hero, at the very least. A son cannot be a coward. Your Majesty, Huang Jin softly called out. Zhu Houzhong slowly opened his eyes, but maintained his meditative posture. Have you spoken? Yes. What was the outcome? His Highness the Crown Prince has comprehended the Emperor's earnest intentions. Huang Jin remarked. His Highness is quite responsible and does not shy away from hardship. Zhu Houzhong appeared lost in thought for a while before raising his arm. Huang Jin hurriedly stepped forward to support him and asked, "Is it truly necessary to be so harsh, given that the Crown Prince is still inexperienced?" Without further ado, Zhu Houzhong approached the tea table and took a seat. Accepting the tea handed to him by Huang Jin, he took a sip and, lost in thought, remarked, "The Ming Dynasty grows increasingly prosperous, and the ministers become ever more astute. The existing power structure is becoming increasingly tenuous, making it ever more challenging for the emperor to govern. I can only act in this manner, and I must." Huang Jin, feeling melancholy, replied, "If only Li Qing were here, your Majesty would have fewer worries. Today's Ming and the current state of the nation are all a result of Li Qing's efforts. It is a scene he would relish witnessing." Zhu Houzhong smiled bitterly and said, "What would it matter if he were present? He neither can nor wishes to change anything. Indeed, he can no longer alter the course of events. The tide has turned, compelling the emperor and the imperial authority. In the not-too-distant future, it will also compel officials and wealthy gentry. The Ming emperor employs Li Qing as a beast of burden. Yet little does he realize that Li Qing is gradually transforming the emperor into one himself. At this juncture, there is no turning back, nor even the possibility of changing direction. The wheels of time turn swiftly. To fantasize about halting them is but a futile endeavor." Huang Jin, though not fully comprehending, sensed that the Ming dynasty seemed to have truly escaped the fate of previous dynasties and found himself uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. After a long pause, he softly stated, "Li Qing harbors no ill intentions. It is not that he possesses malicious designs. Rather, he seeks to repay the suffering endured by the common people throughout the ages by harming those who have benefited from the status quo. In truth, the true beneficiaries are the Ming dynasty, not the emperor or the officials." Zhu Houzhong suddenly smiled and said, "However, when we dissect and analyze the situation through the lens of history, we find that all are beneficiaries. In reality, I do not truly resent Li Qing. I am merely vexed that he has made me privy to such knowledge. Were I to remain in ignorance, it might not be such an unhappy state." Huang Jin scratched his head and replied, "It is not that Li Qing speaks carelessly. It is primarily because your Majesty is too clever, too sagacious. Li Qing did not intend for it to be this way. He simply lacks the ability to conceal the truth from you. Had he the capacity to deceive, he would undoubtedly keep you in the dark." Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, self-deprecatingly saying, "So, is this still my fault?" "Well, not quite, if we must assign blame. It lies with Li Qing," he said with a chuckle. Zhu Houzhong shot him a sidelong glance and teased, "When did you learn to speak in such a way? Adapting your words to your audience?" "Not at all. I only speak the truth." Huang Jin chuckled nervously and tentatively added, "Your Majesty, I believe this intensity is sufficient. If we exert more pressure, I fear the Crown Prince may struggle to endure it. Rest assured, I shall not burden him excessively, having learned from hardship. If I do not gain wisdom, would I not become a foolish ruler?" Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly and softly remarked, "Your Majesty seems to be thinking of the former Crown Prince, does he not?" Zhu Houzhong did not deny it, merely sighing, "I have no time. Once this matter is resolved and Li Qing returns, there will be time." Huang Jin replied, "We have ample time. There is no need to rush." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, took a large sip of tea, and as he set down the cup, he wiped away his melancholy and declared, "As autumn deepens, the cold will soon follow. The court's reserves of cotton and linen are far from sufficient. Issue an edict for expedited delivery to Jiangnan, instructing Governor Yang Shun to procure cotton and linen vigorously for distribution to the disaster areas. And grant him the necessary flags and tokens, informing him that he may use tax revenues." Huang Jin inquired, "Your Majesty, might this not once again lead to an imbalance in the prices of cotton and linen? As the ancient proverb states, once bitten by a snake, One is afraid of the rope for 10 years. How many affluent families from Jiangnan have faltered in the cotton and linen affair? How could one not learn from such experiences? Furthermore, given that the western regions have already been collected, the court has begun to officially procure cotton from foreign nations. The likelihood of such an occurrence seems quite minimal. Huang Jin hesitated. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious, yet Yang Shun is quite advanced in years. Can he still manage such significant matters? Is the son of Yang Tingyi lacking in capability? Zhu Houzhong replied with a cold smile. I appointed him as governor not for his comfort. Yes, I shall attend to this matter at once. Huang Jin dared not speak further and hurriedly departed. Chapter 5:21. Truly out of funds after the deep autumn. The weather turned frigid. Officials dispatched for disaster relief, following the court's directives, erected large communal shelters in affected areas, segregating men, women, the elderly, and children, ensuring proximity for gatherings during the day while maintaining separation at night. The elderly and weak have always been compliant, allowing the guards' focus to rest on the able-bodied men to prevent any insurrection. The prior layout has proven effective. The officers in charge of relief efforts are of high loyalty, with significant costs associated with any errors, along with their trusted subordinates, all under the supervision of censors. The Eastern Depot and the Jinyue, ensuring everything is orderly and methodical. Although the officers may have slightly siphoned off their subordinates' wages, they have maintained a degree of restraint, resulting in no significant friction. As for the able-bodied disaster victims congregated together, the court had long anticipated this, having introduced corresponding policies to mobilize them to reclaim the damaged farmland, thereby sapping their energy for unrest. The allocation of this reclaimed land is ultimately at the court's discretion. Consequently, enthusiasm for reclamation among the disaster victims is naturally low. However, the court, foreseeing the reluctance to engage in reclamation, does not compel them. Instead, they can work along the banks of the Yellow River or Yangtze River, engaging in dredging and dam repairs. The court not only provides meals, but also pays wages, which are relatively decent. Simultaneously, the elderly, women, and children are fully mobilized. The elderly care for the young, while women and older children are assigned tasks that, although yielding lesser wages than the able-bodied men, nonetheless provide compensation for their labor. If a family works together, they can accumulate resources to restart their lives within a few years. Following the Great Earthquake, there was not much farmland that could be restored. Mere reclamation could not absorb such a vast number of disaster victims. Thus, this method allows more individuals to contribute value, sustaining themselves while alleviating the burden on the court. History has shown that the approach of labor as relief has repeatedly proven effective. The populace has regained hope. Their lives now possess direction, and thoughts of unrest have dissipated. Centuries of hardship have forged their resilient character. As long as there is a tomorrow, the common folk remain simple. Without it, only the nobility would hold sway. However, under the subtle influence of Li Qing, the prospects for the populace have significantly improved, leading to increased costs of governance for the court. No longer confined to mere survival, they now aspire to a quality of life. Transitioning from the brink of starvation to being well-fed, they now strive tirelessly, confident that through hard work, they may marry and support children. This compels the court to compromise, enhancing relief efforts for the disaster victims in hopes of ensuring their compliance and preventing disturbances. With the recent developments, the common people have found some relief, yet the court is burdened with discontent. A group of vested interests laments their plight, cursing Li Qing and lamenting the inversion of priorities, sacrificing the greater for the lesser. They fail to realize that it is Li Qing who bears the brunt of the court's hardships, and the ensuing infamy falls upon him. The emperor, Zhu Houzhong, does not intervene against the minister's vitriol aimed at Li Qing. Rather, he seems to take pleasure in it. At times, he too joins in the cursing. As autumn gives way to winter, the relentless increase in disaster relief efforts reveals the terrifying depletion of the national treasury, which becomes almost inconceivable. The Minister of Revenue calculates that if expenditures continue at this pace, the court may not be able to disburse salaries to officials by March of the following year. This is intolerable. The usually composed Su Jie can no longer remain passive. He joins forces with ministers from the 6 ministries and various officials to present a memorial to the emperor, arguing for the urgency and necessity of raising taxes in Jiangnan. However, Zhu Houzhong's response is ambiguous, leaving the memorial unaddressed. While the emperor remains unfazed, the high officials grow increasingly anxious. observing the emperor's detachment in the heavenly palace, where he seems to flit between the hall of supreme harmony and the hall of heavenly purity without attending to state affairs. And with the crown prince's naivete regarding the precarious financial situation, they feel compelled to approach the emperor directly. Their approach is characterized by tears, kneeling, and fervently invoking the names of their illustrious ancestors, warning that the fate of the Ming dynasty hangs in the balance. This time, the ministers are not exaggerating. Should inaction persist, the Ming dynasty could face dire consequences. Individuals may face bankruptcy, and the state may find itself destitute, unable to sustain the officials who govern the realm or the soldiers who protect its security. Adding to the ministers' frustration is the fact that, even at this critical juncture, the emperor continues to allocate funds for the construction of educational institutions, which seems utterly reckless. In the Hall of Heavenly Purity, a standoff ensues between the emperor and his ministers. On the platform, Zhu Houzhong sits in meditation, his demeanor serene, while below, the high-ranking officials led by Su Jie display expressions of sorrow and indignation, repeatedly invoking their forebears, creating quite a scene. Ultimately, Huang Jin, unable to endure the tension, softly implores the emperor to take a stand, lest the crown prince's position become even more untenable. Only then does Zhu Houzhong cease his meditation and inquire loudly, "Su Jie, why should we impose additional taxes on the people of Jiangnan?" Su Jie wipes his eyes and respectfully responds, "It is because the people of Jiangnan are living in prosperity." Prosperity warrants increased taxation? Zhu Houzhong questions, to which Su Jie replies, somewhat dejectedly, "All are subjects of the Ming. Why should they, living in comfort, thrive, while the disaster-stricken are left homeless? Indeed, they are all subjects of the Ming." Zhu Houzhong acknowledges with a slight nod, suddenly adding, "The Su family of Songjiang is also a part of the Ming, correct?" Su Jie is taken aback. "Isn't that so? Of course. I shall write a letter to the Su family at once." "Ah, that is not necessary," Zhu Houzhong responds with a gentle smile. "The prosperous lives of the Jiangnan people are not without merit. They have earned their wealth through hard work. Similarly, the affluence of the Su family is a result of their endeavors. It cannot be denied that the people of Jiangnan benefit from geographical advantages. Yet it is unjust to claim that those who are impoverished have a right to complain. If the court were to act in such a manner, who among the common people would dare to strive for a better future? A system where effort leads only to greater poverty is unacceptable." Su Jie, feeling somewhat embarrassed by this turn of events, refrains from pressing the issue further and opts for a different approach, saying, "However, Your Majesty, the court's finances truly face impending crisis. Indeed, Your Majesty, this cannot continue any longer. At the very least, we should suspend the funding for the establishment of the academic institution." Zhu Houzhong, maintaining his composure, listened attentively before responding. "Who claims that the finances of the Ming dynasty are in disarray? Who asserts that the court is devoid of funds?" Su Jie interjected, "Esteemed officials, soon our circumstances will be as bare as our faces. Why put on a facade here? The state of the court's finances may remain ambiguous to others, but we are not oblivious." Zhu Houzhong then remarked, "The national treasury is running low, yet my private coffers remain ample. There is no need for concern, for I possess sufficient wealth." Although the exact amount in the private treasury was unknown to the ministers, they were aware it could not be substantial. This was due to the fact that the fiscal revenues of the Ming dynasty were no secret, and when combined with the considerable expenditures, little could be retained in the private coffers. Taking a deep breath, Su Jie inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, how much remains in the private treasury?" Zhu Houzhong raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. 5 million taels. Su Jie chuckled ruefully. "That is hardly sufficient." 50 million taels. Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily. "If the court were truly out of funds, would I possess such leisure to engage in these discussions?" Su Jie and the esteemed officials were left speechless, unable to comprehend the emperor's insistence on maintaining a pretense at such a critical juncture. "Return to your duties. This year, I shall present you with a grand red envelope for the new year," Zhu Houzhong declared. He continued, "I cherish the legacy of our ancestors' empire more than you can imagine. Cease your lamentations." Su Jie, in a state of utter frustration, stated, "Your Majesty need not elaborate. Everything is under your control." Zhu Houzhong interrupted, "Who possesses the greater wisdom, you or I?" "Undoubtedly, Your Majesty," came the response. "Then, that is settled." Zhu Houzhong continued, "Rest assured, the Ming dynasty is prosperous, the court is affluent, more so than you can fathom. Should anyone dare to spread rumors of our financial instability, they shall be prosecuted for slandering the court. Before the ministers could voice their discontent, Zhu Houzhong commanded, "Dismiss the guests." With a wave of Huang Jin's hand, a contingent of guards surged forward, forming a barrier to usher the officials out without resorting to violence. The ministers, filled with indignation, found themselves powerless in the face of the emperor's decree. In the end, Su Jie could only exclaim, "Given the gravity of our national affairs, it is unwise for your majesty to indulge in transcendental pursuits. I implore you to relocate to the Jinling palace and devote all your efforts to governance, lest you inadvertently chill the hearts of your ministers and, at this moment, the suffering populace." Agreed. Zhu Houzhong conceded. The ministers felt a slight relief, though it was only marginal. They all understood that the court's finances were dwindling. How could the Ming dynasty sustain its operations without increasing the taxes on the people of Jiangnan? Once the officials had departed, Huang Jin quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, the private treasury cannot even produce 5 million taels. Fear not, the funds from the overseas steamship sales will soon return and provide some respite," Zhu Houzhong replied. "Yet, this will not last long. At the current rate of expenditure, it can only sustain us for a month." Huang Jin began to worry. Perhaps we should recall Li Qing? Unnecessary. Money has never truly been a problem. Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Li Qing cannot alleviate my burdens. Only the Li family can do that." "What?" Huang Jin exclaimed in shock. "Your Majesty, do you intend to take action against the Li family? Am I truly so barbaric?" Zhu Houzhong retorted. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes, exclaiming that the Li family had willingly sent money, a plan he had orchestrated since the onset of the earthquake. He merely needed to follow the necessary procedures, and soon the court would flourish once more. "Must you always be so slow to react? Am I to become a foolish swine as well?" Huang Jin responded. "Let us be off." "To where?" "Back to the palace." Zhu Houzhong replied nonchalantly. "I must ensure that Su Jie and the others gain something from this, and also alleviate some burdens from the crown prince. After these days of recuperation, I feel much better. Let us go to work." Huang Jin hesitated but obliged, sincerely stating, "Your Majesty, you are becoming increasingly like Li Qing. I mean, you remain unfazed even when faced with a calamity." Zhu Houzhong retorted, "What calamity? Do you wish for me to be more exhausted?" "Forgive my loose tongue." Huang Jin quickly apologized, awkwardly complimenting. "So the purpose of your visit to the Grand Gaoxian Hall is for mediation. Truly astute." Zhu Houzhong gently shook his head, murmuring, "I did not come to the Grand Gaoxian Hall for mediation, but rather for Jiangnan." Huang Jin was taken aback. "You plan to go to Jiangnan now?" "Of course not. How could I go now?" Zhu Houzhong lamented. "Once this matter is settled, when Li Qing returns, and when the crown prince is more capable, only then will I go. It is merely to allow the ministers to acclimate to my occasional absence from the palace, so that in the future, they may naturally assume I am in the Grand Gaoxian Hall for meditation." "I see," Huang Jin realized, chuckling. "I thought you were going to the Li family in Jinling to collect funds. How embarrassing would it be for an emperor to go begging for money from the Li family?" Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Moreover, if I were to do so, it would signal to the world that the court is financially destitute." "Your wisdom is unmatched, Your Majesty," Huang Jin exclaimed. "Please wait a moment while I arrange the carriage." "No need. It is but a short distance. We shall walk." Zhu Houzhong stretched his body, pleased to move after days of meditation. As autumn faded into early winter, the chill began to permeate the air. Zhu Houzhong gazed at the withered yellow leaves, murmuring, "I wonder when this dire weather will finally cease." Huang Jin, rarely melancholic, shared in the sentiment. He understood that neither he nor the emperor could foresee the future. Upon the emperor's return to the palace, he immersed himself fully in state affairs. His efficiency in handling political matters not only stabilizing the anxious ministers, but also greatly relieving the crown prince, Zhu Ziyan. However, expenditures remained unchanged. No additional taxes were levied. While the emperor claimed the state treasury was ample, in reality, he refrained from disbursing funds, continuously urging the Ministry of Revenue to shoulder the financial burden. The ministry, too, found itself in a predicament. The emperor was not constructing palaces or building temples. The ministry could only feign justification under the pretense of using the people's funds for the people's good. How could they eloquently refuse the court's expenditures meant for the populace? Unable to curtail expenses, they sought other means of revenue. When one scheme failed, another was devised. Since the emperor cherished his subjects and refused to raise taxes on the Jiangnan populace, it was suggested to impose a burden on the Zhu family instead. Thus, The proposal advocating for donations from the vassal princes was brought forth. If it were during the Hongwu era, the ministers would have needed the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard to dare to offer such counsel. However, the present circumstances differ greatly. The Ming dynasty has been established for nearly 2 centuries, and the princely houses have been passed down through numerous generations. The emperor has long since lost any familial affection for the princes, and the 2 instances of minor branches merging into major ones have, in an imperceptible manner, fostered a climate of opposition between the emperor and the princely houses. Upon successfully ascending to the throne, Zhu Di's first order of business was to fulfill the long-held ambition of his late nephew to curtail the power of the princes. Zhu Houzhong, upon his ascension, refrained from further diminishing the prince's authority because his forebear had already executed this task thoroughly. Moreover, the introduction of the system of perpetual entitlements by his cousin left little justification for further reduction. In truth, under the system of reduced inheritance for each generation, the current princes are not particularly distinguished. Aside from their elevated status and the privileges they enjoy, their wealth hardly surpasses that of the affluent members of merchant guilds. In fact, many of the princes established during the reigns of the founding and founding ancestor were not wealthier than the richest merchants, let alone when compared to the 9 great magnates. Only a few venerable princely families remain exceedingly prosperous. Nonetheless, the number of princely descendants is quite remarkable. Excluding those eliminated by the generational inheritance rule who have become commoners, there are still over 10,000 princes and nobles. Titles such as prince, duke, general of state, and lieutenant of state proliferate. Should each individual generously donate 100 taels of silver, the total would amount to a staggering sum. Furthermore, it is hardly reasonable for a prince or duke to contribute merely 100 taels. The minister's proposal was quite astute. It not only showcased the emperor's benevolence and strict self-discipline, but also aligned with his cautious stance towards the princes. While the emperor himself had once been a prince, he has since ascended to the imperial throne and established a crown prince, thus severing any empathetic connection with the princely houses. Zhu Houzhong did not oppose this counsel, but imposed limitations. Princes could not donate more than 50,000 taels, dukes no more than 10,000, generals 5,000, and lieutenants 1,000, with the latter capped at 100 taels. The exact amount of donation was left to personal discretion, and the donations were not recorded in the Ministry of Revenue, nor were tax collectors dispatched to collect them. Instead, they were managed by the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard. The ministers did not gain a single coin from this arrangement. Instead, they found themselves in a precarious situation. One edict from the emperor to the princely houses stated, "I heed the counsel of the cabinet and the 6 ministries." The benefits accrued to the emperor, while the ministers bore the brunt of the repercussions. This maneuver was indeed remarkable, were it not for the teachings of the sage prohibiting them from uttering profanities towards the emperor. Figures like Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di would have faced dire consequences. Alas, Su Jia, too malleable, lacked the resolute strength of the past when Yin Song was in power. And instead, he urged the array of reform-minded officials to comprehend the emperor's perspective. Not only did he refrain from confronting the emperor, but he also dared not utter a word of dissent. This approach, while pleasing to the emperor, inevitably bred dissatisfaction among many reformists. When Yin Song was in power, Su Jia was audacious. Once Yin Song departed, he became solely focused on currying favor with the emperor. In essence, how different was he from Yin Song? Despite Su Jia's efforts to salvage his reputation, he inevitably suffered a loss of esteem. In this tumultuous period, the wealth belonged to Zhu Houzhong. The blame fell upon the virtuous officials, and the object of emotional venting was Su Jia. This not only exacerbated the tensions between the officials in the capital and the regional princes, but also, to some extent, impacted the unity of the virtuous faction. The manner of it was rather unbecoming. Influenced by Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong was indifferent to such matters and had long ceased to concern himself with appearances. Moreover, he was not like Jingde. He had a son to inherit the throne, and who would dare to tarnish his reputation? Furthermore, the achievements of the Jiajing reign, when compared to Yongle, were certainly commendable. Who would dare to disregard the facts? As for the thoughts of his ministers, Zhu Houzhong remained unconcerned. As long as he did not hear their criticisms, he felt no sting of reproach. Nevertheless, in recognition of Su Jia's loyalty, Zhu Houzhong granted him opportunities to engage more closely with the crown prince, thereby alleviating the latter's burdens. Simultaneously, Gao Gong, who had just completed his 9-year probationary period, and had been promoted to the position of Shidu, was elevated to the rank of Hanlin Shizhuang Scholar due to his outstanding performance while lecturing the crown prince. He thus emerged as the publicly acknowledged mentor of the emperor. With the departure of Yinsong, Zhu Houzhong was in no rush to undermine Su Jie's position, yet he began to strategize the future political landscape. Given his son's intellect and the acumen of the ministers who had evolved over nearly 2 centuries, Zhu Houzhong did not expect his son to navigate these complexities alone. He could only pave the way politically. Regarding Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong understood that for a considerable time to come, Li Qing would not be meddling in the power dynamics. This awareness dawned upon him when Li Qing orchestrated matters in Jinling. However, Zhu Houzhong was not overly concerned, for he firmly believed that Li Qing, regardless of circumstances, would not completely neglect his responsibilities. Additionally, Zhu Houzhong discreetly promoted certain officials who harbored grievances against Su Jie, cultivating the soil for future political rivalries among ministers. These seemingly inconspicuous maneuvers would profoundly influence the future political landscape. Some could not see the implications, yet others, despite their visibility, could not foresee them. Winter had arrived, deepening its grasp. The court continued to allocate funds and grain in large quantities, unperturbed by the increasingly strained reserves. The only solace was that the silver obtained from the sale of numerous vassal state steamships had begun to arrive, allowing the court to maintain stability, at least enabling them to pass the new year with some semblance of peace. The repeated exhortations for increased taxation ultimately went unheeded by the emperor. And while the admonitions from the princes and royal relatives were considered, they yielded no tangible benefits, and the emperor remained impervious to persuasion. Gradually, the ministers grew weary. Moreover, as the new year approached, the phrase "the nation is on the brink" was no longer frequently uttered by the high officials, and the court finally settled into a semblance of calm. Snow began to fall. Li Qing caught a snowflake and, exhaling warmth, remarked that the court's relief efforts were unparalleled in history. Yet, in such severe cold, the suffering of the disaster victims was exceedingly difficult to endure. It was already the winter solstice before the snow fell, but perhaps it was not too late. Li Qing slightly lifted his face, his youthful and handsome visage buffeted by the wind and snow, softly stating that compared to previous years, this winter was not excessively cold, which could be considered a small mercy amidst misfortune. In light of this situation, one could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Li Qing nodded silently. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "My lord, forgive my frankness, but the magistrate of Huaxian possesses capability. However, his ruthless nature renders him ill-suited for a position of great power. Given the current exceptional circumstances, his presence may yield remarkable results, yet once stability is restored, he might cause considerable harm to the populace." Li Qing smiled gently and responded, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall arrange for him to be transferred to Nanjizi, granting him a position of high rank but limited authority. Although this magistrate's character is indeed somewhat unsavory, he is an invaluable talent. It is prudent to retain him, for there may arise a time in the future when we might require his services again." With a soft sigh, Li Qing remarked, "For now, with you overseeing matters, he has shown some restraint. However, should others arrive..." Li Qing interjected, prompting Li Qing to refrain from continuing, as his gaze fell upon a figure approaching. The magistrate Yang Kai hurried over, shaking off the snow from his garments, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thanks to your grace, my lord. Over 100 households of disaster victims are eager to contribute to the development of the western regions." Li Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your efforts are commendable, Magistrate Yang. Indeed, one who holds office must serve the people. Otherwise, it is better to return home and sell roasted sweet potatoes," Yang Kai declared with righteous fervor. "As a humble official who has studied the classics and received the emperor's grace, I must dedicate myself to the nation and its people." Li Qing smiled. "Come, let us discuss this inside." Li Qing recognized that Yang Kai had likely employed certain methods, and while he understood that special circumstances required special measures, he found it difficult to maintain a calm demeanor in his presence. Bowing to Li Qing, he said, "I shall go and inspect for any potential outbreaks of disease." "Very well, go ahead," Li Qing replied, stretching lazily. "Rest assured, I have taken note of Magistrate Yang's contributions, and your merits will surely be recognized by the emperor." "Oh, merit is a minor concern. Merely the fact that my lord personally traveled to Huaxian to bring me along compels me to give my utmost effort." Yang Kai responded with a chuckle. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Let us go inside and reconcile our accounts. Chapter 523. Official matchmaking seated across from each other at the tea table. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for Li Qing before taking out a ledger from his bosom, stating, "Everything is recorded here. I kindly ask you to review it, my lord." He then poured himself a cup of hot tea and savored it in small sips. Li Qing meticulously examined the document, subsequently closing the volume and retrieving his own ledger from a nearby cabinet to supplement the information. He then declared, "At present, over 1,300 households are willing to proceed to the western regions. The exact number should not fall short of 5,000. While this is not an insignificant figure, it is also not overwhelming. Furthermore, sending them to the western regions is not merely a temporary measure. It is paramount that they establish roots and reside there for generations. If they go only to return, it would be better if they did not go at all." Yang Kai hastily set down his teacup and replied, "I assure you, my lord, I am not pursuing fleeting political achievements. I have engaged them with reason and emotion." Li Qing, however, was not swayed by such claims. After a moment of thought, he remarked, "Among those willing to venture to the western regions, the majority are young men. Those bringing their families constitute a small fraction. To ensure they can settle there, we must not only provide favorable conditions, but also address their core concerns." Yang Kai was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Establishing families?" "Precisely." Li Qing nodded. Yang Kai slowly stated, "Are you suggesting we provide them with brides?" Li Qing, unable to harden his heart against the wishes of women, elucidated, "What I propose is to attract women from gathering places with generous welfare benefits and then host a matchmaking event." "Marvelous. My lord, your strategy is indeed brilliant." Yang Kai nodded his head and chuckled, saying, "If the lord had spoken earlier, I assure you, the number of willing individuals from the western regions would have at least doubled." "One cannot be overly optimistic," Li Qing interjected. "This must be entirely voluntary, and it is essential to respect the personal wishes of the women involved. Coercion is unacceptable." Yang Kai replied, "Even so, it remains manageable. With parental consent and the matchmaking tradition, given the current circumstances, 5 taels of silver would suffice." Li Qing interrupted, "That is too simplistic. It would be better to start with the vulnerable women. Those who are alone and destitute often struggle to establish themselves and yearn for a complete family, so they would not oppose such arrangements." After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing added, "Therefore, those women who wish to participate should receive the same treatment as men. This way, after marriage, with an economic source of their own, they will command respect, fostering harmony between spouses. Furthermore, we should establish a regulation that if a couple remains together for more than 5 years, the court will grant them a one-time sum of 100 guan in cash." Yang Kai exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "My lord, the government's disaster relief efforts are already substantial. If we increase our incentives, even the highest officials, including the emperor, may express dissatisfaction." Li Qing replied calmly, "Who am I? The eternal Qing Marquis." "Which eternal Qing Marquis?" Yang Kai was momentarily bewildered, recalling his swift journey from Hua County and the extraordinary scene he had witnessed, along with the words of Physician Li. "I understand now," he said. Li Qing continued, "As I said, I will bear the responsibility if anything goes awry, and any accolades earned will be shared with you. Financial matters are not your concern." "Understood," Yang Kai respectfully affirmed, inquiring, "When will this initiative commence?" "There is no need to choose a specific date. Just prepare everything. As soon as the weather improves, we shall proceed," Li Qing instructed. "Remember to assign sufficient personnel to oversee the event to prevent any unruly behavior." Yang Kai chuckled, "Rest assured, my lord. I have plenty of methods to deal with troublesome citizens." Pausing, he asked, "When do we plan to head to the western regions?" "Perhaps in March of next year." "During spring," Li Qing replied. "We must wait for warmer weather, after all." "Ah, my lord, your benevolence humbles me," Yang Kai said awkwardly. With a nervous laugh, he asked, "You won't abandon me, will you?" "Rest assured, I will not leave until everything is settled," Li Qing assured him. "Once everything is in order, you can expect a promotion." Yang Kai responded bashfully, "I serve for the sake of my country and to repay your lordship's kindness. I seek nothing more." Li Qing smiled, locking away the account book in a cabinet. "Warm yourself well. I shall take a stroll. No need to see me off." Yang Kai bowed. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Please take care." Li Qing acknowledged him with a nod and stepped out of the guest hall. In a short span of time, a light layer of white had settled on the ground. With each step, Li Qing made his way to where the disaster victims had gathered. The government's relief efforts were substantial, and despite the crowded temporary shelters, the situation was not dire enough to lead to fatalities from the cold. While the disaster was severe, the victims were faring reasonably well. At the very least, they had food and did not need to worry about hunger. And the sight of stark white bones was no longer present. Before long, he encountered Li Qing. As the two stroll through the falling snow, they meticulously inspect the ailments while engaging in conversation. Fortunately, the snowfall is light, ceasing after a mere half-hour, leaving little accumulation and thus sparing the roads from becoming muddy thereafter. During their discourse, Li Qing briefly mentions the establishment of a matchmaking event, to which Li Qing expresses strong approval while simultaneously voicing concerns akin to those of Yang Kai. He fears excessive expenditures might draw the ire of the court. To be candid, even this compassionate physician, who harbors a deep empathy for the people, acknowledges the challenges faced by the court. Through the extensive relief efforts Li Qing has undertaken over the past 6 months, Li Qing has gained a comprehensive understanding of the court's financial commitments to disaster relief. Noting that never before has a dynasty expended such resources to aid its afflicted populace. It is as if they are no longer living under the constraints of time. Li Qing cannot help but muse that in terms of benevolence towards the populace, no ruler over millennia can compare to our current dynasty. Such expenditures are unprecedented. And though it remains uncertain how this will affect the stability of the realm, Li Qing smiles reassuringly, saying, "Your concerns were already voiced at the onset of the earthquake. Fear not, the heavens will not collapse, nor will the stability of our nation be significantly compromised. Money, after all, exists to be spent." Seeing Li Qing's calm demeanor, Li Qing's worries begin to dissipate, and he chuckles lightly, admitting, "It seems I have been a fretful worrywart." Indeed, in such a prosperous era as the Ming, with tax revenues so high, a singular cataclysmic earthquake cannot possibly bring about ruin, even if it is unprecedented in history. Yet, a bittersweet expression crosses Li Qing's face. This earthquake has indeed inflicted a severe blow to the finances of the Ming dynasty. Without prior preparations, the stability of the nation could have been gravely threatened. The judicious issuance of additional currency, coupled with the emergence of steamships and the flourishing tea trade, has temporarily sustained the court's finances, allowing it to endure until early summer of the coming year. By then, the members of the Merchant Guild will reinvest, providing enough funds for the court to regain its footing. Reflecting on this, the bitterness on Li Qing's lips fades away. Upon hearing Shun Lian mention the withdrawal of investments from the Li family and the guild, Li Qing deduces the strategy employed by Zhu Houzhong concerning the guild members. However, he does not possess knowledge of every detail, such as the loosening of capital restrictions. After wandering for a while longer, as dusk descends, the two return to their lodgings. In the following days, the snow does not return, but the skies remain overcast. 2 days later, they are finally greeted with a sunlit day, the warmth of the sun offering a glimmer of comfort to the disaster-stricken populace. Regardless of Yang Zhixin's character, his capabilities are indeed commendable. He has organized the matchmaking market exceptionally well, attracting not only disaster victims eager to venture into the western regions, but also those who were previously hesitant. Unmarried women and widows, having lost their husbands and children, timidly participate under the guidance of matchmakers. The court has never prohibited widows from remarrying, publicly honoring loyal women with chaste plaques, while tacitly encouraging widows to find new partners. Historically, this has been a consistent practice across dynasties. In times of low productivity, a sufficient population is essential to support economic growth. Although the Ming boasts a thriving industry and commerce, its productivity has not experienced a revolutionary breakthrough. Moreover, forbidding widows from remarrying contradicts societal norms. In this era, which remains predominantly male-dominated, women often find it challenging to exist independently of men. Ultimately, they merely seek to survive. Only a handful of impoverished scholars would find themselves idly pontificating, standing comfortably while others toil. To Li Qing's astonishment, nearly 2/3 of the women without husbands had engaged in the matchmaking, with the number of participating women exceeding that of men by more than double. Initially, Li Qing suspected that Yang Kai, in pursuit of political achievements, might have resorted to dubious methods, prompting him to inquire further. However, Yang Kai replied, "Do not be deceived by their bashfulness. Their enthusiasm surpasses that of the men." Li Qing found it difficult to comprehend. With men still available, why would these women eagerly seek to marry men heading to the western regions? But you are unaware, Yang Kai chuckled. Let me explain. Li Qing, sensing sincerity in his words, grew even more curious. Chapter 524. In full swing since the onset of the Great Earthquake, Li Qing had not experienced a moment of true ease. Yet today, under the brilliant sunshine and amidst the lively atmosphere, his heavy heart felt considerably lighter. The government's relief efforts merely ensured the most basic sustenance, and the appearance of the disaster victims left much to be desired. Both men and women were dressed in clothing that lacked cleanliness and decorum, and the notion of handsome men and beautiful women was virtually non-existent. However, among the common folk, when it came to marriage, physical stature was of greater concern than mere appearance. A preference for slightly plump partners prevailed. Women sought husbands in this manner, and men pursued wives likewise. Slender young maidens did not provide any advantage. Rather, widows who had borne children and acquired a bit of weight attracted considerable attention from men. This was hardly surprising. For the lower classes, the continuation of lineage and the practicality of daily life took precedence, rendering a woman's beauty merely a secondary consideration. Indeed, excessive beauty could even deter men, as even affluent families prioritized marrying virtuous wives over simply beautiful concubines. The poor, lacking the luxury of trial and error, had but a single opportunity, compelling them to proceed with caution. As the hour approached, the matchmaking event commenced. In this era, few women had the audacity to select their partners, rendering the process predominantly a matter of men choosing women, with women merely nodding in agreement or shaking their heads in refusal. Frankly, while the atmosphere was lively, the proceedings were rather monotonous. Absent were dowries, betrothal gifts, and the formalities of marriage. Once both parties found favor with one another, they exchanged names and birth dates, then proceeded to the household registration office where clerks recorded their information, thus formalizing their union. The clerk dipped his brush in ink, inscribing the details of the couple, and they became a family, protected under the laws of the Ming Dynasty. The process was disturbingly casual, yet in this era and context, no one deemed it inappropriate. There were no grand robes of honor, no red bridal veils. Even the traditional rites of bowing to heaven and earth were absent, let alone the consummation of marriage. Once the registration was completed, there was no time for intimate conversation, as they were promptly ushered from the matchmaking venue, each returning to their respective homes. This lack of sentimentality served two purposes: to clear the space and to consider the feelings of the single men who were not permitted to participate. Although the matchmaking process was rather bland, it nonetheless injected a modicum of amusement into their dreary lives. Not only Li Qing, but even Li Qing found it quite engaging. At last, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope for the lives of the disaster victims. Li Qing quietly remarked, "It has almost been a year since the earthquake struck. It appears we are finally nearing the end." Li Qing shook his head gently, stating that it could not be said that the situation had been conclusively resolved. Rather, it had only been temporarily stabilized. There remained a multitude of matters to address until the affected populace could resume their normal lives, which would signify a true conclusion. At least 5 years would be required. Rest assured, the disaster has been contained, and there is no longer any possibility of an outbreak of disease. You need not accompany me for 5 years. Once we have arranged for the current situation, we shall return to the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt considerably relieved and sheepishly remarked, "It is not that I fear the journey, but I simply find it unnecessary to linger in the disaster-stricken area." Li Qing nodded slightly and said, "There is one more matter I must trouble you with. Please, do tell." "Shortly, I will have County Magistrate Yang select a few literate individuals from among the victims for you to teach some medical knowledge. It need not be too profound. Simply impart methods for treating common ailments, such as those caused by cold or wind." Li Qing smiled faintly and nodded. "This is certainly no problem." After a pause, he added, "Given that this area borders the western regions, we must establish some division of labor among such a large number of people." "Naturally," Li Qing replied leisurely. "At that time, we will categorize the farmers, craftsmen, and merchants according to the actual circumstances. The household registration system established by our founding emperor was quite practical at its inception. We shall continue to utilize it for now. I believe that within a few generations, they will no longer be reliant on this system and will be able to manage independently." Li Qing pondered for a moment and inquired, "How shall we manage these common folk?" "We will assign an inspector and deploy 20 to 30 constables to oversee patrols and maintain order," Li Qing explained. Isn't such a small force rather insufficient given the number of disaster victims? Fewer personnel may be better, Li Qing replied without elaboration. He then added, I support your endeavor to write the compendium of materia medica, but I suggest you refrain from resigning your official position too hastily. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Should you insist on resigning, I will speak to the emperor on your behalf. Li Qing hesitated and asked, why? Because the resources at the court far exceed those of any individual. For instance, there are medical texts in the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Li Qing stated. In truth, those physicians possess truly remarkable skills, far surpassing those of itinerant healers, but they are hindered by the gravity of the situation and their own timidity. Li Qing continued earnestly, since you have the aspiration to write, remaining at court and in the Imperial Medical Bureau will yield even greater accomplishments. After a moment, he added, I can arrange for the emperor to form a team for you, with you at the helm, to compile a medical text akin to the Yongle Encyclopedia. As for the title, it shall still be known as the Compendium of Materia Medica. However, given the emperor's character, it would more accurately be titled the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica. Li Qing was taken aback. Li Qing smiled gently and said, consider it carefully and follow your heart. Whatever decision you make, I will respect your wishes, so there is no need to rush your answer. Li Qing nodded slightly. Li Qing stretched and chuckled. I shall go and join the festivities. Would you care to accompany me? Perhaps not, Li Qing replied with a smile, shaking his head. Given your charming demeanor, it may be best not to attend, lest countless women become utterly distracted. Li Qing was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This is the first time I've seen you jest. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. I speak only the truth. Well, it seems I have become a source of trouble. Li Qing wore an expression of helplessness, while Li Qing could not suppress his laughter. Ultimately, Li Qing chose not to join the fray, merely taking a cursory glance from afar. Though the matchmaking event itself held little entertainment value, it exuded a vibrant energy. The subtle smiles at the corners of the mouths of the men and women were more radiant than the sun. Men and women lined up, and from a distance, they formed a stark contrast to the ravines created by the earthquakes, akin to fireflies in the darkness or budding flowers at the cusp of spring, where the chill still lingered but the essence of spring began to emerge, brimming with hope. Li Qing found himself involuntarily smiling as well. After nearly a year of dismal spirits, he felt a genuine lightness at this moment. The delicate buds, though frail, possessed resilience. The women, like water, exhibited both softness and strength, ethereal, gentle, yet indomitable. The choices of the women swiftly influenced the decisions of the men. Witnessing that moving to the western regions could easily lead to marriage, while remaining behind posed the risk of being single, the men began to waver. Within a day, hundreds rushed to head to the western regions. Subsequently, the momentum became unstoppable. Just a few days later, the imbalance of more women than men had vanished, further igniting the enthusiasm of the women. Those who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude now boldly participated in large numbers, eager to sign up. As a result of this mutual influence, within 10 days, the number of citizens willing to venture to the western regions had more than tripled, and the scale of disaster victims heading westward continued to grow, gradually stimulating a herd mentality. As the new year approached, over half of the local disaster victims opted to journey to the western regions, totaling more than 25,000 individuals, with numbers still on the rise. Consequently, one inspector was insufficient. Li Qing had to reorganize, adding instructors, clerks, and even a county deputy. Simultaneously, based on household registration information, he delineated villages and towns. Witnessing the remarkable results, Li Qing retained Li Qing and, accompanied by County Magistrate Yang, ventured to a neighboring county, aiming to establish a new county from scratch. If successful, this county would take root, allowing the Ming Dynasty to further assert control over the western regions through this connection. Once the economic chain was established, the potential gains would far exceed the benefits of reconstructing 10 counties locally. While Li Qing was bustling with activity, the capital was not idle either. The distinction lay in the fact that Li Qing's endeavor was vibrant and flourishing, while the capital was embroiled in heated disputes. The crux of the contention was singular: money. After disbursing the final monthly salary for the 35th year of the Jiajing reign, the Ministry of Revenue found itself in a dire financial situation. Even more intolerable for the officials was the emperor's clandestine use of taxes from southern Jili, ordering Governor Yang Shun to divert tax revenues meant for the court to aid disaster relief. The court's funds were depleted, and the money destined for the court had also been largely spent. How could this be tolerated? The emperor remained unfazed, pompously boasting about the wealth of the inner treasury. Yet his words rang hollow as he failed to produce any funds. With the new year approaching, the promised year-end bonuses were no longer mentioned. Regardless, he continued to assert that there was money. His proclamations were loud, but the coffers remained empty. Could life continue in such a manner? The private funds you hoard in silence are one matter, but the earlier misappropriation of the money recorded on the books is utterly intolerable. The relationship between monarch and minister resembles that of a sorrowful, impoverished couple. The wife is incensed at her husband's lack of wealth, while the husband is furious that his wife still has food to eat. What a travesty! It appears they are on the brink of divorce. Zhu Houzhong is in a state of urgency. In truth, he has been anxious for quite some time, his lips blistered from the strain. In the Jinling palace, father and son sit across from one another, one composed, exuding an air of control, the other frazzled and beset by worry. Father, what of the funds contributed by the princes? Zhu Houzhong glares, asserting that the money belongs to the Zhu family, and how it is spent is solely at the emperor's discretion. Yet, the Ministry of Revenue is truly devoid of funds. Zhu Houzhong pleads earnestly, I have seen it myself. The treasury is so empty that one might say even a mouse could not be sustained. And what of it? Zhu Houzhong dismisses the concern, stating, at such a critical juncture, would I relinquish economic authority to others? With the present circumstances, should any silver be transferred to the ministry, it would be futile for me to attempt to access it. A man who cannot even safeguard his private funds cannot stand tall. Zhu Houzhong can only manage a bitter smile. Finally, he remarks, in just a few days, it will be the new year. During this festive season, could you perhaps show some leniency? At these words, Zhu Houzhong's fury intensifies, retorting, during the new year, I shall not strike you. Chapter 5:25. Mutual understanding ultimately. Zhu Houzhong fails to sway his father, and his lips now bear additional blisters. Zhu Houzhong remains unperturbed, while everyone assumes he is merely putting on a facade. The truth is that financial matters do not trouble him. The Ming Dynasty will not face bankruptcy. Certain truths cannot be openly expressed, necessitating an apparent indifference to appease the minister's sentiments. Fortunately, the accumulated prestige of decades suffices. Despite their lamentations and frustrations, the ministers find themselves powerless. The leading figure, Xue'er, is notably lacking in courage, unwilling to confront the emperor directly, repeatedly uttering that the affairs of the state are arduous and that unity is essential. His platitudes are eloquent, yet he accomplishes nothing of substance. As for Li Qing, he has resigned from public office entirely. This infuriates many high-ranking officials, who resort to seeking alternative routes, petitioning the emperor to augment the cabinet with new members to support a new leader of reform, aiming to challenge the emperor's authority. Zhu Houzhong, of course, will not grant them their wish, dismissing them with a simple, I will consider it. After several days of unrest, a semblance of calm returns, not due to the minister's capitulation, but rather because the new year approaches. In this festive season, they all tacitly take a step back, and Zhu Houzhong, true to his word, not only distributes red envelopes, but does so at double the previous year's amount. This gesture alleviates the long-held grievances of the ministers. With the emperor concluding his court session, the ministers can finally enjoy the new year, and the previously heated atmosphere subsides. Amidst swirling snow and howling winds, within the prince's residence, Zhu Houzhong, with blistered lips and a swollen forehead, finds no solace even from his fiery princess. Gao Gong, lacking viable solutions, ponders and suggests, in terms of intellect, Zhang Zhuxing is indeed remarkable. Perhaps he possesses a remedy for our predicament. Might your highness consider inviting him for a visit? Feeling indebted to Zhang Zhuxing, Gao Gong seeks to mend fences. Zhu Houzhong, however, remained mindful of his father's admonitions, shaking his head and saying, if the gentleman cannot help, what can Zhang Zhuxing possibly do? Hee, Gao Gong chuckled dryly. Yet, Zhang Zhuxing does possess commendable qualities. If your highness does not wish for him to come, why not have me visit him instead? That could work, Zhu Houzhong sighed, adding, father's discontent with Zhang Zhuxing is well known. The gentleman should not make a grand display of it. Rest assured, I shall walk there, Gao Gong assured. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. Then I thank you for your efforts. I shall accompany father. During this festive season, your highness should refrain from mentioning matters that would displease the emperor, Gao Gong cautioned. I understand. Zhu Houzhong sighed once more, an involuntary sadness welling within him. He had never anticipated that being the crown prince would be so arduous, and the thought of one day becoming emperor filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Will I be capable of achieving what father has? Zhu Houzhong harbored no confidence regarding Zhang's family. Upon Gao Gong's arrival, Zhang Jujing was exceedingly pleased, relieved to maintain this connection. He immediately employed both overt and covert moral persuasion, leaving Gao Gong feeling quite ashamed. The current plight of Taiyue is entirely due to my entanglement, alas. I feel I have wronged you, Gao Gong lamented. What are you saying, Brother Suqing? Zhang Jujing feigned magnanimity, expressing no grievances today. Pausing, he inquired. Brother Suqing has not disclosed this matter to Grand Scholar Su, has he? Certainly not. Such an act of ingratitude is unbecoming, Gao Gong replied earnestly. Rest assured, not only I, but His Highness as well, remained silent. Zhang Jujing exhaled in relief, saying, in that case, I shall feel at ease. He then smiled and added, Brother Suqing, your visit today is not solely for the purpose of sharing wine and reminiscing, is it? Gao Gong nodded and asked, though you reside in the Hanlin Academy, you must be aware of the court's predicament and the discord between sovereign and subjects, correct? Zhang Jujing took a sip of his wine and replied, are you referring to the increasingly strained state finances? Indeed, Gao Gong stated solemnly. His Highness is deeply troubled by this. The emperor is obstinate, and the discord between sovereign and subjects intensifies, leaving His Highness in a precarious position. Zhang Jujing chuckled, forgive my candor. But the crown prince need not concern himself with such matters. Gao Gong furrowed his brow. Why is that? Throughout the emperor's decades of reign, has he ever acted foolishly? Zhang Jujing asserted with certainty. Whatever strategy the emperor employs is unknown to the cabinet, the 6 ministries, the crown prince, and even to us. Yet one thing is certain. The emperor is not swayed by emotions and acts for sound reasons. But money cannot simply materialize out of thin air, can it? Zhang Jujing replied. Compared to the emperor's disregard for the state, I have greater faith in his ability to conjure wealth from nothing. Gao Gong could only manage a wry smile. Yet, Zhang Jujing continued earnestly, Brother Suqing and His Highness have yet to grasp the crux of the matter. Gao Gong was taken aback. What do you mean? The crown prince remains the crown prince. Until he ascends the throne, everything is subject to change. He may be elevated or deposed. And Prince Jing has yet to establish his fief, Zhang Jujing casually remarked while toying with his wine cup. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong's expression changed dramatically. Thus, what the crown prince truly needs to do at present is to empathize with the emperor, support him diligently, alleviate his burdens, and showcase his own talents to prove his commitment. Zhang Jujing remarked, before ascending the throne and becoming the emperor, how can one contemplate speaking on behalf of the ministers, even to the extent of compromising with the sovereign? Is this befitting of a crown prince? What would the emperor think? Gao Gong could not help but break into a cold sweat. However, the crown prince truly harbored no ulterior motives. He merely sought to ease the relationship between ruler and subjects, genuinely concerned for the well-being of the Ming dynasty. Gao Gong felt a surge of agitation. Recognizing that the crown prince's disposition was partly due to his influence, yet he bore no ill intentions. There is no need for concern, Brother Suqing, Zhang Jujing chuckled. The emperor possesses keen insight and will not misinterpret the crown prince's intentions nor lay blame upon you. Nonetheless, such behavior from the crown prince may indeed displease the emperor. The relationship between sovereign and minister is inherently one of mutual dependence and opposition. A sagacious monarch does not mingle too closely with his subordinates, nor does he cultivate an overly harmonious rapport. While the emperor may appreciate the crown prince's good intentions, he would not favor a crown prince of this nature. Zhang Jujing continued, the crown prince's immediate priority must be to earn the emperor's approval. Regardless of his capabilities, his attitude must be upright. Gao Gong remained silent for a long moment before nodding solemnly, sighing, His Highness the Crown Prince has indeed shown a degree of softness and compassion. Yet this is also a consequence of the pressure from many high officials, particularly Scholar Su. It is precisely because the Crown Prince feels a sense of responsibility that he behaves in this manner. Zhang Jujing nodded with a smile, saying, I can understand. From the Crown Prince's perspective, being overly aloof towards his subordinates is not advisable. I happen to have a suggestion. Oh, what wisdom do you propose? Gao Gong inquired. It is simple. Emulate the emperor, Zhang Jujing replied. Gao Gong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, nodding vigorously. This method seems rather unprincipled. Yet it may yield remarkable results, for even Scholar Su employs such tactics. Scholar Su can deflect using the ways of the ministers, while the crown prince can wield both the methods of ministers and the virtue of filial piety. Zhang Jujing asserted, being excessively benevolent only leads to one's own detriment. Take Marquis Li Qing, for instance. When has he ever considered the feelings of the high officials? On the contrary, he often causes them discomfort, yet they are powerless against him. However, if Marquis Li Qing can act thus, the crown prince is even more capable. Zhang Jujing stated earnestly, the weight of Marquis Li Qing's authority is considerable. Yet he remains a minister in name. What is the crown prince? He is the heir apparent, a sovereign in waiting. Why should he not adopt a similar stance? Gao Gong remained silent. Zhang Jujing continued, this is not a matter of choosing between fish and bear's paw. How can political investments be altered? The initiative has always been in the hands of the crown prince. Moreover, the emperor favors an heir apparent who dares to say no to his ministers, rather than one who scuttles about seeking their approval. Gao Gong raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, slamming it down on the table with a heavy sigh. Indeed, your words strike at the heart of the matter. Both the crown prince and I have been misguided in our efforts of late. Zhang Jujing smiled gently. These truths are self-evident, even without my stating them. Gao Gong offered a wry smile and shook his head. You need not be so considerate. For even if one were to arrive sooner or later, the distinction remains fundamentally significant. Pausing, Gao Gong made a promise. When His Highness ascends the throne, I shall certainly advocate for you, should fortune favor your words. If I were to enter the cabinet and eventually become the chief minister, then you would undoubtedly be my deputy. Zhang Jujing, invigorated, modestly remarked, Brother Su, you possess the demeanor of a prime minister. However, I, alas, lack the talent of a deputy. Gao Gong chuckled heartily, declaring, in all honesty, there are indeed very few individuals in the court who can catch my eye, yet you, dear Taiyue, undoubtedly shine the brightest. Unfortunately, your luck seems slightly lacking. My fortune, however, is a tad more favorable, and that is all there is to it. Zhang Jujing, taken aback by the compliment, chuckled in response. If that is the case, I shall rely on you in the future, Brother Su. Mutual support is what we should strive for, Gao Gong replied with a smile, raising his cup. Zhang Jujing mirrored the gesture. Their camaraderie, one of mutual admiration, was palpable. After bidding farewell to Gao Gong, Zhang Jujing felt a significant portion of his long-standing melancholy dissipate. Reflecting on the conversation, he retreated to his study to compose a New Year's greeting and prepared some modest, yet thoughtful gifts to send to the Su residents. His absence was intended to spare Su Xue'er any embarrassment, while the gifts served as a testament to his remembrance of the teacher. Upon completing these tasks, Zhang Jujing felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Alone, he savored tea and admired the falling snow, contemplating the future. Suddenly, he recalled Li Qing's words, if one day you truly become the chief minister of the cabinet, wielding power surpassing Yin Song and Sujia, would you still desire my presence in the realm of power? Zhang Jujing pondered aloud. Should that day ever come, would I genuinely wish for it? Though he did not vocalize an answer, he found clarity within himself. Chapter 526. Unshackling capital. Time flew by, and before one knew it, it was already the 36th year of the Jiajing era. Within the Qinxing Palace, a father and son shared a drink, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Zhu Houzhong, filled with nostalgia, couldn't help but boast about his youthful fervor. During the festive season, Zhu Ziyan wisely refrained from uttering any words that might displease his father, skillfully playing along. Fortunate was the Ming Dynasty, with its solid foundation, and fortunate was the emperor, in the prime of his years. Otherwise, the son would be at a loss in facing the current challenges. Zhu Houzhong smiled and inquired, how have you found your reading? In response to your majesty, I have nearly finished, Zhu Ziyan earnestly replied. The writings have truly opened my eyes and deepened my understanding of our ancestors. Zhu Houzhong took a sip of wine and remarked, knowledge acquired from books often proves superficial, if it cannot be applied in practice. It is no different from not reading at all. Zhu Ziyan hesitated, ultimately refraining from defending himself, only letting out a quiet sigh. Teaching through experience surpasses mere instruction. Some lessons are not withheld by the emperor, but rather presented as lacking in practical value. Just like the records of Ming anecdotes, while it may astonish you during reading, it ultimately remains just a reading experience. Zhu Houzhong sighed heavily, stating, today, We may devise countless plans, yet tomorrow we tread the same old path. How then can we expect progress? Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of embarrassment and a sense of defiance. In truth, he had been striving for change and had indeed made some. Zhu Houzhong offered no comment, refraining from harsh words, simply stating, "You are the heir apparent, the future emperor. Mere attempts are insufficient." "Yes, I understand," Zhu Houzhong replied respectfully. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously added, "The Eastern Palace is filled with many ornate, yet impractical items, collecting dust and taking up space. I believe it would be better to pursue more substantial matters." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled repeatedly, uncertain whether to be amused or exasperated. "Although I recognize your good intentions, it is essential to consider matters from multiple perspectives. Here I declare that the imperial treasury is abundant and the court is prosperous. Yet, on the other hand, you are liquidating family assets. Is this not undermining my authority?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. "Do you understand what is the most precious in this world? Power? Yes, power, yet it is merely a facade." Zhu Houzhong continued. "What truly holds value is the unwavering confidence of the people united in purpose. When your ministers possess genuine faith in you, your authority is safeguarded. When the common folk trust the court, the nation finds peace. Confidence serves as the foundation of a nation and the core support of power." Zhu Houzhong emphasized, "As an emperor, one must never exhibit weakness." However, the feeble Zhu Houzhong timidly replied, "Forgive my boldness, but I believe strength is fundamental, no matter how abundant the confidence. It cannot be transmuted into wealth." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Is my son's assertion incorrect?" Zhu Houzhong gently shook his head. "It is not incorrect, merely too vague. Akin to saying that power is the most valuable." Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. "Can you conjecture why those ministers incessantly lament the nation's decline? Do they genuinely believe the Ming Dynasty is on the verge of collapse? This is merely a struggle for discourse power." Zhu Houzhong remarked, "They may doubt my words, yet they harbor even greater disbelief that I would neglect the welfare of the Ming Dynasty. Consider the founding emperor during the chaotic late Yuan era. With rebels as numerous as the stars, how did he rise above them to establish such a magnificent legacy? Was it solely power? Was it merely strength? Both played a role, yet what was more crucial was the trust of his subordinates. The generals and soldiers believed that following him would lead to success. The same applies to the Qingzu. Throughout history, which lesser prince has faced greater challenges than him in seizing the throne? Even Li Qing was far from comparable. Yet Qingzu triumphed in his endeavors. Although Jinling usurped the throne through deceit, at that time, the world was unaware, and he seemed to possess all the advantages. Yet what was the outcome? Jinling was indeed reckless, but recklessness was not the cause of his failure. Rather, it stemmed from the minister's lack of trust in him. Gaining the hearts of the people is paramount. What constitutes this trust? It is the confidence of the subjects in you. Zhu Houzhong asserted, "Remember, anyone may falter, but the emperor must remain steadfast." Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "I shall remember this." Indeed, Zhu Houzhong's countenance softened considerably. "It is natural to encounter many enigmas upon assuming your role. Take your time to learn, yet you must not only learn but apply that knowledge. Foreknowledge without application is akin to not learning at all." "Yes, I shall remember this." Zhu Houzhong poured wine for his father and inquired, "Father, is the imperial treasury truly affluent?" "Certainly," Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. "It is inexhaustible, utterly inexhaustible." Zhu Houzhong, though speechless, was profoundly impressed. The temperament and composure of his father, Zhu Houzhong mused, were qualities he felt he could never attain. Nevertheless, this conversation today greatly benefited Zhu Houzhong, instilling him with added confidence for his future ascension to the throne. Amidst the festive atmosphere of the new year, the father and son indulged in ample libations until Zhu Houzhong, overcome by the effects of the wine, called for the gathering to disperse. Old Zhu, being a workaholic. Thus the New Year's holiday in the Ming Dynasty was quite brief. Before the snow had even begun to melt, it was time for the emperor to return to court, and the ministers gathered for their audience. Fortunately, as the Lantern Festival approached, there were no significant matters at hand, and under the influence of the festive atmosphere, everyone maintained a sense of tranquility, avoiding any immediate conflicts. Heeding Gao Gong's advice, Zhu Ziqiang made a judicious shift in his approach, refraining from repeatedly antagonizing his father. Zhu Houzhong perceived this as a sign of his son's awakening, which further uplifted his already favorable mood. The leisurely days passed swiftly, and before long, it was time to enjoy the rice dumplings. The vast machinery of the Ming Dynasty resumed its full operation, and the court once again buzzed with activity. The central topic of discussion remained the same: money. This time, Zhu Houzhong refrained from mere rhetoric and presented tangible funds, with the treasury dwindling to a mere million taels. Fortune smiled upon them with the sale of steamships and the benevolent assistance of the Zhu family, boosting the treasury to an impressive 7 million taels. Coupled with a prudent issuance of treasury notes, the available funds soared to nearly 10 million taels. Consequently, the expenditures for the first half of the year were secured. Simultaneously, the Labor for Relief program officially gained momentum, with land reclamation and tree planting making significant headway along the banks of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Soon after, grain from Jiaoji and Malacca began arriving in southern Jili. Zhu Houzhong promptly directed Yang Shun to oversee the coordination, actively engaging in the Labor for Relief initiative. Overall, the Ming Dynasty appeared to be flourishing, seemingly far from any financial crisis. Gradually, the ministers had to concede that the emperor was indeed not merely posturing. The funds were being dispersed as promised, and the establishment of schools continued unabated. The emperor's calmness was remarkable, to the point where ministers began to question their own judgments. Meanwhile, their discontent grew. After more than 30 years of the emperor's reign, how many hidden treasures had he amassed? In early February, as the biting cold receded and spring warmth began to envelop the land, Zhu Houzhong finally undertook significant reforms. He loosened the reins on capital. He permitted members of the merchant guild to make prudent investments in vassal states. Albeit Zhu Houzhong, ever cautious yet avaricious, opened only 2 avenues: mulberry cultivation and silkworm rearing. Nevertheless, this was enough to entice many wealthy merchants. Given the harsh climate in Ming, the cost of raw silk was steadily rising, and labor costs were higher than those overseas. Should they cultivate mulberry trees and rear silkworms abroad, the price of raw silk could potentially drop by half. Not only would costs diminish, but production could also expand, allowing for more efficient profit from the silver of Western nations. Upon hearing this news, many affluent merchants found themselves restless. However, they soon discovered a disheartening and unavoidable truth: they were no longer members of the Ming Merchant Guild. In fact, the guild had no members left, as everyone had withdrawn their investments along with the Li family. Now that the policy had been announced, they found themselves without the privilege to partake. Many lamented their past decisions, expressing frustration towards Li Qing. What business does a marshal general have in commerce? Now, we've all been led astray. While the wealthy were outraged, they could not help but wonder if the emperor had taken delight in their predicament, intentionally leading them to mockery. However, they soon realized that this was not the case. Due to recent movements within the Li family, the esteemed Lord Li Qing, despite his lack of business acumen, displayed remarkable audacity. Upon hearing of the new policies from the court, he promptly began to amass substantial silver, hastily making his way to the capital. His primary objective, ostensibly to invest overseas, was chiefly motivated by a desire to join the merchant guild. The Shun family of Baoding, having close business ties with the Li family, upon learning of these developments, swiftly followed suit, preparing an impressive sum of 6 million taels of silver for their journey to the capital. Capitalizing on their advantageous position, the Shuns arrived even before the Lis. They were not without trepidation regarding the court's acceptance, especially following the previous withdrawal of investments, which had seemingly solidified the court's credibility. The allure of potential returns was simply too enticing to resist. The Li family's grand display of wealth quickly spread beyond Jinling, and news of the Shun family's proximity to the capital further ignited a flurry of activity among the wealthy. Individuals began to mobilize, with contributions ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, all vying to ensure their participation before the opportunity slipped away. After all, the court was not in dire financial straits. Despite the devastation of the recent earthquake and its extensive relief efforts, construction of educational institutions continued unabated. It was rumored that even the integration affairs in the northern deserts remained unaffected. If the court were truly lacking in funds, would the emperor display such extravagance? It seemed implausible. It is a well-known truth that the impoverished struggle to secure loans, while those with wealth are often pursued for their patronage. This was precisely the case at present. The composed demeanor of Zhu Houzhong, coupled with his unrelenting generosity, left the ministers uncertain about the true financial state of the court. Why would local magnates assume that the court was in want of money? When the news reached Gansu, Li Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he could not shake off the anxiety until it was realized. Now, he felt secure regarding financial matters. However, the notion of investing overseas left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Observing Li Qing's fluctuating expressions, Li Shizhen inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" "Nothing much, just a tinge of greed." Li Qing replied with a wry smile. In truth, the relaxation of capital restrictions was part of Li Qing's plans, intended for a time of necessity. He had not foreseen Zhu Houzhong's decisive actions. Li Qing mused that within the Zhu family, only Zhu Houzhong seemed to possess any real expertise in this area. Was this initiative truly conceived by Zhu Houzhong? Or could it have originated from their only lineage? While Li Bin certainly had some merit, it was unlikely he had considered such far-reaching implications. After much contemplation, Li Qing's focus settled on Li Xue'er, for only her suggestion would seem most reasonable. He felt a mix of resignation and acceptance, ultimately reassuring himself that this was merely a last resort. Given the ongoing adverse weather and the economy's shift to a moderate growth phase, the easing of capital restrictions appeared inevitable. While Li Qing supported capital, he remained vigilant, fully aware of its dual nature, which caused him to feel conflicted. Just then, Yang Kai approached and respectfully announced, "My lord, the arrangements are nearly complete. We are ready to depart at any moment." Li Qing withdrew his thoughts and inquired, "How are the magistrates in the three regions?" Yang Kai's expression was peculiar, yet he spoke candidly. "They have been quite irate. Had it not been for the Lord Marquis, I would have likely been torn apart by them." Li Shizhen found this amusing and asked, "Magistrate Yang has never been one to suffer losses. How could he be so easily bullied?" "Oh, who can blame us for being in the wrong?" Yang Kai replied with a forced chuckle. "To have so many people forcibly relocated all at once, who wouldn't be anxious? If I were in their position, I too would be displeased." Li Qing, both exasperated and amused, responded, "Given the circumstances, we can only make them endure some hardship. Indeed, while this area may not be the epicenter of the earthquake and is certainly better off than Huasyan, it has still suffered significant devastation. The arable land cannot be fully restored, nor can it sustain such a large population. This is ultimately for their own good," Yang Kai added. "To be honest, if all the residents of Huasyan had been relocated, I wouldn't have said a word." Li Shizhen interjected, and Li Qing contemplated before saying, "Let them know that over 100 counties have been affected. They will surely understand. The court will adjust the tax standards based on the actual situation, and their positions as magistrates will remain secure." "Ah, indeed," Yang Kai inquired, "when shall we depart?" "In 3 days, I suppose. Although the distance isn't considerable, most will be traveling with their families, so they need to be well rested for the journey. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood." Yang Kai flattered with a smirk. "May I ask, Lord Marquis, how long will I be stationed in the new county?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and candidly replied, "To be frank, I initially intended to secure you a more relaxed and relatively autonomous position. However, I have since developed a new plan. Ultimately, the choice is yours. One option is a 5th-rank post in the southern province. The other is the same rank in the western region." Li Qing explained, "The same 5th rank. Yet the significance differs greatly, with vast disparities in potential." Yang Kai hesitated, and Li Shizhen teased, "What? Magistrate Yang aspires to advance to the capital and become a vice minister?" I dare not." Yang Kai hastily shook his head. He was well aware that while he had merits, it was improbable for the Lord Yongqing to recommend him for a high office in the capital. Elevating from a 7th to a 5th rank was already a generous offer. Weighing the pros and cons, Yang Kai asked, "Lord Marquis, is the 5th rank in the western region a position of assurance?" "Indeed, it is a legitimate 5th rank," Li Qing affirmed. "But a county is still merely a county," Yang Kai said sheepishly. Li Qing stated, "I shall grant you a 5th rank to begin with. This county is destined to become a prefecture in the future, and the court will provide support. You are still in your prime, and I believe with your capabilities. Supported by the court, you could ascend to a 4th-rank prefect within 5 years. By then, as the integration of the Ming and the Western territories progresses, wouldn't it be natural for you to become a Minister of Revenue?" The Minister of Revenue?" Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, overwhelmed by the prospect. Li Qing chuckled. "The vastness of the Western region far surpasses that of a single province in the Ming. The authority and benefits of a Minister of Revenue there will undoubtedly exceed those of an ordinary one." Yang Kai was filled with fervor. "Indeed, I am only 47 this year. If I dedicate myself for a decade, Leaping from a 7th-rank magistrate to a 2nd-rank official would be a tremendous gain. Had it not been for this great earthquake, and without encountering the esteemed Marquis Li Qing, one might have languished in a mere 5th rank for the entirety of one's life. 10 years hence, how old would I be then? 57. Barely past the threshold of maturity. Zhang Fujing and the likes of Yen Song only truly flourished at such an age, did they not? Yang Kai performed a deep bow and declared, I shall choose the western regions. Li Qing smiled gently and assured him, though my reputation may be questionable, I have never faltered in my promises. Of course, this is contingent upon your diligence, as long as you achieve meritorious deeds. The position of governor of the western regions shall undoubtedly be yours. Yang Kai's heart surged with excitement, wishing he could take flight immediately to immerse himself in the development of the western territories. However, he maintained his composure, exclaiming, I shall write a letter at once to reassure the county magistrates in the 3 regions, ensuring that the citizens who dedicate themselves to the construction of the western territories can rest well. Oh, and thanks to the Marquis's favor, the court has made generous provisions for this area. Should we consider improving the citizens' rations? Certainly, Li Qing replied with a light smile and a nod. Go on and attend to your duties, but do take a moment to rest as well. Thank you, Marquis, for your concern. I am not fatigued, Yang Kai said with a grin before taking his leave. Li Qing nodded and watched him depart, only then noticing Li Shizhen, who appeared to be hesitating to speak. Li Qing teased, What? Do you have some objections? Li Shizhen shook his head gently and sighed. Previously, the Marquis did not express it this way. I had not anticipated that so many citizens would be willing to commit themselves to the western regions, nor did I foresee that we could truly establish a county. Li Qing replied cheerfully, I understand your concerns, yet it is precisely individuals like Yang Kai who are essential for managing the western territories. There are countless talents in the Ming Dynasty. Why should there be only one Yang Kai? Because when it comes to being unscrupulous, Yang Kai is truly adept. Li Qing remarked, the western regions have been disconnected from the central plains for too long. Their cultures, customs, and religious beliefs diverge greatly. In all honesty, high moral standards make it difficult to cultivate development. While Yang Kai may lack certain virtues, you must have discerned by now that he possesses a clear understanding of matters. It is often said that sometimes the wicked need the wicked to temper them. This seems particularly fitting in the current context, Li Qing said languidly. Do you truly believe that mere rhetoric of integration will suffice? Li Shizhen sighed lightly. I am not inflexible. I acknowledge Yang County Magistrate's capabilities, but I fear it may backfire. Li Qing chuckled. Compared to the Ming Dynasty, the western regions are but a pinky. Where does their bravado and courage come from? There is no room for uproar over Yang Kai's assertiveness. Moreover, Yang Kai has a bright future ahead and would not jeopardize it for short-term gains. Li Shizhen pondered this carefully and recognized its truth. Reflecting on Li Qing's earlier statements, he couldn't help but smile. The Marquis's standards for bestowing titles and making promises are truly remarkable. Haha, I merely mimic what I have observed, Li Qing replied. Li Shizhen inquired, intrigued. I learned it from the great Emperor Zhu, Li Qing said. Once you have consumed enough of the pancake, you will naturally know how to draw it. Li Shizhen was taken aback for a moment, amused yet hesitant to laugh. Why hold back your laughter? Is it disrespectful to chuckle at the great ancestor? The ancestor may have been frugal, but he had a generous spirit in other respects. Li Shizhen had managed to hold back until Li Qing's words finally broke his restraint, and he chuckled freely. With no one else around, Li Qing was unconcerned about such matters. Li Shizhen, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, was the great ancestor really that fierce? This is a matter of timing. When one is in need of assistance, one is met with cordiality, but in times of disregard, particularly when provoked, one transforms into a veritable tyrant. Li Qing remarked, at that time, I was fortunate to be young and agile. Otherwise, I shudder to think how many swords I would have faced. When the grand ancestor was enraged, no one could restrain him except for Empress Xiaozi and Crown Prince Yuan. Li Shizhen was taken aback. Not even the Marquis? Your opinion of me is indeed flattering. Li Qing's face darkened. What could possibly give you the illusion that I could restrain the grand ancestor? The historical records, Li Shizhen replied. There are numerous accounts of the grand ancestor's fury documented. Yet, each time you were genuinely harmed. Does that not illustrate the grand ancestor's favoritism towards you? Li Qing paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He certainly favored me, but more often than not, he was just a stubborn old man, with a temper that was anything but mild. While he treated me well, there were also treacherous intentions beneath the surface. After a moment, he chuckled. In truth, he need not have been so severe. Once I arrived here and acquired the capability to effect change, I could no longer remain untouched. With a smile gracing his face, Li Qing mused, well, he wasn't entirely despicable. Overall, he was an endearing, obstinate old man. Li Qing dared not pursue this line of thought. Instead, he contemplated the image of the grand ancestor as described by Li Qing, envisioning the daily interactions between the Marquis of Yongqing and the grand ancestor. After some time, he concluded that their relationship must have been quite joyful. Li Qing, surprised, inquired, "What makes you say that?" Li Qing explained, "The Marquis possesses a lively spirit, while the grand ancestor is of a more composed temperament. Such inherent contradictions would lead to a dynamic where neither could fully grasp the other, ultimately resulting in an atmosphere of merriment." Li Qing pondered this for a long while, before nodding with a smile. Indeed, reflecting upon it now brings to mind much joy. Even the sight of him deceiving me seems inexplicably endearing. Gazing into the distance, Li Qing softly remarked, "Joy was not solely derived from my interactions with the grand ancestor. There were countless places of happiness then. Those were times when youth was blissfully unaware of troubles. Though I lacked the authority I possess now and was often summoned at the grand ancestor's behest, I engaged in laborious tasks, yet found genuine delight. How youthful I was back then." Chapter 528. The burden of responsibility. 3 days swiftly passed, and the grand undertaking of managing the Western territories officially commenced. The total population migration reached over 60,000, barely achieving the numbers of a county. Months of strategizing and planning culminated in this moment, revealing a well-organized endeavor. Li Qing, Yang Kai, Li Qing, along with a significant number of temporarily requisitioned soldiers, marched into the Western territories with ample supplies, a sight to behold from afar. Those aware of the population relocation understood its purpose. Those unaware might have thought an army was mobilizing for battle. After more than 10 days, they exited Jiaiguan and continued their journey westward. Taking into account rainfall factors and the ongoing adverse weather conditions, Li Qing chose not to venture too deeply. After leaving Jiaiguan, they halted after another 10 days, preparing to establish a base on site. Although they had left the pass, the area still fell under the influence of Jiaiguan and, strictly speaking, was not yet considered part of the Western territories. Upon witnessing Li Qing's arrangements, even Yang Kai, who had braced herself for considerable hardship, was taken aback. Li Qing could not comprehend the situation, questioning, "Isn't the plan to develop the Western territories, my lord? Are you certain about establishing roots here?" Yang Kai's confidence wavered. Was this truly about constructing the Western lands? "This is the construction of the Western regions," Li Qing remarked. "This land can be cultivated, at the very least. Planting Yongla beans and Xuanda potatoes should pose no issue. It is essential to establish a fundamental basis for survival, enabling the populace to truly take root here." Yang Kai gazed blankly at Li Qing, who appeared equally bewildered. Given the previous fervor, it seemed they were poised to dash 1,000 miles directly into the heart of the Western regions. Just over 10 days had passed since their departure from the pass. Li Qing inquired, "My lord, are you serious?" Li Qing rolled his eyes and replied, "When have I ever jested about state affairs?" However, he continued, "The previous display was primarily to gauge the people's resolve to venture into the Western regions. With expectations set low, the joy upon reaching the true destination would be all the more profound." Li Qing smiled at Yang Kai. "What do you think? Surprised, are we?" Yang Kai chuckled awkwardly. Surprised, indeed, though perhaps not entirely so, for this area, strictly speaking, still belongs to Gansu. Consequently, the position of the governor in the Western regions may prove challenging. Li Qing discerned his thoughts and said, "Using this place as a foundation and gradually radiating towards the Western regions is undoubtedly the best approach. To parachute you and tens of thousands of citizens into the heart of the Western regions would bring more misfortune than fortune for both you and the populace. Moreover, rest assured that although it is a county, it enjoys the privileges of a prefecture. Once you successfully establish it as a prefecture, it will also benefit from the rights of a Xianwei office." "Is this true?" Yang Kai exclaimed joyfully. "This truly offers only advantages, with no drawbacks whatsoever." Li Qing responded nonchalantly, "Can matters of state be trifled with?" He unfurled a map on the ground and said, "This location lies at the western end of the Hushi corridor, with the Black Mountain to the north and the Chilean Mountains to the south. In the future, This will become the largest gateway to the western regions, serving as a crucial juncture on the Land Silk Road. It is relatively close to Hami and not far from within the pass, acting as a bridge for communication between the interior and the exterior. After Li Qing's explanation, Yang Kai felt relieved, chuckling. "My lord, had you mentioned this earlier, I could have mobilized at least an additional 20,000 citizens." Li Qing replied, "It is a matter of leaving one's homeland. I am cautious to avoid a mix of quality among the people. As the saying goes, better to have a few than to have a multitude of the inferior. Otherwise, should the sentiment to return home arise among the populace, the court's investments and constructions would be rendered futile." Yang Kai nodded slowly, sincerely expressing, "Your foresight is commendable, my lord. If we establish roots here, the people will undoubtedly be content, and the likelihood of them wanting to return home will be exceedingly low. For them, life here would not differ greatly from that in the Ming." Li Qing disregarded the flattery and said earnestly, "The citizens are newcomers. They remain unfamiliar with their surroundings. You must exercise patience and tolerance." "Yes, my lord, rest assured. I am well aware of the fervor of the people's sentiments," Yang Kai affirmed with a serious nod. Li Qing sighed and remarked, "As the ancients said, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. We must first establish this place before expanding into the western regions. The court will provide support for construction in the early stages, followed by assistance for expansion later on. Should you encounter difficulties, approach the court. As long as your requests are reasonable and facilitate a more efficient development westward, the court will strive to accommodate you to the greatest extent. However, you must also possess sufficient initiative." "I understand." Yang Kaigong respectfully stated that the court's investments must yield returns. He did not dare to boast excessively, but he could assure that the court would not squander a single coin. Li Qing smiled slightly and remarked that Yang, the county magistrate, was indeed a wise man. Yang flattered, saying that opportunity does not equate to results. He had always understood this and never harbored unrealistic expectations. The chance bestowed upon him by the Marquis was a tremendous grace, and how could he not devote himself wholeheartedly? Li Qing nodded with a smile, expressing that conversing with an intelligent individual was indeed a relief. From this moment forward, Yang's achievements would solely belong to him. No one could usurp his merits. His efforts were for the nation and the people, as well as for himself, and he should work diligently, for all the accolades would be his. Yang replied affirmatively, thanking the Marquis for his support, his face flushed with gratitude as he bowed deeply. Li Qing assisted him up and mentioned that the temporary resources at hand were limited and insufficient to support the construction of homes for over 60,000 citizens. He planned to return to the court to explain the situation to the emperor, in hopes of securing increased funding. After a pause, he turned to Li Qing and asked if he wished to return now. Li Qing gently shook his head, indicating that he was not in a hurry to leave, as there were still matters assigned by the Marquis that required his utmost perfection. After Li Qing's previous suggestion, Li Qing also realized that resigning to write alone was far less advantageous than utilizing the court's resources to compose an extraordinary tome, and thus he lost the urgency to resign. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, addressing Yang Kai that the distance to the capital was not great. He expected that Yang was aware of his travel speed and influence within the court, advising him not to be overly frugal but to mobilize swiftly. Yang nodded in agreement, surprised, and asked if the Marquis was about to leave already. Li Qing countered, questioning whether he had lost confidence so soon. It was not a lack of confidence, Yang clarified, but rather concern for the Marquis's well-being. Having just completed a long journey, it seemed arduous for him to embark on another trek to the capital. Yang smiled wryly, acknowledging that the Marquis's trip to the capital was for his benefit, and if he failed to understand this, he would truly be ungrateful. This statement contained both flattery and sincerity. Witnessing Li Qing's intense work ethic left him in awe, as if he were forged from iron. Li Qing chuckled and assured him that when he met the emperor, he would mention Yang and recommend him for a promotion to 5th rank. He then patted Yang's robe, saying that soon he would be elevated to a position akin to that of a white pheasant. Yang's heart raced. He had not anticipated that the eternal Qing Marquis would so swiftly fulfill his promise. He maintained a facade of restraint. Yet internally, he yearned for Li Qing to proceed to the capital immediately. Li Qing did not disappoint him, exchanging a few more words with Li Qing before turning to depart. As he gazed at the receding figure until it vanished from sight, Yang felt a pang of remorse, lamenting that the great Ming lacked fine steeds worthy of the Marquis. Otherwise, the journey would be far less burdensome. Li Qing remarked that no steed could compare to the eternal Qing marquis. Indeed, such was the case. In the capital, perhaps due to the overwhelming busyness during the disaster relief efforts, despite only being away for a year, Li Qing felt as if he had been gone for an eternity. The crown prince had been established, the financial crisis alleviated, and the fervent debates had subsided. The Ming court had returned to a state of tranquility. Yet this calm was merely the beginning, as news of Li Qing's return to the capital began to circulate. The ministers were somewhat fatigued, and one could not help but exclaim, "This wretched affair is truly unbearable." Within the Jinling palace, the sovereign and his ministers sat in conference, with the crown prince seated beside them. Li Qing hastily recounted his observations from the past year, much of which the emperor was already aware of, and he appeared largely unfazed by the specifics. However, Crown Prince Zhu Houzhong was profoundly shaken, particularly upon hearing Li Qing mention phrases such as the earth devouring men and dazzling white bones, causing his complexion to pale and disbelief to overshadow his features. In such a prosperous era, the devastation wrought by a single earthquake was indeed staggering. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the gravity of the situation. Zhu Houzhong incisively remarked, "A prosperous age is indeed prosperous, yet fragility is an undeniable truth. This has always been the case." As vividly illustrated by Tang Xuanzhou, one should not focus solely on the zenith of prosperity. The more splendid the height, the more susceptible it is to decline. When such a decline occurs, it often cascades uncontrollably. To be born in adversity and to perish in comfort encapsulates this principle. The crown prince, feeling somewhat abashed, admitted, "I understand, Your Majesty. To know yet not act is akin to ignorance." Zhu Houzhong interjected, lightly scoffing, "You have read extensively and grasped the principles. Yet I see no application of this knowledge. What of the peace among the four seas? What of the ailments of a mere mustard seed? If a minister speaks thus, you take it to heart?" "I acknowledge my faults," Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong, typically mild-mannered, was unexpectedly stern today, primarily due to Li Qing's presence, feeling that his son had embarrassed him, hence his sharper tone. Li Qing, seeking to ease the tension, deftly shifted the conversation. "To know yet not act is indeed a familiar sentiment, Your Majesty." Zhu Houzhong paused, a flush rising to his cheeks, before suggesting, "Let us discuss the governance of the western regions." Li Qing refrained from jesting further and turned to matters of state: population, construction, overarching strategies, political implications, public sentiment, cultural and religious considerations. Zhu Houzhong intermittently pointed out issues, while Li Qing sometimes agreed and elaborated, at other times dissenting and exposing shortcomings. Zhu Houzhong struggled to keep pace, often failing to comprehend the dialogue. Each word was intelligible, yet their assembly into coherent thoughts eluded him. The rapidity of their exchanges and the leaps in topics left him bewildered, even as they managed to interject humor, compounding his confusion. Nevertheless, Zhu Houzhong displayed a modicum of wisdom by remaining exceptionally quiet during this discourse, recognizing that any utterance might reveal his ignorance. In the span of merely 15 minutes, the two ministers had concluded their discussions on governance. Zhu Houzhong sensed that this novel mode of communication was quite different, yet he came to understand that Li Qing's return was fundamentally about financial acquisition, and a considerable sum at that. What astonished him further was that his father did not perceive the expenditures as excessive. Rather, he seemed to regard them as a bargain. Although the current fiscal situation of the court was not strained, such an approach seemed unlikely to be sustainable. Zhu Houzhong hesitated to voice his concerns. Since his father had readily acquiesced, what could he possibly say? Beyond exposing his ignorance and inciting his father's ire, it would serve no purpose. As the two men shifted the topic to health and wellness, Zhu Houzhong seized the opportunity to contribute a few remarks, seeking to assert his presence. "No matter how one puts it, I am indeed the crown prince, am I not?" After a pleasant exchange, the three of them transitioned from tea to wine, allowing the conversation to flow more freely. Occasionally touching upon political matters, they merely skimmed the surface, retreating quickly, which greatly eased Zhu Houzhong's spirits. At the very least, he was adept at toasting. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing, feeling pleasantly tipsy, set down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Zhu Houzhong inquired, "How long will the situation beyond the borders take to resolve?" "About a month, perhaps." "So soon?" Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, thinking that since they were merely chatting, he could contribute a few words. Zhu Houzhong shook his head in resignation. Li Qing chuckled. Your father inquires how long I will be occupied. Ah, I see, Zhu Zaiqiang replied awkwardly, shifting the topic. The Duke of Yongqing has truly worked hard this past year. Li Qing simply smiled and asked, Your Highness, do you find managing state affairs to be manageable? It's all right. I can still handle some memorials, Zhu Zaiqiang said, casting a furtive glance at his father. Li Qing reassured him, Take your time. No one is adept from the outset. Do not be anxious, nor belittle yourself. There are no born emperors. This statement, however, left Li Qing feeling somewhat hypocritical. If one were to compare, among the emperors of the Ming Dynasty, aside from his junior apprentice, only Zhu Qiyu and Zhu Houzhong lacked political acumen. The others, including Zhu Qizhen, surpassed the passing mark. Many were indeed born rulers. Without delving into the past, even in recent generations, Zhu Jinshan, Zhu Houzhong, and Zhu Houzhong, by Li Qing's standards, were exceptionally capable. The current crown prince could only be likened to Zhongzong and Xiaozong in terms of competence. Nevertheless, if the ministers were sufficiently strong, it would have little impact. Speaking of which, after decades of training under Jiajing, the current high-ranking officials in court were hardly inept. In the future, as long as the sovereign and his ministers could unite their efforts, it could prove beneficial. Zhu Houzhong, exhaling the scent of wine, remarked, Given the circumstances, you shall have to play the role of the bad cop in the future. Li Qing nodded slightly. I am indifferent. My reputation is already tarnished. Zhu Zaiqiang, unsure of the deeper implications of the conversation, yet sensing a connection to himself, raised his glass, saying, I toast to the Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing clinked glasses with him and took a sip. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at his son, who seemed unlikely to achieve greatness, and said, You have eaten and drunk. Now go attend to some serious matters. Yes, I shall take my leave, Zhu Zaiqiang replied awkwardly, rising to bow and nodding to Li Qing before making his way to the imperial study. This crown prince must make do. You shall bear the burden, Zhu Houzhong said. When I have a grandson, I will begin his education from a young age. Li Qing smiled, offering rare consolation. In truth, it is not so bad. The Ming Dynasty has developed to this point. Many matters are already beyond our control. They bear little significant impact. Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened, mocking. This situation is thanks to you. Ah, no need for thanks, Li Qing replied with a hollow laugh. At the very least, the crown prince's attitude is commendable. With this villain in place, the future emperor shall not find it exceedingly difficult. There is no need for concern. After a pause, he inquired, I heard you frequently visited the great Gaoxian Hall. Are you planning to go to Jinling? Did Shenlian say that? You do make it sound uninteresting. Well then. Zhu Houzhong gave a wry smile and nodded, expressing his desire to visit Nanjing to see his son and to vent some pent-up frustrations. He mused that if he waited a few more years, he might not even have the chance to unleash his grievances. Li Qing interjected, Isn't that a bit unfair? After all, how old is he now? Suddenly, the usually composed Zhu Houzhong erupted in anger, rising abruptly to glare at Li Qing and shouted, What? Is age a justification? How does it concern him? How does it concern me? How have you treated him? How have you treated me? Li Qing wiped away the spittle from his sleeve, surprisingly refraining from losing his temper. He sighed. Ultimately, we are family. There is no need for such an outburst. Zhu Houzhong, with a voice strained as if he were a petulant child, insisted there should be. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Once matters beyond the borders are settled, take me to Nanjing. Is this how you request a favor? Zhu Houzhong replied bluntly. Once matters beyond the borders are settled, please take me to Nanjing, he added stiffly. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, remarked, There are still many tasks to attend to. I am aware and I shall handle them, but it shall not consume much time. Zhu Houzhong asserted. If I go privately and you accompany me, is it too much to ask for a brief respite? That fellow has enjoyed idleness for decades. Can I not relish a few days of leisure? Do not push me to anger. Li Qing, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, Indeed, I have spoiled you. You even dare to curse in my presence, thinking I am a kind-hearted figure? Unfazed, Zhu Houzhong mocked, You have spoiled me? Really? Do you not realize who you have indulged? Li Qing glared but refrained from retaliating. He felt a twinge of guilt when he recalled the immense pressures Zhu Houzhong had faced over the past year. Thus, he conceded this time, I shall allow you a small indulgence, but do not take advantage of it. Taking advantage? Zhu Houzhong bristled. Is that how a subject speaks to his sovereign? Li Qing, irritated, responded, I have toiled tirelessly for an entire year. my legs nearly breaking from the effort, and you dare speak to me like this? Zhu Houzhong suddenly realized he might have overstepped today. He reluctantly admitted, regardless, you must take me to Nanjing. That is non-negotiable. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, playtime is playtime, and work is work. Once your little holiday ends, it's back to business. The thought of the individual in Nanjing reignited Zhu Houzhong's ire, and he coldly retorted, as an emperor, do I require your guidance? Li Qing, incensed, slammed his hand down on the table, ready to take action, but paused. Just then, a small eunuch shuffled in, head bowed and steps timid. Zhu Houzhong shot Li Qing a challenging glance and asked coolly, what is it, Your Majesty? The esteemed Grand Scholarly requests an audience and insists on seeing Li Qing, the eunuch replied awkwardly. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, while Li Qing felt a twinge of unease, recalling his prior commitments. Who leaked this information? Zhu Houzhong sneered. Was there even a need for a leak? Your bearing as a powerful minister could be sensed from 800 miles away. Li Qing responded. Zhu Houzhong commanded. Let him in. Yes, the eunuch said, visibly relieved, and hurried off. Li Qing frowned. I had no intention of continuing this. I am aware, Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong sighed lightly, contemplating the departure of Li Ben. Given the current political landscape, his absence would hardly be felt. Besides, Li Ben had indeed grown weary. He had contributed to the state, and it would not be fitting to let him perish in office. Li Qing was taken aback and then expressed his surprise, remarking, you possess quite a sense of humanity. Zhu Houzhong, with a stern countenance, retorted, so in your eyes, I am merely a heartless and unreasonable emperor? Li Qing, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and refrained from responding. Before long, Li Ben entered, accompanied by a young eunuch. Upon spotting Li Qing, his face lit up with joy. For among the court, he alone was delighted by Li Qing's return. Your humble servant begs to be excused, Li Ben said. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand and inquired, Li Qing, what brings you hastily to the palace? Li Ben turned to Li Qing and respectfully stated, allow me to keep you in suspense. This matter is best known to the Duke of Yongqing. Faced with this, Li Qing could no longer feign ignorance and reluctantly replied, I recall our agreement. All is well. Everything has been organized. Li Ben reiterated this affirmation 3 times, leaving Li Qing at a loss for words. Finally, he murmured, so you say it's all well? Li Ben, somewhat agitated, responded, you may verify it for yourself. I assure you, Duke Yongqing, you have always been trustworthy. Do not let any misdeeds reflect upon me. After all, if you inquire, you will find we had no doubts 5 centuries ago. With no means to evade the topic, Li Qing conceded, let me check. If it is indeed as you say, I shall honor my promise to you. Only then did Li Ben relax slightly and propose, how about tomorrow? That works. Li Qing nodded, prepare yourself. We shall discuss matters in detail with the national master tomorrow. Ah, splendid. Li Ben finally wore a smile, bowing deeply. Your humble servant takes his leave. Zhu Houzhong waved him off, and, once Li Ben had departed, jested, I have observed that you take pleasure in bullying the innocent. Considering Li Ben is your kin, how could you treat him so? Li Qing rolled his eyes and replied curtly, in comparison to Yen Song and Su Jie, Li Ben may not shine as brightly, yet economically, he surpasses them significantly. It is rare to find an official with such profound insight into the economic landscape. I truly would not wish for him to simply resign. No harm done. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. I am well aware of Li Ben's capabilities. However, the Li family possesses even greater acumen in this regard. One Li Ben's departure would not cause any disturbance. Li Qing narrowed his eyes, stating, with the Li family's current stature, advancing into the court would indeed make them a target. I have no qualms playing the antagonist, but should it implicate the Li family, I would not hesitate to turn against you. You overthink. I harbor no such intentions. The current Li family is most beneficial to the court. Of that I am acutely aware. Realization dawned on Li Qing. Is it true that the notion of loosening capital restrictions came from Xue'er? Oh, Xue'er. Zhu Houzhong leaned back in his chair, tilting his face slightly upwards, his gaze vacant, murmuring, at my age, how many more years can I live? Are you truly fearful of my longevity? Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. Do you comprehend the concept of revitalizing the blood? Zhu Houzhong, unable to contain his frustration, recognized that further entanglement would only lead to humiliation. He stated, what do you intend to do to make amends? Amends? What do you mean by that? Li Qing chuckled, remarking that merely jesting about one's elders warranted nothing less than a punch. Elders? Zhu Houzhong laughed as well, questioning the significance of such titles when they rely on others' recognition. Do you think I care? Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow, inquiring about the meaning behind Li Qing's words. With a sigh, Li Qing revealed that the Li family and the Zhu family shared a blood relation. Zhu Houzhong paused, then amusedly noted that the first Duke of Chao was indeed the maternal nephew of the founding emperor, but after so many generations. How could one claim kinship in such a manner? Li Qing was rendered speechless. Are you familiar with Emperor Ingzong? Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, as if to say that was a nonsensical question. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, urged him to think more critically. Zhu Houzhong responded with a questioning expression. The retired emperor and empress lived in Jinling for many years, Li Qing continued. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he asked in astonishment if Emperor Ingzong had left descendants in Jinling. Li Qing laughed lightly, assuring him there was no need for such alarm. I recall having a cousin and several nephews in Jinling, not to mention his own son. Zhu Houzhong gradually regained his composure, demanding to know the full story. Emperor Ingzong and Empress Qian had a legitimate daughter in Jinling, who married my godson. By lineage, the currently Xue'er is your aunt. Aunt? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed in disbelief, then began to calculate the implications with his fingers. What are you doing? Li Qing asked. Zhu Houzhong ignored him, and after a moment, his expression returned to calm. It's nothing. Li Qing suddenly grasped the situation, his face darkening as he grumbled. By rights, we haven't even reached the 5th degree of kinship. One has emerged, the other has not, and they don't even share a surname. What is the fuss? It's merely a distant relation, and by the time it reaches the younger generation, it hardly holds any weight. Zhu Houzhong eyed him suspiciously. Is what you say true? What do you think? Li Qing replied. Very well, Zhu Houzhong conceded, re-evaluating the matter and suddenly perceiving that this relationship brought not only no drawbacks, but also numerous advantages. After all, it meant a closer bond, ensuring his son Zhu Zaiqi would enjoy a life of luxury. Does that fellow in Jinling know about this? Zhu Houzhong suddenly asked. He does, Li Qing affirmed. Zhu Houzhong pressed further. When did he find out? Li Qing scratched his head, recalling it had been quite some time, though he couldn't recall the exact year. I always seem to be the last to know. Everything is prioritized for that ungrateful wretch, he lamented. Zhu Houzhong regained his composure. Li Qing, maintaining a serious demeanor, countered. How old is he compared to you? If his son were born early enough, he could be your contemporary, while you were still in your mother's womb when he became emperor. Zhu Houzhong quickly glanced towards the distant palace gate, lowering his voice in indignation. Is this something to be discussed here? Li Qing chuckled. The little eunuchs outside already fled as soon as you raised your voice. Zhu Houzhong slammed the table, attempting to reclaim his dignity, declaring, this shall not happen again. Li Qing noted Zhu Houzhong's temperament, likening it to that of a petulant child. Reflecting on Zhu Houzhong's early loss of his father and his mother's strong influence, Li Qing felt a sense of understanding and refrained from making hurtful comments. The idea of releasing capital was your aunt's suggestion, wasn't it? Yes, Zhu Houzhong admitted. Zhu Houzhong suddenly felt a pang of guilt, recalling his previous sharp remarks, such as, which young girl does not harbor springtime feelings? Although he was the emperor, and even a distant aunt would have to pay him respect, decorum was decorum. And it was indeed inappropriate to speak to elder females in such a manner, as it would be undignified. Upon witnessing his unease, Li Qing discerned that this rascal had not spoken well at all. What playful remarks had he made back then? Ahem, I am not oblivious to the truth. In fact, it was merely a light jest. Zhu Houzhong found it difficult to maintain his bravado and quickly shifted the topic, asserting that it was her suggestion and he believed there was nothing wrong with it. At least the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. What insights do you have? Li Qing refrained from pressing further and pondered before responding. The capital I nurtured and supported has led to today's wealth. Yet, even in my absence, it would still emerge with the passage of time. I naturally understand that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, and I have no substantial objections. However, the current capital has already gained significant momentum, and it cannot be excessively supported any longer. That is your affair, Zhu Houzhong replied nonchalantly, stating that he would never witness its loss of control in his lifetime and urged her to ease the pressure. I must have spoiled you. Li Qing was genuinely angered. All right, I understand your perspective. Rest assured, I will not relax my control over capital. Otherwise, I would not limit it to only mulberry cultivation and sericulture. Why would I dig a pit for my descendants? Zhu Houzhong, after all, feared Li Qing. Seeing her genuinely furious, he dared not indulge in petty behavior any longer. The reform of the imperial examination system had been a national policy for quite some time. Had it yielded results? Not at this moment. Zhu Houzhong shook his head slightly and remarked that significant matters must be addressed sequentially, prioritizing the urgent and complex. As for the scientific examination system, it would be challenging to gain traction even in 5 or 10 years, let alone become mainstream. Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Houzhong swiftly added, "Science, which you refer to as mathematics, cannot produce geniuses or talents without widespread dissemination." Li Qing furrowed her brow and replied, "Did we not previously discuss the potential of recruiting talents from unconventional backgrounds, such as inventors and mathematical theorists? I am fully aware that establishing a formal scientific examination system requires time, but we must at least start somewhere. The national policy has been in effect for so long. And if the court takes no action, would it not become mere empty words? It is not that there has been no action. Li has been diligently occupied with compiling, editing, and categorizing." Zhu Houzhong felt helpless and said that with such pressing matters demanding attention, the court's resources were truly insufficient. Li Qing hesitated, calming her emotions before nodding in agreement. "I understand this. However, it is not overly busy ahead, and we can begin appropriately. At the very least, the establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences must be prioritized, right?" "You truly are a financial sorceress," Zhu Houzhong remarked with a wry smile. "Your words seem to summon endless expenditures." Li Qing responded, "This is all for the sake of investing in the future, much like Emperor Taizong's voyages to the west to open maritime trade routes." Zhu Houzhong silently nodded. "By the way, I have processed your recommendation of Zhang Jujing. This individual is too scheming. I cannot employ him, as my son will find him difficult to manage." Zhu Houzhong scoffed, asserting that it was not due to his small-mindedness, but rather that Zhang had crossed a line. Li Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Did you have him killed? Am I truly that brutal?" Zhu Houzhong remarked with a hint of disdain, "It was merely a beating with the court rod, followed by a demotion to the Hanlin Academy." Startled, Li Qing relaxed, pondering the intricacies of navigating the bureaucratic realm. One must possess acumen, as exemplified by Yang Kai, whose abilities, coupled with Zhang Jujing's talents, knowledge, and experiences, surpassed those of Yang Kai significantly. A little tempering is inconsequential. One must not forsake the journey due to minor setbacks. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, then inquired, "When do you depart?" "At the latest, the day after tomorrow," Li Qing replied. "And when shall you return?" "Approximately a month, no later than early May," he continued. "When shall we travel to Jinling?" "By early June at the latest," Li Qing responded. "Surely, you must put on a show, no?" Zhu Houzhong nodded gently, saying, "Upon my return from Jinling, I shall commence the establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences. What say you?" Before Li Qing could voice any objections, Zhu Houzhong preempted him. "Many wealthy patrons have already contributed their silver. Some have yet to arrive, and it would be ill-advised for the court to embark on significant projects at this juncture." "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced, "but there is another matter. If it requires expenditure, then forget it." Zhu Houzhong interjected, "You haven't even caught your breath. Can you exercise some restraint?" "This truly won't cost much," Li Qing asserted. "I envision the court compiling a monumental medical tome, encompassing not only herbs, ailments, and prescriptions, spearheaded by Li Qing with the participation of the Imperial Medical Institute. We shall create the medical equivalent of the Yongle Encyclopedia. I have even conceived a title for it. Let us call it the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica. What do you think?" Zhu Houzhong paused, and then his lips betrayed an involuntary smile. His admiration for Zhu Di, fervent and profound, far surpassed that of other emperors, as he had always regarded him as an idol. In terms of population, taxation, and territory, Zhu Houzhong believed the achievements of the Jiajing era, even when excluding the contributions of predecessors, rivaled those of the Yongle era. Indeed, the only missing element was a book. The Yongle Encyclopedia was so comprehensive that it left little room for subsequent emperors to conceive new literary works. From the Preqing era to the early Ming, nearly everything that could be documented had been, leaving no space for future heirs to innovate. One could not simply start anew. Such an endeavor would not be seen as an achievement, but rather as the folly of a spendthrift monarch. However, the compilation of a monumental medical text would be beneficial, both morally and practically, for the state and its people, and would undoubtedly be celebrated as a significant accomplishment. "It shall be done, without question," Zhu Houzhong declared with righteous fervor. This is a matter of great importance, to benefit the populace and the state. I shall provide the utmost support for this book. Li Qing's lips twitched as he stifled the urge to retort. When can we commence the Compendium of Materia Medica? You mean the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica, correct? Indeed. Zhu Houzhong replied with a calm smile. I shall instruct the Imperial Medical Institute to begin preparations immediately. Once you and Li Qing return, we shall commence without delay. How does that sound? Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 531. Not to be stubborn upon returning to the small courtyard, Li Qing prepared a large pot of hot water, indulging in a soothing bath. The fatigue accumulated over the past year gradually dissipated with the rising steam. Leaning against the wooden tub, his fair and handsome visage flushed with health, glistening with fine beads of sweat, his expression radiated comfort and tranquility. With a tall and lithe physique, muscles that are taut and fluid in their contours, not overly robust, yet harmoniously proportioned, he embodies an unparalleled explosive strength, brimming with youthful vitality. Li Qing squints slightly, his elongated and profound eyes betraying a depth of thought, while his thick, raven-black hair cascades naturally, drifting upon the water's surface. This formidable and imperious figure, who has commanded authority through 11 dynasties, now appears strikingly delicate. Having succumbed to the allure of relaxation, Li Qing soon drifts into slumber, awakening only when the water has turned decidedly cool. Rising from the bath, he retrieves a fine cotton towel from an impeccably sealed wardrobe to dry his body before donning clean garments, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Seated alone in the courtyard, he takes a moment to admire the verdant bamboo, noticing the sunlight softening gradually, with only half an hour remaining until dusk. As he prepares to reward his appetite, he steps out of the courtyard only to encounter Huang Jin and Liu Bing approaching from a distance. Li Qing halts his stride and retreats into the small courtyard. Moments later, the two enter. Despite knowing that Li Qing is ageless and immortal, his youthful appearance still stirs a sense of astonishment. Clad in a dark long robe, Li Qing appears exceedingly youthful, even more so than the crown prince himself, if one disregards the depth of his gaze. Having met the eternal Qing Marquis, Liu Bing, unlike Huang Jin, refrains from being overly casual. Huang Jin, not wishing to stand apart, mimics Liu Bing's respectful gesture and remarks. I heard from His Majesty that you would only return for a day or two, fearing you might miss you, so we hurried over. No matter. Your arrival saves me the trouble of dining alone, Li Qing responds, accepting the food box that Liu Bing carries. He opens it and inhales. From the palace? Huang Jin chuckles. Your nose is quite discerning. Liu Bing, cautious not to join in the jest, merely smiles. Please, sit, Li Qing invites, as he begins to lay out the dishes, then turns to Liu Bing and inquires, is this regarding your health? Ah, the eternal Qing Marquis is astute. Liu Bing replies with a dry laugh. Thanks to your guidance, my condition has improved significantly. However, I still harbor some concerns, and with your rare return to the capital, I dared to intrude. Li Qing smiles gently. There's no need for such formality. Your contributions to the stability of the court have been substantial, and for that alone, I shall offer my assistance. As he speaks, he takes Liu Bing's wrist to pulse diagnose him. Huang Jin remains silent, observing quietly. Before long, Li Qing releases his hand and proceeds to inquire about Liu Bing's daily habits and any discomforts he may have experienced. Overall, your physical condition is quite fitting for your age. Just curtail your alcohol consumption a bit. As one ages, physiological functions naturally decline, which is entirely normal. There's no need for alarm. Liu Bing poses a question. Should I have a prescription or something of the sort? Li Qing chuckles. If you wish, I shall write you one shortly. After a pause, he turns to Huang Jin. Huang Jin, aware of the inquiry, extends his wrist and remarks, I feel quite well, able to eat and sleep. Among the trio, he is the eldest, and while he feigns nonchalance, there is an underlying tension within him. Is everything well? Absolutely. Li Qing assures with a smile. Those with peace of mind often enjoy longevity. There is nothing to be concerned about. I shall prepare a prescription for you as well, to help solidify your well-being. Huang Jinsong exhaled a sigh of relief and soon regained his cheerful demeanor. However, Li Qing felt a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, Huang Jin was not afflicted with any illness and could be considered healthy. Yet, as the years progressed, the inevitable decline of bodily functions became apparent. Despite not undergoing significant weight loss, he appeared considerably leaner than during his prime. if one were to liken the peak Huangjin to a fully inflated balloon. The current version resembled one that had lost much of its air, lacking that same fullness. The signs of aging were unmistakable. Huangjin, a man of optimism, did not dwell excessively on these changes. He remarked, "I heard from the emperor that you will soon depart, but will return and take him to Jinling." Li Qing responded in astonishment. "You are aware of this?" Liu Bing interjected. "The emperor has instructed us to prepare in advance for the arrangements." Li Qing realized the truth in this. After all, departing the capital for distant lands could hardly remain a secret. The head of the ceremonial office and the commander of the imperial guards were bound to be informed. Both men were among the emperor's most trusted confidants, so it was only natural for them to be apprised early on. "How long will you be gone?" Huangjin inquired. "Are you hoping to accompany us?" Huangjin chuckled lightly. "The emperor did not mention bringing me along. However, I find myself of little use now. After all, you have Liu Bing, right, Liu Bing?" Liu Bing, feeling more at ease with Huangjin, teased. "What do you mean you are of no use now? You were hardly useful before either." "Oh, that's quite the truth," Huangjin replied, unfazed, nudging Liu Bing with his shoulder. "If the emperor consents, you must not act maliciously." Liu Bing responded with a smirk. Li Qing chuckled softly, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. After a while, he turned to Liu Bing. "In all our discussions with the emperor about investments today, I forgot to inquire about the situation regarding the integration in the northern desert. What is the status of Houzhong, Yu Daiyou, and Qi Jiguang?" Li Qing was aware that the three had been reassigned to the northern front after returning from the western regions. However, Liu Bing, being the head of intelligence and the emperor's most trusted aide, was unlikely to be uninformed about such matters. Liu Bing replied, "The integration has not been without its challenges. There have been numerous minor skirmishes and a few battles of modest scale. Presently, they are under considerable pressure. They cannot avoid conflict, yet must refrain from excessive aggression, as the civil officials will invariably voice their concerns. Nevertheless, the emperor is sagacious. The memorials seeking to impeach the three have largely been left unaddressed. Is there ever a smooth path?" Li Qing exhaled a breath laced with the scent of wine. "Are there many common folk crossing the borders these days?" "Not many," Liu Bing replied. "Most are still the nomads. The populace of the northern desert is gravitating towards the Ming Dynasty. The court is striving to assist them in establishing new homesteads in the border territories that barely meet agricultural standards." He paused momentarily. "However, this also brings various drawbacks. Should unrest arise, they could be at our gates in an instant." Li Qing nodded slightly, contemplating. It is rare to achieve a perfect balance. Aligning with the Ming allows for both cultivation and continued herding, presenting substantial benefits. The likelihood of rebellion is minimal. Even if a revolt were to occur, it would not mirror the upheaval of the previous Zhengtong era. The northern desert is no longer the monolithic entity it once was. Suddenly, Li Qing fell silent, his eyelids drooping and his expression tinged with melancholy. Huangjin, curious, asked, "What is it that is no longer there?" "Oh, it is nothing," he replied. "After all these years, the northern desert has been fragmented. A few scattered soldiers, emboldened by reckless ambition, would find it exceedingly difficult to stir any significant turbulence. In light of the potential gains, the risks can be deemed worthwhile." Li Qing sighed and inquired, "What is the approximate cost of the integration in the northern desolation?" "It's quite substantial. Just this expenditure alone averages no less than 5 million each year," Liu Bing replied. "This is our Ming dynasty. Any other dynasty would find such exorbitant expenses unbearable." Li Qing took a sip of wine, feeling his worries dissipate somewhat. "The Ming is still on an upward trajectory. Our income can barely cover the expenses. By the way, what is the situation with the Jurchens in Liaodong?" Liu Bing was taken aback by Li Qing's question. Pausing for a moment before responding, "There hasn't been much of a situation. It seems they have remained quite subdued since the Jingde emperor dealt with them. The last I heard about the Jurchens was 2 years ago when they complained to the court about being bullied by the northern nomads who had migrated to Liaodong. The emperor sent an official to mediate, and since then, there has been no news." Liu Bing found it curious. "Why have you suddenly thought to inquire about the Jurchens?" "Oh, it's nothing. It just crossed my mind," Li Qing replied, realizing he was being overly pedantic. "The current Ming is not the same as the historical Ming, and the Jurchens are not the same as their historical counterparts. Even in history, they were merely fortunate." Huangjin, who understood Li Qing well, noticed the fleeting emotion he had just displayed and asked, "Are you contemplating action against the Jurchens?" Li Qing slightly shook his head. The Jurchens are now considered part of the Ming populace. How could we not accommodate them? Acting against them would only sow discord among the people of the northern desolation and the western regions, yielding no benefit. Huang Jin chuckled. With such a small population, it hardly warrants a fuss. I thought you were plotting something again. Liu Bing cast a sidelong glance at Huang Jin, teasingly remarking, the Ming dynasty is all-embracing. And with such magnanimity, how could the esteemed Duke Yongqing be as narrow-minded as you? I'm merely small-minded, not narrow-hearted, Huang Jin retorted with a glare. All right. Li Qing chuckled. You both should eat. I cannot finish all of this alone. The two picked up their chopsticks, then set them down again. Eat. All right. The two picked up their chopsticks again and put them down once more. Still being polite, Li Qing said with exasperation, If you don't eat, I will. The two exclaimed. A whirlwind consumes the remnants. Li Qing patted his belly, gasping, I am so full. Huang Jin responded, 8 dishes. Who wouldn't be full? Li Qing shrugged, saying, We cannot let it go to waste. Liu Bing suppressed his urge to tease and shifted the topic. Can the Duke? Can what? Li Qing asked, looking puzzled. Prescribe a remedy. How forgetful of me, Li Qing said as he rose to go to the study. Shortly after, he returned with 2 prescriptions. Huang Jin, this is yours. Liu Bing, this is yours. Huang Jin eyed him suspiciously. Are you sure you haven't mixed them up? Li Qing's expression darkened. How could I jest about such matters? These are all nourishing herbs, not meant for long-term use. Once in the morning and once at night for a month will suffice. Everything in moderation. Both of you are accustomed to luxury and do not require much supplementation. It is merely a slight enhancement. Pausing, he turned to Liu Bing and added, Just keep a bit of an eye on the Jurchens. There's no ulterior motive, just a bit of attention will suffice. Chapter 532, Mathematical Formulas the following day. At the Grandmaster's Hall. Before the morning court had dispersed, Li Qing had already arrived. On the desk lay a slender manuscript, prepared in advance by Li Bin the previous day. With a sense of leisure, Li Qing began to peruse it. The terms such as square fields, small breadth, commercial merit, equal distribution, and surplus and deficit, along with their obscure explanations, proved quite challenging to comprehend. After some time spent in futile effort, Li Qing decided to abandon the task, opting instead to await Li Bin's arrival for clarification. After several cups of tea, Li Bin arrived, somewhat late, and was taken aback to find Li Qing waiting for him. To have the esteemed Duke Yongqing awaiting my presence is indeed a stroke of fortune, he mused. With a beaming smile, he entered, brimming with self-satisfaction. How do you find my work? He inquired. Li Qing set down his teacup and asked, Did you write all of this? Of course, Li Bin replied, his expression radiating pride, anticipating accolades from Li Qing. Li Qing rubbed his nose and admitted, Your writing is far too obscure and concise. I could hardly grasp anything. Li Bin chuckled softly. So even a duke has moments of confusion? It's not confusion. Let us say I lack understanding. Please, do enlighten me, esteemed scholarly. Li Qing gestured for him to take a seat. Li Bin bowed slightly and sat beside Li Qing, opening the manuscript. Where shall we begin? From the start. Li Qing replied. It seems you truly have no understanding. Li Bin suppressed his feeling of superiority and began to explain. The square fields are primarily used for measuring cultivated land area, encompassing circular, rectangular, and trapezoidal fields. I know it's about calculating area. I simply couldn't grasp the formulas, Li Qing admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Bin nodded slightly, pointing to the manuscript's content and elucidating. The method for circular fields states that the cultivated area is 1/4 of the product of the circumference and diameter. Perhaps inspired by Li Qing's promise of reward, or perhaps relishing the role of teacher, Li Bin spoke with utmost seriousness. Surplus and deficit primarily pertain to profit and loss, typically employing hypothetical scenarios, such as, if there are 8 people buying items and 3 gain, if there are 7 for a lacking, how many people and what are the prices of the items? The celestial method and the method of extracting roots delve deeper, introducing the rules of positive and negative calculations. For instance, suppose there are 3 measures of upper grain, 2 of middle grain, and 1 of lower grain, totaling 39 dough, 2 measures of upper grain, 3 of middle grain, and 1 of lower grain, totaling 34 dough, 1 measure of upper grain, 2 of middle grain, and 3 of lower grain, totaling 26 dough. How many dough of upper, middle, and lower grain are there? The answer is, 1 measure of upper grain is 9 dough and 1/4 of a dough. 1 measure of middle grain is 4 dough and 1/4 of a dough. One measure of lower grain is 2 do and 3/4 of a do. Li Qing found the explanation somewhat taxing, yet with Li Bin's guidance, he grasped that the mathematical knowledge of this era surpassed his expectations significantly. Though much had faded from his memory, he recognized this as the concept of simultaneous linear equations. Is negative calculation akin to negative numbers? Li Qing inquired. Indeed, yes. It refers to numbers below zero, Li Bin affirmed with a nod. Li Qing was astounded. Could it be that the concept of negative numbers existed a millennium ago in this era? As Li Bin observed the astonished expression on Li Qing's face, he felt a mix of amusement and disdain, reflecting on the fact that this individual lacked any official title and seemed to have a rather limited grasp of knowledge. However, this feeling of superiority dissipated almost as quickly as it had arisen. Due to the absence of these subjects in the imperial examination, it is not only Li Qing who lacks an official title, but also many individuals from the Hanlin Academy and the National University who are unfamiliar with such matters. Even he himself acquired knowledge through the commissioning of Li Qing, collecting, organizing, and studying along the way. The ancients did not possess a formal discipline of mathematics. Rather, this knowledge has been transmitted through practical applications. Most individuals engage only with fragments of this knowledge, and few dedicate themselves to a comprehensive study of it. Even if a handful occasionally emerge, they remain indistinguishable from the masses. The reason is simple. Since the imperial examination does not encompass these topics, those who study them find it challenging to stand out. Fortunately, civilization has never been interrupted, and the substantial population base ensures that the knowledge discovered and summarized by predecessors has not been lost in the annals of history, but has ultimately been passed down. It is neither Arabic numerals nor letters that evoke a sense of unfamiliarity in Li Qing, yet they resonate with an undeniable familiarity. The presentation of purely Chinese characters renders these mathematical formulas somewhat cumbersome, but this is the nature of mathematical expression. It is merely a matter of presentation. The foundational mathematical formulas, linear equations, square roots, cube roots, the Pythagorean theorem, and pi, are remarkably abundant. After a prolonged moment, Li Bin, parched and weary, paused. Noticing Li Qing still in a state of profound shock, allowing a sense of superiority to flood over him once more, he leaned back slightly, stroked his beard, dusted off his fur robe, cleared his throat, and remarked nonchalantly, "What do you think, my lord?" Li Qing inhaled deeply and replied, "Very well, exceptionally well." "Is that all there is?" "Certainly not," Li Bin declared with pride. "I have merely selected some representative examples to share with you. After all this time, I could not possibly have achieved only this much. If I were to recount everything, it would take 3 days and nights without rest." Li Bin let out a light hum. "In that case, does this fulfill our promise?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied with great satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. "Have you compiled everything?" "Yes," Li Bin affirmed. "Over 30 volumes, organized from easy to difficult, divided into 3 tiers, with each tier containing 10 volumes corresponding to the ranks of scholar, provincial graduate, and palace graduate. We are currently conducting a school inspection, and it will be thoroughly completed in less than 2 months. If the emperor approves, we can begin printing by June at the latest." "Excellent," Li Qing stated earnestly. "For this alone, your contributions are no less significant than those of Yinsong or Sujia. What do you desire? I shall advocate for you, provided it is reasonable. There is nothing I would deny. I have no particular demands. I simply wish to retire to my hometown," Li Bin sighed. "Even someone as capable as Yinsong seeks to return to their roots. In terms of political talent and wisdom, I am far inferior to him and Sujia. Nowadays, I have little time left to enjoy life. I merely wish to distance myself from the court and relish the joy of family. This is what you deserve." Li Qing suddenly recalled how highly individuals in this era valued their legacy, and suggested, "Shall I request a commendatory posthumous title from the emperor on your behalf?" "Oh, no need for that," Li Bin replied with a satisfied expression. "The emperor has already granted me one." Li Qing was rendered speechless. "What title has brought you such joy?" "Houzhong." Li Bin, though aged, spoke these 2 characters with remarkable vigor, his face radiating pride. As Li Qing observed that the matter had reached its conclusion, he decided there was no point in further contention. He declared, "I assure you that I will not go back on my promise. History shall undoubtedly record your remarkable contributions, and I shall bestow upon you an additional title." "What title might that be?" Li Bin inquired, for at this juncture, he deemed everything else trivial, save for the desire to leave a lasting legacy. The father of mathematics in the great Ming, Li Qing replied with a smile. Li Bin's face flushed with embarrassment as he hesitantly remarked, "Wouldn't that be rather immodest?" Li Qing teased him. "Shall we forego it then?" No. It must not be dismissed so easily. Once words are spoken, like water spilled, they cannot be retracted, Li Bin retorted, his eyes widening. "At my age? To be belittled as an old man," he began, only to realize that before Li Qing, he was but a mere child. He fell silent, then continued, "Of course, this is not solely my achievement. While I may be dubbed the father of mathematics in the great Ming, only the emperor can be called father in this realm. A title of founding father would suffice." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "No problem at all. I may be known for my reluctance to work for monetary gain. Yet my promises are always fulfilled, so you need not worry." Li Bin nodded slightly. "This, I do believe. However," he added, "the advancement of science and technology is not achieved in a day. Great endeavors are seldom the result of a single day's work. And the current prosperity of the great Ming is no exception." Li Qing replied languidly, "I lack many things, but time is not one of them. We can take it step by step." Li Bin suddenly felt a sense of humility and sincerely stated, "Your Excellency Yongqing truly puts me to shame." "Oh, but we are not the same. I am not to be judged by the standards of ordinary folk," Li Qing responded with a light laugh. "You have performed admirably, living up to your position and fulfilling your life's purpose. You are indeed a remarkable individual." Li Bin shook his head repeatedly. "There are no perfect individuals. I am merely blending in with the world. Beneath the facade of prosperity in the great Ming lie numerous challenges. The impoverished have their difficulties, while the affluent face their own struggles. The people's hearts are restless, and a growing trend of self-interest has emerged, altering their perceptions significantly." "Alas," he sighed, "people often say that in times of spring and autumn, rituals decay and music deteriorates. I wonder how the great Ming will fare in the future." Li Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, Su Jie entered, bowing from a distance of 3 zhang, cheerfully saying, "I have heard of your Excellency Yongqing's return to court, but have yet to have the pleasure of a proper meeting." Li Qing collected his thoughts and replied, "I have only returned temporarily. I shall depart again tomorrow." Su Jie appeared unfazed, moving closer to take a seat naturally, and inquired, "Will the development of the western regions take a considerable amount of time?" "Only time will reveal the specifics. With Minister Yin now retired and Minister Li aging, it will require your diligent efforts for the future of our nation," Li Qing remarked. "Not at all," Su Jie responded, repeatedly modest. Li Qing did not know Su Jie well, exchanging only a few pleasantries before the conversation waned. Yet, Su Jie, with his thick skin, continued to engage in trivial chatter, reluctant to take his leave. Li Bin, displaying some perceptiveness, decided to facilitate Su Jie's intentions. He gracefully bowed and took his leave. "What is it?" Su Jie smiled awkwardly, probing. "Do you know how Zhang Baigui is faring these days?" Li Qing inquired with calm composure. "What transgression has Zhang Juxing committed?" Su Jie sighed and replied, "Zhang Juxing has offended His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, resulting in the Emperor's reprimand." Li Qing was incredulous that Zhang Juxing could have antagonized the Crown Prince. It was unfathomable, for Zhang Juxing was not the type to commit such a juvenile error, and the Crown Prince was in dire need of capable individuals. It made little sense for him to distance himself from talent. Yet Su Jie's demeanor suggested sincerity rather than deceit, prompting a realization in Li Qing. Zhang Juxing must have engaged in morally dubious actions, likely detrimental to his mentor, yet beneficial to the Crown Prince, which would explain why the Emperor deemed his actions taboo. This elucidated the Crown Prince's willingness to assume the role of the villain while safeguarding Zhang Juxing's secrets. A slight smile graced Li Qing's lips, acknowledging the esteem Su Jie held for this student. He is far from being merely a subordinate of mine in the grand scheme of court affairs. He serves the Emperor himself, truly a disciple of the Son of Heaven. Su Jie chuckled awkwardly, stating, "I am merely familiar with Zhang Juxing and recognize his exceptional talent. I do not wish for the court to lose such a valuable asset." Li Qing responded with a smile. "A measure of tempering is indeed beneficial. Young individuals often display excessive brilliance, and a period of reflection is not unwarranted." Su Jie added, "At present, he serves as the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, enjoying a moment of great prominence. It is precisely during such times that nurturing successors is most essential. In governance, the principle of preparing for famine in prosperous years and providing relief in times of disaster thrives. To prolong one's political life, one must strategically plan ahead. While there may be a degree of teacher-student affection involved, it is predominantly a matter of pragmatic calculation. However, it was evident that Su Jie held Zhang Juxing in high regard. Li Qing feigned ignorance, asking, "Has Zhang Juxing been demoted?" "Your Excellency is astute. He has been relegated to the Hanlin Academy," Su Jie replied. "I have heard Zhang Juxing mention that you two have established a connection early on." After a lengthy emotional appeal, Su Jie expressed his request. "I concur with your assessment. Zhang Juxing is young and requires refinement. However, being scorned by the emperor is ultimately detrimental. I do not seek your Excellency's intervention for his promotion, but rather a few kind words to improve the emperor's impression of him. As the Grand Secretary, nurturing and promoting trusted aides typically does not meet with imperial resistance. This is not merely a matter of forming factions. If the Grand Secretary lacks capable subordinates, he risks becoming a mere talisman. While emperors often disdain the formation of cliques among their ministers, it is impossible to entirely prevent such alliances, presenting a fundamental contradiction. Su Jie's intention to promote his student Zhang Juxing is not inherently problematic, provided the emperor does not harbor disdain for him. What benefit do I gain from this? Su Jie was taken aback by Li Qing's forthright demand for a bribe. For a moment, he was at a loss, not out of concern for money, though he was not as affluent as the Li family. He was certainly not destitute, but rather from apprehension that Li Qing might be setting a trap for him, such as embroiling him in a scandal of corruption. Furthermore, Li Qing's notorious reputation for taking bribes without delivering results suggested that any investment might yield nothing in return. "I am merely jesting with you," Li Qing said languidly. "I once had a fleeting acquaintance with him in our youth, but that bond has since dissipated. Each individual follows their own path, and I have no desire to arbitrarily alter another's life trajectory." Su Jie was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled wryly, saying, "I cannot deny that I harbor some personal interests, yet my intentions are genuinely for the good of the court and for the prosperity of our Ming dynasty. Zhang Juxing is indeed a man of great talent." Li Qing responded with a smile. "True genius will never remain obscured. If it does, it ceases to be genius." Su Jie, feeling helpless, smiled bitterly. Understanding Li Qing's temperament, he refrained from further entreaties, engaging in trivial conversation before preparing to take his leave. Li Qing remarked, "With Yin Song gone, Li Bin will soon follow. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the emperor is unlikely to appoint anyone to the cabinet in the near future. It is often during times of great success that one is most prone to error. I urge you to act with caution and not to let pride cloud your judgment." Su Jie, taken aback, bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude for the Lord's counsel, promising to keep it in mind. Noticing that Li Qing had nothing further to say, Su Jie took his leave. Li Qing stroked his chin, his mind preoccupied with mathematical formulas, contemplating the potential of using Arabic numerals. In truth, Arabic numerals had long been introduced, though he was uncertain of the exact timing. He had encountered them upon his arrival in this era. Yet, their widespread application had yet to materialize, primarily because they were seen as foreign and thus not widely accepted. Additionally, the simplicity of Arabic numerals rendered them susceptible to manipulation. Even the abbreviated forms of 1, 2, and 3 were eschewed in favor of the more formal li, our, and san, all to prevent fraudulent practices. Chinese culture places utmost importance on practicality. Throughout history, the prevailing belief has been that only that which is practical holds value, leading to the perception that anything deemed impractical is worthless. While this philosophy has rendered Chinese culture remarkably resilient, it has also, to some extent, stifled creativity. Realizing the challenges ahead, with literacy among the populace still far from universal, Li Qing shook his head, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should wait." Once steamships are embraced worldwide, when international exchanges explode, and when the people of the Ming dynasty become more receptive to novelty, only then will the resistance to change diminish. I must also consider the psychology of those engaged in learning. After millennia of ingrained superiority from top to bottom, any forceful imposition would yield no results, possibly even leading to accusations of forgetting one's roots. After careful consideration, Li Qing ultimately abandoned the notion of an immediate overhaul in favor of a more pragmatic approach. Unbeknownst to him, he had been thoroughly assimilated, his pursuit of practicality reflecting not merely the influence of the Ming dynasty, but rather the intrinsic characteristics of Chinese culture, common to individuals across all epochs. In his assessment, Li Qing regarded this trait as the finest of all. 4. When technology and science reach a certain threshold. The practical essence of Chinese culture can unleash formidable potential, enabling it to extract maximum value from existing scientific advancements under similar conditions. Furthermore, from a broader perspective, technology and science are not without their limitations. Even if temporarily surpassed, they are destined to be equalized once equality is achieved. The unique characteristics of Chinese culture will propel it ahead once more. With a deep exhale, Li Qing stepped out of the National Teachers' Hall and stood beneath the eaves, gazing up at the sky. The cerulean expanse, adorned with drifting clouds, offered a release for his somewhat suppressed emotions, allowing his spirits to lighten. Perfection is a rare commodity, often overshadowed by greed. Upon noticing the emperor and Huang Jin approaching, Li Qing halted his musings and stepped forward, stating, "I have reviewed the mathematics of Li Ben. Once it is examined and approved, we shall promptly proceed with the printing and distribution to various official schools throughout the Ming Dynasty." Zhu Houzhong paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "This is acceptable. However, we must still charge for the textbooks. At the very least, the court cannot continue to finance them." Li Qing inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. A look of surprise crossed Li Qing's face. "If not, then make haste to depart. The sooner you leave, the sooner you may return." Huang Jin bowed slightly, retrieving a package from a small eunuch behind him, begrudgingly stating, "This is the official attire of the 5th rank you requested for County Magistrate Yang. It consists of 2 complete sets." Zhu Houzhong remarked, "I have already allocated the necessary funds for construction materials during the morning court session. It will not be long before they are dispatched. You must return swiftly to reassure the citizens at the border and ensure that Magistrate Yang can concentrate on his duties without worry." Li Qing found himself momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Zhu Houzhong had urged him to leave the capital. "What is the matter?" Li Qing remained silent, accepting the cloth package handed to him by Huang Jin before turning to depart. Zhu Houzhong, momentarily perplexed, asked, "Huang Jin, what has gotten into him?" "The emperor may be somewhat lacking in empathy," Huang Jin replied. Zhu Houzhong retorted, "How can I be lacking in empathy? I provide funds when requested and grant titles when needed. Is that not sufficient?" Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, "At the very least. We ought to let Li Qing enjoy a farewell toast, no? He can drink upon his return. Matters of state are pressing." Zhu Houzhong, with a serious demeanor, continued on his way to the Privy Council. Huang Jin quietly scoffed, "Your Majesty, you simply wish to hasten to Jinling." As April approached, the weather finally began to exhibit a hint of warmth. The land was bustling with activity as the people rolled up their sleeves, filled with vigor. County Magistrate Yang had even brought his family to join him. What more could there be to worry about? The citizens felt utterly unburdened, and the provisions during this phase of labor exchange were far superior to those during previous relief efforts, leaving them brimming with energy. Li Qing stood atop a mound of earth, observing the scene from a distance, the slight fatigue from his brisk walk dissipating in an instant. The Ming Dynasty was vast, its population immense, yet, with diligent effort, it was still possible to steer this colossal vessel. A small change today would lead to a significant transformation tomorrow. The western regions were expansive, yet they would eventually be fully integrated and assimilated. After all, Li Qing had no shortage of time. Yang Kai hurriedly approached, sweat dampening his attire, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. "I pay my respects to the Marquis of Yongqing." As he performed his greeting, his gaze was fixed on the package Li Qing held. "Take it," Li Qing said, tossing it to him. Yang Kai fumbled to catch it. Opening it to reveal its contents, his spirits lifted instantly. 300 characters owed. I shall rectify it immediately. Chapter 534. Double Standards. Yang Kai nodded slowly, stating, "My lord, if we were to liken the Ming Dynasty to a towering tree, then Gansu would represent a sturdy branch, while this region serves as a smaller twig. Whether this twig can blossom and bear fruit depends primarily on its capacity to absorb nutrients." This metaphor is apt, yet not entirely precise. Li Qing remarked that the goal is for this branch to gradually thrive, ultimately becoming one of the robust limbs of the great tree, blossoming and bearing abundant fruit. Yang Kai respectfully acknowledged, "Your Excellency has profound insight." Li Qing smiled dismissively and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "In the wake of the recent calamity, with so many displaced citizens, the area within Jiaiguan lies in desolation. Economic development requires resources, yet the court cannot fully support every citizen. The funds allocated by the court should be utilized within the pass wherever possible, as this will stimulate local construction. Only when the region flourishes can it absorb more sustenance. Yang Kai diligently noted this, nodding frequently. With the general strategy established, Li Qing shifted to a relatively lighter subject, to ensure the populace is wholeheartedly engaged in vigorous development. The allocation of resources is of paramount importance. It is essential that the citizens believe in the principle of earning commensurate with effort, and this must be practiced. Indeed, I shall bear this in mind, replied Yang Kai. Li Qing's gaze drifted to the vast, open land before him, teeming with industrious citizens. A scene of vibrant vitality that was truly pleasing to behold. Land reclamation is arduous. The meals provided should be generous, avoiding excessive frugality, as people cannot endure it. He advised. Understood. I shall ensure this, Yang Kai responded earnestly. He continued, aside from a few minor officials and servants enjoying special privileges, all resources have been allocated appropriately. I can assure you, not a single coin has been misappropriated. Li Qing understood that the claim of no funds being misallocated was not entirely absolute, at least not in terms of sustenance and necessities. However, it was still a positive outcome. These expenditures were minimal, and the money spent would circulate among the populace. Whether in silver or paper currency, money that flows is truly valuable. Stagnant wealth is merely a lump of metal or worthless paper. Li Qing was not one to tolerate imperfections. Compared to Yang Kai's capabilities, minor flaws were not worth fretting over. The prevalence of corruption among officials is a norm, not unique to the Ming Dynasty, but a constant throughout history. This is for the best, your future is bright. And do not engage in foolishness that risks losing something substantial for a trivial gain, Li Qing cautioned lightly. With you here, I feel reassured. However, as the saying goes, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. The current resources available within the pass are limited. Relying solely on them is impractical. In a couple of days, I will visit Hami to have a thorough discussion with Wang Zhongshuan. Yang Kai was both surprised and astounded. He was aware of the power wielded by the eternal Qing Marquis, yet he never expected it to be so extensive. Although he spoke of discussions, both his tone and demeanor conveyed a sense of command. It was as if he were an emperor in motion. The autonomy and administrative power held by the eternal Qing Marquis were such that even the imperial envoys would likely retreat in deference. Yang Kai swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Might I accompany Your Excellency to Hami to meet with Wang Zhongshuan?" "Ah, I see," he continued. "Your Excellency must have the vast territories of the Ming Dynasty in mind and, naturally, cannot linger here for long. I merely wish to leverage Your Excellency's influence to finalize specific matters, thus preventing any disputes after your departure." Yang Kai chuckled awkwardly. "What do you think?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and gave a slight nod. "That is acceptable. However, you are currently only a fourth-rank official. In the future, do not use my name to exert pressure on others. Although the kings of the western regions do not hold a rank as high as that of a noble in the Ming Dynasty, their influence far surpasses that of the nobility. Now that the western regions have become part of the Ming, it is unwise to display an air of superiority typical of a celestial empire, as this would hinder integration. Moreover, they are also officials of the Ming." "Indeed, I understand," Yang Kai assured, a nervous smile on his face. "Setting aside national and civic responsibilities regarding my own career and life, I would not disregard the greater picture." "That is good to hear," Li Qing sighed softly. "Furthermore, the mindset of the populace must be guided thoughtfully. Since the western regions have joined the Ming, there should no longer be any notion of barbarians from that land. We must find every possible means to eliminate psychological divisions." "Yes, I shall comply," Yang Kai replied. "Where is Li Shizhen at present?" "Please wait a moment. I will summon Dr. Li," Yang Kai said, bowing deeply before hastily departing. Li Qing seated himself on the ground, continuing to appreciate the vibrant scene of life flourishing around him. After a quarter of an hour, Li Shizhen arrived, accompanied by Yang Kai. Yang Kai performed his duties with loyalty and then took his leave, providing the two men with space to converse. "How goes the imparting of medical knowledge?" Li Qing inquired. Li Shizhen clasped his hands together, responding, "It could be improved, but I estimate that within a month, I shall be nearly there. In truth, there are already individuals among the people who possess medical skills, and many common ailments can be treated by them." As they spoke, Li Shizhen seated himself as well. "My primary focus is on infants. A considerable portion of the populace consists of young men and women, and soon we shall witness a surge in births. New life is the very foundation of the Ming's future, and it must be given due attention. Indeed, Li Qing remarked, we could publish a specialized book on treating infant ailments, have the clerks transcribe it, and distribute it to the physicians. If feasible, it would be beneficial to also create a book on fostering infant growth, with Yang Kai's assistance in promoting it. This could significantly reduce the rate of infant mortality. You have been here for some time and are a physician. This should not be too challenging, I presume? Li Qing nodded gently, sincerely stating, Your Excellency's foresight is commendable. I had overlooked environmental and climatic factors. Although this area is not far from within the passes and lacks city walls as barriers, the climatic differences are quite significant, and I must invest effort in this regard. Li Qing smiled and said, You have indeed worked hard this past year. Regarding the Compendium of Materia Medica, the Emperor has already promised to provide maximum support. I have managed to secure you as the chief editor to oversee the project. Ah, thank you, Your Excellency, Li Qing said, his heart swelling with emotion. I shall ensure the creation of a comprehensive and immensely useful medical text. This is something I have never doubted. Li Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt both touched and curious. Your Excellency is typically meticulous in your dealings. Why do you have such confidence in me? Because I find it bothersome, Li Qing responded candidly. In truth, I have a tendency to extend preferential treatment to certain individuals who stand out. Am I considered one of those exceptional individuals in Your Excellency's eyes? Indeed, Li Qing smiled. I must admit my memory is not the best. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate to say my memory is poor. Rather, it is the passage of time that has caused many memories to fade into the depths of time. Of course, my youth was marked by a lack of diligence in my studies, so I never possessed an abundance of knowledge to begin with. Li Qing, though somewhat perplexed, refrained from probing further. Delving deeper would inevitably evoke the burdens of the past, and reminiscence often brings with it a sense of melancholy. After a year of daily companionship, Li Qing had come to understand the Duke of Yongqing of the Ming Dynasty quite well. His strength was undeniable, and his domineering nature was equally evident. Yet beneath that formidable exterior lay a tender heart. The most challenging days have passed, Li Qing reassured him. This place has found its rhythm. County Magistrate Yang is quite capable. In truth, there is little for the Duke to worry about. It would be wise to rest for a while. I can return to the capital alone without issue. No one was more aware of Li Qing's intense workload over the past year than Li Qing. You should take a break now. It is indeed time to relax, Li Qing urged. Li Qing responded, There is a time for toil and a time for rest. I am not one to adhere strictly to such a schedule. Well, it seems you are not too busy at the moment, Li Qing jested. Surely I am not so exceptional. Li Qing chuckled. Of course, not everything revolves around you. Historically, destruction comes easily, while construction is arduous. Next, I must travel to Hami. The western regions are now part of the Ming Dynasty, and this is a timely opportunity to explore economic connections that we cannot afford to overlook. Li Qing, lacking expertise in these matters, inquired, Are you set to travel to the western regions again? Yes, in a couple of days, Li Qing mused. Once Yang Kai has everything arranged, I shall take him along for the journey. Li Qing paused thoughtfully, then asked, You interact with the common folk more frequently than I do. Do you think Yang Kai's brief absence will cause unrest among the populace? For how long? At most a month. That is entirely manageable, Li Qing assured him. If this had occurred earlier, there might have been minor issues. But now that the county magistrate's family has arrived, the people will likely refrain from exhibiting panic. That is reassuring, Li Qing sighed, reclining comfortably, gazing at the azure sky, savoring the gentle breeze, his face a portrait of tranquility. Li Qing, having faced his own challenges in recent days, decided to follow suit. Lying down and looking up at the sky, May I inquire, Duke, how is it that you have achieved longevity? Do you regard me as a source for scholarly material? Li Qing readily admitted, I do not seek immortality. But if what I learn can be recorded for the benefit of others, that would be worthwhile. My situation is rather unique and not universally applicable. My longevity is simply because I have lived long, devoid of any rationale, Li Qing replied. As for extending life, I do possess some methods, though they too lack general applicability. Could you share them? There is nothing that cannot be disclosed. Various elixirs and the practice of Tai Chi for health, Li Qing explained. However, these are not accessible to the general populace. The ingredients for the medicinal formulas are quite costly, and as for Tai Chi, the farmers and laborers already engage in sufficient physical activity and lack the inclination to practice such arts. They are suited only for the affluent. Li Qing queried, Why not publish a book on the subject? I have no desire for the wealthy to enjoy prolonged lives. Why is that? It hinders the flow of social classes. Li Qing stated. Li Qing could not comprehend the situation and stated, "Forgive my intrusion, but I believe a physician should not act in such a manner." Chapter 535. Left hand turns to right hand. Li Qing did not offer an explanation or defense. He simply remarked, "I shall provide you with the Tai Chi health-preserving fist. As for the elixir recipe, I require further contemplation." Li Qing sat up, sighing, "My lord, should this recipe be lost, it would be an incalculable loss." Being both a Taoist and a physician, Li Qing fully understood Li Qing's profound distress. Rest assured, it shall not be lost. As the Ming Dynasty continues to flourish and the economy develops further, more individuals will have the means to utilize it. I will eventually disclose the recipe for the benefit of the populace. Hearing this, Li Qing felt somewhat reassured but still expressed concern. "I implore you, my lord, to create a backup. Do not allow time to erode your memory." Li Qing gently replied, "This is something I could never forget. Those recipes are for individuals who hold great significance in my life. They will remain etched in my memory. Indeed, a good memory pales in comparison to a poor penmanship." Li Qing insisted, unusually persistent. Li Qing, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. After a brief conversation, Li Qing succumbed to slumber, while Li Qing quietly departed. Upon awakening, evening had approached. Inside the makeshift county office, Li Qing and Yang Kai sat across from each other, sharing a modest meal of 4 small dishes and a pot of wine, far from the lavish feasts enjoyed before the great earthquake. This was primarily due to Yang Kai's newfound understanding of Li Qing's temperament, leading to a more restrained approach. As they dined, they discussed the subsequent developments. And by the time they finished, darkness had nearly fallen. Yang Kai suggested, "My lord, why not take some rest at my humble abode? It is but half a mile away." "No, I shall remain here," Li Qing replied. "Then allow me to keep you company," Yang Kai offered. "Do I require your company?" Li Qing said, half amused and half annoyed, shaking his head. "Having spent this time together, you should know that I value substance over appearance. There is no need for such gestures. As long as the tasks are executed properly, that suffices. The laws of the Ming do not stipulate that a county magistrate must reside in the county office. Let us forego these superficialities. Return and rest. Oh, and regarding the affairs in the western regions, we must not conceal them from the people. Remember to make arrangements for tomorrow." Pausing briefly, he added, "Although engagements in the western regions are financially motivated, they have indeed aided us. It is prudent to promote the assistance we receive for construction to alleviate the populace's xenophobic sentiments. The notion that all beyond the 9 provinces is barbaric has persisted for millennia. It cannot be dismantled overnight nor enforced coercively. It must be approached gradually." "I shall comply," Yang Kai responded. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. "You may take your leave." Remaining momentarily in thought, Li Qing exited the office and strolled through the fields. The night had deepened, and there were no lights to be seen. The laborers, weary from their day's toil, had succumbed to slumber, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. Li Qing gazed towards the west, murmuring to himself, "It seems that even in future generations, vast expanses of uninhabited land will remain between Gansu and Xinjiang. Constructing a comprehensive infrastructure in such areas is impractical. A feasible solution would be to establish a road, preferably a railway. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. This is no mere platitude. In truth, if we aspire for flourishing, we must facilitate economic mobility. Alas, productivity remains stagnant, and constructing a railway spanning 1,000 miles in this era is no trivial undertaking. Fortunately, the population of the Ming Dynasty has multiplied several times compared to its historical figures. However, productivity remains insufficient. While the numbers can be adjusted, it is essential to increase mining and iron smelting. Infrastructure development is also a potent catalyst for economic growth, yielding significant results. Zhu Houzhong sneezed several times in succession, prompting Huang Jin to hastily present him with a handkerchief from the imperial desk. He touched the emperor's forehead, then his own, followed by a gentle pat on his head. "I am not unwell." Zhu Houzhong brushed aside Huang Jin's hand, muttering, "Could it be that the money-consuming sprite is once again contemplating expenditures?" Huang Jin chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, it appears you feign interest in Li Qing, but your true desire lies in traveling to Jinling." "What nonsense!" Zhu Houzhong retorted, glaring. "Have I not ruled for decades with ease?" Indeed, Huang Jin nodded vigorously, chuckling. Your Majesty, might I accompany you? Zhu Houzhong wiped his nose and casually tossed aside the handkerchief. You are not young anymore. The distance between the two capitals is considerable. Why endure such hardship? It is better for you to remain in the capital. Your Majesty, taking one person is manageable. Taking two may prove unwieldy, Zhu Houzhong remarked. Huang Jin grinned. I could travel by boat in advance. Zhu Houzhong placed a hand on his forehead, laughingly scolding. I cannot bear to see you toil. But you cannot truly consider your position as a mere ornament, can you? With a cheerful demeanor, Huang Jin replied. Did you not say that I could delegate authority to my subordinates? The crown prince is brimming with vigor. I believe he will soon bear the burden. My role as the chief of the Bureau of Rights holds little influence. I would merely hinder the crown prince's progress. Do you genuinely wish to go? Zhu Houzhong inquired. We have Liu Bing here in the capital, and besides, others cannot serve the emperor well. Seeing Huang Jin's pitiful expression, Zhu Houzhong ultimately could not refuse and nodded. Let us discuss this again when Li Qing returns. If he has no objections, you may proceed to Jinling. Huang Jin beamed. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. What great kindness is this? It is not a matter of indulgence. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Then his expression grew serious. Huang Jin, do you genuinely believe the crown prince can shoulder the responsibilities? Speak candidly. Absolutely. Huang Jin asserted with conviction. No one understands better than he what the emperor prefers to hear. If the emperor sought the truth, he would not inquire of Huang Jin. He knows better than anyone. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong smiled faintly. So, does this mean I may soon contemplate retirement? Certainly, Huang Jin affirmed. Your Majesty, even if you do nothing, your presence alone ensures the stability of the court. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong sighed, reflecting. The crown prince is somewhat benevolent. In the future, he will need to delegate power and govern jointly with the ministers. His early engagement is both to acclimatize him and to prepare the officials. Your Majesty is wise. Huang Jin flattered. Under your guidance, the officials of the Ming Dynasty are astute and capable. The crown prince is fortunate. Fortunate, indeed, Zhu Houzhong replied with a bittersweet smile. Lamenting, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. While capable ministers are beneficial, they can also be a double-edged sword. Huang Jin scratched his head, saying, but we still have Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong neither confirmed nor denied this, simply expressing his melancholy. Fortunate to have Li Qing, yet unfortunate as well. Huang Jin chose not to respond further. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong, ever the sentimental soul, soon shifted the conversation. Inquiring, what do you think Li Qing is doing at this very moment? Surely he ought to be asleep. Huang Jin replied, can we discuss this? With a wry smile, Huang Jin added, I am not a worm in Li Qing's belly. How could I possibly know? You must be the worm in my belly, then? Zhu Houzhong jested. Indeed. Huang Jin conceded, I understand Your Majesty's concern regarding Li Qing's potential expansion of fiscal expenditures, yet I do not believe this to be entirely detrimental. Oh, what insights do you possess, Master Huang? Huang Jin shyly adjusted his plump face and replied, Your Majesty, throughout the 10 dynasties of our great Ming, expenditures have seldom been modest. In the times of the Taizu and Qingzu, they were substantial, and although the Ren and Xian emperors practiced considerable restraint, their overall expenditures still surpassed those of previous reigns. The Yingzong era also witnessed significant spending, as did the Zhongzong and Changhua periods. Our ancestors either solidified the foundations of the Ming, quelled turmoil, advanced the economy, or salvaged the treasury. Expenditures have never been trivial. However, the fiscal revenue of the Ming has increased year by year, surpassing each preceding dynasty. What does this suggest, Your Majesty? This was the first time Zhu Houzhong found himself challenged by Huang Jin, leaving him momentarily perplexed. What does it suggest? He asked. It suggests that spending is indeed justified. Huang Jin replied matter-of-factly. I may not grasp the intricacies of politics or economics, but the evidence over these 10 dynasties sufficiently validates Li Qing's reasoning. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, asked what reasoning. The more one spends, the wealthier one becomes, Huang Jin asserted. Zhu Houzhong could hardly accept this notion, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Huang Jin continued, Li Qing once remarked that the money spent is true wealth, while that which remains unspent is akin to scrap metal and worthless paper. I find this quite accurate. Then do enlighten me. In what manner is this accurate? Zhu Houzhong pressed. At that moment, Huang Jin struggled to articulate a response. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had an epiphany and asked, Your Majesty, Does silver or treasury notes vanish once spent? Zhu Houzhong appeared momentarily confused. Huang Jin bent down to pick up a handkerchief from the gold ingot, crumpling it into a ball, saying, "This handkerchief represents money. One hand signifies the court, while the other represents the populace." As Huang Jin gestured, moving his left hand to his right, Zhu Houzhong refrained from chastising Huang Jin's audacity and focused intently on the handkerchief, deep in thought. After a considerable pause, Huang Jin concluded, "Thus, in this back-and-forth exchange of hands, we have arrived at the present-day Ming. Yet the handkerchief remains a mere handkerchief, does it not?" "Certainly not," Zhu Houzhong retorted, laughingly scolding. "Your metaphor is rather crude. However, broadly speaking, it is not entirely incorrect. Indeed, the money does not disappear. The drawback lies in the fact that, throughout this process of circulation, the court's wealth diminishes while that of the populace increases, which, from the court's perspective, is not advantageous." Huang Jin countered, "Your Majesty, I believe your assertion is flawed." "In what way is it flawed?" Zhu Houzhong questioned. Huang Jin chuckled nervously, appearing quite apprehensive. "Speak freely." Huang Jin queried, "Your Majesty, tell me, during Taizu's reign when he hosted esteemed guests, was the total wealth of the national treasury greater? Or at the time you ascended to the throne?" Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback. Huang Jin remarked, "In truth, the court is becoming increasingly affluent. It merely appears impoverished in comparison to the common folk. Essentially, it is growing wealthier. In recent years, the financial expenditures of the Ming Dynasty have indeed been quite alarming. Yet surely this cannot persist indefinitely? After surpassing this juncture, the court will undoubtedly regain its prosperity." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily speechless, then suddenly chuckled, jesting. "Who claims that Huang is foolish? It seems the emperor finds merit in your words." Huang Jin, with a wry smile, responded, "The reasoning is sound. Yet the court will not thrive." "Why is that?" Zhu Houzhong retorted with a scoff, "Because Li Qing will not permit the court to prosper. When the court is wealthy, he will meddle." Chapter 536. Individual Scrutiny in the Hami Palace. Li Qing sat in the principal seat, leisurely sipping tea, his demeanor serene. Yang Kai, intrigued, surveyed the palace's decor. Approaching the age of understanding, it was his first departure from the Central Plains. After a considerable pause, he inquired of the accompanying prince, "Will Prince Zhongshuan return today?" The prince, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Yesterday, my father conveyed news that he would indeed return today. It should not be mistaken. I apologize for making the envoy wait." Although directed at Yang Kai, the prince's gaze remained fixed on Li Qing. Li Qing set down his teacup and stated, "We are not in haste, it matters not. You may attend to your affairs without concern for us. How could I neglect proper etiquette?" The prince responded, "Go on then." "Understood," the prince acquiesced, rising. "Please, do not hesitate to call upon us should there be any needs." Li Qing nodded slightly. The prince, emulating Han customs, bowed and departed. Yang Kai asked, "It has been 3 days. Could Prince Zhongshuan be deliberately avoiding us?" "It is not as complicated as you presume. Did not the prince mention that Zhongshuan went to Turpan to discuss matters with Prince Zhongming, and that he would return today? No need for urgency." Li Qing stretched languidly and added, "What? Cannot you acclimate to the palace?" "Oh, not at all. I am burdened with responsibilities, thus a sense of guilt is inevitable." Yang Kai chuckled awkwardly. After a pause, he queried, "My lord, shall we still proceed to Turpan?" Knowing Li Qing's formidable speed of travel, a month's time would suffice to reach Turpan and even make a return trip to Yarkand. As the future administrative officer of the Western regions, Yang Kai naturally sought early engagement with the local powers to strategize for the future. Li Qing, non-committal, countered, "Do you wish to go?" Yang Kai, in a moment of conflict, ultimately chose honesty, "I do wish to go. Since exiting the pass, I have devoted the latter half of my life to the Western regions. The vastness of the West is daunting. Without my lord, I cannot fathom how much time I would consume visiting Turpan and Yarkand." He added with a sheepish grin, "Furthermore, with my lord's introduction, my standing will surely be strengthened." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "There is no shame in speaking the truth. I intend to take you along." "Thank you for your support, my lord." However, Li Qing's smile faded as he solemnly stated, "From finances to positions, and the network I have constructed for you, I have afforded you the utmost support. Under such conditions, should you betray the court, mere incompetence will not absolve you." Yang Kai straightened, repeatedly affirming, "I understand, my lord. It is for the best. Your knowledge of my infamous reputation must be somewhat considerable. My demeanor hinges entirely upon your actions." Li Qing's voice bore a hint of coldness, sounding an alarm. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Yang Kai recalled the matters he had previously chosen to overlook. This esteemed Yongqing Marquis is certainly not a benevolent figure. As an official of the Ming Dynasty, how could one be unaware of the history of our realm? Although Yang Kai was not well versed in the specifics of Li Qing's deeds, even the scant knowledge he possessed was enough to instill a sense of dread. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly and will never betray the emperor, the court, or the marquis, Yang Kai hastily assured. In 10 years, no need for 10 years. I will come to the borders often to observe for myself, Li Qing replied with a faint smile. As long as you are earnest in your endeavors. Even if it takes a bit longer, I shall not mind. Conversely, I believe you would prefer not to witness the ruthless side of me, correct? Indeed. I shall remain earnest in my duties and will not disappoint the emperor's promotion or the marquis's cultivation, Yang Kai responded, his initial joy gradually giving way to a deeper sense of reverence. Li Qing chose not to elaborate further, leaning back slightly and closing his eyes to rest. Yang Kai, shedding some of his previous casualness, grew increasingly respectful. As noon approached, Prince Wang arrived in haste. Accompanied by the loyal and obedient Wang Baiya and the son of the king of Turpan, Zhongming. The young prince greeted the Yongqing Marquis, and the Zhongming prince followed suit, both acknowledging the formality. This is County Magistrate Yang, Li Qing introduced. With a smile, Yang Kai bowed, saying, Your Highness, Prince Zhongming, I am honored to meet you. The two, introduced by Li Qing, did not dare to neglect the courtesy, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats. Li Qing elaborated on Yang Kai's position, noting that while he held the title of county magistrate, he also bore the rank of a fifth-grade official and played a significant role in managing the western regions. This revelation prompted the loyal and obedient Wang and Prince Zhongming to extend even greater courtesy towards Yang Kai, who, while appreciative, found himself more impressed by Li Qing's influence. The loyal and obedient Wang took the initiative to explain, thanks to His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty and the mediation of the Yongqing Marquis, peace has been established between Hami and Turpan. My visit to Prince Zhongming aims to promote mutual exchange. Prince Zhongming echoed his sentiments, offering praises for the Ming Emperor. Li Qing naturally welcomed such opinions and expressed his approval. After this splendid display, it was time for a meal. Exquisite wines and dishes were laid out, and as host and guests dined and conversed, they learned that Li Qing was present to aid in the development of the borders. The loyal and obedient Wang readily agreed to assist, and Prince Zhongming also expressed his willingness to help. As for the necessary materials, without a moment's hesitation, Li Qing's request was met with a nod from the loyal and obedient Wang. What was this if not a directive? To put it nicely, it was a suggestion. To put it bluntly, it was an order. While Yang Kai felt a sense of pride, he was also invigorated. With the endorsement of the Yongqing Marquis, the construction of the provincial government would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Perhaps it would not take 5 years. Optimistically, a provincial government could be established in 3 years. After a satisfying meal, plates were cleared away and tea was served. In the pleasantly tipsy atmosphere, the camaraderie between host and guests flourished. Li Qing remarked, You are undoubtedly aware of the calamity that befell the interior last year. In light of such a monumental earthquake, the court has, understandably, had to allocate its resources with caution, resulting in a slight delay in assistance to the western regions. I trust you comprehend the situation. The Duke of Yongqing interjected. Your Majesty's compassion for the people is akin to that of a father for his children, and thus, it is only natural that the immediate needs of the disaster-stricken populace take precedence. Were it not for the considerable distance, we, as loyal subjects, would also strive to contribute our share. How could we harbor any grievances? Li Qing smiled and nodded, saying, I believe you have heard of the court's efforts to aid the victims of the disaster. The emperor's benevolence towards his subjects is unparalleled in history. The three men quickly offered their agreement, genuinely moved. You, too, are subjects of the Ming, and the court's care for the interior will surely extend to the exterior. By next year at the latest, the court will intensify its support for your development, Li Qing continued. Trade will flourish, prices will be advantageous, and you will retain a considerable degree of autonomy. However, one must adhere to the policies set forth by the court. Any deviation will not be taken lightly. Prince Zhongming and King Zhongshuan nodded in agreement, reiterating their understanding. Prince Zhongming tentatively inquired, May I ask, Duke Yongqing, what is the approximate amount of aid the court plans to provide? For Hami, Turpan, and Yarkand. The total will not be less than 4 million taels. The specific allocation will require the emperor and officials to devise a fair plan, which will be formally documented, replied Li Qing. This funding will not be given directly to you. Rather, it will manifest through trade profits and price subsidies. Moreover, these funds are not a gift to be pocketed by the royal family. They must be invested in development. The court will evaluate the effectiveness of the assistance provided and may increase aid for those who excel while reducing it for those who do not. Both Prince Zhongming and King Zhongshuan accepted this arrangement. Although they lacked expertise in economic matters, they understood that the prosperity of their domains would ultimately benefit the royal household. Furthermore, compared to officials in the interior, they enjoyed significant autonomy, even holding hereditary positions. In such circumstances, they would not be short-sighted enough to prioritize immediate gains. King Zhongshuan, still a bit concerned, asked, "This 4 million taels is just for 1 year, correct?" "Indeed, but it is also time-limited. The court cannot provide assistance for decades." Li Qing clarified. Should efforts prove fruitless, the court will promptly reevaluate its support. "Ah, indeed, that is only proper," came the reply. Meanwhile, Yang Kai felt a surge of enthusiasm. As the future governor of the western regions, he hoped for their revitalization. He raised his glass cheerfully, proclaiming, "The emperor's benevolence is like that of the heavens. The western regions are truly fortunate." King Zhongshuan and Prince Zhongming quickly raised their glasses as well, extolling the emperor's virtues. As the banquet concluded, Li Qing purposefully allowed Yang Kai some space to converse with King Zhongshuan, as both parties would need to collaborate frequently in the future. He then escorted Prince Zhongming out of the palace. Turpan, in terms of both geography and population, outstripped Hami. Past grievances should not lead to arrogance, nor should thoughts of infringing upon Hami's territory arise. Li Qing warned, "Otherwise, you shall await the arrival of the Ming's celestial soldiers." The Duke of Yongqing jested lightly. Prince Zhongming expressed his discontent, pondering how Turpan and Hami, now akin to family, could act in such a manner. Li Qing scoffed, saying, "If you truly treated Hami with equality, why is it that we see the king of Hami personally visiting Turpan, yet the king of Turpan does not reciprocate the gesture?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Prince Zhongming was silenced. Li Qing continued, "How you perceive me is of no concern, but it would be wise to keep your hands to yourself and not overreach. The court will not stand idly by as Turpan encroaches upon Hami, just as it will not allow Yarkand to infringe upon Turpan. Indeed," Prince Zhongming admitted sheepishly, "upon my return, I shall certainly inform my father, the king. That will not be necessary. I shall personally pay a visit shortly." Li Qing gestured dismissively. "The reason I share this with you is that you will soon inherit the throne." Prince Zhongming, taken aback, murmured, "My father indeed intends to abdicate early. But how does Lord Yongqing know of this?" "During our last horse race, I discerned his declining health," Li Qing stated, refraining from elaborating further. He added, "There is an ancient saying among the Han people. The killer is always pursued by the killer. If the court were to overlook Turpan's aggression towards Hami, how could it possibly restrain Yarkand from attacking Turpan? Do not mislead yourself." Chapter 537. Perpetually underestimated Prince Zhongming was momentarily stunned, then bowed deeply, declaring, "In the presence of Lord Yongqing, I dare not speak falsely. We have indeed underestimated Hami to a certain extent. I assure you, upon ascending the throne, I shall never allow any aggression towards Hami, and I will instruct my successor to do the same." He had witnessed Li Qing's formidable prowess firsthand. It was unnecessary to summon the might of the Ming army, for Li Qing alone could breach the palace guards and claim his life. Li Qing nodded slightly. "That is most agreeable. I hope you will also remind the Shunming king when you visit Yarkand." "That is only natural," Li Qing replied. "In my eyes, you are all subjects of the Ming, and I shall not permit you to turn against one another. In truth, the survival of the fittest has always prevailed. Yarkand encroaches upon Turpan's territory, while Turpan encroaches upon Hami's. Previously, all lived in poverty, but as conditions improve, disparities in power will widen, and the impetus for aggression will only grow." Li Qing did not wish to see a united front in the western regions. A tripartite balance would be most desirable. On the following day, Li Qing, with Yang Kai in tow, set off for Turpan. In the capital, with financial issues resolved and relief efforts on the right track, the political atmosphere further stabilized. Zhu Houzhong once again took residence in the Grand Shuangguan Hall. This time, he went so far as to forego morning court sessions altogether, allowing the crown prince to assume those duties as well. Yet, None among the ministers voiced any dissent. During the previous tumultuous period, they had faced a fiscal crisis and urgent calamities, and the emperor's negligence had genuinely alarmed them. Now that the situation had stabilized, they were more than willing to grant the emperor a respite. This was not born from sympathy for the emperor, but rather from their desire for a more relaxed environment. No one wished for the Ming enterprise to falter, yet they also did not want their astute leader to be overly burdened. It was simply exhausting. Throughout the dynasties of Han, Tang, Song, and Ming, serving as an official in the Ming dynasty was arguably the most arduous task, especially under such a demanding ruler. At present, the ministers not only did not resent the emperor's pursuit of immortality, but they also hoped fervently that he might abdicate early. However, this situation has proven to be quite burdensome for the crown prince Zhu Houzhong. While he has not basked in the emperor's grandeur, he has shouldered the weight of responsibility far too early. In the court, there is hardly a lack of scheming individuals. Witnessing his father's ease only amplifies the pressure upon him, which feels as heavy as a mountain. When he confided in his father, he was met with tales of how, in his younger days, he dealt with fierce ministers and formidable empresses, leaving Zhu Houzhong utterly disheartened. Fortunately, there was Mr. Gao, who not only alleviated his worries but also offered guidance, managing to stabilize the insecure Zhu Houzhong. Time flowed gently, and April slipped away in the blink of an eye. As May arrived, the temperature in the capital began to rise, bringing with it a slight sense of discomfort. The leaves turned a vibrant green, flourishing as the crops hastened their growth. In the early morning, Zhu Houzhong, after practicing Tai Chi, savored a warm bowl of barley porridge, relishing the moment. With the thought of Li Qing's imminent return and the prospect of a leisurely trip to Jinling, his spirits soared. Huang Jin, observing his joy, felt equally elated. Li Qing should be back soon, right? She inquired eagerly. Very soon. Huang Jin nodded repeatedly, smiling broadly. You promised, and if Li Qing agrees, I shall accompany you to Jinling. If you cannot go, then it will be Li Qing's fault. Zhu Houzhong set down his bowl, reflecting, if I were to truly rest, would Li Qing become anxious? Do you think he would? How would I know? Huang Jin replied. You know him best. Why are you asking me? Zhu Houzhong glared at her. Although Huang Jin was somewhat simple-minded, she was not foolish. She understood that the emperor sought her opinion. If Li Qing were to become impatient, she would be used as a scapegoat. Speak. Zhu Houzhong pressed. Perhaps, Huang Jin replied, steeling herself. I truly feel I have spoiled you. Zhu Houzhong remarked with a stern expression. Huang Jin scratched her head, somewhat regretful. I will speak well of you, your majesty, but you know Li Qing's temperament. He is hardly the most refined. Very well, Zhu Houzhong conceded, feeling a mix of resignation and frustration. I do not have many years left. I simply wish to enjoy some peace. That rascal has been carefree for decades, yet I have not seen him. Indeed, it seems only the crying child receives the candy. Huang Jin, puzzled, asked, Who are you referring to, your majesty? A wretched creature, unworthy of comparison to even a pig or dog, Zhu Houzhong replied darkly. Huang Jin realized it was not Li Qing, but she could not fathom who else could provoke such feelings in the emperor. Not wishing to delve further, she merely stated, In truth, Li Qing does not have it much easier. His struggles are profound. But he can attain longevity, Zhu Houzhong said, a look of jealousy crossing his face. Though hard work is arduous, there will come a day when he can rest completely, unlike me, who toils throughout my life. Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. I believe that in the future, Li Qing will not lie down forever. Absolutely he will, Zhu Houzhong asserted with unwavering certainty. Why is that? Huang Jin inquired. Because he will ultimately become the enemy of all, Zhu Houzhong murmured. The path of the Ming dynasty appears endless to me, but Li Qing's journey has an end. I cannot say how many years it will take, but that day is destined to arrive. Upon returning to his territory, Yang Kai's respect for Li Qing reached unparalleled heights. The reason was simple. He was simply too formidable. Whether in Turpan or Yarkand, the authority of Li Qing is such that it rivals that of an emperor, perhaps even surpassing it. The reverence that the two kings hold for Li Qing is no less than that of the Ming emperor. Yang Kai perceives that their admiration stems not merely from the respect for the Ming, but from a dual reverence for both the dynasty and Li Qing himself. Having previously overestimated the capabilities of the eternal Qing Marquis, Yang Kai finds himself repeatedly realizing that he has, in fact, underestimated him. Consequently, his attitude has grown significantly more respectful, and he harbors greater confidence for the future development of the Western regions, especially with the backing of the eternal Qing Marquis. Li Qing, having completed his necessary tasks and given his instructions, quickly set off for the capital with Li Qing. Fortunately, Li Qing had fully acclimatized to the rigors of travel, maintaining his vigor throughout the journey to the capital without showing signs of fatigue. As they traversed the streets of the capital, enjoying roasted dog meat under the slightly warm sun, the weight of their exhaustion began to lift. After more than a year of relentless endeavor, they had finally returned, and Li Qing felt as though he had emerged from another era. Noticing that Li Qing was heading toward the palace, Li Qing glanced at their attire and remarked, "It seems inappropriate to present ourselves before the emperor in such a state. We should cleanse ourselves of the dust of travel." Li Qing, unfazed, replied, "It matters not. We can rest after meeting the emperor. Do you not wish for His Majesty to approve your compilation of the Jiajing Benqiao Gongmu as soon as possible?" "Of course," Li Qing responded, invigorated. "Is it truly possible for the emperor to allow me to lead the compilation?" Li Qing chuckled. "The emperor already holds you in high regard, even without my mention. It is you, Li Qing, who will be the chief compiler. Come, let us proceed, and after your audience with the emperor, I can finally rest undisturbed." Li Qing nodded, his previously hesitant steps now firm and assured. Upon seeing Li Qing pass through the Meridian Gate without entering, Li Qing looked puzzled. Li Qing clarified, "The emperor is in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. What is His Majesty doing there?" Li Qing inquired. "Practicing immortality," Li Qing replied. Li Qing was taken aback, hesitated several times to voice his thoughts, but ultimately could not restrain himself, murmuring, "Pursuing immortality is not the true path. As you have said, your longevity cannot be replicated. Why not advise the emperor to prioritize the state?" Li Qing paused before responding. "The emperor is human and has toiled for decades. Surely he deserves a balance of work and rest. Moreover, he is the sovereign," Li Qing added, somewhat helplessly. "Why do you sound like a civil servant? To be honest, I once followed the path of the imperial examinations, but alas, my intellect proved inadequate, leading me to abandon literature for medicine." "Is that so?" Li Qing replied, surprised. Then chuckled, "It is fortunate you did not succeed in the examinations." As they conversed, the two arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Li Qing presented his jade tablet and effortlessly led Li Qing into the royal Taoist temple. Zhu Houzhong was seated before the altar of the Supreme Emperor, and upon noticing their arrival, the old Taoist priest abandoned his meditation, nearly rushing out of the hall to greet Li Qing, who was conversing with Huang Jin. "Do you not understand the protocol? Upon returning to the capital, should you not first report to me?" "I am guilty," replied both Li Qing and Huang Jin, hastily kneeling to express their contrition. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, granting him leniency by refraining from further comment. "Li Qing has returned. Might we promptly place the matter of the Compendium of Materia Medica under the reign of the Jiajing Emperor on the agenda?" Zhu Houzhong paused momentarily, nodding repeatedly. "Huang Jin, take Li Qing to the Imperial Medical Institute and make the necessary arrangements." Huang Jin, already aware of the task of editing medical texts, respectfully assented and rose, saying, "Doctor Li, please follow me." Li Qing slowly rose, wishing to articulate something further, yet before he could utter a word, he was silenced by a stern glance from Li Qing, leaving him to acquiesce in silence. "What is the matter with you?" Zhu Houzhong expressed his dissatisfaction, noting the growing disregard for the emperor. "The physician is also an official of the Ming Dynasty, a servant of mine. If he wishes to offer counsel, why do you obstruct him? Shall I summon him to advise you against pursuing immortality?" "In that case, never mind." Zhu Houzhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled. "When shall we depart?" "I can hardly wait." Li Qing, with a grim expression, retorted, "Shouldn't you inquire about the affairs of the western regions?" "Must I even ask?" Zhu Houzhong shot back. "The Duke of Yongqing from the Ming Dynasty is quite capable, isn't he?" Look at you. This is merely out of my trust in you." Zhu Houzhong, needing something from another, could not afford to be obstinate. "Go on in." Li Qing took a deep breath and entered the palace, only to see the statue of the Emperor Jinwu, which further incited his ire. "Is the Emperor Jinwu provoking you as well?" Zhu Houzhong, ever observant, teased him upon noticing his displeasure. "Before long, I shall relocate the Emperor Jinwu of Wudong Mountain to a less prominent position," Li Qing muttered. Chapter 538. Li Qing's concession. Li Qing briefly recounted his experiences during the expedition to the western regions and the assistance provided for its development. Zhu Houzhong maintained a composed demeanor. These initiatives were already in the plans, They simply could not be executed due to the unforeseen earthquake. The court has been preparing for them. As for the mutual coveting among Yi Qiang, Turpan, and Hami, that was anticipated as well. In truth, this is insignificant. A peaceful coexistence would be rather unremarkable. Li Qing shook his head slightly, sighing. You still have not acclimated. Acclimated to what? Zhu Houzhong inquired. The western regions are now part of the Ming Dynasty, no longer merely the western regions, Li Qing asserted. Do you wish for the provinces of the Ming to harbor animosity towards one another? That is not quite the same matter, Zhu Houzhong countered. In fact, it is the very same, Li Qing stated earnestly. The actions of the higher echelons dictate the lower. Your mindset is perilous. Huh, by your reasoning. The western regions should be a united front, an unyielding bloc. You are merely being contrary, Li Qing retorted. Encouraging them to coexist peacefully and pledge loyalty to the Ming is the correct path. Sowing discord is no longer timely and will only lead to internal strife. Very well. Zhu Houzhong adjusted his mindset, saying, shortly, I shall issue a decree, and when the three princes next enter the palace to report, I shall address this matter directly. Now, that is the attitude and vision befitting a competent emperor. Huh, does that imply I was not a competent emperor before? Zhu Houzhong replied, amused. Is there a fault in praising you? Li Qing laughed. You cannot even manage a compliment. Off you go. Hey, why do you act like a woman? Must you be so petty? Who is being a woman? Am I not sufficient? Zhu Houzhong conceded. Fortunately, with no one around, he thought, a woman is a woman. After all, in this grand and exalted hall, I have been engaged in profound cultivation for quite some time, yet the ministers have shown little response. Seemingly content with the current state of affairs, Zhu Houzhong inquired, with conditions fully in our favor, when shall we set forth? Li Qing pondered briefly before asking. What of the court assembly? I have not attended for several days. Zhu Houzhong urged. Are you not aware of the character of our ministers? When the situation was tumultuous, even the slightest relaxation on my part elicited their dire predictions of the nation's downfall. Now that stability has returned, they would much prefer I abdicate in favor of another. Li Qing refrained from arguing, recognizing the truth in the assessment of their ministers. When you depart for Jinling, it is imperative that only a select few are informed. Clandestine escapes are ill-advised. The last time that rogue fled, you remained silent. Can we not converse? Li Qing glared, unwilling to articulate his reluctance to accompany Zhu Houzhong. Must I endure your complaints? Zhu Houzhong muttered, somewhat disgruntled. Huang Jin and Liu Bing are aware, and the crown prince will inevitably learn. Is that sufficient? Li Qing composed himself and queried, will none of the outer officials be informed? You mean Su Jie? Li Qing nodded in affirmation. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow slightly, stating, Li Ben is on the verge of retirement, and Su Jie's dominance in the cabinet is well established. While he will not rebel, having one more person privy to our plans inevitably increases the risk. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before responding. In truth, there is no need for such caution. You speak so easily, yet do not bear the burdens yourself. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Li Qing remarked. Before you leave, it would be prudent to make an appearance, at the very least. You should attend a court assembly to prepare the ministers for the expectation that the emperor will remain absent for a time. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong nodded, inquiring, by the way, when can we depart? Whenever you wish. I await your command, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. I shall attend court tomorrow and announce my intention to enter seclusion, departing by tomorrow evening. How does that sound? That is agreeable, but you must ensure everything is in order, especially concerning the crown prince. Li Qing advised earnestly, you must reassure him. He cannot be left in a state of panic the moment you depart. I understand the gravity of the situation. Zhu Houzhong nodded. Oh, by the way, Huang Jin wishes to accompany us to Jinling. Should we allow it? Perhaps it is best to decline, Li Qing replied, shaking his head slightly. It is not a permanent departure. It will not exceed a month. He should remain in the capital. Zhu Houzhong teased. Are you not concerned that Huang Jin might feel disheartened? After all, as the chief of ceremonies, with the emperor's departure and the chancellor also leaving, someone must oversee the affairs of state. Huang Jin may hold the title, but he lacks the authority, Zhu Houzhong clarified. The powers have been delegated. Delegated? Li Qing frowned. Questioning. Are you indicating that you wish to retire early? Zhu Houzhong replied awkwardly. I assure you, it is not a matter of laziness. You understand the crown prince. If he is not allowed to adapt beforehand, I risk working myself to exhaustion, which would ultimately be detrimental to him. Li Qing regarded him with a furrowed brow. Observing intently, Zhu Houzhong, feeling uneasy yet resolute, retorted, "Look at how much gray I have in my hair. How many more years do you believe I have left? What is wrong with seeking a bit of leisure? I am not like that fellow who fled the capital and abandoned all responsibilities. Even in this grand hall, diligently cultivating, I remain a stabilizing force for the Ming Dynasty, do I not? Moreover, should a crisis arise, do you think I would stand idly by?" Li Qing fell into silence for a moment before stating, "One must leave room for maneuver. Does this imply one cannot abdicate? Only by bearing the title of emperor can one enjoy the privileges of the Grand Emperor, thereby allowing for a graceful passage in and out of power." He continued, "If you truly abdicate, when faced with issues, it will not be easy to reclaim your position. Moreover, how shall the crown prince find his footing?" Zhu Houzhong, in quiet contemplation, replied, "At this moment, I genuinely wish for a respite." "I have not said you cannot rest," Li Qing interjected. "I mentioned that under the title of emperor, one enjoys the rights of the Grand Emperor. In times of peace, you are indeed the Grand Emperor. Yet in times of trouble, you remain the emperor." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Furthermore, it is your responsibility to nurture the crown prince's ability to manage state affairs. One cannot completely neglect such duties." Without waiting for Zhu Houzhong to sulk or throw a tantrum, Li Qing stated directly, "This is my utmost concession. A reward for your diligent service over the decades. Do not push your luck." "But that fellow, he is reckless, and you are reckless too?" Li Qing retorted, exasperated. "You often claim I am biased, yet do you possess the courage to relinquish the throne to the princes?" Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, "The relief for the disaster-stricken has already transitioned to a work-for-relief program, entering a stable period. There is no need for you to rush around anymore. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain in the capital from now on. You need not instruct the crown prince, nor intervene in court matters. I understand your desire to reduce your visibility. I shall not make things difficult for you. You simply need to assist me in cultivating my immortality within the Grand Gaoxian Hall." "Apologies, but I have my own way of life," Li Qing replied. "I am willing to help you recuperate and even assist in alchemy, but I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. How can you be so unfeeling when I am in such a state?" Li Qing, feeling both helpless and frustrated, exclaimed, "Do you take me for a servant of the Zhu family?" He then stood to leave, turning his back and stating, "The compendium of materia medica benefits the masses. You have idle time. It would be best for you to personally issue instructions to ensure everything is prepared promptly. Once that is done, I shall escort you to Jinling." Upon exiting the Grand Gaoxian Hall, Li Qing indulged in a hearty meal at a restaurant, and after satisfying his physical needs, he returned to his small courtyard for a deep slumber, not awakening until noon the following day. After refreshing himself and donning clean garments, Li Qing moved a lounge chair into the shade beneath a fruit tree, reclined, and began reading a novel, leisurely crossing his legs. Clang, 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 came the voice of Huang Jin. "Are you awake?" Li Qing replied, setting aside his book and approaching the door to open it. Huang Jin entered, saying, "The arrangements have been made on the emperor's side. It is said that we can depart this evening. Are you certain there are no oversights?" "The emperor has been planning this for several days. There will naturally be no errors," Huang Jin chuckled. "The emperor has long awaited this day." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Very well. Return and inform him that I will come to the Grand Gaoxian Hall to fetch him this evening." "Understood," Huang Jin acknowledged, yet he hesitated. Appearing somewhat fidgety, Li Qing, discerning his thoughts, inquired, "Do you truly wish to accompany us?" Huang Jin scratched his head and said, "Since entering the Prince of Xing's residence, I have not been apart from the emperor. I have thought it through. I will not hold you and the emperor back. I shall take the steamboat. It is both easy and not significantly slower. Since you are so determined to go, then go ahead," Li Qing replied, "who currently oversees the ceremonial office. It is Feng Bao, who has just been promoted to chief eunuch." As Li Qing fell into a daze, Huang Jin added, "He is the eunuch who accompanied you, Yu Daiyou, and Qi Jiguang to the northern desert." "Ah, him," Li Qing nodded slowly. "What is his capability?" "Surely, he is more competent than I," Huang Jin replied. "I meant, can he maintain order?" "Absolutely," Huang Jin explained. Before the emperor officially established the crown prince, he sent Feng Bao to the Prince of Yu's residence. At present, the Prince of Yu is the heir apparent and the future emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Feng Bao shares a close relationship with the crown prince, and, with his position as the chief scribe, he can certainly command respect. After a pause, he added, "Moreover, there is Liu Bing. My presence in the capital makes little difference. As you know, I am of little use." Attempting to praise Huang Jin, though unable to articulate it, Li Qing settled for saying, "Once we are done, let us head to the great Haixian Hall together in the evening." "Ah, splendid," Huang Jin exclaimed joyfully. "I shall be busy then. See you tonight." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "See you tonight." The master and servant swiftly concluded their respective tasks and returned to the great Haixian Hall, waiting from the afternoon until dusk, and then from dusk until nightfall, truly experiencing the sensation of time dragging on interminably. It was not until the witching hour, as they began to doze off and doubted whether Li Qing might stand them up, that he finally made his entrance. Zhu Houzhong was instantly invigorated, and Huang Jin's small eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we go? Let us go. Ha, then let us depart." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Do not laugh so loudly. Must you smack your lips as well? Off we go?" Zhu Houzhong was too preoccupied to mind. His heart filled with thoughts of his amiable son and his detestable cousin, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Under the moonlit sky and amidst the gusting wind, Huang Jin gazed up at the towering walls, his eyes wide and trembling, swallowing hard. The plump fellow was afraid of heights, as was Zhu Houzhong. "Let us take Huang Jin out first." "No, let the emperor lead the way." Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Such humility." With that, he grasped both of them and leaped into the air. The ground seemed to plunge away beneath them, and a dizzying sensation enveloped them, prompting instinctive cries that were instantly drowned by the rush of wind filling their mouths. By the time they could think to scream again, they were firmly on solid ground. The shock on their faces had not yet faded, and they gasped for breath, which only further amused Li Qing. "Is it truly that alarming?" "It was mainly due to our lack of preparation," Zhu Houzhong stammered, trying to regain his composure. "I felt the same," Huang Jin quickly interjected. Li Qing, suppressing a smirk at their trembling legs, urged them onward through the night. After a while, their legs steadied, and they could walk normally without Li Qing's assistance. "When shall we exit the city?" Zhu Houzhong, having regained his composure, adjusted his mood, finding the thick night more delightful than a stroll through the imperial garden. Li Qing replied calmly, "If you wish to leave quickly, we can be out of the city in a quarter of an hour. If you prefer to take your time, we can wait until dawn." "Quickly?" Zhu Houzhong suddenly recalled and amended, "Perhaps not too quickly. That poses its own issues. Never mind, we need not rush this moment. Let us proceed as per the usual customs." Huang Jin sighed in relief and promptly declared, "The emperor is wise." "Oh, the emperor indeed? Ah, yes. My lord is indeed sagacious." Huang Jin swiftly retracted his words, a grin spreading across his face. Zhu Houzhong also chuckled, shedding the gloom that had previously enveloped him. His entire demeanor transformed into one of cheerfulness. In the early morning, as the sun rose in the east, the three of them basked in the radiance of dawn, each clutching a meat sandwich, leisurely departing the city with an air of nonchalance. The system of travel permits established by Zhu Yuanzhang had relaxed during the reign of Zhu Di, and by the time of the Xuande period, it had become virtually irrelevant. Since the abolition of the household registration system, the court had completely lifted restrictions on population movement. It became evident that such mobility did not threaten the stability of the state. Rather, it could effectively bolster the economy. In most instances, population movement was confined to a single county, even with the advent of steamships, which significantly enhanced transportation efficiency. Few commoners ventured beyond provincial or state borders, save for dire circumstances. After all, in this era, the terms refugees and displaced persons were synonymous. The weight of local attachment was profound. The soldiers guarding the city gate had no inkling of the emperor's appearance. Zhu Houzhong made no effort to disguise himself and was rather brazen, exuding an air of audacity. Having finished the meat sandwiches, Zhu Houzhong wiped his mouth with a handkerchief that Huang Jin had placed on the ground and inquired, "How shall we proceed?" "Let us take a boat," Li Qing suggested, wiping his mouth and clapping Zhu Houzhong on the shoulder. "Have you brought enough money? Surely 10,000 taels will suffice?" "That should be ample," Li Qing replied cheerfully. "Though the steamship's speed is modest, it can operate continuously, so overall, it won't take much longer. Including a few stops for transfers, 7 days it should be more than sufficient, and it should be quite a comfortable journey." "Agreed," Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "But let it be understood that any delays along the way do not count." "Very well," Li Qing said generously, "this time I shall allow you to enjoy a full month in Jinling." "What happened to the promised month and a half?" Li Qing remained silent, merely fixing him with a steady gaze. "A month it is then," Staying too long can be exhausting, Zhu Houzhong reasoned, allowing himself a graceful exit from the conversation about Jinling. In the pavilion of the Yongqing Marquis' residence, Zhu Houzhong and Zhu Ziqi were engaged in a game of chess. While Xiao Bao rested his elbows on a small desk, propping his chin in his hands, his eyes glazed and heavy with sleep. "Focus on your studies," Zhu Laoshi exclaimed, picking up one of his opponent's pieces and deftly striking Xiao Bao on the head. "At your tender age, why are you daydreaming?" Zhu Ziqi, already at a disadvantage, found himself losing another crucial piece and could barely maintain his defenses, letting out a pained smile. "Dear uncle, please instruct Xiao Bao while I take my leave to stretch my legs." "Where to?" Zhu Houzhong asked, but then smiled knowingly and waved him off. "Go on. Go visit your father-in-law." "Ah," Zhu Ziqi replied, as if granted a reprieve, hastily averting his gaze from Xiao Bao as he departed in a hurry. The little one pouted and huffed. "That lecher, so reckless. It's one thing at home, but he shows no restraint even at the Yongqing Marquis' residence." Zhu Houzhong smirked mischievously. "Next time you catch them kissing, be sure to call me. You are so disrespectful." "Oh, what's the big deal about a kiss? This is quite restrained for a young couple," Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Besides, why did you have to intrude on their moment?" "I did not intend to, and besides, I have said nothing. It is he who cannot keep secrets, thinking I would betray him." He immediately came forth to explain without any sense of shame. The little rascal rolled his eyes and, with curiosity, inquired, "If even parents can exercise restraint, what happens if they do not?" "Ah, he understands the rules regarding separate households. Moreover, the young couple sleeps in separate rooms. You are merely overthinking matters." Zhu Houzhong shifted the topic, insisting, "Let us focus on the questions, no cheating allowed." "I have completed them all. See." The child handed over the paper, pressing further, "What does it mean to share a room?" Zhu Houzhong, promptly halting the conversation, retorted, "You have yet to reach maturity. Why are you prying into such matters? When you grow up, you will naturally understand." "Forget it then." The little one sighed like a miniature adult, propping his chin and gazing elsewhere, yawning repeatedly. After a moment, Zhu Houzhong set aside the test paper and remarked, "Well done this time, all correct. Now, tell me, what reward do you desire?" Given Zhu grandfather's generous instruction, the child felt unworthy to ask for a reward. After all, he was not learning for Zhu Houzhong's sake, so he gently shook his head. "Oh, you have grown up." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Your grandfather is quite fond of this approach. I say, there is nothing I would refuse. If you truly mean it, you might end up frowning again." "This time I promise not to frown." The child perked up, inquiring earnestly, "Is it true that there is nothing you would refuse?" "Indeed. I wish for my great-grandfather to return. Can you assist me with that?" I had expected the little one to mention matters of vacation, but to my surprise, he wished to summon Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened. "Who instructed you to make such a wish? And you still claim there is nothing you would refuse?" Zhu Houzhong glared. "I had intended to grant you a summer break, but now, it seems, I must revoke that offer entirely." The child remained unfazed, aware that he would still receive his break eventually, and asked, "Zhu grandfather, do you know where my great-grandfather is and what he is doing?" Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. "Your great-grandfather is akin to a spinning top that requires no whip to keep moving. He loves to roam from one corner of the world to another." "I am not a Taoist priest. How could I possibly know? Aren't you some sort of Dharma king?" "What Dharma king?" "I am the great celebration Dharma king of the West, enlightened and at peace." Zhu Houzhong grumbled. "What a poor memory you have. I have told you this numerous times. Yet you still do not remember." The child scratched his head, still unable to recall, and asked, "Isn't there a practice of divination in Buddhism?" "I cannot do it," Zhu Houzhong replied with conviction. Suddenly, the child lost his support and collapsed onto the small desk, his face devoid of interest. Zhu Houzhong too began to yawn, saying, "Spring brings laziness, summer induces drowsiness, autumn leads to fatigue, and winter calls for hibernation. Starting tomorrow, we shall have our summer vacation. Let us take it easy." "All right," the child responded. "Hey, aren't you happy about the vacation?" Zhu Houzhong grumbled. "Shouldn't you be filled with gratitude towards your grandfather?" The child, unable to ignore this, complied with a performance of overwhelming appreciation. Yet, this elicited the response, "That lacks sincerity." The child, now devoid of energy, simply laid his head on the desk, feigning sleep. "This child," Zhu Houzhong muttered before departing. "I shall see you out, Zhu grandfather. Just go back to sleep." Zhu Houzhong waved his hand, reflecting on the relentless passage of time while yawning. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he unexpectedly bumped into someone familiar. "Ah, I remember you now. Do not speak it aloud." Huang Jin, despite his attempts to disguise himself, was still recognized. He quickly pulled the other person aside and whispered, "We have important matters to attend to. Our identities must remain concealed." Zhu Houzhong responded with disbelief. "The emperor goes incognito for a private visit, and you do the same?" Startled, Huang Jin exclaimed in shock. Upon observing Huang Jin's reaction, Zhu Houzhong paused, realizing the emperor had arrived in Jinling. No, that is not the case. "You're overthinking it," Huang Jin hastily denied, clearly anxious. Zhu Houzhong, astonished, inquired, "Is Li Qing here as well?" "What?" Huang Jin's expression turned skeptical. "I haven't said anything." He added, "Hey, why are you dazed? I'm asking you a question." I don't know anything," Huang Jin stammered, turning to leave in a flurry, forgetting his original purpose. Zhu Houzhong stood in stunned silence for a moment before chuckling to himself. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to cease his laughter. With his cane in hand, he surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "I was careless back then, but now it seems I truly cannot rely on strength alone. I must depend on my resources." With that, he hurried back home. In the small courtyard, Zhu Houzhong admired the scenery, repeatedly praising, "Quite nice, not grandiose, yet exceptionally refined. Not extravagant, but remarkably tasteful. It surpasses the residence in the capital, does it not?" Zhu Houzhong's expression turned awkward as he contemplated how to amend his words when the courtyard door was suddenly shoved open. Huang Jin rushed in, panting heavily, quickly shutting the door behind him and leaning against it, visibly shaken. "Huang Jin, were you chased by dogs?" Huang Jin swallowed hard and replied, "Master, it seems we have been exposed." "What?" Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, startled. "We haven't even had a chance to enjoy ourselves, and we are already exposed?" Chapter 540. The dismal relationship between uncle and nephew. What on earth is happening? The usually stoic Zhu Houzhong was visibly shaken. Huang Jin felt utterly defeated. "Heaven help me, I truly said nothing." Li Qing interjected, "There's no need to be anxious. The Li family is aware. And there was never any intention to conceal it from them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong regained his composure and generously stated, "Very well." However, Huang Jin added, "It's not the Li family." "What?" Zhu Houzhong was once again taken aback, poking Huang Jin's forehead with his finger, lamenting, "What am I to say about you?" Huang Jin, feeling wronged, struggled to defend himself. "Enough, it's too late to be angry now." Li Qing, surprised by the unfolding scene, took a breath and asked, "How were we exposed?" "I just visited the Yongqing Marquis's residence." Huang Jin briefly recounted the events, feeling aggrieved. "I truly said nothing." "It's all right," Li Qing reassured him, patting Huang Jin on the back. "You need not worry. Zhu is not an outsider." Huang Jin glanced at Zhu Houzhong, who nodded slightly and asked, "Was it just him?" "Yes. I didn't even let the servant inform the young lady of the Li family before returning," Huang Jin replied, somewhat disgruntled. "I only saw him." Zhu Houzhong, feeling frustrated, remarked, "You truly are pathetic." "Yes, I acknowledge my fault," Huang Jin nodded repeatedly. Witnessing this, Zhu Houzhong grew even more irate. Not because Huang Jin had exposed their situation before Zhu Houzhong, but because Huang Jin had compromised his dignity in front of Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong could even envision the mocking expression of his scoundrel cousin, the head of the Imperial Sacrificial Bureau during the Jiajing era. "Is this all there is? You are far too impatient. Do not err again in the future. What are you afraid of?" Zhu Houzhong wore a face of frustration, incessantly chiding. In truth, Huang Jin was not afraid of Zhu Houzhong. Rather, he was apprehensive about revealing the emperor's identity. Hearing both of them say it was of no consequence, he felt reassured and ceased to be anxious. He no longer felt sorrow over the emperor's reprimands. "Enough of the clamor. Let us not ignite tempers," Li Qing interjected, saying, "Zhu, rest assured, once Li Qing and Li Xue'er are informed, there is no need for further notification. Let them arrive in due course." "Ah, understood." Huang Jin, blushing with embarrassment, inquired, "What would you like me to procure for food?" "Allow me. I am more familiar with this place," Li Qing replied. "If you truly find yourself with nothing to do, simply tidy up the room." Huang Jin nodded vigorously and hurried away. "Huang Jin, you stay home well. I shall also step outside," Zhu Houzhong declared, eager to accompany Li Qing. "Li Qing, let us depart." "Was it you who called him?" "That rascal addresses you in the same manner," Li Qing retorted with a cold laugh. "Old for seldom refers to me like that. You two rascals truly are inverting the celestial order. The emperor is the true heaven," Zhu Houzhong muttered under his breath, laughing, "Let us not dwell on such trifles. We are all in the shadows, and I am merely exercising caution. It is you who dwells in the shadows, not I." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "That will suffice. Do not be overly audacious." Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement. The warmth of Jinling was notably higher than that of the capital. By mid-May, the summer heat was already palpable. The sound of cicadas filled the air, the summer breeze caressed them, and the lush greenery enveloped them, immersing them in the quintessential charm of the southern waters. It was a delightful experience. In terms of prosperity, Shuntian Prefecture was not inferior to Yingtian Prefecture, yet the capital lacked the quaint, bohemian ambience that Jinling exuded. The capital was solemn and oppressive, while Jinling offered a refreshing scene of quaint bridges and flowing waters, lifting one's spirits. "Ah, Jiangnan is indeed splendid. The ancients did not deceive me," Zhu Houzhong mused sincerely. "Each region nurtures its own people, each possessing its own merits. Though Jiangnan is beautiful, scholars and officials alike strive to penetrate the capital, often failing to appreciate the blessings they possess. What is unattainable is often deemed the best," Li Qing remarked. "If you were to reside here indefinitely, it would not be long before you found it mundane." "Perhaps, yet this place is truly quite pleasant," Zhu Houzhong replied, tilting his face upward, savoring the rare tranquility. "One day, when you genuinely find leisure, enjoying life here would be quite delightful, far more so than truly ascending the mountain to become a Taoist." "It is still early, very early indeed," Li Qing stated. "My affection for Jinling is not solely due to its picturesque waterways or its prosperity, but because it holds dear individuals and cherished memories. As for the future, let us speak of it when the time comes." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, then inquired, "As the host, what do you intend to arrange for me?" "To ask me is less prudent than to inquire of Zhu Shou. When it comes to revelry, I cannot compare to him." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "Indeed, I shall seek his counsel earnestly," he declared. Li Qing, discerning the hidden implications, retorted, "That should suffice. Haven't you already vented your frustrations? If something were to happen, it would be I who endures the hardship. Do not overdo it. Rest assured, I know my limits." Zhu Houzhong replied with a sardonic smile. "It will not cost him his life, merely a bit of physical discomfort, and I shall ensure you are not troubled. Who stands to lose is yet to be determined," he added with a laugh, exuding confidence. "He was never my rival. Now that he has grown old, I could easily overpower him with a single hand." Li Qing sighed, feeling both speechless and helpless. "A gentleman engages in words, not in blows. Perhaps you should transform this physical confrontation into a battle of wits. After all, you are brothers, albeit of different mothers. Let not familial harmony be shattered." Zhu Houzhong, despite his venomous words, had not given the matter much thought. "What do you propose for this intellectual contest?" he inquired. "Why not hurl insults at each other? Curse his father, curse his mother, and even curse his ancestors," Li Qing suggested. "Whether it be old Zhu or fourth brother, I have no objections." Zhu Houzhong smirked. "Now you speak with such bravado. Back in the Hongwu era, you wouldn't have dared utter such words." Li Qing chuckled. "Have you not heard? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west." As they passed the imposing Weiwu, Zhu Houzhong halted, casting a disdainful glance at the plaque. "Surely he does not genuinely believe himself to be formidable?" he scoffed. Li Qing chuckled softly. "Shall we dine at Weiwu then?" "Let us indeed," Zhu Houzhong replied with a mischievous grin, stepping inside first. "Waiter, summon your boss. We have a distinguished guest," he called out. A bewildered middle-aged man emerged from behind the counter, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Are you here for a banquet?" he asked. "You must be Zhu Wei." Zhu Houzhong assessed him with a critical eye, exclaiming, "Truly, meeting you in person is far more striking than merely hearing of your reputation." "Indeed, that would be me," Zhu Wei replied nonchalantly. "Is it for a wedding or a funeral?" Zhu Houzhong's anger flared. "How dare you?" Zhu Wei, perplexed, maintained his composure. "Excuse me, sir, but are you here for a banquet?" "No banquets. Where is your father?" "Fetch him," Zhu Houzhong commanded. "Wait, are you here to eat or to pick a fight?" Zhu Wei asked, growing impatient. "For a meal, must you involve my father?" Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then his fury ignited, and he raised his hand to strike. Realizing his verbal faux pas, Zhu Wei quickly clarified. "Ah, that's not what I meant. I didn't intend it that way, my apologies." Just then, he noticed Li Qing. "Oh, is that not Uncle Li?" he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the fuming Zhu Houzhong as he approached Li Qing with enthusiasm. "Uncle Li, you still possess such charm." After a pause, he muttered, I believe I've said that before. Li Qing's lips twitched in annoyance. Zhu Houzhong's expression grew darker. It seemed even the address of brother Li Qing was a privilege now, while he himself could not even claim the same familiarity. Li Qing suppressed his emotions and asked, Is your father not in the tavern? He just left a short while ago, Xue'er replied with a smile. Shall I fetch him? That one tea be necessary. Li Qing waved his hand. Just bring a few small dishes. I will share a drink with this esteemed Zhu. And later we shall take a roasted chicken and half a pound of pig's head meat to go. Ah, so you are acquainted, Xue'er nodded, turning to the nearby waiter. Stop dawdling. Hurry and inform the kitchen to prepare the food. The attendant responded promptly and hurried away. Xue'er then turned to Zhu Houzhong. Astonished, you share the Zhu surname. We aren't related, are we? Zhu Houzhong suppressed his urge to retaliate and retorted coldly. I have no relatives like you. Have you consumed gunpowder? Xue'er glanced at Li Qing. Uncle Li, are you quite close with him? Li Qing nodded helplessly. Very well, I shall give you face. Uncle Li, Xue'er remarked irritably. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. When you are out and about, it would be wise to temper your demeanor and not regard yourself too highly. Those who are aware know you belong to the Ming Dynasty, but others might mistakenly believe the dynasty is yours. Calm down, Li Qing interjected, noticing the curious gazes of numerous diners directed towards them. He continued, the relationship between uncle and nephew has always been this way. One simply needs to get accustomed to it. Saying this, he disregarded Zhu Houzhong's thoughts and pulled him upstairs to the private room, the usual spot. All right then, Xue'er acquiesced, casting a glance at the reluctant Zhu Houzhong, only to glare at him. Before Zhu Houzhong could erupt, Li Qing preemptively curtailed his freedom. It was only upon entering the private room that the restraints were lifted. You should be mindful. Not only did you fail to disguise your emotions, but you've also made yourself quite agitated. Is that not beneath your dignity? Li Qing remarked, both exasperated and amused. What are you trying to prove by squabbling with a junior? It's merely an inconsequential remark. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply, grumbling, like father, like son. Upon witnessing his disposition, my temper flares uncontrollably, and I feel an urge to strike. Do not apply that adage to yourself. Both of your sons leave much to be desired. Dear brother, refrain from mocking your elder. Li Qing chuckled, adding, moreover, your nephew's words hold truth. It would be prudent for you to exercise restraint. If a commotion were to arise, revealing your identity, your holiday would be abruptly curtailed. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath. Muttering resentfully, what is owed by a son must be repaid by the father. Prepare some medicinal wine, for he may soon require it. Li Qing was equally exasperated. Why? Upon your arrival, have you already quarreled with your nephew? Is it possible that the dismal relationship between Ming uncles and nephews is ingrained in their very genes? Chapter 541. Continuous breach of composure in the private room. Zhu Houzhong consumed food and drink while incessantly critiquing everything, claiming it was either too salty or too bland. Yet he did not diminish his intake. Li Qing, well aware of his nature, understood that silence was the best response. Indeed, before long, Zhu Houzhong ceased his complaints. Where shall we go next? Li Qing stole a glance at him, replying, after we have eaten and drunk our fill, we shall return home for a good rest. It is not yet the hour of Shan. If we sleep now, will we be able to sleep tonight? Zhu Houzhong grumbled. Such a splendid time should not be squandered. You are, after all, half a host. How can you be so irresponsible? Li Qing ignored him, indulging himself in food and drink. Once satisfied, he prepared to leave. Zhu Houzhong wore a look of deep discontent. You truly lack enthusiasm. What would you consider entertaining? Li Qing remarked, exasperated. You have legs and funds. Seek enjoyment if you wish. But I am unfamiliar with this place. Zhu Houzhong lamented. You act as if we are old acquaintances. Li Qing languidly replied. It has been quite some time since I resided in Jinling. When I occasionally return, I mostly stay indoors, rarely engaging in the proper exploration of the city. If you wish to have fun, you should consult your nephew. Consult him? Zhu Houzhong coldly chuckled. I have sons of my own. Why would I seek wisdom from his? Suit yourself. Li Qing yawned, making his way outside. You settle the bill. At the counter downstairs, Xue'er had already packed the food. Upon seeing Li Qing descend, he hurriedly handed over the oil paper package, cheerfully inquiring, Uncle Li, have you eaten well? How much is it? Li Qing asked. Uncle Li, you need not stand on ceremony. It's on me, Xue'er insisted. Li Qing gestured towards Zhu Houzhong, who had followed him down. No, you must accept payment. It's a modest establishment, after all. Zhu Wei promptly amended his words. Let us settle on 10 taels of silver. How much? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his frustration mounting. 8 dishes and a pot of wine, and you charge me 10 taels? Is this robbery? Dear guest, you jest. This establishment operates within the bounds of legality. Always fair to both young and old. Zhu Wei replied nonchalantly. The private dining room you occupied is our most luxurious, with pristine floors, exquisite furniture, and fine antiquities, none of which come without cost. Are you familiar with the prices in Jinling? Ah, I see. You hail from a smaller place, and thus have not experienced finer dining. A barrage of words left Zhu Houzhong bewildered, his mind racing with thoughts. Have I never experienced the finer things? Have I never seen the best? Uncle Li, I must say, your choice of friends leaves much to be desired, Zhu Wei remarked, unable to bear Zhu Houzhong's attitude any longer. Pay the bill, Li Qing urged. With a loud bang, Zhu Houzhong slammed his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze. Calm down, Zhu Wei said, moving his hand aside and counting the Ming banknotes carefully. He noted that there were still 7 guan short. Zhu Houzhong gritted his teeth and, relying on instinct, pulled out a small stack of banknotes from his pocket, coldly stating, consider the excess as a gratuity for the esteemed establishment, no need for change. With that, he turned and walked away, only to hear his nephew mutter behind him, those are banknotes. One might think they are silver notes, given your generosity. What did you say? Zhu Houzhong spun around, his anger threatening to boil over. Zhu Wei looked surprised and replied, thank you. Let us go, let us go. Li Qing urged, pushing Zhu Houzhong out of Weiwu Tower. In the small courtyard, Huang Jin munched on pig's head meat. Glancing occasionally at the stone table beneath the fruit trees where the emperor sat, his expression a deep shade of discontent. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly asked Li Qing, what is wrong with his majesty? Nothing much, just a bit ruffled, Li Qing replied. Ruffled? Huang Jin continued eating. Let him be. He'll calm down soon enough. Zhu Houzhong, harboring his frustration, noticed that Li Qing offered no words of comfort. He decided to occupy Li Qing's reclining chair, casting a defiant glance in his direction. With his eyes closed, he feigned sleep, and before long, he had genuinely drifted off. These children are such bears, they never seem to grow up. Li Qing shook his head in amusement, feeling more exasperated than angry. Huang Jin yawned and quietly inquired, are we just letting the emperor sleep here? They're all quite tired. Let us not fuss over details, Li Qing softly replied. You should rest as well. And you? I'm not tired. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Go rest. You have no reason to worry in my humble courtyard. Huang Jin, no longer hesitant, nodded and yawned as he made his way to the guest room. As dusk fell, Zhu Houzhong stirred from his slumber. Brushing off the few fallen fruit leaves that clung to him, he inhaled deeply the fresh and delicate air, his heart and face suffused with contentment. After a moment of introspection, Zhu Houzhong slowly rose, stretching his body as he approached the eaves. He reached for the book that Li Qing had covered his face with, suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. However, before he could act, Li Qing opened his eyes. Startled, Zhu Houzhong stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming, what are you doing? Li Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, what are you up to? Sneaking around. Do you intend to stab me? Is it truly how you perceive me? Zhu Houzhong replied, feigning injury. Li Qing, long immune to his manipulative rhetoric, responded, do you not wish to eat something? Zhu Houzhong slightly shook his head and inquired, is it unnecessary to inform the Li family? No need. Your elder brother is aware, and those who ought to know are already informed. I have no such elder brother. He is he, and I am I, Zhu Houzhong muttered. Li Qing fell silent. You have been an emperor for decades. It is understood that despite his numerous shortcomings, he has been a competent ruler. The savings from the imperial treasury and the significant contributions made during the Battle of Yanzhou are both credited to you. Zhu Houzhong scoffed. Should I be grateful to him then? Not necessarily, but at the very least, you are not enemies, are you? Li Qing remarked. You may not owe your elder brother respect, but you must extend some courtesy to your uncle. Your imperial lineage is still connected to the revered Emperor Xue'er. In truth, the bond between the two brothers has always been rather strong. Zhu Houzhong paused and said, Empress Xiaowei claimed that the throne rightfully belonged to my father, as the birth mother of Emperor Xuezong was not Han. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. The consort Xiao of Emperor Xianzong was indeed favored, rivaling the birth mother of Emperor Xuezong. Surely you understand the principle of seniority. One establishes the heir by primogeniture rather than virtue. You are an emperor now. Would you dethrone the eldest in favor of the youngest? Emperor Xuanzong himself had once conveyed this to her. Merely a man's ruse to placate a woman. Perhaps only she took it to heart. Li Qing lightly laughed. To be fair, Emperor Xuanzong indeed held your grandmother in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have deceived her. Zhu Houzhong lamented. That lie burdened her for half her life, compounded by the grief of losing a child. Had I not arrived in the capital in time, she would have carried that regret to her grave. Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Who among them was not unfortunate? The birth mother of Emperor Xuezong, even Consort Wan, has endured her share of suffering. Viewing it from a grandson's perspective is understandable. But how have you treated your own consorts? In the future, your grandson will surely feel sorrow for his imperial grandmother, provided he is dutiful. In this regard, you fall significantly short compared to Emperor Xuanzong. After a moment's pause, he added, Emperors Taizu, Taizong, Xuanzong, Xianzong, and Shaozong all surpassed you. Before blaming others, reflect upon yourself. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed. In truth, I have harbored no resentment towards my imperial uncle. Prior to learning of my brother's survival, I felt no animosity towards him either. My sentiments towards the Shaozong father and son were purely political, devoid of genuine feeling. However, ever since I learned of his fake demise, I have been unable to attain tranquility whenever I ponder upon it. Li Qing slightly nodded in understanding. I comprehend, though it is not a matter of deep-seated enmity. I do not intend to counsel you to forgive. If you still harbor grievances and wish to confront him, so be it. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. If you are not weary, would you accompany me for a stroll? Very well. Li Qing set aside her book and rose to lead the way outside. As dusk descended, the oppressive heat dissipated, replaced by the refreshing, humid air. The two wandered through the streets, exchanging few words while relishing the unique tranquility of the water town. Where does that child reside? Just in the adjacent alley. Would you like to visit? So close. Zhu Houzhong expressed surprise, followed by a wave of emotion, nodding. Since it is nearby, let us take a look. Yes, follow me. After turning down a narrow lane and walking a short distance, they halted before a courtyard. The entrance bore a large red double happiness character, its vibrant hue suggesting it had been recently affixed. Li Qing was momentarily stunned, while Zhu Houzhong chuckled wryly. The gate was locked from the outside, indicating the young couple was evidently not home. Amidst his delight, Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, asking, could they have gone away for a trip? What sort of trip? The Jinling daily, Zhu Houzhong replied. Do not presume I am unaware of whose handiwork this is. Li Qing retorted. Firstly, the Jinling daily is located in Jinling. What sort of distant journey could this be? Secondly, who would take their newlywed spouse to an ink-stained workshop? Then what is this? Li Qing replied exasperatedly. Are you not aware of the tradition of a woman visiting her family? However, it is quite rare for a husband to accompany his wife during such visits. Your son is indeed quite clingy. Ah, yes, I had forgotten about that. Zhu Houzhong nodded repeatedly, cheerfully adding, I must prepare a proper gift for my daughter-in-law. Perhaps it is best not to. What do you mean by that? Zhu Houzhong retorted. Displeased, am I truly that stingy? Li Qing rolled her eyes. It is not about stinginess. It is primarily about not scaring anyone. That is excessive, Zhu Houzhong grumbled. Are you suggesting I look frightening? To be candid, your son's registered information indicates he is an orphan, with both parents deceased and no siblings, Li Qing stated. This is to avoid unnecessary complications. If you were to appear before your daughter-in-law in such a manner, would it not be akin to rising from the dead? Zhu Houzhong. Oh, whose idea was this? Guess. Zhu Houzhong paused, then smirked. Is guessing necessary? Who else could it be but him? He means well, does he not? Though it is well-intentioned, I can choose not to appreciate it. Zhu Houzhong, with a darkened expression, exclaimed in exasperation. So, does this mean I cannot see my son? Carrying someone on your back, it is still possible to meet. Do I need to carry someone on my back to see my son? Zhu Houzhong was at his wit's end. Li Qing, with a serious demeanor, remarked, You are truly ungrateful. He may not be a good elder brother, but he is certainly a good uncle. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath, glancing around to ensure no one was present, said, Take me inside to have a look. What if the young couple happens to come back? Did they not say they were visiting? But what if they return unexpectedly? Li Qing countered. Zhu Houzhong laughed in frustration. Fine, you are deliberately provoking me. I merely wish to see where my son lives. Do not shout. Li Qing, equally exasperated, placed her hand on his shoulder. Let us go. Zhu Houzhong, Chapter 542. A unique opening. The courtyard wall stood merely over half a zhang. Yet it was enough to prevent Zhu Houzhong from losing his composure. However, it was Li Qing who had unceremoniously tossed him inside. Fortunately, just before he hit the ground, Li Qing provided a supportive hand, preventing a fall. Even so, Zhu Houzhong's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed in indignation, "Is this amusing?" Li Qing chuckled lightly and replied, "All right, we are trespassing, which is indeed unlawful. Could you keep your voice down? Am I really trespassing in my son's home?" Zhu Houzhong retorted, "Whose fault is it that your son's parents are both deceased?" Li Qing shot back. Frustrated, Zhu Houzhong made a mental note to reprimand his cousin later. Li Qing then sauntered over to a stone table, reclining lazily as he urged, "Make haste to look around, but refrain from entering the main hall. We must maintain respect for our elders. Do I need your reminder?" Zhu Houzhong snapped, embarking on a mindless wander. The small courtyard was not much larger than Li Qing's own, adorned with a certain charm, yet lacking in refinement, evidently having undergone recent repairs. As Zhu Houzhong surveyed the surroundings, he couldn't help but lament the hardships his son must be enduring. After all, his son had previously resided in the Eastern Palace. Upon entering the kitchen, he was dismayed to find the rice jar empty, the flour container devoid of any flour, and the cutting board barren of fish or meat, which only deepened his sorrow. Is this truly a situation where the pot cannot be opened? Zhu Houzhong pondered grimly. Finding Li Qing, he vented his frustrations. How could it have come to this? Even in Jinling, where prices are high, it's implausible that 1,000 taels of silver could be entirely depleted so swiftly. If the Li family cannot show me respect, must they allow their daughter to suffer? Li Qing, amused yet exasperated, quipped, "Your nephew claims you are unfamiliar with the world." And he was not wrong. "What do you mean?" "Clearly, the young couple must be dining out," Li Qing continued. "All the major eateries in Jinling offer delivery services. Or perhaps the Li family is sending meals. Are they truly going hungry?" Pausing, Zhu Houzhong contemplated. "Does this imply they do not frequently reside at home?" "Precisely," Li Qing affirmed. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Has my son become a son-in-law?" Li Qing interjected, "This simply cannot be. This is unacceptable." Pacing back and forth, Zhu Houzhong muttered, "My grandson cannot possibly carry the Li surname." Li Qing, uninterested in his musings, ignored him. Growing impatient, Zhu Houzhong abruptly turned towards the main hall. "Are you truly so shameless?" he called out. "In the place where your son and daughter-in-law reside," Li Qing hastily shouted. "They've arrived. We must leave quickly." Zhu Houzhong remained unconvinced, believing Li Qing was deceiving him. He plunged into the hall and locked the door behind him, declaring, "I merely wish to ascertain if the young couple is engaged in their marital duties here. Are you willing to sacrifice your dignity?" Li Qing exclaimed in exasperation. "Don't you feel any shame?" Feeling both anger and urgency, he could not resort to forceful measures, so he said, "I am not deceiving you. If you do not come out soon, we will face dire consequences." All right, I shall be quick," Zhu Houzhong replied impatiently. "My son is on the verge of becoming a son-in-law. I am more anxious than you are." Li Qing, frustrated, cursed under his breath. Yet he could not abandon Zhu Houzhong. He could only hope that the man would act swiftly. However, fate was not on their side, for before those inside emerged, someone outside had already unlocked the door and entered. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Fortunately, Zhu Houzhong was also present. Although Li Qing was puzzled as to why he had arrived at this moment, he quickly exclaimed, "Oh, isn't he the Shozi?" The ever-alert Zhu Houzhong was also filled with questions, as he had not anticipated Li Qing's return to Jinling, let alone his unexpected appearance here. "Li Qing, what brings you here?" he asked. "Ah, just wandering about, and I happened to end up here," Li Qing replied, scratching his head and pacing, feigning a busy demeanor while signaling subtly to Zhu Zhaiji. Perhaps due to the encroaching darkness which hindered visibility, Zhu Zhaiji seemed oblivious, staring at Li Qing with a look of incredulity. "Grandfather Zhu, do you recognize him?" the young lady inquired, her bright eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. It is understandable that any woman returning home to find a strange man in her abode would be unsettled. The restraint it took to refrain from reporting to the authorities was commendable. "Ah, yes, I know him," Zhu Houzhong replied with a forced chuckle. "In fact, he is your elder." "Elder?" Li Qing interjected with a nervous laugh. "I share a deep camaraderie with your grandfather Zhu, so I could be considered your elder as well." A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over Li Qing, rendering him momentarily speechless, as it was Zhu Houzhong who should bear the shame. The young lady, understanding the awkwardness, simply turned to her husband and said, "My lord, you chat with grandfather Zhu. I shall return to my chamber." Zhu Zhaiji nodded, albeit hesitantly. "Why are you going back so soon?" Li Qing blocked the doorway, stating awkwardly, "The day has not yet fully darkened. It's unwise to retire too early." Li Qing was on the verge of losing his composure. Throughout his tumultuous journey in the Ming Dynasty, he had never felt such embarrassment. Even Zhu Houzhong appeared perplexed by Li Qing's peculiar demeanor. "Li Qing, what is going on with you?" Li Qing touched his nose, awkwardly diverting the conversation. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Speaking of which, Zhu Houzhong interrupted, "What are you doing here so late? Climbing over the courtyard wall?" Suddenly, Zhu Houzhong paused as if he had pieced together a revelation, and then, with a loud voice, he began to scold, "TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm not one to judge. But honestly, how shameless can you be?" Zhu Zhaiji, still recovering from the shock, was left speechless. "Is uncle so bold? This is the Yongqing Marquis we're talking about. A figure who has commanded respect throughout 10 dynasties. Even my father would never dare to behave so recklessly." Li Qing remained silent, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Zhu Houzhong grew increasingly animated, stepping closer and unexpectedly kicking the doorframe, again and again, letting his words flow freely. Seeing this, the young lady assumed that Zhu Houzhong was merely unfamiliar with Li Qing, and so she said, "Grandfather Zhu, there's no need to waste words. We should report this matter to the authorities." "We cannot report this." Li Qing, feeling his composure crumbling, glared at Zhu Houzhong. "Is this never-ending?" Zhu Houzhong, unbothered by Li Qing's threats, replied nonchalantly, "My niece is tired and wishes to rest. Do you intend to interfere in this? What relation are you to her?" Li Qing retorted, attempting to shift the topic. "Why does your niece call you grandfather? Isn't that a confusion of lineage?" No one paid attention to Li Qing's bewilderment. Thus, he turned to the young lady and said, "Please, come with me. I need to discuss something with you." At this point, Li Qing had completely disregarded Zhu Houzhong's embarrassment, but felt it was inappropriate to leave the young lady in an awkward position. The young girl merely gazed at him with vigilance, remaining utterly still, her anger palpable. Well then, let it be destruction. Li Qing found himself at a loss regarding the predicament before him, resigned to fate. With Li Qing no longer obstructing her, the girl approached the door to push it open, only to change her expression abruptly. "Husband, the door has been locked from the inside." Zhu Zhaili was taken aback. "Could it be that you are mistaken?" The girl, exasperated, retorted, "Am I capable of locking the door from within?" It was then that Zhu Zhaili suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his blood surging in agitation. "Uncle, please step aside." Zhu Houzhong immediately moved aside. Li Qing could hardly bear to witness the unfolding scene. In the next moment, Zhu Zhaili took a running start and forcefully kicked the door. Bang! It was rather sturdy. Zhu Zhaili gritted his teeth and delivered another kick. Bang! With 3 consecutive kicks, Zhu Zhaili managed to force the door open and was about to charge in, only to be halted by his wife, who inquired of Li Qing, "Are you his accomplice?" "That's not the case at all. I saw someone leap over the courtyard wall, so I followed in to catch the thief. Little did I know. You all returned just as I entered," Li Qing replied promptly. "I have a long-standing friendship with your grandfather. If you doubt my intentions, you may ask him whether I am a thief." "Ah, yes, yes, Li Qing is known for his chivalry. He must be here to apprehend the thief." Zhu Houzhong hastily interjected, not wishing to put Li Qing in an awkward position. Upon hearing this, the girl said, "In that case, let us all enter together. It would be better to catch the thief." "This is inadvisable." Li Qing shook his head. "It is of no consequence," the girl said, glancing at her husband. "What say you, husband?" "It matters not. As long as we can capture the thief, why should we concern ourselves with such formalities?" Zhu Zhaili, blinded by anger, only wished for Li Qing's assistance in apprehending the thief. Zhu Houzhong, however, was resolute and stepped in first. "Be careful, grandfather," the girl called out. Zhu Zhaili hurriedly followed, saying, "Uncle, leave it to me and Mr. Li." But Zhu Houzhong insisted, "Brothers in arms are like family. Today, we shall teach that rogue a lesson together." Li Qing hesitated for a moment, but expressionless, followed suit, inwardly lamenting, "Zhu Houzhong, you have pushed the limits of your respect for your elders, and now you find yourself in a ridiculous situation. I can hardly fathom what lies ahead. The heavens may forgive a calamity, but self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable." Li Qing sensed that at this moment, Zhu Houzhong must be wishing for death. Though he felt no sympathy. Come out, I have found you. Zhu Houzhong suddenly exclaimed, startling not just Zhu Houzhong hidden in the shadows, but even Li Qing. Never did they expect that the reunion of brothers and father and son would commence with such a declaration. Chapter 543. The consequences are too great. The twilight deepened. Although visibility was somewhat compromised, it was not to the extent that a living person could not be seen. In this instance, Zhu Houzhong had nowhere to hide. Yet, strangely enough, he was indeed not visible. The room was sparsely furnished, revealing itself entirely to their gaze. There was not a single shadow of a person to be found. Li Qing, with keen eyes, quickly sensed something amiss and pointed to a slightly ajar window, declaring, "The thief has escaped." "Impossible," Zhu Zili replied sternly. "The thief entered before you, Mr. Li, and then we returned. Where could the thief possibly escape to? It is merely a ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Do not be easily deceived." Li Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Isn't it? Why are you so astute all of a sudden?" Zhu Zili took a deep breath and strode toward the wardrobe, coldly declaring, "Come out on your own, or shall I drag you out?" There was no response. Li Qing's heart raced, though he could not quite comprehend the source of his anxiety. Zhu Houzhong, impatient, urged, "Nephew, why are you still wasting time? Hurry up." "All right." Li Qing smacked his lips, eager to say something, but at a loss for words, left only to watch in silence. With a creak, the wardrobe door swung open, revealing only hanging garments and no sign of a thief. Zhu Zili opened another door, yet still found nothing, as he opened several more. Within mere breaths, the entire wardrobe lay bare before them, but no figure emerged. Zhu Zili was momentarily bewildered, casting a confused glance at his elder. The elder, being wise, immediately pointed out the oversight. Zhu Houzhong gestured toward the bed, asserting, "The thief must be hiding beneath it." Zhu Zili, taken aback for a moment, quickly displayed his efficiency. Striding forward, ready to crouch down. "Let me." Li Qing pulled him back and bent down to reach under the bed. Indeed, he grasped a trembling hand. The twilight deepened, casting the space beneath the bed into darkness. Even with Li Qing's keen eyesight, he could not discern Zhu Houzhong's expression, though he could easily imagine the despair that enveloped him in this moment. Alas, the situation had escalated to a point where evasion was no longer an option. Even if he denied it, Zhu Zili would seek further confirmation. Li Qing gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and yanked Zhu Houzhong out. Suddenly, a large, dark figure tumbled forth, startling not only the couple but even Zhu Houzhong, who had been eagerly observing. Li Qing acted with such swiftness that as he pulled Zhu Houzhong out, he simultaneously restrained his ability to speak and move. As the figure emerged, before the three could even glimpse his face, Li Qing swiftly draped the bed curtain over his head. What audacity! Zhu Zili's eyes narrowed, his blood racing as he lunged forward, intent on teaching the thief a lesson. However, as he took a step, someone tripped his ankle, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, sliding several feet and grimacing in pain, momentarily unable to rise. "Do not be angry, nephew. Allow your uncle to assist you in teaching him a lesson." Zhu Houzhong retracted his cane and, with an indignant huff, advanced swiftly, raising his cane to strike. Though separated by the bed curtain, the sound of a solid hit was unmistakable. The young man not only had a tough head but a tough mouth. After several strikes, he remained silent. Nevertheless, Zhu Houzhong remained measured, switching from blows to the head to targeting the abdomen and legs. Although the strikes were not excessively forceful, they were certainly not pleasant. To his astonishment, the young man still uttered not a word, displaying remarkable resilience. At that moment, Zhu Zili, donning a mask of pain, rose and said, "Uncle, you rest. Let me take over." Zhu Houzhong exclaimed with fervor, "How could Li Qing truly allow his son to strike me in broad daylight? Intruding into private residences is utterly disgraceful. Just watch as I ensure your ancestors no longer recognize you." Without waiting for Zhu Zili's response, he dragged Zhu Houzhong out. This proclamation not only sent a shiver through the young couple, but also caused Zhu Houzhong's heart to skip a beat. By the time they regained their composure, Li Qing had vanished along with the intruder at the doorway. Suddenly, Zhu Houzhong shouted a perplexing statement. "This secret I shall consume for a lifetime." Zhu Zili, unable to swallow his indignation, hastily pursued them, yet upon exiting, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Li Qing disappearing at the alley's end. As he chased further, there was no trace of Li Qing to be found. Enraged, Zhu Zili turned back to find his wife and uncle had followed him out. "Well, You do have some understanding of Li Qing's character. That scoundrel will not escape unscathed. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Reporting to the authorities would be too lenient. Simply entrust it to Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath, nodding in agreement, muttering, "This is truly absurd." His wife then inquired, "Grandfather Zhu, why did you prevent my husband from confronting that rogue?" "Huh?" Zhu Houzhong replied, bewildered. "What did I prevent?" "It's nothing." The girl smiled and said no more. Zhu Houzhong scratched his head, belatedly realizing, "Uncle, it seems I stumbled because I tripped over your cane." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Houzhong glared. "I was standing up for you too, and now it's my fault? You ungrateful wretch." "Oh, I didn't mean any offense. It was just a slip of the tongue." Zhu Houzhong stammered. "It was primarily due to the darkness. I didn't notice it was your cane. It's certainly not your fault. At least you have some conscience." Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Let us forget about this matter. We shall discuss the report tomorrow. Go home and properly comfort your wife." "My wife is fine. Please take care." Zhu Houzhong paused, mumbling incoherently, "We share no blood relation. The ones with blood ties are truly foolish. It's simply unjust." "Uncle, allow me to see you off." "No need. Return to your wife." Zhu Houzhong strolled away. Zhu Houzhong sighed, turning to his wife, expressing remorse. "Ying, I am inept as a husband. Unable to deal with that scoundrel myself." Li Ying gently shook her head, asking, "Husband, do you know the young man named Li Qing?" "I do not." "Then why call him sir?" Zhu Houzhong felt a wave of confusion wash over him, replying, "Ying, please do not inquire further. I cannot disclose that information." "So you do know?" "Yes, but I cannot speak of it." "Why not?" Li Ying felt a mix of anger and curiosity. Zhu Houzhong struggled to articulate his thoughts, eventually saying, "The implications are far too significant." Li Ying, astonished, chuckled. What repercussions could the Li family possibly be unable to bear? This is not arrogance. What background could a 20-year-old possess? He is not even from the Chow family. What is there to fear? "Oh, do not ask. The consequences truly are too vast." "Why do you even care?" Zhu Houzhong feigned nonchalance. "Do you genuinely believe he is a thief catcher?" "I believe." Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly. "You do not know him. Hence you do not believe. If you did, everything would be different. Let us not dwell on this matter. There is no loss to be incurred. So do not be hard on yourself." Zhu Houzhong, who would never dare to unilaterally reveal Li Qing's secrets, put aside his resentment towards the scoundrel and yearned to move on swiftly. However, it was no easy task to deceive his wife. Just moments ago, that Mr. Li was intent on discussing his affairs with me. If you encounter him again, you may inquire directly. I cannot divulge this matter. Zhu Houzhong, who had always been indulgent towards his wife, was particularly principled this time. Li Ying, however, grew even more curious. Finding her inquiries unproductive, she decided to shift her approach. "Since you have said so, I shall not press for answers. Nevertheless, today's events have brought misfortune, and we should return to the Yongqing Marquis' residence." "All right, that works," Zhu Houzhong replied, blissfully unaware of his wife's scheming. He chuckled awkwardly. "It's best we keep this from your father, lest they worry." Li Ying nodded. Though her mind was already plotting to return to the Marquis' residence and have her younger brother assist in extracting the truth. In the small courtyard, Li Qing tore down the bed curtains covering Zhu Houzhong and lifted his restrictions. Zhu Houzhong appeared pallid, like a mere shell of a man, devoid of any vitality. Utterly despondent. Seeing him in such a state, Li Qing refrained from further reproach or sardonic remarks, offering instead a word of comfort. "It's really not that serious. At least we didn't get caught. As long as you do not admit to it, there is no awkwardness." Zhu Houzhong quietly retreated to his chamber, collapsed onto his bed, and covered his head with a quilt, uttering not a single word. Li Qing recognized that Zhu Houzhong merely wished for silence, and, respecting his need for solitude, closed the door as he departed. The following day, Huang Jin rose early, having enjoyed a most delightful sleep. After freshening up and preparing water for both of them, he was set to venture out for provisions. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Li Qing returning, already in possession of breakfast. "You're up so early?" Huang Jin exclaimed. "I'm getting older. I need less sleep," Li Qing replied, handing over an oil paper package. "Has he awakened yet?" "Not yet," Huang Jin began, but before he could finish, they heard a noise from the chamber door. Instinctively, he turned around and, upon sighting Zhu Houzhong, his eyes widened in shock. "Your Majesty, what has happened to you?" Zhu Houzhong appeared ashen, with a swollen forehead, resembling someone who had been beaten, causing Huang Jin great distress. "I'm fine. Zhu Houzhong stated with a grim expression as he stepped out from the eaves. Li Qing produced a bottle of fine bruise ointment from his pocket, saying, "Here is the bruise ointment you requested." At this, Zhu Houzhong's expression grew even darker. This was meant for Zhu Houzhong, yet it was he who found himself in need of it. Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Seeing his distress, Huang Jin assumed he had been bullied by Li Qing and muttered, "You finally have a day off. Can you not be a bit more forgiving? This has nothing to do with me." Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. "This is entirely his doing. Indeed, it is all my fault," Zhu Houzhong lamented, momentarily losing his composure. Li Qing did not argue but allowed him to vent his frustrations. After a while, Li Qing suddenly remarked, "Enough with the noise, someone is coming." Zhu Houzhong froze, panic striking him, and he quickly retreated into the chamber. Huang Jin was left bewildered. Chapter 544. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism suddenly. A knock echoed at the courtyard door. Huang Jin stepped forward to open it, slightly taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. Having met the Duke Yongqing before, Huang Jin respectfully clasped his hands to Li Qing, then turned to Li Xue'er, Zhu Houzhong, Miss Li, and Zhu Boss. In high spirits, Zhu Houzhong was the first to enter the small courtyard. He glanced around and asked, "Where's Li Qing?" Huang Jin glanced toward the side room and replied with a smile, "The three of you may enter and have a seat. I will inform him." "There's no rush," Li Qing remarked, assuming Li Qing was still waking up. "We can wait." Sensing the mischievous demeanor of Zhu Boss, Huang Jin felt something was amiss and followed Li Qing's suggestion. "Very well, let us proceed inside." "No need. The air outside is refreshing," Zhu Houzhong stated. Making his way to the stone table beneath the fruit trees, sitting comfortably with a subtle smile that hinted at his amusement. Seeing this, Li Qing thought it best not to enter the house and joined him at the stone table. Li Xue'er followed suit. Huang Jin scratched his head, ultimately deciding to follow suit, and took a seat, engaging in light conversation. Before long, Li Qing emerged from the side room. "Grandfather," Li Qing greeted as he rose to pay his respects. "Please, sit," Li Qing gestured dismissively. "At this age, we need not concern ourselves with such formalities." He approached and took a seat, then expressed his surprise. "Why isn't that little rascal with you?" Li Qing explained. He was intercepted by his sister. "It seems it has something to do with you, grandfather. Something about a thief breaking into the house and you catching him." "This matter," Li Qing interrupted, "has already been dealt with. That little scoundrel has been taught a lesson he won't soon forget." Li Qing thought little of it, having heard Zhu Houzhong briefly mention the incident during their journey, and considered it merely a trifling incident. He then shifted the conversation to more pressing matters, whispering, "Has Zhu Leoi arrived?" Li Qing nodded. "He has, but he hasn't risen yet." Huang Jin inquired, "What about young Master Zhu? He has gone to the workshop." Zhu Houzhong feigned surprise. "Is the Duke looking for him?" "Oh, it's nothing. What matters could we possibly have?" Huang Jin, somewhat intimidated by Zhu Houzhong, hurriedly said, "You all continue your conversation. We have yet to have breakfast." With that, he picked up the oil paper bag and dashed towards the side room. Zhu Houzhong winked at Li Qing, wearing a mischievous grin. Li Qing shot him a glare and reprimanded, "Enough of that. He has already troubled enough. Don't add fuel to the fire." Li Qing was bewildered. Li Xue'er paused in astonishment, gradually coming to an understanding. She curled her lips into a slight smile, but said nothing. "Grandfather, since the emperor is here, why not let him take a look at the Li family's estate?" Li Qing suggested in a hushed tone. "I believe the emperor's visit to Jinling was intended for such a purpose, rather than waiting for him to propose it. Why not be forthright? What do you think?" Li Qing slightly nodded. "That's acceptable. Please make a few arrangements later." Li Qing acknowledged this and continued, "Grandfather, Zhu Zai knows your secret, and he is." Before he could finish, he caught sight of the emperor emerging and immediately fell silent. Though Zhu Zai was his granddaughter's husband, he was also the emperor's son, even without the title of prince. It would be inappropriate to speak of the emperor's son in his presence. Li Qing hurriedly stood, and Li Xue'er followed suit. Zhu Leoi, in the secluded courtyard, devoid of outsiders, as long as one refrains from shouting, addressing the emperor is permissible, solely to accommodate Zhu Houzhong. Should he refrain from such titles, Zhu Houzhong need not bow. Though everyone is aware of the underlying truths, certain matters remain unspoken, as they ought to be. Zhu Houzhong is no stranger to this. Gently gesturing for formality to be set aside, urging everyone to take their seats. After all, having ruled for over 30 years and having been able to contend with fierce ministers even in his youth, Zhu Houzhong possesses a remarkable ability to adjust his mindset. At this moment, he has regained his composure, exhibiting no turbulence. However, there are fleeting moments of discomfort as his gaze clashes with that of his troublesome cousin. What of the railway construction? Inquired Li Xue'er. The materials are piled high, awaiting a word from Lord Zhu. Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly, stating, upon my return, this will be prioritized. A section will be constructed in Shuntian Prefecture, another in Tianjin Wei, while the region of Nanjing will have to wait a while longer. Jiangnan is exceedingly prosperous. Despite being unintentional, its overwhelming influence has already taken root. As an emperor, how can Zhu Houzhong allow Jiangnan to expand unchecked? This sentiment is not born of stinginess. The intermingling of economics and politics cannot be overlooked. The stark disparity between the North and South in terms of wealth could lead to numerous complications. Those present comprehend this principle. Hence, no objections were raised. Li Xue'er posed a question. Is it possible to elevate the steam railway to the same level as steamships? By now, Zhu Houzhong is aware of Li Xue'er being his distant cousin and the deepening ties with the Li family. Thus he displays no irritation at her political inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, this is indeed necessary, yet at this juncture, it is not imperative. The court has too many matters to attend to and will not take on this responsibility yet. The Li family may proceed first. Rest assured, they shall not suffer losses. Li Qing clasped his hands respectfully, stating, the Li family is not concerned with this. It is merely that some matters should not be overly ostentatious. Indeed, this is a valid concern. Zhu Houzhong reflected, I shall address this matter later to alleviate any undue burden on the Li family. Yes, Li Qing exhaled, relieved. By the way, has the Li family made any moves regarding overseas silk farming and sericulture? Zhu Houzhong expressed keen interest in this matter. Li Xue'er smiled brightly. Not only the Li family, but many affluent families have also begun their ventures. Who wouldn't be attentive to profit? Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily, then mused, money is never enough. The wealth of the Ming Dynasty is unparalleled in history, and so too are the court's tax revenues. Any monarch from any dynasty would surely smile broadly at such wealth. Alas, the expenditures of the Ming treasury are equally unrivaled throughout time, and this trend is indeed unsettling. After a pause, he addressed Li Xue'er, you possess remarkable insight regarding economic matters. Do you have any sound strategies? Actually, it is quite simple. One merely needs to guide capital effectively. Zhu Houzhong interjected. The Li family serves as an excellent example. Zhu Houzhong's expression turned cold. I did not inquire of you. Since you wish to speak, then speak. Zhu Houzhong amended his tone without changing his demeanor. Zhu Houzhong smiled slightly. Now that is more like it. Offering you advice and you remain ungrateful. What is this? Such ingratitude. Let us stick to the topic. Zhu Houzhong suppressed his irritation, stating rigidly, how do we guide it? Through merchant associations. Zhu Houzhong replied, this is something I am well aware of. I understand the utility of merchant associations better than you. Zhu Houzhong remarked, if your proposal is merely a commercial venture, then let Miss Li speak. Zhu Houzhong remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Then let us discuss ideas that transcend the mundane, cultivating and developing the capital of the Ming court, thereby generating revenue for the state. Zhu Houzhong paused, maintaining his composure, and said, please elaborate. We must develop certain monopolistic capital for the court, Zhu Houzhong continued. Currently, the economy of the Ming Dynasty, both internally and externally, is flourishing, particularly with the advent of steamships, marking our entry into a veritable golden age. This is a veritable gold mine, inexhaustible and abundant. A time when everyone is digging for gold. What is most valuable? Zhu Houzhong, enlightened, exclaimed, iron shovels and spades. Precisely, Zhu Houzhong affirmed. We must seize upon the most critical points, utilizing them as state capital to guide and influence private capital. In simpler terms, we shall extract from commerce, but with moderation, warmth, and sustainability, ensuring a palatable approach that neither startles nor burdens them excessively. Zhu Houzhong nodded repeatedly, yet soon felt he ought not to show too much favor. So he feigned indifference and retorted, your reasoning is sound, but you refuse to learn, refusing to take action. This time, Zhu Houzhong did not bristle or argue, allowing him to vent. After a while, Zhu Houzhong huffed, since you were so knowledgeable, go back and draft a memorial. I can take it to the court for His Majesty to review your merchant's intellect. Perhaps, if the emperor is pleased, he might even bestow upon you a significant title. Yesterday, your goodwill was wasted on a heart of stone. Since you do not wish for office, I shall not press the matter further. Zhu Houzhong, adopting a stoic demeanor, ceased his mockery and suggested writing a plan. Very well, but you must provide a fee for my efforts, Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong produced 2 banknotes as a reward. Zhu Houzhong scrutinized them, exclaiming, merely 2 strings of cash. This is worth 2,000 taels. How fitting of you. Do you wish to refuse? Even a fly's leg is meat. Zhu Houzhong pocketed the money, smiling as he asked, how long will you stay this time? That is not your concern. Zhu Houzhong suddenly shouted, you, a lowly merchant, dare to question me? Zhu Houzhong shrugged nonchalantly, smiling wryly, just let it be. Your current state is a product of greed, unable to forsake. As the Buddha says, greed, anger, and ignorance. Excuse me, I follow the Tao. Zhu Houzhong interrupted. I am a true Han. And Han people naturally follow their own Taoists. Who would become a monk? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily stunned, then grew angry, saying, are you insinuating something about our founding emperor? Chapter 545. A father and son reunited. Huang Jin. Huang Jin hurried forward. Zhu Houzhong, filled with indignation, declared, we are leaving. Where are we going? Wherever I choose. Zhu Houzhong threw down a petulant remark and turned to leave. In combat, if beaten, one suffers. In discourse, if outmatched, one falters. Even the wine of defeat has been poured over oneself, leaving one vulnerable to others' criticisms. How tragic is that? Zhu Houzhong smirked and said, to be outmatched in skill is no shame. It is the inability to accept defeat that brings disgrace. Zhu Houzhong seemed not to hear, pausing momentarily before swiftly exiting the courtyard. Li Xue'er furrowed her brows and said, I suggest you cease your antics. It is ungracious to take advantage of someone who has made the effort to visit. Can't you show a little courtesy? Learn from Kong Rong. As her anger simmered, she felt increasingly exasperated. Zhu Houzhong grunted, at my age, should I become incensed and suffer the consequences? Wouldn't you feel remorse? Li Xue'er, Li Qing, having lost his temper with Zhu Houzhong, turned to Li Qing and asked, Grandfather, are you not coming along? In broad daylight, amidst the clear heavens and in the heart of Yingtianfu, there was no need for such theatrics. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, responded, this journey was intended for leisure. Yet despite his misfortunes, he is indeed pitiable. I find myself at a loss for how to comfort him. Li Qing hesitated, but yesterday was an unfortunate accident. Li Qing interjected, casting a stern glare at Zhu Houzhong, and admonished, one must exercise restraint when in the right. Zhu Houzhong smirked, if one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should they offend me? Very well, I shall concede a little. Li Qing's demeanor softened slightly as he remarked, let us enjoy ourselves, but let us not neglect serious matters. The remuneration for the manuscript has been arranged, so expeditiously finalize the proposal. Indeed, the expenditure of those 2 taels is well worth it. Zhu Houzhong nodded and inquired, how long will you stay? A month, Li Qing replied. There are no pressing matters in the capital. The earthquake situation has stabilized, and the crown prince has become somewhat familiar with state affairs. Besides, his presence here is known to no one. The ministers believe he is in seclusion at the Grand Gaoxian Hall. So, this fellow intends to take a back seat? Li Qing retorted sarcastically. Zhu Houzhong's face turned sheepish. Look at you. I was merely inquiring, not implying anything. However, considering the crown prince's lack of experience, is it perhaps premature for him to withdraw? Who said he intends to step back? Oh, that is splendid indeed. Very splendid. Zhu Houzhong grinned. This fellow does have some merit in his work. Perhaps you should reward him. Li Qing seized the opportunity and replied, it is not disgraceful to be frugal. It is disgraceful to squander the generosity of others. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. If you cannot articulate your thoughts without borrowing my words, perhaps you should remain silent. Li Qing, all right, let us all speak less. Li Qing stretched his limbs and said, come, let me check on all of you. Zhu Houzhong was the first to respond, saying, make sure to check on my wife as well. Her health has not been well in recent years. Li Qing did not refuse. At the Yongqing Marquis' residence, Zhu Ziqi and Li Xiaobao exchanged glances, speechless. When did you 2 become allies? Li Ying asked, vexed, but soon sensed something amiss and exclaimed, Xiaobao, do you know? What do I know? Xiaobao replied innocently, his wide, pure eyes filled with confusion. About Li Qing. Sister, do not address him so directly. It is impolite, Zhu Ziqi concurred. Then you must enlighten me as to why it is impolite. Zhu Ziki sheepishly looked at Li Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you explain. The little one was fuming. Do you have no shame? Zhu Ziki, somewhat reluctantly, said, Ying, let us not delve too deeply. How about I take you shopping for clothes? I want to go too. Xiaobao seized the opportunity to negotiate. No problem. Li Ying was not particularly interested in such matters, and, feeling a bit frustrated, asked, What's secret? Why is it only shared among men? Suddenly, she fell silent, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiaobao and Zhu Ziri instantly grew tense, not daring to breathe. Xiaobao, this Li shares the same name as our heavenly ancestor. Could it be? No, no, there are many surnamed Li. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. Indeed, there are more than those with the surname Zhu. Zhu Ziri nodded repeatedly. But why do I feel? You're mistaken. Both the brother-in-law and the husband spoke in unison, a rare moment of unity. Zhu Ziri, not wanting his wife to dwell further on it, quickly suggested, Let us go. Let us contribute to the economy of Jinling, lest Xiaobao think I'm a miserly brother-in-law. Forget it. Since it cannot be discussed, I shall not inquire further. My dear husband, you attend to your affairs. Xiaobao and I will go shopping, she replied. Zhu Ziri awkwardly stated, My uncle has yet to issue instructions. The direction is incorrect, and efforts would be wasted, so there is no need to rush. Upon hearing this, Li Ying nodded slightly. Let us go then, Xiaobao said, lightening the mood as he pulled his sister's arm to head outside. Upon exiting the mansion, they spotted two figures, one stout and the other slender, gazing at the plaque of the Yongqing Marquis mansion not far away. The little one was instantly dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes and looking again to confirm they were still there. Xiaobao looked at Zhu Ziri in confusion. Zhu Ziri was even more taken aback, as if carved from clay, his eyes wide and expression dazed. Li Ying glanced at her younger brother, then at her husband, and finally towards the two individuals across from them, her elegant brows knitting together once more. Do you know them? Zhu Ziri remained silent, still immersed in profound shock. Xiaobao was at a loss for words. He had seen the emperor, albeit not in his dragon robes. And with that rotund figure present, how could there be any mistake? Yet, how could the emperor be in Jinling? The little one was puzzled, rendered speechless for the moment. Li Ying grew somewhat irritated, exclaiming, If you cannot speak of this, then you may as well go about your own business. Zhu Ziri suddenly jolted, finally regaining his senses, and hurriedly grasped his wife's hand, saying, Ying, this is my. Suddenly reminded of his orphan status, Zhu Ziri was once again at a loss for words, struggling to articulate anything meaningful. However, to Li Ying, it appeared as though her husband was deliberately withholding information from her. If you choose not to speak, then it is so. You, my husband, have greatly disappointed me. Having said this, she turned to head back to the mansion. Miss, please remain calm. Zhu Houzhong stepped forward, smiling gently. I am Zhu Ziri's cousin, engaged in a small business in Shuntian Prefecture. By chance, I came to Yingtian Prefecture for business matters and heard he married the daughter of the Yongqing Marquis. So I wished to see how my nephew was faring. As he spoke, he signaled to his son. Zhu Ziri nodded awkwardly and introduced, Ying, this is my cousin. You should greet him. Addressing his biological father as cousin filled Zhu Ziri with melancholy and guilt, making him feel more tormented than when their house had been robbed the previous day. Li Ying quickly concealed her displeasure, performing a courtesy, Greetings, cousin. This time, she had no doubts, for upon her husband's explanation, she noticed the resemblance between the two men. Ah, how delightful. Zhu Houzhong beamed, removing a jade pendant from his waist, saying, I did not expect to meet today, nor was I prepared. Please accept this as a token of our meeting. Do not find it lacking. Cousin, your kindness is truly appreciated. Li Ying gently took the item with both hands, then subtly nudged her husband, whispering, Aren't you going to invite Uncle to our home for a visit? Uncle, please, have a seat. Zhu Ziri thought he could sink into the ground, overwhelmed by the awkwardness. The siblings felt even more uncomfortable. After all, it was not as if he had asked Uncle to sit out on the street. It was Huang Jin who alleviated the tension by asking, Are you two young gentlemen and the young lady planning to go shopping? Yes, Zhu Ziri replied, nodding stiffly. We have some time to spare, so we thought we would take a stroll. A leisurely day is indeed pleasant, Zhu Houzhong said with a smile. It just so happens that I am quite free at the moment. Why don't we go together? Of course, that would be wonderful, Li Ying replied cheerfully. Is this your first time in Jinling, Uncle? I have been here before, but only briefly. This time, I plan to stay a bit longer, about a month. Zhu Houzhong said, his smile warm. I never imagined my nephew would marry such a virtuous wife. If he mistreats you, just tell me, and I shall stand up for you. You jest, uncle. My husband is truly a wonderful man, Li Qing said with a gentle smile. He often speaks of you, saying you are a kind person. Zhu Houzhong, not wishing to reveal the truth, nodded in agreement, laughing heartily. However, Zhu Zili was internally tormented, not out of annoyance with his father, but rather for his inability to fulfill his filial duties. Little Bao also felt uncomfortable, as he was aware of the truth behind the situation. Although he wasn't truly saddened, the embarrassment was palpable, and he felt as if his toes might tear through his shoes. Great-grandfather, please come to my rescue. Perhaps the prayer was effective. Upon reaching the nearest shopping street, they encountered relatives who were also out shopping. The little one immediately broke away from the group and scampered over, calling out, Grandpa, Uncle Zhu, great-aunt. When he got closer, he quietly added, Great-grandfather. Little Bao has grown taller, Li Qing remarked, ruffling the boy's hair. In the blink of an eye, you're becoming a young man. If you don't come back in a few years, you might be marrying a wife. Little Bao, feeling shy, chuckled awkwardly, and then said softly, Great-grandfather. What about the emperor? It's nothing, Li Qing replied, glancing at Zhu Houzhong in the distance and shaking his head gently. Little Bao nodded slightly and continued. My sister suspects you. It's fine, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, knowing it was of no consequence. Really? Li Qing laughed, saying what? Am I not presentable? After all, I'm already married. Does it matter if I am exposed or not? As they spoke, the main party and the young couple approached, and Zhu Zili relaxed a bit, cheerfully saying, Sir, great-aunt, great-grandfather, uncle, what a coincidence. Li Qing was taken aback. This Mr. Li is being introduced before great-aunt? Indeed, quite the coincidence, Zhu Houzhong remarked, glancing at his younger brother. He then asked, Sister-in-law, who is this person? Uncle Zhu doesn't know? Li Qing was surprised. This is my husband's uncle. Oh, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, slapping his forehead in delight. Zai, is that you? Zhu Houzhong hesitated before feigning uncertainty. And you must be Shou? The others, except for Huang Jin and Li Qing, felt a strong urge to facepalm. Chapter 546. Heart-to-heart between brothers. Li Qing could no longer bear the antics of the brothers and said directly, You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Why not take this opportunity to reconnect? We shall not intrude. With that, he took Little Bao's hand and walked in another direction, with Li Xue'er and Li Qing naturally following suit. Zhu Houzhong cast a glance at Huang Jin, who, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, narrowed his small eyes defiantly. He harbored no fear of this Zhu fellow, knowing well that he had often caused displeasure to their master, and thus would not be treated with any courtesy. Huang Jin, you should accompany Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong said calmly. Master, I shall go, Huang Jin replied, shooting Zhu Houzhong a warning glance before hastening to catch up with Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong, oblivious to this exchange, turned his attention to the young couple. I wish to speak privately with your uncle. Very well, Zhu Zili nodded, bowing deeply to his father and murmuring, Nephew takes his leave. Li Qing followed suit with a bow, though her mind was in a whirl, sensing something amiss. After walking a short distance, she inquired, Husband, why? Zhu Zili anticipated her question and replied straightforwardly, Qing, if you truly wish to know, it would be better to ask aunt or grandfather. They are privy to the truth. It is not that I intend to conceal anything. There are matters that elders can discuss, which I, as a junior, cannot. Li Qing nodded slightly, quickening her pace. Li Qing and his entourage were already moving at a leisurely pace, allowing the young couple to catch up swiftly. Great-aunt, Li Qing sweetly called out. Li Xue'er, falling slightly behind, asked, Are you truly so curious? If great-aunt feels it is inconvenient, I shall refrain from asking. Actually, it is not a matter to be hidden. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you, Li Xue'er said, glancing at Li Qing's departing figure. He is, in fact, your ancestral figure. What? If you do not believe me, ask your husband. Indeed, Zhu Zili, feeling unburdened, softly affirmed. The Yongqing Marquis of the Li family descends from Master Li. It is not merely a coincidence of names, but the very same individual. The bustling street made it difficult for Li Qing to lose her composure, and after several deep breaths, she managed to steady her emotions, murmuring, Great. You are not jesting with me, are you? Am I so idle? Li Xue'er retorted. Just look at your younger brother. Li Qing lifted her gaze, only to see her younger brother in an animated conversation with the Master Li, beaming with delight as they walked side by side. She found herself swayed by the possibility, yet struggled to convince herself of its truth. It is all genuine, Zhu Houzhong assured her. Still skeptical, Li Qing discovered a new question. Husband, how do you know this? I was brought here by Master Li. What is strange about that? Zhu Houzhong chuckled sheepishly. But why would Master Li bring you here? Ah, that is a long story, Zhu Houzhong confessed, seeking assistance from Li Xue'er. With a smile, Li Xue'er explained. It is rather simple. The Zhu and Li families are related. Gray Tan's mother and his great-grandfather were half-siblings. What? Li Qing turned pale, quickly calculating and slowly relaxing her tension. So, there are quite a few who know about the ancestral figure? Not a few, but many, Li Xue'er clarified. Take the Yingtian prefecture, for instance. Several officials are aware, and in the capital, it is nearly an open secret. Then why keep it a secret from family? That is indeed a lengthy tale, Li Xue'er said. If you wish to know more, I shall share it with you later. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Li Qing suppressed her chaotic thoughts, pondered for a moment, and inquired. Are grandfather Zhu and cousin both from Shuntian prefecture? Indeed, came the reply. Then, they must be of royal descent. Not at all. Li Xue'er rolled her eyes. How could royal individuals enjoy such freedom? They are either confined within a fief, unable to leave without imperial command, or they must remain in Shuntian prefecture. Did you not know this? Li Xue'er slightly nodded, exhaling deeply. Now it all makes sense. Thank you, great aunt. No further questions, I presume? Li Qing glanced at Li Qing's distant silhouette. Hesitating, she asked, what about the heavenly ancestor? That is a different matter altogether. If you are truly curious, you should ask him, Li Xue'er replied lazily. In any case, he is indeed your heavenly ancestor, without a doubt. Li Qing pressed her lips together, choosing not to pursue the topic further. For the first time, the two siblings conversed calmly, devoid of sharp retorts or playful banter. Jinling is a splendid place, suitable for retirement. You are indeed more fortunate than I. This matter weighs heavily upon my conscience. I fully understand any resentment you harbor. Zhu Houzhong gently shook his head and sighed. It cannot be termed as resentment. I am not you, though I too am an only child. There exists a vast chasm between us. Throughout history, no one has been as esteemed as you. What is innate is hardly cherished, yet for me, it represents the greatest boon in the world, one I am reluctant to relinquish. Though exhausted, he found it hard to let go. Akin to wearing a damp coat in the biting winter, cold while worn, yet colder still when removed, leaving one unable to sever ties. Zhu Houzhong fell silent for a moment before saying, Is this not a reflection of your sense of responsibility? Haha, there is no need to defend me. It is simply a matter of greed. What you deem insignificant is, to me, a rare treasure. Zhu Houzhong continued, At times, I envy you intensely, yet at other moments, I perceive you as a pitiable fool, lacking discernment. However, upon reflection, I find myself humbled. You excel beyond me, Zhu Houzhong remarked. I do not refer to that. I speak of your magnanimous disposition. Zhu Houzhong replied pensively. I consider myself well-versed in Wang Yangming's philosophy, yet I cannot embody the essence of Wang Shuren. You, who have not studied Wang's teachings, have managed to achieve what I cannot. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. In truth, old Wang struggled for decades and need not belittle himself in such a manner. Today's Ming Dynasty is indeed remarkable, and your contributions are not inferior to those of our ancestors. The illustrious annals of history will speak for themselves, while I am merely a capricious dandy. I seek fleeting pleasures, whereas your legacy shall endure for centuries. To gain is to lose, and vice versa. Why add to the burden of worry? Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly, and then said, It is best to return now. The money has been spent, and it would be unwise to leave it unused. I have yet to decide, Zhu Houzhong replied. With Li Qing present, what worries do you have? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. Alas, I cannot return with any dignity. The Zhengtong era was not the worst, at least, Zhu Houzhong remarked. You did pursue governance while in office. After a pause, he added, however, I will not alter the records. Of course, you may consider me petty. Zhu Houzhong slightly shook his head. No need for changes. This is quite satisfactory. Indeed, the two brothers walked quietly, falling into a rare silence. After a long while, Zhu Houzhong gently asked, Do you foresee the future of the Ming Dynasty? Isn't the answer already within your grasp? Zhu Houzhong remained silent. Once again, a lengthy silence ensued, and I found myself unwilling to accept it. It would be better to adopt a more open mindset. The advancement of the times is beyond our control, just as it is beyond Li Qing's. Zhu Houzhong remarked that even if Li Qing refrained from taking certain actions, even if he firmly aligned himself with the Zhu family, we would inevitably reach that point. Merely a matter of timing with little difference in the eventual outcome. Pausing for a moment, he reflected that since the unification under Qin, only the Han Dynasty had sustained its lineage for over 4 centuries. Yet, if one were to be meticulous, the Han itself was divided into 2 segments, not truly continuous. In contrast, our Ming Dynasty not only has the potential for continuity, but also the capacity to surpass the Han's legacy. With this thought, is it not rather commendable? Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly, asserting that there would be no reckoning, nor would roots be eradicated. His presence is a fortune for the Ming, and indeed, for the Zhu family as well. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. How is your health? Just passable, Zhu Houzhong replied, raising his cane with a wry smile. Did you think I wield this against you? With age, one cannot expect to fare much better. Zhu Houzhong let out a soft sigh, expressing a desire for longevity. That is no longer within my purview. Even Li Qing's wishes hold little sway. Zhu Houzhong inquired, is your daughter-in-law expecting? You should know better than I, Zhu Houzhong replied. I refer to the daughter-in-law from Shuntian Prefecture. Not as of now. When the time comes, please guide her well, Zhu Houzhong advised. The coming decades will likely be the most pivotal for the Ming. There is no principle of perpetual prosperity, though we may not perceive the decline. We are acutely aware it is not far off. I understand. Zhu Houzhong exhaled a breath laden with melancholy. As for the matter of the newspapers, we should not rush. It is essential to proceed gradually. Zhirong is a bit slow-witted, so do pay close attention. Rest assured, he is my nephew after all, and I shall do my utmost to look after him, Zhu Houzhong replied. In truth, he is not entirely lacking in intelligence. He possesses some cleverness. I will take you to the smelting factory to see for yourself. Zhu Houzhong, however, remained skeptical of his son, interpreting Zhu Houzhong's words as mere consolation. There is one thing you must answer honestly. Ask away. Regarding Zhirong and the Li family's daughter, is it our Zhu family that will take her as a wife? Or is it the Li family that seeks a son-in-law? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly understood why he had acted thus the previous day, and could not help but laugh. How could it possibly be a son-in-law? Even if the Li family had such intentions, I would never allow it to come to fruition. Affection is one thing, but we are ultimately still kin. After a pause, he added, even in the worst-case scenario, I will live to see the young couple bear children. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly bear the Zhu surname, not Li. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. In my family, we have married more than one. Not a single offspring bears the name Li. This matter rests entirely upon me. Zhu Houzhong sighed in relief, saying, with your assurance, I am at ease. By the way, there is one more thing. Zhu Houzhong, ever patient, encouraged him to proceed. I wish to petition Jiangnan. What are your thoughts? Chapter 547. The Ming Dynasty comprises more than 13 provinces. This matter has been on my mind for quite some time. Yet I have hesitated to make a decision until now. Zhu Houzhong spoke softly. In truth, I resolved this since the early petitions of Yangshun. The reason for my prolonged restraint was to avoid disrupting industry and commerce, thus impacting fiscal revenue. Are you no longer concerned about affecting fiscal revenue? The initiation of overseas ventures has alleviated my concerns, Zhu Houzhong remarked. Although we have only undertaken sericulture and silk production, the potential for supplementary income is indeed considerable, far exceeding our losses. After pausing, he added, it is merely a separation, not an annihilation. Once we navigate through the initial phase, everything shall return to its rightful course. The two exited the bustling street of shops and ventured into a more secluded area. Zhu Houzhong turned to Zhu Houzhong and inquired, what are your thoughts? From a theoretical standpoint, it is entirely feasible, and practically, it is not unachievable, Zhu Houzhong replied with a slight nod. The affluence of Jiangnan is overwhelmingly beyond measure, bolstered by the financial and political clout of the Yingtian Prefecture. Should the state experience turmoil, it need not escalate to a life-and-death crisis. It would become unwieldy. Thus, this approach is indeed necessary. Zhu Houzhong pondered. While practical implementation is viable, executing it will not be a simple task. Matters of vested interest seldom permit calm acceptance. Missteps could lead to chaos. If you were in my position, would you proceed? Absolutely. Zhu Houzhong responded decisively. Zhu Houzhong nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. When do you plan to commence? Upon my return, I shall begin preparations. The exact timing for formal initiation will depend on the unfolding of events. Is Li Qing aware of this matter? I have yet to discuss it with him, Zhu Houzhong sighed. Li Qing wishes to withdraw from the court's limelight. He intends to slow the dissemination of his secrets. How can I impose upon him? One cannot frame it thusly. Talents are meant to be utilized. Why be overly courteous? Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Having been employed for 10 dynasties, none have squandered him. He is resilient and should be put to good use. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily speechless, but soon broke into a hearty laugh, exuding confidence. I am neither the orthodox emperor who ascended at the tender age of 8, nor the emergency-appointed emperor of Jingtai. Since my arrival in the capital at 15, I have come to understand my destiny. Through decades of tumult, I have remained steadfast. Although this matter is indeed complex, I can still succeed without Li Qing. Impressive. Zhu Houzhong nodded with a smile. Let us proceed with the division. We may isolate Anqing, Huizhou, Fengyang, and Chuzhou to form separate provinces, establishing a new foundation. Zhu Houzhong agreed. Our thoughts align. Yet Zhu Houzhong continued. The western regions and the northern deserts have yet to be fully integrated. They cannot be included in the provinces of the Ming for now. Consequently, the Ming would transition from 2 capitals and 13 provinces to 2 capitals and 14 provinces, which does not sound particularly appealing. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying implications of his cousin's words. So, the intention is to wield the expansion of the administrative divisions as a pretext for the division of Jiangnan? Precisely. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Zhu Houzhong produced a key, unlocked the door, and entered. Indeed, after closing the door, the brothers settled at a stone table beneath the shade of a tree, facing one another. Zhu Houzhong leaned on the table, eager to listen attentively. Zhu Houzhong began. It is well known that the Ming's 2 capitals and 13 provinces do not strictly refer to provinces. Rather, they denote the 2 capitals along with 13 administrative circuits. For instance, Shandong and Liaodong share a single Shandong administrative circuit, while Shaanxi and Gansu utilize the Shaanxi circuit. Furthermore, although Jiangxi has an administrative circuit, it is merely considered a provisional province and does not count among the 2 capitals and 13 provinces. In truth, if one were to speak of provinces, the Ming encompasses far more than 13. Are you suggesting that we use the expansion of administrative circuits as a justification for the division of Jiangnan? Zhu Houzhong pondered. Indeed, it is a brilliant maneuver, yet it still lacks a certain finesse. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement, saying, quite so. With a keen interest in the unfolding discussion, Zhu Houzhong expressed his desire to hear more. Huguang. Zhu Houzhong continued. In the previous dynasty, Huguang was expansive, encompassing both lakes and Guangxi. In our Ming dynasty, Guangxi has been separated from Huguang, yet the name Huguang remains, which, in my view, is rather misleading. Zhu Houzhong's eyes brightened, and he inquired. The 2 lakes divided north and south? Precisely, Zhu Houzhong affirmed. To segregate Jiangnan alone would be too overt. However, if we expand the administration first, and then divide the 2 lakes, it would appear entirely justified when we later turn our attention to Jiangnan. After a brief pause, he added, although Taizong relocated the capital to Shuntian, and Li Qing imposed further restrictions on the imperial examination quotas based on Taizu's foundation, the power of discourse in the court still predominantly belongs to Jiangnan. Scholars from other provinces may achieve titles, yet securing prominent positions remains a challenge. The quality of talent from Jiangnan is simply unparalleled. Zhu Houzhong remarked, whether it is the expansion of the administration or the separation of the 2 lakes, the opposition will be minimal. In fact, those in positions of power will likely welcome such changes. Thus, the division of the 2 lakes into north and south will follow naturally. Zhu Houzhong immediately grasped the underlying truth and smirked. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. With the 2 lakes divided, Jiangnan will become even more conspicuous, rendering it a target of scrutiny. Although many officials from Jiangnan occupy high positions and wield considerable influence, as the saying goes, the more the firewood, the higher the flames. It cannot withstand such exposure to the heat. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement, finding conversation with his younger brother far more effortless and reassuring than with his elder nephew. With the latter, without a pot of tea, one could hardly conclude a discussion. It would require directives that allowed him to act without understanding the rationale. In contrast, with his younger brother, there was no need for extensive explanation, merely providing a general idea sufficed, as the latter not only comprehended his intent, but could articulate it as well. With the concept provided by his cousin, Zhu Houzhong felt a surge of confidence regarding the division of Jiangnan and chuckled, what shall we name the newly formed province? Do you have any insights? Zhu Houzhong contemplated for a moment before replying. Huzhou has a significant commercial presence. After its separation, the industrial and commercial sectors may experience some impact. Naming it after who would enhance the sense of belonging among whom merchants, thereby igniting their competitive spirit. Moreover, regardless of how subtly we operate, some unrest is inevitable. I propose we prefix it within, thus conveying a sense of stability while allowing Anqing Prefecture to feel included. What do you think? Zhu Houzhong nodded sincerely, indeed. After a brief pause, he added, with a new name for the separated province, we ought to rename the remaining one as well. Among the entire southern Jili, Suzhou is the most prosperous. Why not name it Jiangsu? Jiangsu, Zhu Houzhong said with a smile, nodding approvingly. It sounds delightful, absolutely splendid. Zhu Houzhong exhaled in relief and smiled, yet the smile faded almost immediately. Are you worried about Li Qing? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Zhu Houzhong replied. Li Qing has always prioritized internal matters as his foremost political goal. This division of Jiangnan is bound to have some negative repercussions. It is difficult to ensure he will not oppose it. In truth, Li Qing is not as obstinate as one might presume. In fact, he often exhibits a considerable degree of open-mindedness. Zhu Houzhong smiled and remarked, when united, we are a blazing fire. When dispersed, we are a sky full of stars. The negative impacts are merely transient, yet the benefits herald a lasting peace, and he has no reason to oppose this, though it may cause him some discomfort. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment, seemingly in agreement, and could not help but chuckle. In terms of greed, I cannot compare to him, not even close. Yet his avarice is never for himself. Zhu Houzhong's expression turned contemplative. Zhu Houzhong continued, after this candid discussion, both of them had completely shed their animosity and found a kindred spirit in one another. Unexpectedly, Zhu Houzhong blurted out a rather irreverent remark. If only you were my son. Zhu Houzhong's countenance darkened. Had the atmosphere permitted, he would have raised his cane to deliver a sharp rap to his younger brother's head. A contest of cane against head. Who would prevail? Zhu Houzhong, having no intention of taking advantage, merely expressed his sentiments, sighing, this child, Zai Li, possesses not a shred of political acumen, nor does he aspire to be an emperor. While Zai Han maintains a proper attitude, he is rather dim-witted, and to be candid, I find it hard to rest easy. Zhu Houzhong sighed in return, offering a wry smile. What of your son? My own is not faring much better. A father may be a hero, but the son is not necessarily a paragon. Were I in your position, I would likely be just as concerned. Alas, nothing ever proceeds as smoothly as one hopes. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Houzhong said, I suddenly feel the urge for some wine. Wait here, I shall step out to order some. Zhu Houzhong, leaning upon his cane, rose with a cheerful demeanor. It is quite convenient here. It will not take more than half an hour for the delivery. Zhu Houzhong acknowledged with a grunt, propping his chin on his hand. Lost in thought. Having concluded her explanation, Li Xue'er quickened her pace to catch up with Li Qing and the others. The young couple followed suit. Li Qing gazed at the youthful Tianzu, a strong sense of dissonance washing over her, making it difficult for her to believe, though she dared not inquire. Her brows furrowing in concern. Zhu Zili, who had always been fond of his wife, saw that she was now aware and thus felt no need for restraint. Observing her demeanor, he boldly stated, once we finish shopping, I shall introduce you to Mr. Li privately. Li Qing nodded slightly, whispering, husband. Did you always refer to Tianzu as Mr. Tianzu? Everyone calls him that. So I followed suit. Zhu Zili replied sheepishly. If you dislike it, we need not use formalities. Aside from uncle, I shall address everyone as you prefer. Call me however you please. Dear husband, Li Qing chuckled lightly, lest others think me spoiled and overbearing. Zhu Zili laughed heartily, raising his chin. I rather like the spoiled and overbearing version. Little Bao turned around and commented, in public, could you not be so affectionate? Zhu Zili quipped back, eliciting a blush from Li Qing. Smack. Li Qing playfully tapped Zhu Zili on the head. You and your incessant chatter. Li Qing's face reddened further, and she softly admonished, in front of so many elders, dear husband, do exercise a bit more discretion. Understood. Zhu Zili chuckled awkwardly, then added, by the way, Qing, I crafted a miniature steamboat for you, merely 3 feet in length yet complete in every aspect, even equipped with a steam engine. Li Qing abruptly turned around and inquired, is it a scale model? Chapter 548. On the importance of positive development, Zhu Zili was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, roughly so. Is it at a 1-to-1 scale? Not entirely a one-to-one comparison, Zhu Zhaiji replied shyly, having omitted many unnecessary details, primarily intended for amusement. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "Bring it to me to have a look later." After a pause, she turned to the young girl. "I will study it and return it to you." Li Ying hastily responded, "There's no need for that. If you like it, we have a few more at home, and I can bring them all to you." "That works." Li Qing acknowledged, turning around to continue her leisurely stroll. Li Qing purchased small decorative trinkets for everyone as gifts, ensuring that the young couple each received one. They were not of great value, but rather symbolized equitable sharing. Upon their return to the small courtyard, the two brothers had already indulged in drink, their tongues tied, cheeks flushed. Upon seeing the group enter, they regained a modicum of sobriety, straightening their attire and adjusting their postures. "Uncle, cousin," Zhu Zhaiji called out in embarrassment. "Grandfather Zhu." "Cousin," Li Ying echoed. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, casting a proud glance at his younger brother. "By that logic, it seems you are my son." Zhu Houzhong, understanding the implication in his brother's gaze, felt his own cheeks redden even further. Seeing their master inebriated, Huang Jin hurried to the east kitchen to brew tea. As a younger woman, Li Ying felt it inappropriate to intervene, excusing herself under the pretext of fetching a miniature steamboat. Zhu Zhaiji, feeling awkward addressing his biological father as cousin, followed suit and departed with his wife. The ever-enthusiastic Xiao Bao also trailed behind. Being an emperor, the little one had little freedom to act as he pleased. With a few younger members absent, the courtyard felt quieter, allowing the adults to relax without pretense. Except for the oblivious Huang Jin, everyone was aware of each other's identities, leading to more candid conversation. "You two certainly know how to enjoy yourselves," Li Qing remarked as she settled into a seat, noticing that much of the food and drink had already been consumed. Not wishing to disturb the remnants, she turned to Li Xian and said, "We haven't eaten yet. After wandering for half the day, I'm quite hungry. Please order some more dishes and get extra, as that young couple will return shortly." Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement and departed. The brothers' previous grievances had seemingly been resolved, yet their discomfort lingered upon encountering Li Qing. As Zhu Houzhong tidied up the cups and plates, he curiously inquired, "What did the young couple mention about a miniature steamboat?" "It's merely a smaller version of a steamboat, quite entertaining. We have one at home," Zhu Houzhong explained. "Just the other day during the Dragon Boat Festival. We even competed at the pond of the Yongqing Marquis' residence." "I see," Zhu Houzhong responded, realization dawning, and chuckled. "So, Li Qing, you enjoy such amusements as well. Why should Zhu Houzhong call you Li Qing and not me?" Zhu Houzhong pondered aloud. Li Qing paid no mind to such details and replied, "This device is not solely for play. What else could it possibly serve, given its size?" "It's rather puzzling," Zhu Houzhong remarked. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Are you concerned about technological leaks? It's of no consequence. The steamboats have already been sold, and one cannot prevent others from studying them." Li Xue'er added, "There's no need for excessive worry. The price of steamboats is not exorbitant. Many vassal states can afford them. With so many sold, it is impossible to prevent others from disassembling and researching them. Moreover, with readily available models to study, what is the necessity of dismantling a miniaturized version that is reduced by countless multiples?" After a brief pause, "We have indeed considered these matters, which is why there has been no leakage. It is merely for amusement." Li Qing slowly remarked, "I am not concerned about that. The leakage of technology is inevitable. What I mean is, can we utilize this model for research and development?" The crowd was taken aback. Li Qing continued, "This approach could save substantial costs and foster innovation, starting with smaller projects and then scaling them proportionately." Li Xue'er pondered, "Theoretically, it is feasible, but implementation is far from easy. Why is that?" This explanation is rather complicated. After careful thought, Li Xue'er articulated, "It can be understood in terms of standards." The steamship concept was proposed by Li Qing, yet he merely provided the idea. The practical execution was entirely Li Xue'er's domain. In truth, Li Qing possessed little knowledge of the steamship's casting and the myriad of specifics involved. "Please elaborate," Li Xue'er suggested, choosing her words with care. "A steam engine comprises numerous components, yet it is impossible for each piece to be exact to the last detail." "Allow me to clarify," Zhu Houzhong interjected. "Using standards to express this is somewhat inaccurate. You may interpret it as tolerances." Li Qing contemplated, "So, certain discrepancies do not affect the overall function?" "Indeed, not entirely," Zhu Houzhong replied. "To be precise, it is about utilizing the tolerances of each component. allowing the imperfections of many small parts to coalesce into a larger perfection. For instance, one component may be slightly smaller, while another may be slightly larger, and so forth. Each component has its standards, permitting a degree of tolerance, which, when assembled, perfectly offsets the impact of these tolerances. Li Qing was taken aback. Zhu Houzhong was astonished. Is it possible to approach it this way? Xue'er stated, this is the core secret. Even the production workers only grasp their respective responsibilities. The entire research and development base encompasses fewer than 50 individuals, and even they do not fully comprehend the core secrets. Each iteration involves continuous exploration and trial and error, ultimately leading to calculations. Does this mean no one possesses a comprehensive grasp of the core secrets? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Not entirely, Xue'er clarified. The chief engineer is aware of the overall strategy. After all, someone must oversee the coordination. However, within the vastly family research base, there are only 3 top-tier talents. Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly, a mixture of joy and concern washing over him. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Did you think we would overlook this? The salaries of these talents combined would not even equal that of one individual among the 6 ministries and 9 lords. Such generous compensation ensures that secrets remain secure. Moreover, various agreements have been signed. Xue'er added, even hypothetically, if these core secrets were to leak, the impact would be minimal. Zhu Houzhong contemplated. You refer to the iron smelting process, correct? Not solely. Xue'er gently shook her head. The iron smelting process is one aspect, while the production workers constitute another. Each iteration results from the chief engineer collaborating with numerous technical personnel, followed by practical implementation with the workers to collectively produce the outcomes. Even if the chief engineer were to take the confidential information and leave, a change in workers or molds would render it futile. Xue'er said with a smile. They understand this principle, hence the possibility of core secrets being leaked is virtually non-existent. Zhu Houzhong murmured, today has truly broadened my horizons. Li Qing was also quite taken aback, not realizing there were so many intricacies involved. However, he would not show any signs of weakness and shot Zhu Houzhong a disdainful glance. Zhu Houzhong would never have expected Li Qing to be so dismissive, and it was indeed Li Qing who seemed to be more informed. So, does this mean that the technology of the steamship poses no risk of leaking overseas? Xue'er shook her head. Completion and perfection are not the same. As long as one is willing to put in the effort to replicate each aspect, it can still be manufactured. However, imitation is merely imitation. It cannot achieve the same results as ours. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. If even a single component is off by a millimeter during assembly, it may not fit together properly. Even if it does assemble, its efficiency and durability will be worlds apart. Following the path of reverse engineering ultimately leads to mediocrity. It cannot cultivate a grand vision. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and sincerely remarked, is the court aware of the establishment of the Longjiang shipyard? They understand the reasoning, Xue'er replied, glancing at Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong added, the court has not allocated any research funding, only funds for casting. In truth, the Longjiang shipyard only masters casting and, to put it bluntly, merely utilizes the Li family's research achievements for production, lacking a profound understanding of the core technological secrets. Before the younger brother could express dissatisfaction, Zhu Houzhong continued. This may not be entirely a bad thing. Fewer people knowing equates to more security. The court is not solely composed of upright officials, is it? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily stunned, left speechless. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, despite the numerous constraints, there still exists theoretical feasibility, correct? Indeed. Xue'er nodded. If one can skillfully master the principles of scaling up and down, significant improvements in cost and efficiency can be achieved, though this requires prolonged operation, adjustment, and personnel reallocation. Li Qing slightly nodded. In that case, we could attempt to explore this. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing added, we could utilize relatively outdated technology to mass-produce some miniature steamships. Xue'er looked bewildered. Zhu Houzhong was equally puzzled. Li Qing chuckled. We could market these items as luxury goods to attract wealthy clients. Collecting ancient artifacts and paintings is one form of collection, and so is collecting miniature steamships. Pausing for effect, he continued, as the saying goes, if something can be dismantled, it can be rebuilt. If it can be broken, it can be established. We could create a special department dedicated solely to researching miniaturized items, without the need to consider whether they can be scaled up proportionately. The most challenging step is to create something from nothing. Refining what already exists is comparatively easier. Li Qing smiled. I believe Zhu Zai has quite a talent for this. He could lead this new department initially, and once progress is made, we can equip him with some technical personnel. There is no need for drastic measures. We can start with small experiments. Although Li Qing was not particularly inclined towards engineering, he could see that Zhu Zai possessed the traits and talents characteristic of an engineer. The greatest motivation for learning is interest. Zhu Zai's enthusiasm for this field was exceptionally strong, and even scaling down with existing technology would not be an easy task. This also indirectly attests to Zhu Zai's remarkable practical skills. No matter how sophisticated the objects may be, they are gradually crafted through persistent effort. Let him tinker. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. Chapter 549. Unfamiliar yet familiar. Zhu Houzhong emerged from his astonishment, only to be shocked anew. Could that rascal possess such craftsmanship? The effects of alcohol had completely dissipated, and he pressed. Is this young lad truly so talented? Facts speak more eloquently than words. The truth will reveal itself in due time. Li Qing chuckled. I believe he has no reason to deceive, does he? Zhu Houzhong replied with a chuckle. My dear nephew may not be the brightest, yet his hands are deft, and those miniature steamships are indeed impressive. Zhu Houzhong, feeling quite pleased, retorted. Isn't he better than your son? Zhu Houzhong coldly remarked. Yesterday you. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Zhu Houzhong quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and said with gravity. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Concerning the affairs of southern Jinling. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and continued. The wealth of Jiangnan has been unparalleled since the dawn of the Ming Dynasty, with a century and a half of maritime trade accumulating to an astounding level. Therefore, I believe a meticulous approach is the best strategy. Li Qing, taken aback, inquired now? Whether sooner or later, this matter is inevitable. If I do not act, future generations will. It is better that I take the initiative while I am still able. Zhu Houzhong spoke earnestly. I wish to accomplish this. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, Li Xue'er and Li Qing refrained from expressing any opinions, while Zhu Houzhong appeared indifferent. Sensing the lack of support, Zhu Houzhong felt considerable pressure and sought to use others as a shield, stating, It is not just my idea, Shozi thinks likewise. Zhu Houzhong replied. Li Qing remained noncommittal and asked, What are the specific plans? Essentially, Shozi proposes to separate Anqing Prefecture, Huizhou Prefecture, Fengyang Prefecture, and Chuzhou Prefecture from southern Jinling to establish a new entity. Zhu Houzhong, uncertain of Li Qing's stance, decided to shift the responsibility entirely to Zhu Houzhong, adding, The name has already been chosen, though I find it rather ordinary. Zhu Houzhong remained silent, his cane tapping impatiently. What is it? Anhui. Li Qing paused. I merely stated it was ordinary. Zhu Houzhong replied with a huff. Perhaps you should devise a name, given your scholarly prowess. That name is excellent. It shall not require a second choice, Li Qing responded. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. Zhu Houzhong erupted in boisterous laughter, shaking his head. Do you not see the tricksters? The east and west are in disarray, without regard for status. Who is the jester? I am the jester. Zhu Houzhong felt a wave of dizziness, nearly gasping for breath. What of the remainder? He asked. Li Qing queried. Will it still be called Southern Jinling? Jiangsu. Seeing Li Qing momentarily stunned, Zhu Houzhong quickly added, This is my suggestion. What think you? Li Qing stared blankly for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well, that is acceptable. Zhu Houzhong felt he had regained the upper hand and began to smile, casting a challenging glance at Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong remained silent, his lips moving in a series of profanities. Zhu Houzhong, adept at reading lips, almost confronted Zhu Houzhong in a duel. Had it not been for the latter's cane raised high, Zhu Houzhong, suppressing his anger, remarked, It's not just about southern Jiangsu. I wish to take this opportunity to delve into Huguang as well, dividing into north and south. Indeed. Zhu Houzhong nodded, maintaining impartiality and fairness. What do you think? Li Qing remained silent, merely murmuring to himself, Jiangsu, Anhui, Hunan, Hubei, such names that are both strange and familiar. He seemed lost in a different world. After a considerable pause, Zhu Houzhong inquired, What is your opinion, sir? Li Qing nodded slightly and asked, Do you require my assistance? Your lack of opposition is the greatest help. Zhu Houzhong replied, putting on a facade. Li Qing did not take offense. In that case, I implore you to exert yourself. Perfection is paramount. That is a given. Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of regret. This charade seemed to come at a hefty price. From the looks of it, Li Qing could have remained in the capital. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words without losing face, so he resigned himself to the situation. Truly, there is no need for such formality. Tea is served. Huang Jin approached, one hand holding a teapot and the other balancing a stack of small bowls, pouring tea for the group. My lord, have a cup to refresh yourself. Zhu Houzhong lifted the cup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a sip. Its flavor was rather lackluster. Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. This is the kitchen's aged tea. Please bear with it for now. I shall procure some fresh tea at once. Very well, do take care on your way. Yes, my lord. Huang Jin bowed and cheerfully departed. Zhu Houzhong turned to Zhu Houzhao and said, Huang Jin is a person one can unequivocally trust. However, the matter of Zhengde is exceedingly shocking. During my time in Jinling, be sure to exercise caution. I am more aware of the stakes than you think. Zhu Houzhao remarked while toying with his teacup. You ought to be the one cautious. My daughter-in-law is not merely a daughter-in-law, but a niece-in-law. You must not reveal any secrets. After a moment, he added, the jade pendant that Xue'er is wearing today was a gift from you, correct? Am I to be scrutinized for bestowing a gift upon my own daughter-in-law? Zhu Houzhong glared. What is carved upon it? Zhu Houzhong hesitated, retorting. Let us just say it's something that does not reflect my status. Li Qing had not noticed this exchange and asked, what is inscribed upon it? Oh, it's nothing of consequence, Zhu Houzhong awkwardly replied. Let us return to the matter at hand, such as the details of the division between Jiangnan and Huguang. After a brief interval, spurred by Li Qing's reminder, the discussion concluded. Shortly thereafter, a knock at the courtyard door heralded the entrance of a young couple. Zhu Zili stepped over the threshold, pushing in a small wooden cart, cheerfully announcing, this is a steam cargo ship, this is a steam passenger ship, and this is a steam warship. There were 3 in total, the longest measuring no more than 4 feet, and the shortest less than 5 feet. Their designs bore a striking resemblance to steamships, but were more exquisite, with surfaces polished and waxed to a radiant sheen, appearing quite splendid. Li Xue'er, Li Qing, and Zhu Houzhao had not only seen these models before, but had also played with them. Thus their curiosity was minimal. However, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong were notably intrigued. Li Qing was captivated by the value of these miniature models, while Zhu Houzhong's interest stemmed from a fatherly perspective. The two gathered closer, gazing at the trio of miniature steamships, their eyes filled with wonder. Remarkably exquisite. In this era dominated by manual craftsmanship, achieving such a level of artistry is indeed a remarkable feat. Zhu Houzhong was equally astounded and inquired of his son, did you create all of this with your own hands? Indeed, Zhu Zili replied sheepishly. I apologize for presenting such trivialities before you. Trivial? Not at all. Zhu Houzhong gently caressed the miniature steamship, its surface smooth and its lines graceful. Closing his eyes, the sensation was akin to touching jade. You must have invested considerable effort into this. Oh, it wasn't too arduous, Zhu Zili chuckled awkwardly. In terms of craftsmanship, I am but a novice among skilled artisans. This was merely a whimsical idea that coincidentally piqued Ying's interest, and as my uncle shares a fondness for such things, I took some leisure time to create a few. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt reassured. Indeed, skilled craftsmen can achieve precision down to the finest detail, so this level of craftsmanship is not particularly surprising. Are you suggesting that this miniature steamship could be mass-produced at any time? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Zili replied in bewilderment, mass-produced? Why would we do that? This is merely a pastime. I made it from leftover materials, and mass production would be wasteful. To generate profit, Li Qing exclaimed, such exquisite creations will undoubtedly garner immense popularity. Zhu Houzhao expressed skepticism, stating, while I find amusement in such things, it does not guarantee that others will share the same interest. It remains uncertain whether it would be feasible. Li Qing chuckled, most affluent individuals possess peculiar hobbies. What kind of hobbies? Zhu Zili asked. Collecting, Li Qing asserted. For instance, how many wealthy families do you know that lack collections of antiques, paintings, or precious stones? Zhu Zili retorted dryly. But this is neither an antique nor a precious stone. What collector's value does it hold? Value is ascribed by people. As long as the marketing is executed effectively, there will surely be those who flock to it, Li Qing mused. Not long ago during the Dragon Boat Festival. You were competing with this, were you not? That could serve as an excellent marketing angle. Zhu Zili was taken aback. However, Li Xue'er perceived its potential and suggested to Li Qing, we should collaborate with the families of Duke Chao, Duke Liang, and Duke Wei to promote this widely. Li Qing nodded slightly. Is this truly feasible? Zhu Houzhong remained skeptical that his momentary inspiration could yield such results, fearing it might become a source of ridicule instead. Sir, are you not perhaps overthinking this? Li Qing laughed heartily. There is no harm in trying. If it succeeds, it could provide a substantial source of income. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong became invigorated, declaring, "This invention belongs to Zhu Houzhong, and as his uncle, I shall certainly partake in the profits. I will invest in this. And should it generate returns, I expect 30%. He promptly produced the 10,000 taels of silver he had brought. 10,000 taels for just 30%? Surely that is not excessive. Li Qing cast a discreet glance at him, finding her husband's uncle rather opportunistic. What nonsense is this? Zhu Houzhong retorted without mercy. I say, Hozi, being opportunistic is one thing, but you take it to an entirely different level. Do you genuinely believe your money holds such value? If this takes off, not even 100,000 taels would suffice for 30%. Zhu Houzhong's face flushed with embarrassment. Then let it be 10%. If I suffer a loss, I shall bear it. Yet you still insist on a share? Zhu Houzhong teased. If your nephew embarks on a venture, should you not, as an uncle, provide support? Investment is fine, but expecting a return is your folly. As he spoke, he seized the silver note and chuckled. Lousy, you will soon return to Shuntian. I shall keep this money for safekeeping. After all, it is meant for our dear nephew, and it shall not go to waste. This was not the furious reaction of Zhu Houzhong. Yesterday, Zhu Houzhong had grimaced, gritting his teeth, and said, "Very well, then you shall be the custodian. That is a good uncle." Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily, then turned to Li Qing and said, "Little Qing, may I have a look at that jade pendant?" Upon hearing this, Li Qing also followed his gaze, and her expression darkened immediately. The carving was not of dragons or phoenixes, but rather a hollow jade pendant resembling a Buddha's hand, with a vividly crafted jade hand grasping two green plums, entirely emerald green, translucent and lustrous, indeed a masterful piece of artistry. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong understood Li Qing's intentions, never failing to perceive the underlying motives. Chapter 550. Cold-blooded and unfeeling Li Qing was oblivious to these intricacies. She removed the jade pendant and handed it over, explaining, "This was a gift from my uncle." Li Qing shot a glance at Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong was drenched in sweat, as Li Xue'er regarded the jade pendant. A thought struck her, rendering her momentarily speechless, a mix of 3 parts vexation and 7 parts amusement. It was not a grave transgression, and Li Qing was not inclined to escalate matters, instead turning to Zhu Houzhong to discuss serious affairs. Seeing that Li Qing was not in a joking mood and was intent on establishing a new department from scratch, Zhu Houzhong felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. Lack of confidence? Well, not exactly. It was more a feeling of being pleasantly overwhelmed. Zhu Houzhong, having been dismissed by his father, was now thrust into a significant role, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. Li Qing smiled and said, "All things are accomplished by people. Without attempting, how can you ascertain your capabilities? You are still young, and life is a long journey. It is unwise to underestimate oneself." Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "I have always had high hopes for you." Zhu Houzhong felt a tremor in his heart, his nose tinged with moisture, and he could not help but well up with tears. Observing his son's reaction, Zhu Houzhong felt a pang of guilt. However, a father does not apologize to his son, so he shifted the topic, feigning curiosity. "How does this work?" Zhu Houzhong quickly composed himself and explained, "It operates on the same principle as a steamship. It requires fuel to be propelled by steam." "Is that so?" Zhu Houzhong looked around, lamenting, "Unfortunately, there is no pond in this courtyard. We cannot play with it." Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. "If you wish to try, you may go to the Yongqing Marquette. They have a ready-made racetrack." "A racetrack?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. "Oh, you mean to delineate a predetermined path with string, allowing the steamship to advance along that route?" Zhu Houzhong explained. "This vessel is too small to carry anyone. Otherwise, it would easily spin in circles at the center of the pond, unable to reach the opposite shore." Zhu Houzhong nodded in realization. It indeed sounds quite entertaining. Li Qing smiled and said, "If my uncle wishes to experience it, my husband and I shall come to fetch you tomorrow." "Very well." Zhu Houzhong replied with a beaming smile. "To marry a wife like you is a fortune I could scarcely have hoped for in several lifetimes." "Uncle, you flatter me," Li Qing said, a touch of shyness in her demeanor, before asking, "Will you be staying here as well?" Zhu Houzhong nodded. Li Yingying then turned to Li Qing and asked, "Will you be going tomorrow?" "I shall not." Li Yingying was taken aback. Li Xue'er interjected, "Come with me." Oh, very well," Li Yingying responded, following her. Zhu Houzhong gazed at Li Qing and remarked, "You should speak up. Your secret cannot be concealed within the Li family for long. Having an extra person to provide cover is not a bad thing." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing made his way to the guest hall. Zhu Houzhong then cast a glance at his son and cousin, saying, "Let us take a stroll to aid digestion." "But, father, I have yet to eat," Zhu Zili internally complained, though he dared not refuse aloud. He called out to his wife before following his father and uncle out the door. After a thorough explanation from the great-aunt, Li Yingying, though still somewhat incredulous, ultimately accepted the truth. However, upon hearing the reason why the heavenly ancestor would not visit the Yongqing Marquis's residence, she found herself at a loss for words. "Just say what you wish. Having been entrusted with such a significant secret, why should you feel embarrassed?" Li Xue'er rolled her eyes. "You aren't contemplating to jest at your great-aunt, are you?" Yingying dared not, and with a shy smile, she glanced at Li Qing and sincerely remarked, "A person of the world as refined as jade, a young man unmatched in his era. The heavenly ancestor is truly exceptional." After a brief pause, she continued, "Now that the matter is laid bare, let us embrace our bond as family. Your concerns are unwarranted. Forgive my candidness, but they are not necessary." Li Qing gently shook his head. "It is not solely for that reason." "Then what?" "Humans naturally tend to rely on their surroundings for sustenance." Li Qing chuckled. "With such a magnificent ancestor as myself, do you think you younger generations will still possess the ambition to strive? Once the sky falls with the comfort of an ancestor to lean upon, the Li family will surely decline." Li Yingying furrowed her brow, perplexed. "But as the future successor of the Li family, Little Bao is also aware of your secret. Are you not concerned he will lean on you?" "I can guide one or two, but I cannot manage many," Li Qing sighed. "Your generation, your father's generation, and even those of your grandfather who have already separated from the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Altogether, there are more than 100. I simply lack the energy for such a task. There will always be those who are lazy and those who are insatiably greedy. I cannot oversee them all. Hence I must keep my existence a secret from you." Li Yingying slowly nodded and lamented, "But heavenly ancestor, your secret is already known to some officials of the Yingtian prefecture. How can it truly be hidden from the Li family? For the time being, let it be concealed. I am averse to commotion and do not wish to be observed by you younger ones as if I were a monkey in a cage." Li Yingying stifled a laugh, yet dared not express her amusement. Ultimately, they would discover the truth. How would the heavenly ancestor plan for that moment? After a moment of reflection, Li Qing replied, "Then I shall remain like a dragon, seen only in fleeting glimpses." After a pause, Li Qing inquired, "What are your thoughts upon suddenly learning of my identity as your heavenly ancestor?" Li Yingying was momentarily taken aback and answered honestly, "I am shocked." "And what else?" She pondered carefully before slowly shaking her head. "That is precisely it," Li Qing softly remarked. "Without prior interaction, how can there be any feelings? Your sentiments towards me mirror my own towards you. However, esteemed ancestor, you are an elder. You belong to the Li family." Li Qing raised her hand to silence them, saying, "To you, I bear the obligation of a senior to junior, a constraint of responsibility. To me, you bear only the respect of a junior to a senior, a constraint of filial piety. Whether it is responsibility or filial piety, neither embodies genuine and pure emotions. In the future, it will be difficult for me to form any emotional bonds with the younger generation of the Li family." Li Yingying suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. "So, are you going to abandon us?" Li Xue'er attempted to interject, but was preempted by Li Qing. "Objectively speaking, yes," Li Qing stated. "There are countless unfilial descendants. Why should the Li family be any different? Without hope, naturally, there can be no disappointment." Li Yingying fell into a daze, murmuring, "But we are clearly a family. Why can't we live in harmony?" Li Qing sighed bitterly. The patriarch had many children, and even now, there are over 10,000 registered members of the clan. But what does it matter? How many remember the goodness of the patriarch? Among the descendants, do they not secretly insult one another? The virtues of a gentleman may last 5 generations, while the temple of an emperor may witness 7 generations before it is passed down. The descendants are endless. How many will the Li family have in 100 years, or even hundreds of years? Do not speak of me. Even if the patriarch were to return, how could he possibly attend to the needs of tens of thousands of descendants? If the patriarch were to return and face countless unsatisfactory offspring, how could he avoid the chaos? Ultimately, it would only lead to disorder. Li Qing remarked, "From Li Hong to Li Bao, 5 generations have passed. This grace has long been exhausted." Li Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xue'er appeared despondent. "Do not look at me like that. The patriarch has always been indifferent," Li Qing said, lost in thought. "In the end, everyone will depart, will fade away. Why should I invest in an endeavor destined for loss?" Li Yingying was left speechless. She had never anticipated that the patriarch would embody such coldness, such a lack of compassion. Yet, upon reflecting on the various deeds of the patriarch, it seemed somewhat reasonable. How could a person of tender heart and soft demeanor achieve such brilliance and radiance? It would be a lie to say she felt no disappointment. Yet she could not place blame, for after all, they had received ample favor. However, upon learning of the patriarch's secret, a sense of pride and confidence welled within her. Li Yingying smiled sadly and said, "You are correct, esteemed ancestor. Juniors instinctively tend to demand from their elders. Indeed, it is a losing proposition. But, can you truly part with the Li family? This is all yours." Li Qing slightly lifted her chin and replied softly, "If I truly cared for these matters, the Ming Dynasty would not be as it is today, nor would the Li family." After a long silence, Li Yingying asked, "What do you need from your juniors?" "Nothing in particular," Li Qing replied. "I cannot conceal this secret for much longer. When more of the younger generation of the Li family becomes aware, you must convey my truth to them. Teach them that their ancestor does not concern himself with them. They must rely on themselves. For any misdeeds, the ancestor will not come to their aid, and should they feel wrong during the division of the family, the ancestor will not arbitrate on their behalf. In short, while I, their ancestor, may be alive, I am no different from being deceased. Do you understand?" Li Yingying nodded in a daze. "The younger generation will remember." Li Qing let out a slight sigh of relief, rising to say, "You all continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside." "Take care, heavenly ancestor," Li Yingying said, standing to pay her respects. There was no response, and when she straightened up, Li Qing had already vanished like a wisp of smoke. A profound sense of loss and sorrow flooded Li Yingying's heart, and with Li Qing's departure, the overwhelming feeling of disparity became unbearable, bringing her to tears. "Great Aunt, is the heavenly ancestor truly like this?" Li Xue'er inhaled deeply, hardening her heart as she nodded. "I thought we were a family." "That is merely your assumption," Li Xue'er replied. "The Li family has already received enough. What is there to resent? Are we still to harbor grudges?" Li Yingying shook her head slightly. "It is not resentment, just profound sadness. I assumed I would care for the heavenly ancestor, and in turn, the heavenly ancestor would show me kindness. Yet nearly 2 centuries have passed, and regardless of wealth, we are now left with nothing." Li Xue'er sighed in sorrow. "We have long been destitute." Chapter 551. The wealth of the Li family on the bustling and vibrant streets. Li Qing strolled leisurely, unhurried and carefree. The wind blowing was warm, yet it offered little comfort. After wandering for a considerable time, upon returning home, he found that Li Xue'er, Li Yingying, the brothers Zhu Houzhong, and Zhu Zai had yet to return. The stone table was set with an array of sumptuous dishes, untouched and quietly resting there. In the courtyard, only Huang Jin remained, curiously examining a miniature steamship. "You're back?" Li Qing inquired with a smile. "What are you interested to?" Huang Jin scratched his head, grinning. "It looks delightful. By the way, can this thing really sail on water?" Li Qing nodded. "The principles are the same. It can indeed navigate the waters. However, this courtyard is too small for such play. Tomorrow, let us go to the Yongqing Marquis's residence for some real fun." Huang Jin rubbed his hands together, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Isn't that a bit indulgent? We came here to enjoy ourselves. Just have fun." Li Qing chuckled. "Do you still feel guilty? When in the capital, your role as the master of ceremonies was hardly of much use, was it?" Huang Jin gave a dry laugh before recalling something, saying, "By the way, Li Qing, you should mention something to that Zhu boss." Li Qing queried, "What should I say?" "Tell him not to be too arrogant," Huang Jin replied gloomily. "General Li and the others are all polite to the emperor, yet he irritates me." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Is it possible he is unaware of the emperor's identity?" "I know that," Huang Jin retorted. "I meant that he shouldn't always adopt a lecturing tone with the emperor. One might mistake him for someone of significance to the emperor." Li Qing raised an eyebrow. "What kind of significance?" "Just say what you will about him," Huang Jin replied helplessly. "He consistently acts superior, and I find him annoying, even disregarding the emperor." Li Qing was left speechless. He hasn't bothered you, has he? But he has vexed the emperor, Huang Jin lamented. I'm not saying he is merely the relative of the Yongqing marquis, but his heirs surpass even those of General Li, clearly misjudging his own position. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, casually saying, All right, I shall mention it to him, though I cannot guarantee it will be of any use. A brother is like a father, especially since Zhu Houzhong is nearly a generation older than Zhu Houzhong. A few words of admonition won't hurt. Zhu Houzhong indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Yet Zhu Houzhong is not to be underestimated, particularly in terms of his mindset, which lends him a certain authority to lecture others. Just as you have indicated, it is indeed effective. Huang Jin, delighted, thought to himself, who would dare disregard your dignity, especially with the emperor back in attendance? Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the door swung open, and 3 brothers and disciples entered. Huang Jin promptly rose and approached, inquiring, My lord, would the young master care for some tea? I have procured some new tea. Yes, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his voice hoarse from his earlier excursions. Hurry up. Huang Jin, somewhat intimidated by Zhu Houzhong's glare, retorted, You only have my lord to thank for that. With that, he begrudgingly made his way to the eastern kitchen. The stout Zhu Houzhong found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Li Qing teased, His temperament is usually quite pleasant. It is only in your presence that he exhibits such behavior. Did I provoke him? Zhu Houzhong shot back. You did. Zhu Houzhong interjected. After wandering about for half the day, you should return home to accompany your wife. I am not leaving any time soon. Ah, indeed. Zhu Ziyi bowed deeply, promising to return the next day. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, and once his son exited the courtyard, he hesitantly murmured, Previously, amidst the crowd, I may have misspoken. Could you return the banknotes to me? An emperor cannot be without funds. He found it difficult to confront the Li family for money, as they were notoriously stingy. The holiday was still long, and without funds, what would he do? Money? Zhu Houzhong replied, bewildered. Wasn't it you who provided it to me? Yes, but that was not under duress. I only require 7,000 taels in return. Zhu Houzhong retorted, Let 3,000 taels suffice as a lesson. What sort of lesson is so inexpensive? Li Qing remarked, and Zhu Houzhong, at his wit's end, sought Li Qing's arbitration. Li Qing, noticing Zhu Houzhong's unseemly demeanor, bluntly responded. Pay up. Zhu Houzhong reluctantly retrieved 3 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels, and presented them. Here. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then incensed. I specified 3,000 taels for a lesson. That is indeed 3,000 taels, Zhu Houzhong countered, shaking the notes. Do you want them or not? Li Qing, exasperated, chose to ignore the dispute and headed straight to his study, preferring not to witness the unfolding chaos. Zhu Houzhong, emboldened, declared, Do you want them or not? Had Huang Jin not gone to prepare tea, Zhu Houzhong would have surely faced a reprimand. Yes, Zhu Houzhong reached out to take the notes. However, Zhu Houzhong stepped back, eyes narrowed. Do you not understand manners? Say thank you. Zhu Houzhong remained silent, surveying his surroundings. What are you looking for? Zhu Houzhong began to speak, but was interrupted as Zhu Houzhong leapt up to grasp a branch from a fruit tree, intent on breaking it off. Zhu Houzhong immediately discarded the banknotes and fled, leaving his walking stick as mere decoration. You run fast. Zhu Houzhong grumbled as he picked up the notes from the ground, feeling both anger and regret. 7,000 taels had vanished just like that, and with Li Qing unconcerned, he found himself without recourse. Zhu Houzhong could only transform his sorrow and indignation into an appetite, not even bothering to call Li Qing, as he indulged himself. After spending a considerable part of the day wandering and feasting, they each took a bath, and as dusk gradually descended, they engaged in light conversation before retiring early for the night. The next morning, Zhu Ziyi and his wife arrived at the door, inviting Zhu Houzhong, this esteemed uncle, to the Yongqing Marquis' residence for some recreational contests. Li Qing, however, chose to remain behind, merely passing time with a book, occasionally dozing off, and sipping the cool tea infused with yellow silk. Unbeknownst to him, he lost track of time and spent another half-day in this manner. As evening approached, the master and servant returned, their spirits high, still animatedly discussing miniature steamboats, their excitement palpable, declaring their intent to bring back a few when they returned. Li Qing found their enthusiasm rather childish. After spending several days together, Zhu Houzhong grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings and paid little heed to Li Qing. indulging in daily excursions to newspaper workshops and Confucius temples, enjoying whatever amusements came his way. Zhu Houzhong was like a wild stallion, or a child let loose to play. Li Qing observed silently, choosing not to intervene. Days passed, and Li Qing had made arrangements, inviting Zhu Houzhong to visit the Li family's enterprises. Initially, he had considered mentioning it himself, but with the Li family taking the initiative, Zhu Houzhong naturally accepted, bringing Li Qing along primarily to prevent him from overthinking. While it was common knowledge that the Li family was affluent, the true extent of their wealth remained a mystery to both Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing. Since Li Hao formally took the reins of the Li family, their wealth had surged at an alarming rate, leaving Li Qing with no clear understanding of its magnitude. Despite having some expectations, he was astonished upon witnessing the actual scale of the Li family's assets. The mere value of their holdings, excluding liquid wealth, left even the worldly wise Li Qing astounded. Zhu Houzhong was even more taken aback. The revenue generated from existing assets reached an astounding 13 million taels. And after deducting taxes and wages, the net profit was no less than 7 million taels. This was, of course, largely due to the relatively low taxation imposed by the court. Even though the government had raised commercial taxes several times, they remained comparatively modest. This was chiefly due to the old Zhu's perspective. He deemed merchants to be of lowly status, yet imposed minimal taxes upon them. Consequently, his successors found it challenging to raise the commercial tax rates excessively. Even in this context, some merchants sought ways to evade taxes. In this era, without extensive data regulation, as long as they were discreet and the amounts were not excessively large, they could generally avoid paying a portion of their dues, resulting in substantial losses for the court over the course of a year. Li Qing found himself powerless to contest this, and Zhu Houzhong was in an even more precarious position. The only viable solution was to enhance the factory's oversight of merchant enterprises, establishing a general standard for tax assessments based on this data. Nevertheless, even with these measures, the revenue from commercial taxes had surpassed that of agricultural taxes, not merely matching but truly exceeding them. It is noteworthy that this occurred during a period when large-scale land consolidation was not prevalent in the Ming Dynasty. The court's financial revenue has never diminished. On the contrary, it has consistently increased year by year. The reason for the insufficiency lies in excessive expenditures. The Li family's enterprises are vast and numerous, rendering them difficult to oversee. Initially, Zhu Houzhong took his duties seriously, but soon became distracted, realizing that even a cursory glance could not encompass everything before the holiday's end. Consequently, he decided against further examination and entrusted Li Qing with the accounts. With Li Qing present, there was little concern about tax evasion, alleviating the need for meticulous scrutiny. As time passed, half of the holiday had already elapsed. Zhu Houzhong could not suppress his grievances, questioning Li Qing. Can this truly be counted as part of the holiday? Li Qing shrugged and replied, "Why not? Who works during the holiday?" Zhu Houzhong retorted, "These days, I find myself more fatigued than when in the capital." Li Qing smirked. "Isn't it your own narrow-mindedness that compels you to see for yourself? How could I fathom the extent of the Li family's wealth without witnessing it firsthand?" Li Qing, resigned, remarked, "In truth, there is no need for such scrutiny. You ought to be aware of the Li family's enterprises. One can deduce their contributions from the taxes they pay annually. How could you not know the amount they submit?" Zhu Houzhong felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, it was not Li Qing who invited him, and knowing is one thing, witnessing is another. He softly mused, "Truth be told, had it not been for you, and had it not been for a Li family of this nature, I would never have permitted their existence. In reality, they ought not to exist, should they?" Li Qing did not refute this. Conservatively estimating their earnings at 7 million a year, let us consider 5 million as a baseline. Over 10 years, that amounts to 50 million. Over a century, 5 billion. That is a distant prospect, Li Qing retorted. The Li family has not been affluent for long. Moreover, they consistently profit and reinvest the vast majority of their earnings. How could it possibly be as you suggest? Zhu Houzhong paused, not contesting this. While it is true that the Li family has profited immensely, their investments are substantial as well. Setting aside their workshops, the expenses for steam engines alone are staggering. Such costly research achievements have been generously donated to the court. They continue to invest heavily in research and development each year. Although Zhu Houzhong was unaware of the exact figures, the salary of a single top-tier talent surpasses that of all 6 ministries combined, highlighting the magnitude of their expenditures. Despite the court's low salaries, the Li family's financial output must be considerable. Furthermore, the court has never compensated them for their patents, consistently benefiting from their innovations without remuneration. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and stated, "I harbor no ill will towards the Li family, yet their immense power is truly alarming." Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance, asking, "Are you suggesting we dismantle the Li family?" Zhu Houzhong replied, "Such measures may not be necessary now, but they will be in the future. A collective flame can burn brightly, yet when it becomes too intense, it can only scatter like stars across the sky." Li Qing remained silent. "I understand that my stance may be excessive, yet the Li family has reaped such vast benefits. They must either bear the weight of their fortune or face dissolution. There is no other course." Zhu Houzhong remarked that when the Li family can no longer play the role of a pioneer, their most fitting fate would be to fall. The downfall of one Li family could satiate countless others and foster greater prosperity for the Ming dynasty. This is the optimal solution. Li Qing replied, "I am more aware of the situation than you think." This reassured Zhu Houzhong greatly. For the present and for the coming decades, the Li family need not be so concerned, yet it will eventually come to that. At that time, I hope you will not be swayed by emotions. Swayed by emotions? Li Qing scoffed with a smirk. "If I were, you might have already met your ancestor. If I were swayed, you two brothers would have long rested in the royal tomb. One is unlearned, and the other lacks proper attitude. I have been rational enough." "Ah, look at you." "I was merely offering a reminder." Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. "We all desire what is best for the Ming." Li Qing chuckled in return. "What is the total annual tax revenue of the court now?" "It is likely to see a slight decline in the next couple of years due to the destruction caused by the earthquake, which will take time to mend." Zhu Houzhong pondered before continuing. "If we account for everything, it is nearly 10 million taels." He paused, noting that compared to the Hongwu era, the court's taxes have increased tremendously, yet the circumstances are vastly different. One cannot draw a direct comparison. The immense influx of silver has driven up prices, and the costs of governance have noticeably escalated. For instance, the expenses for infrastructure and the cost of maintaining troops. Of course, after considering all aspects, the wealth available to the court still far exceeds that of the Hongwu period. It is merely the exaggerated figures on paper. Li Qing contemplated, as it stands. Has the court's finances truly entered a state of deficit? Indeed, they have, Zhu Houzhong replied helplessly. You are well aware of the situation. The year-long relief efforts following the earthquake, along with several years of aid thereafter, assistance from the western regions, the integration in the northern deserts, and the ongoing promotion of education. Moreover, we are about to commence railway construction. We earn much, but spend even more. Zhu Houzhong expressed his exhaustion. I understand that this is the right course, but when the granaries are empty, how can one not feel anxious? Li Qing smiled slightly. The meat is already rotting in the pot. I certainly know that, Zhu Houzhong acknowledged. Money merely flows from the court to the people. It does not vanish. In the process, industries have increased. Zhu Houzhong continued. I am aware of this, but an emperor ruling over millions surely requires funds, does he not? Li Qing understood his plight and concerns for the future and reassured him, it is not as dire as you imagine. Tax revenues will soon rise again. Many wealthy individuals are utilizing overseas lands to cultivate mulberries and rear silkworms, bringing back vast quantities of silk cocoons. After undergoing numerous processes, they are sold abroad, yielding astonishing profits. The additional taxes generated from just these two ventures are conservatively estimated to be in the millions, and this is only the beginning. Furthermore, the share of tea in Western trade is gradually gaining momentum, and it is certain to increase. Suddenly, Li Qing halted, his brow furrowing. Zhu Houzhong asked in surprise, What is the matter? Li Qing took a deep breath and replied solemnly, It won't be long before we may have to go to war. Who are we fighting? Who we fight does not depend on us. It depends on others. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Are you suggesting that others will strike us? Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly. In the present Ming dynasty, who would dare to engage in battle with us? This is not a matter of courage, but rather a testament to the formidable capacity of the Ming's developmental model to attract wealth. Li Qing remarked, take for instance the currently most prosperous Franks. Their colonial development model, while undeniably efficient, pales in comparison to ours. Yet, they have become mere porters of silver, with the majority of the silver they acquire flowing into the coffers of the Ming. Tell me, over time, can they remain content with this arrangement? Zhu Houzhong paused, then responded, Did you not say that money only counts when it is spent? You previously mentioned that their actions are not the result of foolishness or excess wealth, but rather a conversion of money into goods, further stimulating colonial development and enhancing mining efforts, correct? Indeed, but given the rate at which the Ming attracts wealth, they will inevitably come to realize they are the ones at a disadvantage. Li Qing stated, there will come a day when they recognize that despite colonizing numerous territories and mining abundant silver, they end up merely serving the Ming, ultimately reaping nothing but poverty. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback. He soon grasped the gravity of the situation and furrowed his brow, asking, what is the timeline for this? I do not know. Li Qing replied bluntly, even their adversaries are not entirely certain, yet one thing is foreseeable. What? It will inevitably unfold in the form of naval warfare. Li Qing asserted. Historically, the Central Plains dynasties have often faced calamities from the north, but the circumstances have changed. With a century and a half of maritime trade, coupled with the fervent push for overseas colonization, the Ming is now deeply intertwined with the global landscape, rendering threats no longer confined to the north. Moreover, the northern peril has dissipated. The surrounding vassal states lack both strength and courage, thus eliminating the possibility of land warfare. Once conflict arises, it will surely be naval in nature, unless the Ming chooses to be passive, waiting for the enemy to land and engage within its own territory, an unthinkable course of action for the Ming. Naval warfare, Zhu Houzhong murmured, his expression pained. Among the costs of maintaining an army, the naval forces demand the highest expenditure, with military funding reaching staggering levels. If naval conflict is indeed destined to occur in the future, this will necessitate an increase in naval funding. More expenses. Zhu Houzhong felt overwhelmed. Though he had always been somewhat numb to such matters, this time he felt even more dazed. Zhu Houzhong gazed at Li Qing with a complicated expression, murmuring, I have come to realize that you always find ways to spend money. The truth is, Li Qing could not argue against this assertion, though he felt helpless. I do not wish for this, but issues seem to arise unbidden, leaving us with no choice. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. A moment ago, he had witnessed a promising situation. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Continuously generating revenue while persistently overspending, Zhu Houzhong lamented, I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Li Qing wanted to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss. In truth, he shared a similar sentiment. It felt as though an invisible hand was relentlessly urging the court to spend, deliberately preventing it from saving. Ultimately, he could only say, to maintain an army for 1,000 days is to prepare for a moment of combat. One need not wield the sword recklessly at the onset. Yet it must eventually be prioritized. After a pause, he added, even the military examinations should be inclined towards the naval forces. Zhu Houzhong remained lost in thought, uncertain if his words had registered. Li Qing was about to repeat himself when Zhu Houzhong irritably stood up and exclaimed, I find you quite a killjoy. Why have I come to Jinling? I am here to enjoy myself, to unwind before the end of my leisurely holiday. Spare me your words. With that, he strode away, indifferent to Li Qing's reaction. Li Qing felt no anger, nor did he lose his temper. Instead, he sighed with a mix of regret and melancholy, murmuring to himself, it is truly perplexing how money never seems to suffice. Not only have the additional sources of income one mentioned vanished, but it appears I may need to spend even more. He could only console himself with the thought that, ultimately, a decisive contest of wills was necessary to establish a clear hierarchy, hoping for a grand victory that would ensure lasting peace for many years to come. In the following days, Zhu Houzhong was out early and returned late, immediately retreating to his quarters upon arrival. He would leave as soon as he awoke, scarcely lingering in the courtyard for even a moment, fearful that Li Qing might suddenly think of yet another expenditure. Alas, in such a prosperous era, amidst substantial fiscal revenue, the court still faced annual deficits, with the deficit rate steadily increasing. Who would believe such a tale? Zhu Houzhong felt increasingly disheartened upon seeing Li Qing. In truth, Li Qing's own spirits were somewhat frayed, but having encountered numerous distressing matters during the past 11 dynasties, he had developed a strong resilience, thus masking his turmoil. In reality, he felt quite unsettled. If only it would rain silver instead of water, he lamented. Chapter 553. No more acting in the early morning. Zhu Houzhong sat on the steps beneath the eaves, sighing deeply and feeling despondent. With the holiday drawing to a close and his funds nearly depleted, he felt utterly disheartened. 3,000 taels of silver seemed ample. Under normal circumstances, One would not require such an amount for leisure activities. Yet, how could an emperor be parsimonious? These funds were not solely for his own use. His son, daughter-in-law, and the ever-demanding Zhu Houzhong all relied on him for their expenditures. Before he knew it, the money had vanished. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Huang Jin, yawning as he emerged from the quarters, noticed Zhu Houzhong's demeanor and hurried over, concerned for his well-being. Zhu Houzhong shook his head slightly, muttering, Huang Jin, do you have any money? Huang Jin paused momentarily before producing a banknote from his pocket, revealing only 1,300 taels remaining. Over the past few days, Huang Jin had also contributed significantly. That should suffice, Zhu Houzhong remarked, taking the banknote. His posture instantly becoming more upright, and a hint of amusement gracing his features. I shall repay you upon our return to the capital. Your Majesty, you needn't say such things. This money is indeed your gift, Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, thinking it rather trivial. A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Zhu Houzhong mused, reflecting on how, from the smallest individual to entire nations, resources always seem insufficient. Huang Jin scratched his head and settled on the lower step, gently advising. Deep down, Your Majesty, do you not also agree with Li Qing? Why be so conflicted? It is not conflict, but concern, Zhu Houzhong sighed. When I first came to know Li Qing, I believed him loyal to the Zhu family, yet I soon realized I had misjudged him. He is not merely loyal to the Ming Dynasty, but I have come to understand he is neither loyal to the emperor nor to the Ming itself. Huang Jin was taken aback. Li Qing has always been concerned with this vast land and the people who inhabit it. Zhu Houzhong remarked that Li Qing's development strategies for the Ming Dynasty had never taken the dynasty itself into account, as he was perpetually devoted to personal gain at the expense of the public. Huang Jinling chuckled, saying, Did you not also agree with my previous metaphor, Your Majesty? I did not claim that Li Qing was in the wrong, and I understand the essence of prosperity. Zhu Houzhong pondered, stating that the essence of wealth does not lie in the amount of gold or silver one possesses, but rather in the abundance of material riches, whether for an individual or a nation. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Huang Jinling replied, though he lacked the philosophical eloquence to articulate such profound thoughts. He firmly believed in their truth. Today, our Ming Dynasty enjoys considerable material wealth, both personally and nationally. Huang Jinling, perplexed, questioned, If Your Majesty is so insightful, why the concern? Zhu Houzhong sighed, explaining, The essence of wealth is material. Yet gold and silver are merely instruments that drive wealth and serve as crucial tools for governing the realm and its people. Unfortunately, the court has already lost this vital instrument. He paused, acknowledging that it was not to say Li Qing was incorrect. Indeed, he was right. Yet his actions had rendered the Ming court vulnerable. A dynasty with abundant treasury, regardless of its issues, would not easily fall. Conversely, even a problem-free dynasty could find itself in peril. But the court possesses wealth, Huang Jinling asserted. The current annual revenue reaches 10 million taels. Despite the current overspending, this cannot persist indefinitely. After these few years, everything will improve. Zhu Houzhong bitterly shook his head. I once thought the same until a few days ago when I realized this is impossible. Why? Huang Jinling inquired. Because Li Qing does not desire a wealthy court. The court's money must be spent. For every tael the court possesses, it must expend too. I have come to see that in Li Qing's eyes. A deficit-ridden Ming court is an ideal court. Any effective regime incurs debt without exception. This is the essence of economics. Li Qing, having approached from the eaves, interjected. The only means to achieve abundant material wealth is through frequent exchanges. Money serves as a tool for exchange. Thus it remains merely a tool. Whoever holds it can utilize it to enrich material wealth, and that is the essence. Huang Jinling quickly sought to mediate. Your Majesty has also stated that you are not mistaken. What is there to explain? Zhu Houzhong retorted coldly. I am merely speaking of him. What of it? Huang Jinling remarked. Li Qing simply smiled and said, For an individual or a group to monopolize a tool is far less beneficial than allowing an entire nation or people to enjoy its utility. Would you not agree? Zhu Houzhong responded. The issue is that the court is losing this tool. Is it not so? Does the court lack funds to spend? It is merely a matter of living off future revenues. Once those are exhausted, what then? Huang Jinling challenged. But have you considered why the court can live off future revenues? Zhu Houzhong, exasperated yet amused, urged, Speak plainly. There is no need for such roundabout discourse. Li Qing, unperturbed, cheerfully inquired. What is the core reason that many wealthy individuals willingly surrender their silver to the court? Zhu Houzhong paused in surprise. On the surface, it appears that the court has granted the power to engage in overseas ventures, ostensibly to enrich themselves. In reality, this is predicated on the court's, or rather, the nation's, trust, believing in the court's financial abundance and not fearing default. Li Qing continued, asserting that the essence of power is trust, which you understand. Yet why do you not contemplate how to sustain this trust? The court lacks no tools if this trust is preserved. This is mere sophistry, Zhu Houzhong retorted coldly. The deficit is an established fact. While trust is subject to change, they cannot be equated. Li Qing fell silent. Indeed, that is the case. Zhu Houzhong sneered. Admit it. You remain ensnared in a black and white dichotomy. Why do you not consider how to maintain this trust for a longer duration? Li Qing replied, as long as trust is upheld, this model can persist indefinitely. With the increasing wealth of the Ming Dynasty, the walls of trust will only grow stronger. You are overly naive, Zhu Houzhong said with a chuckle. No matter how grandly you articulate it, it cannot alter the fundamental nature of the court's need for funds. Tell me, is collecting taxes from the populace not a form of soliciting money? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback. Li Qing scoffed, according to your logic. Is not the court's tax collection the same? You are engaging in sophistry. One is collected money, the other borrowed money. Can they be equated? As long as trust remains, there is not much difference. It is but a game of passing the parcel. Zhu Houzhong scoffed. How long can this play last? 100 years, 200 years. What then? Li Qing laughed. I perceive that your cleverness seems entirely devoted to political machinations. Zhu Houzhong, increasingly frustrated, retorted, cease your verbal sparring and answer my question directly. Simple, yet robust. Zhu Houzhong hesitated. Do you mean that the debtor is the master? This statement was somewhat crude, yet not entirely inaccurate. Li Qing asserted, as time progresses, these wealthy individuals will increasingly support the court. Simply put, they can earn a living comfortably under the Ming Dynasty. If chaos were to ensue, or worse, if the Ming were to fall, they would not only fail to profit, but also be unable to safeguard their fortunes. Do you believe that in such circumstances, even knowing the court is in deficit, they would exacerbate the situation? Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words, sensing an underlying error but unable to pinpoint the flaw. Finally, he remarked bitterly, regardless of how one views it, within this model, the court is inevitably beholden to the wealthy. Is the court not reduced to begging? Wrong. Huh. Li Qing laughed heartily. It is not begging. They are eager to offer funds to the court, albeit needing to navigate the avenues to do so. Zhu Houzhong lapsed into silence. After a lengthy pause, he conceded. The reasoning is sound, but what of the inherent deficit? When the deficit reaches a critical threshold, teetering on the brink of collapse, what then? Zhu Houzhong stared intently at Li Qing. Do not obfuscate. Redistribution, Li Qing answered directly. Zhu Houzhong pondered this term's deeper implications, furrowing his brow. Do you think this is easy? Very difficult, yet it is the only recourse. Zhu Houzhong, with fury, exclaimed, You are gambling, betting the Ming Dynasty, wagering the lives of the populace. Li Qing offered no defense, merely stating, the situation has reached such a juncture that it is no longer dictated by either you or me. The court can certainly refrain from spending these funds. Whether it be the integration of the northern deserts or the acquisition of the western regions, the promotion of education, the employment of labor in lieu of relief, or the expansion of the naval forces, all can be halted. However, once these measures are ceased, I believe you can foresee the price we will pay in the future. Zhu Houzhong rose in fury, his eyes ablaze. Li Qing lowered his gaze, calmly asserting, Do not look at me in that manner. The tide has turned, and it is irreversible. Zhu Houzhong's lips trembled as he exclaimed, You are nothing but a treacherous minister. Venting his frustrations would resolve nothing. Yet if it serves as an outlet for you, feel free to express yourself. Li Qing bore a demeanor of indifference, asserting that once the anger had been expressed, it was time to focus on work. Zhu Houzhong's expression turned to one of shock, before he stiffened and fell backward. Huang Jin, quick as a flash, rushed to support him, patting his chest while casting a reproachful glare at Li Qing, exclaiming, Could you not hold your tongue? Look at how you have enraged the emperor. Li Qing sighed in resignation. The situation is as it is. I merely speak the truth. I do not wish for him to continue this internal strife. Since we are powerless to change it, it is better to cast aside psychological burdens and strive earnestly. All right. Enough of the performance, Huang Jin interjected. Your Majesty, Please speak. Quickly, assist me into the chamber. I fear my days are numbered, Zhu Houzhong retorted, rolling his eyes. Li Qing, knowing full well that much of this was theatrical, could not simply stand by and chose to lend a hand in guiding him inside. As the commotion continued, with both exasperation and acupuncture involved, it was not until Zhu Houzhong could no longer suppress his physiological impulses, revealing a look of indulgent pleasure, that they finally ceased their efforts. Li Qing inquired, "How do you feel?" "Get out," Zhu Houzhong bellowed, his voice reaching a pitch that nearly cracked. Chapter 554. The son who dares to dream. Zhu Houzhong remained in a state of gloom for several days. However, after experiencing such extreme despondency, he eventually returned to a semblance of normalcy. In truth, he had a vague understanding of what Li Qing had conveyed. It was simply not thorough enough. Thus, he found himself vacillating between gains and losses, which only exacerbated internal strife. After Li Qing's discourse, the burdens weighing on his heart finally lifted. Accepting that this was the only path forward, he found a sense of ease. No longer plagued by the anxieties of gain and loss, Zhu Houzhong underwent a transformation. Adopting a lighter demeanor, though he still cast a sour visage toward Li Qing. Perhaps as an act of atonement, Li Qing indulged him. Although the early Zhu Houzhong was not particularly endearing, one must admit that even in his early days, he was a competent emperor. To be candid, the role of an emperor is far from easy. Zhu Houzhong, born 16 years after Zhu Houzhong, appeared not much younger than his predecessor. Li Qing chose not to dampen his spirits, allowing him the freedom to act foolishly, for after all, there were only a few days left. At the Li family smelting plant, bolstered by financial support, Zhu Ziyi's office had been constructed. Although the project had yet to officially commence, Zhu Ziyi was alone, contemplating ideas without any assistance. Though somewhat monotonous, he found joy in the endeavor, often spending his days engaged in writing and sketching. Engrossed in his work to the extent that he remained oblivious to his father's presence for a considerable moment, Zhu Ziyi pondered why such a splendid drawing had been discarded. Startled, he turned to see his father and Huang Jin entering, promptly halting his writing and rising to bow. "Greeting, father." The creative process required tranquility, and this location was sufficiently distant from the ironworks, devoid of distractions, allowing Zhu Ziyi to forego addressing his uncle. Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded, glancing at the intriguing blueprints on the table, and inquired with curiosity, "Is this a steam carriage?" Yes, but it doesn't require horses." Zhu Ziyi replied with an awkward chuckle, acknowledging it as an immature concept, unfit for practical application. "Not necessarily," Zhu Houzhong countered, stepping forward to examine the drawings closely. "This resembles something quite substantial. It operates on steam, can traverse water, and naturally, would also be viable on land. We already have steam railcars. A steam vehicle without tracks should also be feasible." Zhu Houzhong harbored both disappointment and a sense of indebtedness towards his son. As a parent, he often dampened spirits. Yet now he yearned to make amends, leading Zhu Ziyi to sense a notable shift in his father's demeanor. Zhu Ziyi chuckled sheepishly. "A theory that cannot be practically applied remains merely a theory. I beg to differ. Equip it with a steam engine and wheels, and it is sure to move," Zhu Houzhong asserted confidently, with Huang Jin chiming in support. Yet, Zhu Ziyi shook his head. "It may indeed move, but the issue lies in its poor endurance. Steamships possess spacious hulls, and steam railcars have numerous compartments for fuel storage. However, a steam carriage lacks such capacity. Carriages are meant for transport and cannot be overly large. Moreover, a carriage laden with coal would be rather unseemly, wouldn't it?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled in bemusement, recalling, Li Qing mentioned, "There's no need to consider mass production. One simply needs to create something from nothing without overthinking it." Zhu Ziyi retorted, "If that were the case, it wouldn't truly be a creation from nothing, merely a transformation in design. I desire it to be more than just an ornamental object." "Ah, such ambition. You truly are my son," Zhu Houzhong exclaimed with delight, intentionally steering the conversation towards his son's area of expertise, eagerly asking, "What challenges does this steam carriage face?" "The problem lies in it being a steam carriage," Zhu Ziyi replied. Zhu Houzhong was utterly perplexed, glancing towards Huang Jin, who appeared equally bewildered. "Let me clarify," Zhu Ziyi explained. "Both steamships and steam locomotives are revolutionary innovations capable of significantly enhancing efficiency and practicality. However, if a steam engine were employed to drive a carriage, it would be far clumsier than existing carriages, lagging considerably behind. Zhu Houzhong hesitated, then inquired, "So, does this mean a steam carriage cannot be powered by steam?" "Indeed." "Then is it still a steam carriage?" "Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a steam carriage. It could be something else," Zhu Ziki replied with a nervous laugh. Confessing, "I aspire to explore an alternative propulsion method following the steam engine." Such audacity. "But that is the spirit of a man," Zhu Houzhong responded with gleaming eyes. Inquiring with keen interest, "Do you have any leads?" "Only a fragment, merely a whimsical notion. Its practicality is uncertain," Zhu Ziki admitted. "Please, share it with me. Would I ever mock you?" Zhu Houzhong encouraged, his curiosity piqued. Zhu Ziri initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon hearing his father's words, he cast aside his reservations and remarked, "In recent years, I have been deeply inspired by the works of Sun Quan from the Song Dynasty, which have significantly broadened my perspective and led to some rather immature ideas." Zhu Houzhong nodded, encouraging him to continue. "If steam is a form of force, then surely magnetic force must also be considered a force, would you not agree?" Zhu Ziri chuckled awkwardly, inquiring about his father's thoughts on the matter. Zhu Houzhong could only smile in bemusement. "If I recall correctly, this so-called magnetic force is applicable only to more precise compasses, is it not?" "You are indeed wise, father," Zhu Ziri acknowledged, confirming that Sun Quan studies on magnetism were indeed utilized for directional calibration. Yet this force seems rather weak. While steam, though also weak, can be infinitely amplified through the method of sealed compression, how does one amplify magnetic force? Zhu Houzhong wished to avoid discouraging his son, yet he was equally reluctant to see him wander further down a misguided path. After all, if the direction is incorrect, all efforts would be in vain. This posed a significant challenge, and at present, Zhu Ziri had no viable solutions. With a sheepish smile, he added, "However, I do have an alternative proposal." "Oh?" Zhu Houzhong inquired with a smile. "What might that be?" "An explosion." Zhu Houzhong's eyes widened in shock. "Are you suggesting the use of firearms?" Huang Jin also gasped, quickly interjecting, "Young master, safety must come first." "It is not as you imagine," Zhu Ziri said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "It would be an explosion contained in a sealed environment, a small one at that, not involving firearms or gunpowder." "Then what would you use?" Zhu Ziri pondered. "I am considering trying a fuel with higher combustion efficiency. Surely it cannot be the cooking oil." "Father, you see clearly." Zhu Ziri nodded. "There are two options, kerosene and petroleum." Huang Jin scratched his head. "Isn't petroleum used for ink production?" "It can indeed burn," Zhu Ziri replied. "I have conducted experiments where, upon continuous heating, petroleum separates into a special oil." He briefly explained, adding in frustration, "However, the extraction process is rather cumbersome." Zhu Houzhong clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt gratified by his son's audacious ideas, yet he couldn't shake the sense that Zhu Ziri's thoughts were somewhat fanciful. Compared to the readily available steam, the cost of this oil was prohibitively high, and even if his son were to miraculously develop a groundbreaking engine, its application would be fraught with challenges. Yet, seeing his son so passionately engaged, he hesitated to voice any discouragement and instead advised, "Take your time, think it through gradually. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Joy in your endeavors is paramount, and safety should always be your priority." "I am capable of that," Zhu Ziri replied with a dry smile, then asked, "Father, are you leaving soon?" Zhu Houzhong paused for a moment before nodding. "That boy Zaiyu is overly gentle, and the court is filled with cunning minds. I cannot linger for too long." Zhu Ziri nodded in understanding and inquired, "How much longer will you remain?" "Theoretically, 5 more days, though one need not be so rigid. Extending my stay a few days is certainly feasible." Zhu Houzhong smiled. "A visit to Jiangnan is not easily arranged. A little indulgence is not a great concern." "Indeed, father, you have worked hard and deserve some rest," Zhu Ziri said, taking a deep breath. "I am quite well here, so you need not worry about me. You should focus on having a grandson soon." Zhu Houzhong remarked, "Once I have a son, I will send a message to your father." The son nodded earnestly. Zhu Ziki, feeling somewhat distracted, suggested, "Father, allow me to give you a proper tour here. During your last visit, you merely skimmed the surface and missed much. Let me explain it to you." Zhu Houzhong laughed heartily. "Very well, let us proceed. After you." As Zhu Ziki elaborated on the intricacies of steam engine components, the casting of steam rail tracks, and the principles of smelting various parts, it became evident that he was well versed in these subjects. Zhu Houzhong felt a swell of pride. a dual sentiment of a father's joy in his son's growth and an emperor's pride in the nation's prosperity. Money, he mused, is not wealth itself, but merely a tool that enriches material abundance. Viewed in this light, it serves its purpose exceedingly well. The material wealth of the Ming dynasty far surpassed that of the Han and Tang dynasties, standing unrivaled throughout history. As for money, it is of little consequence. As Li Qing stated, even if it is merely a game of passing the flour, as long as it continues to circulate, it retains its value. When the time comes to redistribute, it will be done, albeit with difficulty. Li Qing always finds a way. Zhu Houzhong resolved to cease his excessive worries about the future, for such concerns are ultimately futile. Chapter 555. The discussion on heart learning. Li Qing chuckled. I have indeed indulged you too much. Huang Jin quickly interjected. It is rare for the master to be in good spirits today. Let him be. I have shown you ample kindness, Huang Jin added. Zhu Houzhong, undeterred, retorted. Are you so afraid that I might teach Xiao Bao about Wang's philosophy? Or is it that you fear I would do a better job than you? Such provocations seemed rather childish. Just tell me if it is effective or not. Zhu Houzhong smiled nonchalantly. There are myriad perspectives. While you are undoubtedly clever, I am not without my own intellect. The same knowledge can yield different insights, and perhaps my understanding might facilitate Xiao Bao's grasp of heart learning. Li Qing chuckled softly. What a sharp tongue you possess. Very well, proceed. He stretched lazily and addressed Xiao Bao. Feel free to ask any questions. If he cannot answer, it is his inadequacy. With that, he retrieved a book from his bosom, reclined on a nearby chair, and crossed his legs casually. Xiao Bao, aware that he was in the presence of an emperor, felt a sense of ease with his great-grandfather beside him. Please, Lord Zhu, enlighten me. Zhu Houzhong took the seat formerly occupied by Li Qing and proclaimed with grandiosity, ask away. After some contemplation, Xiao Bao inquired. To know, but not to act is to not know. May I ask, Lord Zhu, what does this mean? Zhu Houzhong replied without hesitation. To know yet not to act is indeed to lack true knowledge. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on the young boy's face, he realized his explanation lacked clarity and continued. The essence of Wang's philosophy lies in the unity of knowledge and action. According to this theory, everyone exists in a state of knowing and acting. Yet most are unaware of their own engagement in this unity. Thus, Wang's philosophy was not a creation of Wang Xue'er, but rather a discovery he made, leading to a correct understanding of it. Xiao Bao remained perplexed, unable to grasp the emperor's meaning. What I imply is that you need not fixate on the notion that to know but not act equates to not knowing, for such a concept is inherently non-existent. In other words, there are no individuals who truly know yet fail to act. In truth, this matter holds little significance. Wang Shui's emphasis is merely an attempt to facilitate your correct understanding of it. However, it appears you have not grasped its essence, and Li Qing is but a charlatan. Meanwhile, Li Qing cast a glance in this direction. Xiao Bao, fearing to disrupt the harmony, quickly diverted the subject, asking, what then is truly important? The cultivation of innate knowledge, replied Zhu Houzhong. Xiao Bao nodded, straightened his back, and assumed a posture of attentive listening. Let me illustrate with an example. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment before continuing. If I were to give you a resounding slap, would you retaliate? The young lad answered, be truthful. Embarrassed, he shook his head. But this is the emperor. And if it were a ruffian who delights in bullying others who slapped you? Xiao Bao replied honestly. I would likely retaliate. Even if I couldn't win, I could not swallow that humiliation. He was indeed an honest child. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. My slap and that of a rogue are fundamentally indistinguishable. Yet, why do you react so differently? Xiao Bao scratched his head, hesitantly responding. Are you suggesting that to know but not act is tantamount to ignorance? No. Zhu Houzhong interjected. Not feeling anger represents the unity of knowledge and action. And so does feeling anger. He elaborated. The true unity of knowledge and action does not reside solely in knowledge or action, but rather in that singular character. Everyone embodies this oneness, which is why Wang Shui posits that all are potential sages. Xiao Bao glanced at Huang Jin, who appeared dazed. His eyes nearly closed in a state of impending slumber. Xiao Bao grasped the principle, but yearned to comprehend how to truly recognize the non-existent notion of knowing yet not acting, which equates to ignorance. This is unnecessary. Zhu Houzhong mused. Indeed, it is likely that Li Qing has led you astray. A knowing smile crossed his face. In truth, there is no need to become entangled in this, as it is all too easy to fall into such a trap. However, since you have willingly engaged in this entanglement. It merely illustrates that this shortcut is beyond your reach. Xiao Bao, feeling ashamed, admitted, "It is my dullness." No, 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 Zhu Houzhong reassured him. Your willingness to engage demonstrates your innate sensibility. You are quite astute. He continued, this is the greatest flaw of Wang Shui and the reason for its confinement. Truly understanding this is far from simple, akin to the profound mysteries of Laozi's Tao Te Ching, where the gateway to myriad wonders remains ineffable. Huang Jin yawned repeatedly, on the verge of slumber. You too cannot. Xiao Bao summoned his courage, employing the same provocation. Zhu Houzhong smiled calmly, saying, I cannot impart my understanding directly to you, for it ultimately is not yours. However, I can assist you. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Is one the Tao? Is two the Tao? Is three the Tao? Is all things the Tao? They are all, yet none are. But why does Laozi express himself in such ambiguous terms? Why not simply state what it is? Xiao Bao shook his head in confusion. Because it cannot be articulated directly. This is not mere obfuscation, but rather it transcends the limits of verbal expression. Laozi must convey it in a way that is both true and untrue, encouraging humanity to continuously approach and touch it, and nothing more. The same applies to Yang Ming's philosophy. I believe that in the initial stages of his comprehension, Yang Ming held little regard for inscribing his thoughts, ultimately arriving at this point only because it could be expressed in no other way. Zhu Houzhong, engrossed in his discourse on the rise of thought, was abruptly interrupted by Huang Jin's snoring, which dampened his enthusiasm. Exasperated, he remarked, do not sleep here. The young one replied, I am not asleep. Huang Jin blinked in bewilderment, his expression a tapestry of confusion. Zhu Houzhong, resigned, chose to ignore him. He endeavored to elucidate the unspoken principles he had grasped, intending to return to the matter at hand. I shall share my insights to facilitate your understanding of the heart-mind philosophy. Clearing his throat, Zhu Houzhong instructed, pay close attention. Xiao Bao promptly straightened his posture, his large eyes gleaming with anticipation. He continued with his earlier example. Consider a slap. Why is it that I do not retaliate, yet a ruffian will certainly respond in kind? The answer is quite straightforward. Your anger does not stem from the slap itself. Your indignation is contingent solely upon your own disposition, rather than the act of being struck. He proceeded with an even more extreme illustration. If I were to stab you while a scoundrel merely stepped on your foot, which act would evoke your ire? It would be the latter, as your anger is merely a reflection of your desire to feel anger. He further posited, imagine in the future you find yourself enamored with a lady who happens to be a princess of the Ming Dynasty. What would you do? Xiao Bao, momentarily taken aback, sheepishly replied, I am not so fortunate. After all, she is a Ming princess. On the surface, it appears that her status as a princess is the barrier. In reality, it is your reluctance to marry her that serves as your excuse. Zhu Houzhong remarked, your unwillingness to wed is acceptable, but crafting justifications is a matter of knowledge. This is the unity of knowledge and action. Many individuals willingly endure a lifetime of suffering, remaining mired in their predicaments, rather than confronting the greater hardships required to alter their destinies. The answer is simple. They do not wish to. Why this reluctance? Because altering their circumstances breeds anxiety, and change heralds the unknown. In comparison to suffering, the discomfort of uncertainty is far more daunting, leading one to use the guise of stability as an excuse to avoid the potential for greater hardship, thereby justifying their own entrapment and misery. Zhu Houzhong, captivated by his own narrative, remained oblivious to the arrival of his cousin, who stood behind him, eavesdropping. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Houzhong interjected, to put it plainly, cause and effect are not what they seem. It is effect that begets cause. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, turned to see Zhu Houzhong and retorted, I am discussing heart-mind philosophy. What do you know of Buddhist teachings? Old Wang's heart-mind philosophy is inherently intertwined with Buddhism. My point is not without merit, Zhu Houzhong mumbled. Isn't it merely about discerning the essence of the unity of knowledge and action? Who cannot grasp that? Xiao Bao, tell me, do you suffer from the woes of poverty? Xiao Bao, bemused, shook his head. You do not suffer, not because of your wealth, but because there are those who are poorer than you. If the Li family's wealth remained static while the wealth of everyone else multiplied infinitely, rendering all others richer than the Li family, would you still not lament your poverty? Whether it be anger or sorrow, these are merely emotions. On the surface, emotions seem to arise from external circumstances. However, they are ultimately dictated by the individual. There exists a specific text within heart-mind philosophy that teaches one how to properly comprehend and manage emotions. Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and declared, Ming heart-mind philosophy states, aside from the matters of human emotion and circumstance, nothing else exists. Are joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness not part of human experience? Self-perception, listening, speech, and action, as well as wealth, poverty, hardships, and the cycle of life and death, are all subject to change. Such changes reside solely within human sentiment, with the crux lying in the pursuit of harmony, which is achieved through careful deliberation. Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong has ignited a spark. Shall I speak or shall he? Zhu Shou, please refrain from interrupting. Li Qing turned the page of the script, inviting him to speak. Zhu Houzhong shrugged, choosing silence. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and stated, I have long espoused the unity of knowledge and action. However, I believe that to know yet not act is to truly lack knowledge, albeit with some understanding. Am I correct? Xiao Bao closed his eyes, savoring the words for a while before reopening them, his pure pupils shining more brightly, nodding repeatedly. I seem to truly comprehend. What does it mean to cultivate innate knowledge? Have you gleaned any insights? Zhu Houzhong inquired again. Xiao Bao replied, Master Zhu states, preserve the principles of heaven, extinguish human desires. The teachings of Wang Yongming advocate for the same. Preserve the principles of heaven, eradicate selfish desires. What Master Zhu mentioned earlier pertains to selfish desires. I believe that cultivating innate knowledge is the process of preserving the principles of heaven and extinguishing selfish desires. The youth is indeed teachable, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed with admiration. Everyone engages in the unity of knowledge and action, yet few realize they are doing so. According to Wang's philosophy, it is akin to each individual being a mirror, albeit clouded by layers of dust. The journey to cultivate innate knowledge is akin to polishing the mirror, rendering it ever more radiant and reflective. This is why, despite everyone participating in the unity of knowledge and action, Wang Yongming felt compelled to author works on heart learning, to assist humanity in cleansing the dust from their mirrors. Xiao Bao grasped the concept. He nodded emphatically, then hesitated. But why does the court still prohibit heart learning? Because many merely wipe the mirror haphazardly, resulting in distorted reflections. The young lad wished to argue further, but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly. You wish to assert that the Ming Dynasty is brimming with talent. How could there be no one who fully comprehends heart learning? Indeed, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority are destined to misinterpret it. He paused, continuing. What I convey is not the true essence of heart learning, as my passion lies in political strategy, leading me to grasp metaphysics. Nevertheless, this too is a facet of heart learning, leaning more towards self-awareness and the adept management of one's emotions. When you can savor every sip and morsel, even if you are not a sage or a wise person, you are at least a being of pure heart and sentiment. Zhu Houzhong sighed. Though both align with Wang's teachings, what I express differs greatly from what your great-grandfather imparted. I believe he taught you the practical aspects, correct? Xiao Bao recalled his great-grandfather's theory of the externality of the heart and sincerely affirmed, Indeed, Master Zhu is astute. Zhu Houzhong smiled. What I share may seem abstract compared to your great-grandfather's practical teachings. Whether you choose to learn from it is of lesser importance. However, since there are no shortcuts, you must traverse the path directly. Heart learning is neither purely metaphysical nor solely action-oriented. Your great-grandfather refrained from teaching it simply because he deemed it unimportant. Yet in my view, it is not so. Xiao Bao scratched his head, glancing toward his great-grandfather in the distance. Li Qing languidly remarked, Very well. Since you are eager to teach, let it be you who imparts the wisdom. No problem at all, Zhu Houzhong readily agreed, feeling a quiet sense of pride within. At last, we have a valid reason for an extended holiday. Note, excerpt from the Records of Transmission, authored by Wang Xue'er. Chapter 556, Resolving Past Grievances. Zhu Houzhong patted the little one's head and said, Come, let us converse in the guest hall, lest certain misguided individuals interrupt us. Who might those individuals be? You. Zhu Houzhong. He promptly fell silent, feeling disgruntled. Those who are only half-informed should refrain from making a spectacle of themselves. It is one thing to bring shame upon oneself, but quite another to mislead the youth. Oh, very well, let him teach, Li Qing remarked lazily. Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Are you not concerned he might lead the little one astray? My lord is not like you." Huang Jin had harbored displeasure towards Zhu Houzhong for quite some time and could no longer contain it today. However, he possessed an inexplicable reverence for Zhu Houzhong. So he retorted and then hurried back to his quarters, where he soon began to snore. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback for a moment, chuckled. This Huang Jin truly is a remarkable character. Li Qing closed the book and inquired in astonishment, "Since when have you taken an interest in the study of the mind?" "It is all for the sake of the little one," Zhu Houzhong replied with a grin. "I am a classmate of old Wang. Although I have only just begun my studies, I can empathize with the ideas he seeks to convey." "That is indeed so," Li Qing conceded. "Do you find any flaws in my teachings?" "There are no flaws, yet there are some," Zhu Houzhong stated. "What the young lad mentioned is not incorrect. Wang Yangming's philosophy of the mind is neither purely metaphysical nor strictly action-oriented. The areas you emphasize are also somewhat specialized." Li Qing did not deny this, sighing. "I merely wish for him to have an easier time, learning only what is genuinely beneficial. Yet what the young lad mentioned is indeed useful," Zhu Houzhong countered. He continued, "Of course, I understand you lack the time to teach him systematically, and you fear he might become ensnared in it, hence your decision to take shortcuts. However, the truth is, the little one is far more astute than you realize. In the realm of mind studies, the more intelligent individuals are, the more susceptible they become. This second mountain is one he cannot surmount." Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "If that is the case, then I shall entrust this task to you." Li Qing held great confidence in Zhu Houzhong. First and foremost, Zhu Houzhong was sufficiently magnanimous. Secondly, he was notably clever. And lastly, he was a classmate of Xiao Yun. If Zhu Houzhong wished to delve into the study, he would undoubtedly grasp it thoroughly and would certainly make an excellent teacher. In terms of academic aptitude, Emperor Zhengde surpassed Emperor Jiajing. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, saying, "We are all family, so there is no need for such formality." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression darkened slightly. "Regarding the marriages of the younger generation of the Li family, I shall not interfere. However, do not go too far. If it is a matter of mutual affection, I have no objections. But should it be a marriage of convenience that disregards the wishes of the youth, be wary lest I turn you into a pig's head. Look at you. Am I truly that kind of person? You had better not be." Zhu Houzhong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, nodded and asked, "Given the circumstances, is the young lad planning to extend the holiday? What are your thoughts?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "Staying a little longer is not a problem. After all, we agreed on a month, and there is no need to be overly serious about it. However, it shouldn't be too long. Although there are no pressing matters in the capital, the Crown Prince's capabilities, compared to you two, are significantly lacking. Zhu Houzhong can afford to be idle, but it is essential for him to be present in the capital." He paused. "Moreover, there is still the matter of the division of Nanzili and the two lakes, which only Zhu Houzhong can handle. And you? What about you? What do you mean? What are your plans?" "I haven't decided yet," Li Qing sighed. "I will first observe the situation. If the court remains stable, I intend to venture beyond the pass to check on the progress of Huzhongxian, Yudayo, and Qi Jiguang. If I can assist, I shall." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, saying, "The current situation is quite favorable. Haste makes waste, and there is no need to rush progress. I am well aware of that. Rest assured, I am far more prudent than you," Li Qing replied lazily. "The momentum has already been established. Even if I wished to turn back now, it would be impossible. I am not in a hurry." Zhu Houzhong nodded gently and then jested, "The founding emperor entrusted you with safeguarding the Ming Dynasty. Surely, this safeguarding does not imply what you think it does?" "How would I know?" Li Qing snorted. "It is not my fault he left without clarifying. How I interpret it is entirely up to me." Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened, and he chuckled derisively. "You truly have no shame." Li Qing sat up and lamented, "I have come to realize that I have been excessively kind to you two brothers, to the extent that I can now jest and even ridicule you. Do not be too presumptuous. This is no joking matter," Zhu Houzhong muttered before adding. "Xiao Lu is likely to precede me. Before that, I wish for her to understand my true identity. Eventually, I will return." Li Qing furrowed his brow slightly, saying, "To deceive for a moment is one thing, but to deceive for a lifetime is another. Why must it be this way?" "I do not wish to deceive her for a lifetime," Zhu Houzhong replied. "Rest assured, I will not speak of it now." Li Qing, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, inquired, "What about your descendants?" "Naturally, they cannot be privy to this. Secrets must be taken to the grave. For the good of the Ming Dynasty and for their own benefit, Zhu Houzhong said awkwardly. After all, you are a Taoist. You need not fear the resurrection of the dead. It is merely a matter of effort to exhuming us and relocating us to the Shuntian imperial tomb. You make it sound so effortless, Li Qing retorted, incredulous. Do you not regard me as a person at all? Is it not apparent? What kind of relationship do we have? Enough. Li Qing interjected, unwilling to hear more. Relocating you to the Shuntian tomb is fine. But you must allow me to choose the timing based on my availability. That is not an issue, Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. In any case, I entrust this to you. Will you not bow once? It is a bit premature to do so now. Let us wait a while, Zhu Houzhong said, somewhat begrudgingly. He then asked, you have seen Xiao Lu. If she has any further news, please inform me. I have long since come to terms with it. Let us say 7 or 8 years, or at least 3 to 5 years, Li Qing stated. To be clear, do not expect too much from me. If I am available, I will not stand idly by, but I will not delay significant matters just to prolong her life. That is understood. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. All right. I am now aware of the situation. Thank you for the information. Li Qing paused and asked, do you not wish to know about yourself? Zhu Houzhong shook his head and remarked, you need not worry about me. If death comes, so be it. It will have no bearing on the Ming Dynasty. Attend to your own matters. Li Qing acknowledged with a murmur, saying nothing further. If possible, let him live a little longer, Zhu Houzhong said softly. His health is not robust. After enduring for decades, he has exhausted his vitality. I can only blame myself. As for my share, I shall forego it and give it all to him. You needn't fret. I will take good care of him, Li Qing sighed lightly. Though he may have been rather unpleasant in his youth, he truly has no significant flaws. I have deceived him, and I shall make amends. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong felt more at ease and laughed heartily. Remember to include my share as well. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, retorted, whose cheekiness did you inherit? Your father was not like this. Who better than I to know my lineage? The emperors of the Ming Dynasty, none are as well-versed as I, Zhu Houzhong quipped. I suppose it must be either the Hongwu Emperor or the Yongle Emperor, am I right? Li Qing rolled his eyes skyward. After a short while, Zhu Houzhong emerged, brimming with confidence, and declared, Li Qing, I have done you a tremendous favor. The holiday has been extended by 5 days. That was not my intention, but since you have said so, I shall acquiesce, Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly. Rest assured, I will impart all that I have learned to Xiao Bao before I depart. Li Qing chose not to expose his pretense and simply stated, it is not easy for you both to visit. You are not young anymore. Instead of bickering, why not enjoy some wine together and engage in pleasant conversation? That would be quite enjoyable. Zhu Houzhong's smile faded as he remained silent, seemingly reluctant to take the first step. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Zhu Houzhong, shall we go for a drink? Surprised, Zhu Houzhong replied, are you treating? I shall indeed. Then let us go. Watching the two brothers depart the courtyard, Xiao Bao finally whispered, great-grandfather, have they reconciled? There was never any deep-seated enmity. Li Qing nodded with a smile, his eyes glimmering with joy. How did he speak? Xiao Bao sincerely expressed, the emperor's discourse differs significantly from yours, great-grandfather. In terms of vision and practicality, your theories are superior. Yet, what the emperor articulated also made sense and has greatly enriched my understanding of the heart-mind philosophy. Li Qing sighed, saying, in the future, should you wish to teach your descendants this philosophy, remember, do not teach them what I taught you. Rather, teach them what I have taught you. Xiao Bao understood and affirmed, I shall. Do you truly comprehend? Indeed. Xiao Bao replied, I know great-grandfather does not withhold knowledge out of selfishness, but rather fears I may stray. However, I too fear my descendants may wander off course. Thus, your balanced and harmonious theories on the heart-mind philosophy are indeed more suitable for passing down. Li Qing laughed heartily, a child worthy of teaching. It seems I have underestimated you. Not at all, the little one said bashfully, scratching his head. Although the emperor's teachings bear truth, they ultimately veer too far off the path. I now vaguely understand why you chose to guide me across the second mountain. Li Qing nodded slightly. Your recognition of this indicates that you have genuinely grasped what he has conveyed. Xiao Bao hesitated, asking, great-grandfather, what exactly does this heart-mind philosophy constitute? The discourse navigates the delicate balance between materialism and idealism. Li Qing remarked that those who study it often gravitate towards idealistic interpretations. Chapter 557, A Return After Fulfillment. Zhu Houzhong forgave Zhu Houzhong, and in doing so, he also forgave himself. The brothers completely reconciled, shedding past grievances, and both felt significantly lighter, particularly Zhu Houzhong. Perhaps it was during his discussions on the philosophy of the heart with Xiao Bao that he found renewed insights, enabling him to manage his emotions better, dispelling the shadows of his former gloom and illuminating his demeanor with a sunny disposition. No longer ensnared in the machinations of power, he embraced a life of joy and openness, engaging in heart philosophy with Xiao Bao, listening to his son discuss engineering, casually operating excavators, sharing drinks with his cousin, and engaging in light-hearted banter. He genuinely experienced a sense of ease and enjoyment in life. Time flew swiftly. In the scorching summer, indulging in hawthorn juice became a customary pleasure. Each person, including Li Qing and Xiao Bao, held a cup in hand, followed suit by Zhu Houzhong and Zhu Houzhong, while Huang Jin, with a penchant for indulgence, enjoyed a couple of cups. Zhu Zairu and Li Qing, lagging behind, ambled along at a leisurely pace, exchanging mundane conversations. Since the last encounter with Tianzu, she had hesitated to engage with him again. "My dear, Tianzu shares a good rapport with our cousin. Why had you never mentioned him before?" Li Qing inquired with curiosity. "Well, I had not anticipated that our cousin would come to Jinling." Zhu Zairu replied with a tinge of disappointment. "He is typically very busy and seldom travels far." Li Qing softly asked, "Are Tianzu and our cousin occupied with the same matters?" No, I believe his visit is merely incidental," Zhu Zairu responded, his expression betraying unease. "Tianzu is engaged in political affairs, while our cousin is involved in business. They are entirely unrelated." "Perhaps it is best left unsaid," Zhu Zairu mused, momentarily taken aback, apprehensively asking, "Qing, have you deduced something?" Li Qing paused, then suddenly broke into a smile, asking, "Do you regret coming to Jinling?" "Regret? What for?" Zhu Zairu blurted out, his expression shifting as he hesitated. After a moment, he sighed, "Some things are best left unspoken." "Indeed, I understand." After walking a while longer, Zhu Zairu could no longer contain himself. "Qing, when did you start to suspect?" "After meeting Tianzu and our cousin," she replied. Zhu Zairu nodded, somewhat dejectedly, and tentatively asked, "Qing, with your intelligence and excellence, why did you agree to marry me? Is that truly so strange?" She countered. "Well, I find it somewhat puzzling," Zhu Zairu admitted. "Oh, I see. You believe I liked you because I should have known your secrets beforehand. Is that it?" Zhu Zairu shook his head vigorously. Yet when confronted by his wife's sparkling eyes, he became bashful. "Actually, it is not that perplexing," Li Qing smiled and explained. "Initially, I was merely following my grandfather's wishes, agreeing to interact with you. However, as I got to know you, I found you quite intriguing. Though somewhat reserved, you exhibit thoughtful manners and a gentle temperament. And while you possess a scholarly air, you do not indulge in pretentiousness. Gradually, I developed fondness for you. Then, I discovered your remarkable talents. And your initial reticence faded as we grew familiar. You turned out to be quite engaging and articulate, and thus, I came to like you. Am I truly remarkable?" Zhu Zairu inquired. "Indeed. What do you consider remarkable? Is it extensive knowledge? The ability to articulate effortlessly? Mastery of poetry and prose?" Li Qing chuckled, shaking her head. "What does that even signify as talent? In my view, apart from its superficial charm, it serves little practical purpose. Literary flair merely embellishes. Poetry and verses are best suited for romantic musings. Scholars may pride themselves on their elegance, yet they often fall short of true sophistication. Cunning calculations may be clever, but they do not equate to wisdom. Therefore, my dear husband, do not underestimate yourself, for you far exceed those whom you deem clever." Li Qing took a sip of the Yangmei juice and remarked leisurely, "Of course, there will always be mountains higher than this one. If you insist on comparing yourself to the heavenly ancestor and your uncle, it would be an exercise in futility." Pausing, she added, "At present, there is no need for you to align with them, is there?" Zhu Zairu sincerely replied, "With a wife like you, what more could one desire?" Li Qing simply smiled and inquired, "The heavenly ancestor and your uncle are about to depart. Have you prepared gifts?" "I have prepared something for my uncle and father," Zhu Zairu said, gazing at his father's distant silhouette. "I believe he will appreciate it." Li Qing asked, "And what about the heavenly ancestor?" "The gentleman has long transcended trivial pursuits. I find it challenging to procure anything that would please him," Zhu Zairu sighed softly. "In truth, individuals like them are the true heroes, deserving of utmost respect." Navigating the will of heaven is indeed intricate. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "This has been the case throughout history. Since you have come to Jinling, do not dwell on such matters. They are admirable, yet hard to envy. I do not know what the gentleman spoke to you about that day, but Mr. Li Qing truly deserves respect. My understanding is limited. Yet even this modest understanding commands my reverence." Zhu Houzhong gently said, "Do not hold it against him." Li Qing lightly shook her head. "My family and I are beneficiaries of the heavenly ancestor's benevolence. We have no right to blame him. I merely wish to fulfill my filial duty, but alas, the heavenly ancestor offers no opportunities, which weighs heavily on my heart." After a pause, she smiled again. "Your father feels similarly. I believe for them. Our happiness is the greatest form of filial piety." Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement. "Both Mr. Li and my father have stated that the secret of the eternal youth marquis cannot be concealed for long. If you wish to be dutiful, perhaps assist the gentleman in alleviating some of his burdens. The Li family thrives, but there are inevitably discrepancies. Some may harbor intentions of exploiting the knowledge of the gentleman's secret." "Indeed, I shall," she replied. "Great-grandfather." Xiaobao halted, speaking softly. "Mr. Zhu has come. He wishes to speak with you." Li Qing nodded and came to a stop. Shortly after, the three approached. "What is it?" "Let us return tomorrow," Zhu Houzhong stated. "I have enjoyed this trip, but it is time to go back. There remains much to be done, such as expanding the Board of Revenue, dividing the two lakes into north and south, and addressing the steam railway. After all, he is still the emperor, and the son cannot yet bear the burden. How could he truly be carefree?" Li Qing nodded slightly, smiling. "Very well, we shall return tomorrow. You two may explore. I wish to have a private conversation with Zhu Houzhong." "Go ahead," Zhu Houzhong sighed, then turned to Xiaobao, saying cheerfully, "What I have taught you is merely one perspective. Do not take it all as truth. Combine it with what your great-grandfather has taught you, verify both, and extract what you find necessary and right, understood?" "Yes, Xiaobao will remember," he replied earnestly, nodding. Zhu Houzhong patted his head, then turned to walk towards his son and daughter-in-law. Huang Jin let out a burp and inquired, "Li Qing, should I accompany you? There's no need to be so clingy." "Very well." Zhu Houzhong approached his son and daughter-in-law, but before he could speak, Zhu Houzhong asked, "You are returning to Shuntian, are you not?" Zhu Houzhong paused momentarily, then blinked and jested. "Did Ying tell you, or did you deduce it yourself?" "He, father is indeed wise." Upon hearing the term father, Zhu Houzhong felt a rush of gratitude, followed by a slight surprise, ultimately settling into relief. He turned to Li Qing and remarked, "She is a clever girl. You overpraise me. My husband is the true sage." Li Qing replied with a shy smile, "I am aware of the gravity of our situation, so do not worry, father." Zhu Houzhong chuckled and nodded, saying, "Xiao Zairi is somewhat reserved and tends not to be very articulate. Please be more understanding." "Father, you speak too gravely. A husband is to be respected. How could a daughter-in-law disrupt the natural order?" Li Qing curtsied gracefully. "Father, please converse with my husband. I shall go keep little Bao company." "Very well, go ahead." Zhu Houzhong watched his daughter-in-law depart, then teased, "Having such a daughter-in-law, you must often feel at her mercy, yes?" "Hee, that's not true. Ying is quite understanding." Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. "It's not that I am boasting, but when I head east, she does not go west. When I chase the dog, she does not scare the chicken. Ha ha ha. When she's not present, what can you say?" "Truly." Zhu Houzhong merely smiled. In truth, he did not mind these matters. The lives of his son and daughter-in-law were theirs to live, and as long as they were content, that was sufficient for him. Observing now, his son seemed to revel in it, and that was enough. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. "You have never disappointed me." Zhu Houzhong patted his son's shoulder. "With you as my son, I am immensely proud." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily stunned, then felt a lump in his throat as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Live well. Pursue your passions fervently," Zhu Houzhong encouraged. "Your path is the great way. Though future generations may not know your origins, they will still record your name with great reverence. Trust in your father, and also in yourself." Zhu Houzhong wiped his face with his forearm and nodded earnestly. "Father, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" "Just follow me." The next day, at the break of dawn, Zhu Houzhong rose early and knocked on Li Qing's chamber door. "Li Qing, are you leaving so early?" "Yes. Parting is inevitably melancholic, and I fear developing any further attachment." "All right, I will be there shortly. Please wake Huang Jin." "Understood." The sun gradually ascended, casting an orange glow upon the tiled roofs of the small courtyard, enveloping it in a warm hue, yet lacking the bustling vibrancy of life. Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong, and Huang Jin each held a meat sandwich as they made their way toward the mouth of the Yangtze River. Their arrival had been abrupt, and their departure was equally unforeseen. When Xiao Bao and his sister and brother-in-law arrived, the courtyard door was already locked. The siblings, fully aware of their impending departure, felt a sense of sorrow for not having the chance to bid farewell. "It will be a long time before great-grandfather returns," the little one said gloomily. "He better not return only when I am about to get married." Zhu Houzhong teased, "Are you so eager to wed?" The little one rolled his eyes and asked, "Shall we go in?" "Yes," Li Qing replied. "Perhaps great-grandfather left us a letter?" "What letter could there be?" In the capital, at Lianjiaten, Li Qing set down 2 moderately sized boxes with a thud. Zhu Houzhong, feeling a pang of distress, retorted, "This was made for me by my son. Do not let it be damaged. Crafted from iron, how could it be so fragile?" Li Qing rolled his eyes and said, "Let us rest. We shall return to the Da Gao Xian Hall this evening." Zhu Houzhong replied, "Since you have no objections to the division of Nanzili, I shall proceed with the agenda." "Very well." Li Qing inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Zhu Houzhong fell silent. Emotionally, he wished for Li Qing to remain in the capital, yet rationally, he did not wish to squander Li Qing's time. Finally, he said, "Let us stay for a few days. I need to assess the situation." "All right." Li Qing yawned and retreated to the guest room. Chapter 558. Unable to bear the burden in the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Zion's lips were blistered, his face was swollen, and his forehead was marked, presenting a picture of despondency. On the side, Gao Gong hesitated several times before finally speaking. "Your Highness, you must not show weakness." "Am I showing weakness?" Zhu Zion replied, "Perhaps a little." Gao Gong nodded awkwardly and urged, "By the timeline, the emperor will soon return. We must persevere and not let our efforts go to waste." "Alas, I understand this principle, yet the days seem to stretch endlessly," Zhu Zion lamented. "If being the crown prince is this arduous, what would it be like to be?" "Your Highness, be cautious with your words," Gao Gong interjected. "You are the nation's heir. Such thoughts must not arise." Zhu Zion forced a smile. "I have already confided in you about my father's departure from the capital. Cannot I share a few heartfelt words with you? There are no others around. What is there to be concerned about?" Gao Gong awkwardly agreed. However, seeing the crown prince in such a state of despondency was disheartening for Gao Gong, who feared that speaking too much would truly lead to aversion. Thus, he quickly changed the subject. "Your Highness, the emperor's departure is not an absolute secret. Minister Su of the cabinet has long suspected something. It is likely that even the heads of the 6 ministries have sensed it, yet they refrain from voicing it due to a lack of concrete evidence. To put it plainly, everyone is playing a part. During such times, Your Highness, you must dutifully continue to play your role." Gao Gong spoke earnestly. "Is this not a test from the emperor for you? You have endured thus far. Just hold on a little longer." After a pause, he added, "Forgive me for being presumptuous. Your earlier words were indeed inappropriate, even in my presence." Zhu Zion understood that Gao Gong meant well. Taking a deep breath, he rallied his spirits. "It remains uncertain how much longer my father will be away. The cabinet and the 6 ministries have also begun to harbor suspicions. Do you have any insights?" Gao Gong pondered for a moment and replied, "Your Highness might consider visiting the Da Gao Xian Hall for a night. Publicly stating it is to attend to your father. This could alleviate the suspicions of the cabinet." "That is not feasible." Gao Gong chuckled awkwardly. "But at least it presents a more reasonable facade. Your Highness, you must understand that in many instances, it is crucial to play along. If you do not act, how can those beneath you cooperate? Even if the cabinet is certain the emperor is not in the capital, they would never dare to speak it aloud. Nor would they allow the lower officials to impeach the emperor. You must provide them with a way out. If news of the emperor's absence were to spread, chaos would immediately ensue. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers comprehend this well and equally wish to keep the lower officials in the dark. Otherwise, when the emperor returns, there will undoubtedly be consequences." Gao Gong remarked, "Your Highness, there is no need for haste. In truth, the cabinet has always aligned with you and will continue to do so, never intending to undermine you." Zhu Zihan slightly nodded, sighing. "My worries are not solely about my father's absence from the capital, with the state affairs being of such great consequence. How can I not feel a sense of trepidation?" Gao Gong bowed deeply and sincerely replied, "Your Highness's thoughts reflect your concern for the Ming Dynasty and its people." Zhu Zihan, however, smiled wryly. Having such intentions alone is insufficient. One must also possess the capability. Suddenly bearing such a heavy burden is overwhelming. He added, when the ruler is anxious, the ministers suffer. It is our fault for causing you such concern. Gao Gong, feeling embarrassed, then offered words of comfort. The crown prince is wise, and with capable ministers at your side, even in the emperor's absence, there is no cause for alarm. Do not weigh yourself down excessively. The more you dread it, the more daunting it becomes. Confronting it directly makes it more manageable. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. So, you mean to say I am fragile against the winds and waves? Gao Gong straightened, hastily bowing. I would never presume such a thing. There is no need for such formality. I do not mean to reproach you. Please, rise. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and declared, very well. I shall proceed to the Grand Hall. Your Highness is astute. Zhu Houzhong merely smiled and said, my father has some reservations regarding Zhang Jujing. However, he is indeed a man of talent. Once my father returns to the capital, I will seek an opportunity to advocate for him. Gao Gong, having just risen, quickly bowed again and earnestly stated, I endorse Zhang Jujing without any selfish motives, solely to recommend talent for the country. I trust in your character. Zhu Houzhong nodded and continued, my father's discernment of people is beyond my reach. I advise you to remain wary of Zhang Jujing. Gao Gong was taken aback. Though Zhang Jujing did not betray Su Jie, he nonetheless harmed Su's interests. If he treats Su this way now, he could very well do the same to you in the future. Zhu Houzhong remarked, my father once said something I always keep in mind. Power should not be entrusted to others. Do not overestimate Zhang Jujing's integrity. Gao Gong slightly nodded and clasped his hands, saying, thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly, calling out, bring forth the carriage. In the dead of night, Li Qing called out, shaking Huang Jin, and ultimately resorted to slapping him twice before he finally awoke. Is it dawn? Huang Jin squinted, his head bobbing. Zhu Houzhong scolded, dawn? We're heading back to the Grand Hall. Hurry up. Huang Jin rubbed his eyes, finally recalling the matter, and quickly donned his clothes. In the Grand Hall, the main and sleeping chambers, Zhu Houzhong held Taoist scriptures, sleeping soundly, though his brow remained furrowed, indicating some concern. Zhu Houzhong sat at the bedside, gently smoothing his son's furrowed brow. Yet, as soon as it relaxed, it furrowed once more. He felt both pained and bitter. This son cannot withstand pressure. Zhu Houzhong sighed inwardly and instructed Huang Jin, go, summon Shun Lian. Yes. Huang Jin squinted and hurried off. Before long, Shun Lian arrived with Huang Jin, and upon seeing the emperor and Prince Yongqing had indeed returned, he let out a long sigh of relief and promptly bowed, saying, your servant, Shu. Shun Lian paused, then noticed the crown prince was fast asleep, hastily quieting himself. Lower your voice. You may rise. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. During my absence, has anyone visited the Grand Haishuandian? In response to Your Majesty, officials from the censorate and various departments have come several times. But they were all turned away by your humble servant and did not enter. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly and remarked, so, apart from the cabinet and the 6 ministries, no one else is suspected? Shun Lian expressed his surprise. Even the officials of the cabinet were unaware of Your Majesty's departure from the capital. Chuckling, Zhu Houzhong did not elaborate on the matter, simply stating that starting tomorrow, there was no need to remain here, as he would resume court duties. Yes, Your Majesty is wise, Shun Lian replied with visible delight. Zhu Houzhong teased, so, if I did not attend court before, does it mean I was not wise? Shun Lian stood frozen, bowing his head in dismay. Observing this, Zhu Houzhong could not help but chuckle. Well. Shun Lian earnestly interjected, I dare to offer advice. Your Majesty should not indulge in esoteric pursuits, nor should you become enamored with pleasure. Do you think I intend to punish you for your disrespect? Hence the heroic act before facing judgment? Shun Lian murmured, I have offended the emperor's countenance. My crime is unforgivable. Zhu Houzhong laughed softly, saying, a nation with candid ministers is a great fortune. Rise. I am not one to disregard loyal counsel. Shun Lian was momentarily taken aback, slowly standing up. Zhu Houzhong continued, you were a scholar of the Jiajing period, a product of the orthodox examinations, and once served as a county magistrate. But your overly straightforward nature almost led to calamity. Fortunately, Li Qing alleviated your immediate plight and recommended you to the Jinui, and with Liu Bing's recognition, you have reached this position today. However, It seems you have lost your sense of position within the Jinhui. Very well, if that is the case. I shall acquiesce to your desires. Shen Lian listened attentively. Zhu Houzhong shifted the conversation. The Jinhui is not suitable for you. You should return to civil service. Yet, with your temperament, you are not cut out for court positions. Would you be willing to serve in Jiangnan? Shen Lian was momentarily stunned, lifting his head with disbelief. What? Do you think I jest? Your servant does not dare. Shen Lian hastily replied, I am willing. May I inquire, Your Majesty, where shall I serve and in what capacity? There is no rush. Await my decree. Zhu Houzhong stretched lazily, assuring him it would not be long. Yes. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand dismissively. Shen Lian bowed once more, straightened up, nodded respectfully to Li Qing, and then withdrew. How does this arrangement strike you? Excellent. Li Qing nodded. Noting that with a history in the Jinhui and a close relationship with its commander, Shen Lian would find his endeavors considerably easier. Their conversation was not loud, yet the light sleeper Zhu Ziyan was still affected. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhu Ziyan beheld his father, the Duke of Yongqing, and the plump Huang Jin. Momentarily unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them and pinching his thigh, he confirmed it was not a dream. Father, enough. Zhu Houzhong playfully scolded. I have only been away for 2 months. Seeing you like this, one would think the sky is falling. When I am gone, how will you manage? Zhu Ziyan, somewhat dejected, replied, I acknowledge my fault. Your Majesty is in the prime of life, and such inauspicious words must not be uttered. He then glanced at Li Qing, offering a greeting, Duke Yongqing. Li Qing nodded slightly, and said, You two speak. I shall have a word with Shen Lian. Zhu Houzhong nodded, then turned to his son with a smile, asking, How does it feel to govern and attend court? To this day, I have only just begun to grasp the challenges faced by my esteemed father, the emperor. Feeling a deep sense of shame and trepidation, I, Zhu Ziqian, hesitantly responded. It is indeed exhausting. Ah, indeed it is, Zhu Houzhong remarked, his expression softening as he sighed gently. This is the reality of being an emperor, the supreme ruler, the sovereign of all lands. It is difficult to be an emperor, and even more so to be a wise one. Yet, having ascended to this position, chosen by fate, one must steadfastly persevere. One should hold a reverence for the state and its people, but must not be excessively fearful. Yes, I shall keep this in mind. I solemnly vowed. For the legacy of our ancestors and the realm, I would not dare to be lax in the slightest. That is splendid to hear. Zhu Houzhong replied with satisfaction, a commanding presence evident in his voice. Now, observe closely how your father governs. Pay attention and learn well. Chapter 559. A father's instruction to his son the following day. Within the Fengtian Hall, what was anticipated to be a routine morning assembly turned into an unexpected wait. As the crown prince failed to appear, even as the sun rose high in the sky, there was still no sign of him. Gradually, the once tranquil hall began to stir with murmurs. The high officials managed to maintain their composure, though their expressions grew increasingly grim, pondering, if the emperor neglects the court, what of the crown prince? Is there no one to govern the Ming dynasty? By this point, the junior officials were already showing signs of impatience. The supervising eunuch called out several times for silence, but his pleas fell on deaf ears, forcing him to resign himself to the chaos. After a quarter of an hour, someone finally broke the tension. Scholar Su, will this assembly take place today or not? Indeed, there has been no word from His Highness, and we have many matters to attend to. This delay is quite untenable, the officials murmured among themselves. Su Jie glanced at Li Bin, who entirely ignored him. It was well known that a departing employee typically shows little interest in maintaining workplace relationships. Moreover, Li Bin was not particularly passionate about power or profit, nor had he invested in extending his political career. He had become invincible after receiving the emperor's promise of a posthumous title. Not only Su Jie, but even Yin Song received the same indifference from Li Bin. I am on the verge of a peaceful retirement. Why would I seek discomfort with the emperor or his son at this juncture? Should I provoke the emperor's ire? I risk losing my retirement benefits. What then would I have to fall back on? Li Bin did not even glance at Su Jie. The latter, feeling helpless, turned to the supervising eunuch and implored, would you kindly urge His Highness to make an appearance? The eunuch, unwilling to disregard Su Jie's request and anxious about the disarray in the court, nodded and departed. Before long, he returned, his demeanor transformed, his posture was straight, and he spoke with a commanding tone. Silence. No more noise. The officials were taken aback. How dare this eunuch speak so boldly? Su Jie was momentarily stunned. But soon they understood the eunuch's audacity. The emperor had arrived. On this day, Zhu Houzhong donned a dark ceremonial robe, foregoing even the imperial crown. With merely a jade hairpin adorning his head, his long hair cascaded naturally, enhancing his noble demeanor and amplifying his martial presence. The accumulated majesty of decades crystallized in that singular moment. The assembled ministers instinctively lowered their heads, holding their breath and displaying utmost reverence. Zhu Houzhong strolled leisurely, followed closely by Zhu Ziyan, while Huang Jin bent slightly to keep pace. The trio, like a long serpent, entered the Fengtian Hall and ascended the jade steps. Throughout this process, the Fengtian Hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and each individual could discern the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Though they spoke boldly, all were acutely aware that serving under this emperor was no trivial matter. When the emperor refrained from presiding over court, the nation languished. Yet, when he did, their discontent resurfaced. A perceptive young eunuch promptly cleared a space for his master, Eunuch Huang. After a short while, Zhu Houzhong ascended the dais, resting his hand upon the dragon throne, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered ministers. The officials, led by Su Jie, immediately lifted their robes and bowed low, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor," and then "Long live the crown prince." The entire process was executed with the utmost precision, steeped in solemnity and respect, starkly contrasting the atmosphere during the crown prince's previous attendance at court. Zhu Ziyan observed this scene, his heart swelling with emotion. A sense of superiority washed over him, alongside a deepened recognition of his royal identity. The crown prince is indeed a sovereign. As a sovereign, it is only fitting that ministers pay their respects. However, this reverence is not solely based on the title of sovereign, but rather on the sovereign's personal capabilities. True emperorship is not about being inherently obeyed. Rather, it is about earning the loyalty of the ministers through one's merit. This realization struck Zhu Ziyan profoundly. Zhu Houzhong gradually seated himself upon the dragon throne and spoke softly. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers responded as they stood, returning to their respective positions with solemn expressions. Zhu Ziyan had previously attended court alongside his father without much thought, but after his own time presiding, he now perceived the Fengtian Hall's gravity with a newfound respect. Huang Jin discreetly cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I have a matter to present." "Your servant has a matter to report." The left minister of the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. "Proceed, Your Majesty." Supporting the Western regions is your imperial decree and a policy of the Ming Dynasty. We serve diligently and do not dare to be negligent. However, the funds required for such support are currently beyond the Treasury's capacity. We humbly request. The minister hesitated. "We implore Your Majesty to provide direction." Zhu Houzhong glanced at Zhu Ziyan. Zhu Ziyan's expression was one of frustration. He wished to offer an explanation, but caught his father's shifting gaze directed at the minister, who was asked, "What is the required amount?" "Your Majesty, according to the Ministry of Revenue's calculations, a total of 5 million strings of cash, 100,000 taels of silver, 20,000 pickles of rice and wheat, and 50,000 pickles of coarse grain are needed for 1 year's expenses." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "In terms of the integration of the northern frontier and the establishment of academies within the borders, have any delays occurred due to the ministry's inability to allocate funds?" The minister responded with a cupped fist, "Your Majesty, thus far, there have been no delays. Your Highness is wise and discerning, consistently supportive of the ministry, never withholding resources. The pressure on the ministry is not significant. Moreover, the tax revenues for the first half of this year will soon arrive in the capital. Supporting the Western regions is an additional expenditure, which is why I have troubled Your Majesty." Zhu Ziqian slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident on his countenance. He acquiesced, stating that the treasury would not store grain, and suggested converting these into treasure notes or silver upon further consideration, with the treasure notes also being converted to silver and the statistics to be compiled accordingly. Zhu Houzhong remarked that since the Western regions had only recently been taxed, silver should be prioritized. "Indeed, I am but a humble minister, and Your Majesty is most sagacious," he replied. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand, signaling the Minister of Revenue to return to his post. Next, Li Ben stepped forward and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." "Proceed," came the reply. "Your Majesty, previously the court instituted a national policy to reform the imperial examination system. incorporating mathematics as a subject to promote national prosperity through science and technology. I, along with the Hamlin Academy scholars and the students of the National University, have meticulously organized the mathematics textbooks, which are now ready for mass printing, categorized into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to the ranks of scholar, recommended candidate. And Jinshi, Li Bin spoke earnestly, "For the lasting glory of our great Ming dynasty, I humbly beseech your majesty to officially include mathematics in the imperial examinations. I believe mathematics should also be widely disseminated in government-sponsored schools. Mathematics shall be formally included in the examinations." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "As for the promotion of mathematics in government schools, after court, you may proceed to the Jinling palace, and we shall discuss further." "I shall obey," Li Bin responded respectfully. Returning to his place, the officials harbored some dissatisfaction regarding the reform of the imperial examinations, generally believing that mathematics and technology belonged solely to the realm of artisans, not scholars. However, the edict had already been issued, and any dissent now would be baseless, leaving them no choice but to remain silent. Subsequently, Xue'er stepped forward to report on the matter of labor relief. Unlike the Ministry of Revenue's request for funds, Li Bin's petition to implement national policy resembled an acknowledgement ceremony, with the emperor at its center, illustrating how wise the emperor was, how capable the ministers were, and how the lives of the common people had improved, amidst a tapestry of flowery rhetoric. The sincerity of the speaker resonated with the listeners, making for a delightful experience. After a considerable duration, the court meeting concluded satisfactorily. Zhu Houzhong did not immediately proceed to the Jinling palace, but strolled leisurely with his son, inviting him to speak freely. "Yes, father," Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, "I have been rather attentive to the Ministry of Revenue, supplementing them with quite a bit of silver notes from the treasury. However, no need to explain," Zhu Houzhong gently interrupted. "Shouldn't you reflect on why you feel this way?" Zhu Houzhong paused. "When you heard the report from the Ministry of Revenue regarding the funds needed for supporting the western regions, what was your impression?" "I felt it was much less than I had anticipated, significantly less," Zhu Houzhong admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his expression, coupled with a sense of frustration. Zhu Houzhong smiled lightly and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the ministry has never proactively requested funds from you. It has always been you who has allocated them, correct?" Zhu Houzhong was taken aback and nodded in shame. "I am still alive. They dare not blatantly deceive you, only creating this illusion that suggests you need to spend a great deal, making you believe the ministry has limited resources. But what if I were to pass away?" "Father," Zhu Houzhong raised a hand to quiet him. "I understand that your hesitance stems from your concerns, your reluctance to overstep boundaries, to employ the secret police to investigate the truth, or to audit the national treasury. In truth, there is no need for such caution. You are the son of the emperor, the crown prince of the Ming dynasty, the future emperor. Now that you are in attendance at court, what do you have to fear? Do you fear I would be unwilling to relinquish power?" "I acknowledge my faults," Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong shifted the conversation, stating, "This is but one aspect of the matter, not the entirety. The more significant reason lies in your impatience. The struggle between sovereign authority and ministerial power has persisted for millennia, and the crux of the issue is your inability to withstand the pressures imposed upon you. My father speaks the truth. I, his son, lack composure." Zhu Houzhong did not chastise him, but remarked, "Patience leads to resolution, and tranquility begets stability. In the face of adversity, one must not panic. You are the crown prince, destined to be the emperor. Should you remain calm? The watermelon pales in comparison to the sesame seed, but if you succumb to anxiety, even the sesame seed transforms into a watermelon. The more you fret, the more troubles will arise. Your father understands this about you. It reflects a sense of responsibility, which brings him solace. However, there exists a stark difference between the sense of responsibility displayed outwardly and that which resides within one's heart. When responsibility is merely skin deep, it becomes a vulnerability, and ministers will exploit it, using your own strengths against you. In such a scenario, victory equates to defeat. You must recognize that the will of heaven is unpredictable, and the heart of the sovereign must not be fathomed by others." Zhu Houzhong bowed deeply and respectfully replied, "My father imparts wisdom, which I shall diligently remember." Zhu Houzhong sighed, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on Xue'er?" Zhu Houzhong hesitated somewhat. "Do you still need to be cautious with me, your father?" Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong responded, I believe that Grand Scholar Su is not a man of national caliber. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly and sighed. You are still too young. Chapter 560. A father's teachings. Zhu Houzhong held his father in extraordinary reverence, particularly after the events of that day, and thus he felt no bitterness towards his father's words. Instead, he was eager for knowledge. I, his son, am dull. I implore my father to enlighten me. Zhu Houzhong felt a sense of gratification. To be aware of one's own shortcomings is not truly foolish. An emperor, endowed with heavenly mandate, cannot act solely on personal will. This, you should have come to comprehend during your 2 months of governance. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this truth. Tell me, throughout history, which dynasty held the greatest imperial power? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Zhu Houzhong was caught off guard by this sudden question from his father and fell silent for a moment. Zhu Houzhong did not rush him, patiently awaiting the response. After a considerable pause, Zhu Houzhong awkwardly ventured, I dare to believe that the Qing emperor, Han Wudi, and the founding emperor of our dynasty wielded the greatest power. Incorrect. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, requesting his father's guidance. In terms of imperial authority, our Ming dynasty stands as the pinnacle in history, Zhu Houzhong declared with pride. The Qin, Han, Tang, and Song, in comparison, are insignificant before the might of our Ming dynasty. Even the most powerful of them, such as Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu, are no match. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. You think my assertion is overly arrogant, do you? I would not dare. Zhu Houzhong shook his head awkwardly. Zhu Houzhong paid no heed to whether his son spoke sincerely, merely stating, since the inception of imperial authority, it has been in a constant state of augmentation, each generation surpassing the last. This strength is not only institutional, but encompasses all dimensions. The power wielded by those 4 emperors was formidable, yet it was solely personal power. In a horizontal comparison, when discussing authority, those 4 emperors cannot rival the emperors of our Ming dynasty, even in the early reign of Jiang Wen, who ascended through usurpation. Of course, I do not intend to boast of the prowess of the Ming emperors. It is merely a commentary on the nature of imperial power in its times. Zhu Ziqian remained absorbed in the discourse of his father, the emperor, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhu Houzhong called his name again, prompting Zhu Ziqian to regain his composure. And he promptly responded with respect, your son is here. What you inherit is the pinnacle of imperial power in this era. Zhu Houzhong stated solemnly. The Ming dynasty does not produce eunuchs akin to Zhao Gao of the Qin dynasty, nor does it yield power holders like Hua Guang of the Han dynasty. Moreover, the eunuchs of the Tang dynasty who conspired against emperors and cabinet ministers were not even complete chancellors. Our Ming imperial authority is the strongest, without exception. Zhu Ziqian nodded, albeit hesitantly. Is such imperial power still insufficient for you? Your son would not dare to think so. Dare not. Not lacking. It is sufficient, more than enough. Zhu Ziqian nodded repeatedly. Unaccountably, a sudden surge of profound confidence welled up within him. However, Zhu Houzhong shifted the conversation, stating, yet, even with such imperial power, one cannot truly command authority with absolute certainty, nor can one manifest desires with ease. Zhu Ziqian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his father's intent. Zhu Houzhong, somewhat exasperated, elucidated, I share this to instill confidence in you, while simultaneously cautioning against arrogance. Zhu Ziqian, enlightened, replied earnestly, your son understands. Thus, to be a sovereign with real power, one must possess the means, which is the art of kingship. Zhu Houzhong exhaled, stating, the so-called art of kingship can also be referred to as the art of checks and balances. What is meant by checks and balances? Zhu Ziqian inquired. Mutual constraints to maintain equilibrium, Zhu Houzhong responded. Zhu Ziqian nodded, awaiting further explanation, but none followed. Zhu Houzhong, therefore, took the initiative to elaborate. Each individual harbors distinct thoughts and various private desires. Constraints are a means, while balance is the goal. How does one achieve balance? Can it be attained by ensuring that 2 or more factions mutually constrain one another? Not necessarily. How can you guarantee that these factions will not unite? Remember, imperial power is singular, while ministerial power is collective. Even if you divide ministers into 10 factions, you cannot ensure they will not collude, as the inherent contradiction between imperial and ministerial power is the core issue. Where there is imperial power, ministerial power will exist, and the conflict will perpetually endure. You must always bear in mind that if they usurp your position, they stand to gain even more than by seeking your favor. The emperor's words struck a chord with Zhu Houzhong, prompting a cold sweat to break upon him, and he muttered, "What then should be done? One must exploit personal desires." Zhu Houzhong replied coolly, "Some are enamored with wealth, others with fame, and some aspire to realize their ambitions. One must tailor strategies according to the individual. Your son believes that everyone loves power, for with power, acquiring wealth, fame, or fulfilling ambitions becomes significantly easier, akin to grasping something from one's own pocket." Zhu Houzhong smiled and replied, "That is not incorrect, yet it is not entirely right either. The love for power is often merely a means to satisfy personal desires, not a pure affection for power itself. Is that not the same?" "Certainly not," Zhu Houzhong asserted. "Consider the retired Yin Song. What do you suppose he truly cherished?" Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. "Your son is dull-witted and truly does not know what Yin Song loved. If one were to say he loved wealth, having served as prime minister for many years, he must have amassed considerable wealth, yet he cannot be deemed exceedingly rich. If we were to speak of reputation, then Yin Song's standing in the realm of officials is hardly commendable. If we were to discuss love for beauty, he does not even possess a concubine. If we were to assert that he yearns solely to realize his ambitions, that too seems questionable. A character such as Yin Song is, in truth, one who harbors a genuine affection for power." Zhu Houzhong remarked that Yin Song merely relishes the taste of wielding immense authority, a type of individual belonging to a rather unique category. And what of Su Jie? Ever since Su Jie ascended to the cabinet, the Su family from Songjiang has also risen in prominence. What is it that he loves? Zhu Houzhong paused momentarily and inquired. "Father, in comparison to Yin Song, who among them is more avaricious?" "Avaricious?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Such behavior belongs to lower-tier bureaucrats. At Su Jie's level, there is no need for greed. He can amass wealth entirely through legitimate means. Why indulge in avarice?" Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, subsequently feeling a mixture of helplessness and indignation. Zhu Houzhong, however, maintained a calm demeanor and stated, "Li Qing once uttered a profoundly insightful statement. One I have shared with you before, and I shall reiterate it today. Those who reign as emperors often prioritize their personal interests above the greater good of the realm." "Do you grasp the deeper significance of this phrase?" Zhu Houzhong nodded. "You do not. The essence of this statement suggests that most emperors wish to have their cake and eat it too. Your current state of mind reflects this sentiment." Zhu Houzhong spoke in a solemn tone. "Remember, this is a grave taboo for an emperor." After a pause, he added, "Of course, in Li Qing's context, the horse does not refer to the emperor's ministers, but rather the subjects under his rule. We shall discuss this later. For now, let us focus on the ministers." Zhu Houzhong continued, "One must exploit the differing private desires of the ministers to create division, while also granting them a certain degree of satisfaction. In this process, one must occasionally show favoritism, thereby fostering a sense of imbalance, which in turn prevents the possibility of any faction becoming too united. Why is this so? Because the side that benefits more has no need to confront greater challenges. They can simply remain content with their current standing, while the faction whose desires have not been fulfilled will only seek to undermine the more prosperous side. Even if they contemplate directly challenging greater obstacles, those who have already gained will stand in their way. Only in this manner can the division of ministerial power be achieved, thereby consolidating imperial authority." After expounding thus, Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel parched and remarked, "In truth, your father hopes you grasp this wisdom for yourself. However, as you seem somewhat naive, I must take it upon myself to guide you. These words should be etched in your heart." "Yes, I shall remember, my father," Zhu Houzhong replied with unprecedented seriousness, his expression grave. Observing this, Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of relief, for at least his son was willing to learn. Unexpectedly, however, his son's next remark evoked a sense of powerlessness within him. "But, father, I believe that regardless of the means employed, the ultimate aim is the welfare of the Ming Dynasty and the populace. Today, in the court, I observed that Scholar Su's words were laced solely with flattery, devoid of any genuine intent to uplift the nation." Zhu Houzhong sighed bitterly and replied, "You think Su Jie is merely indulging in sycophancy, is that correct?" "Indeed, father, your insight is astute. Do you genuinely believe Su Jie possesses such limited capability?" Zhu Houzhong responded with a wry smile. "At Su Jie's position, he can only operate in such a manner, and he must do so. I believe that practical efforts yield better results," Zhu Houzhong whispered. Indeed, your perspective is not entirely without merit. Zhu Houzhong first acknowledged his son's earnest intentions, then proceeded to explain, the chief grand secretary cannot merely be a sycophant. Do you truly believe that during my absence, the court has functioned smoothly and national policies have been implemented effectively solely due to your efforts? Zhu Ziqian paused, repeatedly asserting, I assure you, my intentions are far from that. These accomplishments are undoubtedly the result of the collective efforts of many ministers. Yet, fundamentally, it cannot be divorced from Su Jie's mediating influence. The ministers, not mentioning their own contributions, have attributed all merit to the sovereign. Is such a minister not a commendable one? Furthermore, such flattery, while seemingly trivial, holds significance. Repeated falsehoods can eventually be believed. Have I not conveyed to you that trust is the essence of power? Zhu Houzhong admonished, Su Jie's actions serve to establish the emperor's image as a wise ruler, assisting in building authority and reinforcing imperial power. Do you think Su Jie is oblivious to this? Zhu Ziqian's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Su Jie acted thus because it was the only way he could. This precisely exemplifies his exceptional capabilities. Do you comprehend? I understand, Father, Zhu Ziqian replied, overwhelmed with shame. Please, do not be angry. I truly did not foresee this. Zhu Houzhong suppressed his irritation and remarked, let us proceed. Where to? Zhu Ziqian asked, bewildered. Back to the Jinling palace. Li Ben is still awaiting us. Zhu Houzhong replied tersely. What I have said today, ponder it carefully later. Moreover, you must pay more attention and study diligently. Do not merely observe the surface. The intricacies of court politics are far more complex than you imagine. Learn well. Chapter 561. Educational support in the Jinling palace. Upon the entrance of father and son, the previously listless Li Ben finally perked up, quickly bowing. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the crown prince. No need for formalities, Zhu Houzhong said as he took his seat at the imperial desk. Be seated. A nearby young eunuch hurriedly fetched a brocade stool, first for the crown prince, then for Li Ben, before discreetly withdrawing. Li Ben expressed his gratitude and assumed a listening posture. Zhu Houzhong contemplated. Since the establishment of the imperial examination system over a millennium ago, mathematics has never been included in the examinations. Thus, while not an obscure discipline, its popularization cannot be achieved overnight. Your Majesty is wise. Li Ben seized the opportunity to flatter during a pause in the emperor's discourse. The popularization of mathematics is imperative. However, it cannot be flawlessly implemented through mere edicts. Zhu Houzhong replied calmly. Moreover, not all instructors in the academies are well-versed in mathematics. Given this circumstance, does Minister Li have any insights? Your Majesty's concern is indeed valid. This poses a significant issue, Li Ben acknowledged, though he remained silent thereafter. Seeing that the old fellow was not taking the bait, Zhu Houzhong continued, I do have a proposal. Please, Your Majesty, enlighten us, Li Ben urged. I believe we could initiate efforts within the Hanlin Academy and the Guozijian. Do you concur, Minister Li? Li Ben nodded slowly, responding respectfully, Your Majesty is astute. This strategy is indeed commendable and highly feasible. Meanwhile, Zhu Ziqian displayed a look of realization and inquired, Father, do you mean to have the personnel of the Guozijian and the Hanlin Academy learn mathematics first, and then teach it in the provinces? Zhu Houzhong remained silent, casting a glance at Li Ben. Li Ben spoke, Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. The numerous mathematical texts are the result of the collaborative efforts of myself and many esteemed scholars from the Hanlin Academy and the National University. During this process, we engaged in mutual exchange and learning, enabling us to truly grasp the mathematical theories from the pre-Qing period to the Ming Dynasty. We have systematically categorized these theories for the promotion and dissemination by the Hanlin Academy and the National University, which is most fitting. Zhu Ziqian nodded slightly, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He had finally received an accurate analysis. However, Li Ben continued, the Hanlin Academy and the National University serve as the court's reservoir of talent and cannot remain forever relegated to the role of mere instructors in remote locales. Not only would this breed discontent among these talented individuals, but it would also hinder the court's ability to recruit talent. Thus, to address an urgent need, His Majesty's intention is to leverage the influence of the Hanlin Academy and the National University to foster a greater appreciation for mathematics among our subjects. After elucidating the emperor's dual intentions, Li Ben shifted his tone, stating, therefore, The initiative to promote mathematics in local areas is only a temporary measure. This period should not be prolonged. Additionally, it is imperative to consider the sentiments of these individuals and to provide them with appropriate privileges. This statement, ostensibly an explanation for the crown prince, was, in reality, a subtle negotiation with the emperor. Li Bin understood that the emperor's private summons was due to the sensitivity of the matter. After all, it was a policy that could offend many. How could such a contentious policy originate from the emperor himself? It had to be proposed by Li Bin through memorials, after which the emperor would deliberate and grant approval, thereby diverting the conflict. Approaching retirement, Li Bin was less concerned about offending a few individuals, yet he could not dismiss the potential repercussions entirely. He knew well that the sharp quills of the Hamlin Academy and the National University could wield significant influence. While he was willing to risk offending Xue'er, he dared not antagonize this formidable group of scholars. Proposals could be made, but he must ensure that these scholars were not unduly disadvantaged. Otherwise, a single novel penned against him could tarnish his legacy, even posthumously. Such a fate was unacceptable. Zhu Houzhong was acutely aware of Li Bin's private ambitions and replied thoughtfully, "Li Qing, you speak wisely. The experience of promoting mathematics in local areas cannot compare to the comforts of studying in the capital. And how could I fail to provide appropriate incentives?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong made a commitment, saying, "Those scholars from the Hamlin Academy and candidates from the National University engaged in local studies will receive an additional 20 taels of silver each month, on top of their original benefits. Furthermore, in future court recruitment, priority will be given to those who have contributed to the promotion of mathematics in local areas, with those achieving exceptional results being favored. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious." Li Bin rose to bow deeply, his sincerity evident. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand and said, "Li Qing, you must endure a bit longer. First, promote mathematics vigorously within the Hamlin Academy and the National University, and once results are achieved, we will discuss your retirement." He paused, adding, "Our Ming Dynasty has existed for nearly 200 years, and the number of individuals honored with the title of Wenzheng is exceedingly rare. Although the esteemed scholar Li Dongyang from the Hongzhi era has received such a title, in my view, your contributions far surpass his. Your merits will be recorded in the annals of history, and in time, you shall be celebrated. You have not failed your country, nor shall I fail you." Zhu Houzhong spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Li Bin was profoundly moved, tears welling in his eyes. Although his retirement had been postponed again, he felt no sorrow. In the Ming Dynasty, there was a sovereign, and the state was fortunate, as were the common people. I, a humble minister, would willingly sacrifice my life for the realm. Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded, beckoning, "Come forth." "Yes," Li Bin replied softly, wiping the corners of his eyes as he stepped forward. Zhu Houzhong retrieved a small vial from the drawer of the imperial desk and jested, "This is a tonic bestowed upon me by your family. You have worked hard. Take it to nourish your health." It contained merely a dozen pills, of little monetary worth, and since Li Qing resided in the capital, he could easily refine more. This is too precious," Li Bin said, taken aback, his eyes glistening anew. Zhu Houzhong feigned displeasure, scoffing, "Do not decline. Yes, I thank your Majesty for your great kindness." Li Bin accepted the vial with both hands and bowed in reverence. As Li Bin departed, Zhu Houzhong casually remarked, "Do you understand?" "I do, Father," Zhu Zian replied, filled with admiration. This was precisely what his father meant by manipulating personal desires. "Indeed, you are a teachable child," Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, then suddenly called out, "Summon Xue'er to an audience." Zhu Zian was taken aback. "Father, is one Li Bin not sufficient?" "Certainly, it is sufficient, but I summon Xue'er for another matter." Zhu Zian nodded slightly, intending to inquire further, yet recalling his father's counsel to observe, listen, and learn, he refrained. Since his father allowed him to participate, he would not withhold any secrets. Being restless would only lead to his father's disappointment. Zhu Houzhong imperceptibly revealed a hint of satisfaction and continued, "Li Qing will be residing in the capital for a while. During his leisure, you may pay him a visit." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zian felt a surge of exhilaration, accompanied by deep emotion. Throughout history, the relationship between emperors and their heirs has often been fraught with conflict. They are both father and rival. Few emperors would indulge their heirs in befriending ministers, and Li Qing, such an extraordinarily unique individual, could be likened to the 6 ministers of the cabinet. What immense trust this signified. Reflecting on his late elder brother, Zhu Houzhong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his own fortune as the crown prince. Zhu Houzhong voiced softly, "Father, your careful consideration is something I could hardly repay in 100 lifetimes. Raising a son is the natural duty of a father. I seek no repayment. If you truly wish to repay me, govern the realm of our great Ming well when you become emperor," Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong nodded earnestly. At that moment, his sense of closeness with his father reached its zenith. Zhu Houzhong had, in the truest sense, become a father. Zhu Houzhong made an effort to compose himself, shedding his reservations, and directly asked, "Father, what should I seek guidance from Duke Yongqing on? You have not yet fully grasped what I have taught you, and yet you wish to consult him?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly, saying, "There is no need for consultation. Your meeting with Li Qing itself is the greatest political direction in capital." Zhu Houzhong acknowledged this with fervor, his spirits soaring. Zhu Houzhong observed his son's expression. Feeling a sense of relief, confidence had finally begun to take root. Compared to ignorance and lack of self-assurance, the inability to bear responsibility was indeed a grave mistake. At last, a semblance of a crown prince had emerged. "Your Majesty, Su Jie has arrived for the audience," a young eunuch announced as he entered respectfully. "Proceed." Moments later, Su Jie entered the hall and, upon seeing the crown prince present, could not help but express slight astonishment. "Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty and wishes longevity to the crown prince. Rise." Zhu Houzhong pointed to the brocade stool where Li Ben had sat, indicating for Su Jie to take a seat. Su Jie stood up, expressing his gratitude, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. It was a well-established rule that private summons from the emperor rarely heralded good news. Indeed, a single utterance from the emperor left Su Jie astounded. The wealth of Jiangnan surpassed all others in the realm. The tax revenue from the southern province alone constituted 30% of the total tax income of the Ming Dynasty, and when considering commercial taxes, it exceeded half. In light of such circumstances, does Su Qing have any viable strategies? Su Jie was acutely aware that the emperor was not genuinely seeking his counsel, but rather probing his stance. Summoning all his courage, Su Jie responded, "The 2 capitals and 13 provinces of our Ming Dynasty each possess their unique realities. The affluence of Jiangnan does not solely reflect the conditions of our dynasty. The significance of the southern province is paramount, being the very land where our esteemed founder rose to power. Even when the Qingzhou moved the capital to Shuntian, he did not diminish the status of the southern province. I implore your Majesty to consider this carefully." Under normal circumstances, Su Jie would never dare to speak in such a manner, but the stakes were far too high. Zhu Ziqian was taken aback, astonished not only by his father's words, but also by those of Su Jie. Although Su Jie had expressed himself delicately and with restraint, the rejection was unmistakably clear. The emperor chuckled, asking Su Qing to enumerate the provinces of our Ming Dynasty. After a moment's silence, Su Jie replied candidly, "Nanji Li, Beiji Li, Shandong, Shaanxi, Hunan, Shaanxi, Zhejiang, Huguang, Yunnan." Zhu Houzhong smiled and remarked, "By your account, what of Gansu and Liaodong?" "Forgive me, your Majesty. It was an inadvertent slip of the tongue. I mistakenly believed you were inquiring about the 13 administrative divisions of the Ming Dynasty, hence my response lacked comprehensiveness." Su Jie replied with a hint of chagrin. "You only believed?" Zhu Houzhong laughed, remarking that there are many officials in the Ming who share such misconceptions. "Our dynasty has never been limited to merely 2 capitals and 13 provinces. How is it that the vast empire established by our ancestors is reduced to just that in your discourse?" Su Jie felt both wronged and indignant. To accuse him unjustly was a matter of mere words. What could he do against such unfounded allegations? Su Jie refrained from any defense, only offering apologies. Chapter 562. The unfortunate Su Jie. In this instance, Zhu Houzhong was indeed being unreasonable. To put it bluntly, he was being obstinate and unreasonable. The designation of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces had been in use since Zhu Di relocated the capital to Shuntian, a term that had persisted for 10 dynasties. Today, Zhu Houzhong's antics appeared entirely nonsensical. Yet, Su Jie found himself compelled to acquiesce to this unjust accusation. At such a moment, arguing logically would have been an act of folly on his part. Nonetheless, while acknowledging his guilt, agreeing with the emperor's views could lead to the wrath of many colleagues from Jiangnan, effectively ending his career. Zhu Ziqian also sensed that his father was behaving somewhat undignified today. Even if he harbored resentment towards Su Jie, he couldn't help but feel pity for him. Suddenly, noticing his father's subtle gesture, Zhu Ziqian paused for a moment, then comprehended, immediately bowing and stating, "Father, please refrain from anger." The term 2 capitals and 13 provinces as mentioned by Master Su refers to the 2 capitals of Ming and the 13 administrative divisions, rather than implying that our dynasty is limited to just 13 provinces. Upon hearing this, Su Jie hastily concurred, "Your Majesty, I would rather face 1,000 deaths than harbor such thoughts." He continued, "Gansu and Shaanxi share a single Bureau of Revenue, and I have become accustomed to referring to it as being in Shaanxi, as is the case in Liaodong." Zhu Houzhong let out a cold snort, refraining from scolding or further speech. Su Jie, fully aware that this matter could not be resolved easily, recognized that the emperor had adopted a stern demeanor and would not withdraw his troops without due cause. After a moment's reflection, he respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, there are indeed numerous officials like myself, and while this was merely a habitual slip of the tongue, it regrettably tarnishes the brilliance of our ancestors and their achievements. This is our fault." Zhu Houzhong remained silent. However, recognizing that such slips of the tongue were difficult to amend swiftly, Su Jie boldly petitioned the emperor to expand the Bureau of Revenue. Historically, the term province spoken by the subjects of our great Ming dynasty has always referred to the Bureau of Revenue. Following this practice, the common folk also share this belief. Changing such deeply rooted perceptions is often the most challenging task. I dare to suggest that by expanding the Bureau of Revenue, we can effectively alter the mindset of both officials and the populace. Zhu Houzhong smiled faintly, glancing at his son, and remarked, "Scholar Su seems to wish to sell positions among the officials. Expanding the Bureau of Revenue merely creates more high offices, leading to personal favors at the expense of the court's interests." Zhu Ziyan appeared at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, his father did not leave him in a predicament. Turning his attention back to Su Jie, he inquired, "Do you truly believe that merely expanding the Bureau of Revenue will suffice?" Upon hearing the title Su Qing, Su Jie understood that he was on the right track, but his concessions were insufficient. His mind raced as he sought a solution. Zhu Houzhong did not rush him, granting ample time for contemplation. After a while, Su Jie slowly exhaled, cautiously suggesting, "The name Huguang province originates from the previous dynasty, originally encompassing both Hunan and Hubei along with Guangxi. In our Ming dynasty, as Guangxi has been separated, the name Huguang inevitably becomes misleading. If I may be so bold, while expanding the Bureau of Revenue, we could establish one bureau in the north and one in the south of Hunan." Zhu Houzhong remained non-committal, leaning slightly forward and quietly asking, "Do you genuinely believe that expanding the Bureau of Revenue is the only viable option?" Su Jie, not oblivious to the emperor's body language, quickly affirmed, "Indeed. The habitual mindset cultivated over 9 dynasties is exceedingly difficult to alter. Since the subjects perceive provinces as the Bureau of Revenue, it is only logical to expand the bureau." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, pondering, "Your words do carry some merit. Alas, even as the Son of Heaven, I find it challenging to realize all my desires." Su Jie fell silent, refraining from interjecting. "Very well, let us proceed as you have advised," Zhu Houzhong concluded. "Tomorrow, you shall submit your memorial for discussion in court, and as for the southern Jiangsu, we shall leave that aside." Su Jie felt an increasing bitterness in his heart. Could the separation of the 2 lakes truly allow southern Jiangsu to remain unscathed? Fortunately, he withstood the pressure. Such a memorial would not only preserve his reputation but also benefit a portion of the populace, as the expansion of the Bureau of Revenue would create employment opportunities. As for whether southern Jiangsu would face similar scrutiny in the future, that would not be Su Jie's fault. At least no one could openly accuse him of wrongdoing. "I shall comply with your orders," Su Jie replied, taking a deep breath. "I will proceed to draft the memorial regarding the expansion of the Bureau of Revenue. Does your Majesty have any further instructions?" Zhu Houzhong comprehended Su Jie's intention, but sought to divert attention from the impending division of southern Jili. Thus, he replied, "That is all. My dear minister, you may attend to your duties." Su Jie rose, bowed deeply to Zhu Ziyan, and turned to leave. "Does my father truly wish to expand the Board of Revenue?" Zhu Ziyan inquired. "Is that inappropriate?" "Not exactly, but I find it somewhat surprising. Are you familiar with the saying about Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword aimed at Pei Gong?" Although Zhu Ziyan was taken aback, he answered truthfully, "I am aware. It originates from the tale of the Hongmen banquet, where in the waning days of the Qin dynasty, the formidable Xiang Yu hosted Han Wang Lu Bang. and his strategist Fan Zeng suggested that Xiang Zhuang feign a dance with a sword to assassinate the Han Wang. Zhu Ziyan paused abruptly and asked, "Does my father imply that the expansion of the Board of Revenue is a ruse, while the division of the two lakes is genuine?" Zhu Houzhong offered no definitive answer, merely gesturing for him to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ziyan articulated, "When my father initially mentioned the division of southern Jili, it was a deliberate tactic to temper Su Jie's expectations. Subsequently, he guided Su Jie to discuss the division of the two lakes, thereby achieving his objectives while allowing Su Jie to believe he had maintained his stance without excessive resistance." Upon reflecting further, Zhu Ziyan, unable to find flaws in his reasoning, felt a surge of pride and asked, "Am I correct in my assessment?" Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, replying, "Your ability to deduce such intricacies is indeed commendable." Zhu Ziyan smacked his lips and said, "I humbly seek your guidance, father." The tale of Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword serves to illustrate that the expansion of the Board of Revenue is a facade, while the separation of the two lakes is also not the truth. The actual political aim of my father lies in the division of southern Jili. "Ah?" Zhu Ziyan exclaimed, "Father, southern Jili is the cradle of our dynasty. It is also the place where our founder meeting his father's gaze." Zhu Ziyan fell silent. "The emperor must govern the realm in accordance with the times and circumstances. How could one remain unyielding?" Zhu Houzhong remarked, "Were today's southern Jili situated in the era of Qingzu, he too would arrive at the same decision." Zhu Ziyan, begrudgingly, acquiesced, indeed. He then questioned, "Why did my father reveal all his cards at once? Did you not just say so?" "Ah, I, Zhu Ziyan, have had an epiphany," he exclaimed. No wonder Su Jie, despite having no vested interests at stake, appeared despondent. It all makes sense now. Suddenly, recalling something, he asked, "Father, did Su Jie's final remark carry deeper significance?" Zhu Houzhong finally displayed a satisfied expression, nodding, "Indeed. Su Jie understands that the division of southern Jili represents my political aim. He would not dare to take the lead in such matters." His statement was indeed profound, seeking my assurance that he would not be thrust into the forefront again. Zhu Ziyan marveled. Thus, the true compromise lies here. As such, Su Jie must diligently cooperate with you regarding the expansion of the Board of Revenue and the division of the two lakes. Otherwise, your assurances may not hold. Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded, recognizing that while his son's reactions were somewhat delayed, he had grasped the lessons imparted. He had indeed grown. With the right attitude and a thirst for knowledge, though perhaps not the sharpest, he could still evolve into an enlightened ruler. "Go, summon the servants to prepare a meal. Let us share a couple of cups together." "Yes, indeed." Zhu Ziyan nodded with delight, acutely aware that his performance today had indeed pleased the emperor. Moreover, he sensed that the emperor's demeanor had transcended mere authority. He had come to embody the warmth of a father. The transformation in Zhu Ziyan's spirit was palpable. The feelings of inferiority, timidity, and exhaustion had significantly diminished, leaving him radiant with newfound vigor. The imperial power he had assumed was formidable, instilling in him a sense of confidence. The emperor's teachings bolstered his resolve, while his father's approval validated his efforts. A surge of energy coursed through Zhu Ziyan, compelling him to tackle hundreds of memorials to channel his enthusiasm. "Please wait, father, I shall attend to it at once," he declared, hurrying off with an air of purpose. Zhu Houzhong, too, felt a profound sense of paternal satisfaction. His visit to the south had revealed that his son was thriving and had reconciled with his cousin, dissolving decades of lingering grievances and sorrows. "Li Qing, dear Li Qing, surely you find solace in the emergence of this Emperor Jiajing," Zhu Houzhong mused, lost in thought. The following morning, as Li Qing rose and had yet to freshen up, a knock echoed at the door. Upon seeing Zhu Ziyan, he was taken aback by the prince's beaming countenance, prompting reflections on Zhu Houzhong's transformative state of mind, evoking a multitude of emotions. The current Jiajing had definitively severed ties with the historical figure of the same name. There was both relief and joy in this development. After spending considerable time together, it was impossible to remain entirely indifferent. Zhu Houzhong's decades of restraint had long earned Li Qing's respect. Naturally, he felt elated by the prince's current disposition. "I hope my unsolicited visit does not intrude," Zhu Ziyan remarked. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. "Your Highness, please come in." Zhu Ziyan was somewhat taken aback by such honor, having never witnessed his father receive such deference. Little did he know, Li Qing's courtesy was intended to bolster his confidence and fortitude, guiding the prince towards a more assertive demeanor. Chapter 563. A balance of tension and release on a sweltering summer day, with cicadas incessantly chirping. The two sat across from each other at a stone table beneath the fruit trees, the atmosphere harmonious. Zhu Houzhong inquired with a smile. The records of extraordinary events in the Ming Dynasty from the palace, I presume, is authored by you, sir? Indeed, Li Qing nodded. However, it is merely for enlightenment and broadening one's perspective. It should not be regarded as a definitive standard. Sir, your humility is excessive, Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly. I often peruse it during my leisure, and it has greatly enriched my understanding. It certainly deserves to be held as a standard. Li Qing shook his head slightly. Sighing softly, the times have changed. The current ministers have evolved significantly compared to their predecessors. The records of extraordinary events no longer applies to the present context. Not to mention figures like Yensong and Su Jie. Even high-ranking officials such as Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing surpassed the former scholars in capability. Li Qing continued. The lessons of the past serve as guidance for the present. Today's officials stand on the shoulders of their predecessors, and their capabilities naturally surpass those of the past. Zhu Houzhong's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he asked, is the disparity substantial? Indeed, it is considerable, Li Qing affirmed. Li Qing remarked that, on one hand, it was a matter of learning from the lessons of predecessors, and on the other, it was influenced by your father. The founding emperors exhibited a grand and dynamic approach, while the likes of Emperor Renzong and Emperor Xianzong embodied moderation and balance. In contrast, the reigns of Emperors Yingzong and Zhongzong demonstrated a more calculated approach. To put it succinctly, prior to the Changhua era, the ministers had not undergone significant evolution. However, the situation changed dramatically during the Changhua period. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow and inquired, are you suggesting that it was not until the reign of Emperor Xianzong that the ministers of the Ming Dynasty made substantial progress? Indeed, Li Qing responded. If I may elaborate, the reasons are twofold. The establishment of the transmission officials and the influence of the Western Depot. Under Emperor Xianzong's rule, these two mechanisms effectively overturned the established order. The emperor appointed officials directly, bypassing the Ministry of Personnel and the selection process, which undermined the power of the cabinet and the 6 ministries. This led to the emergence of figureheads like the Grand Scholar Wanen. And with the overwhelming dominance of the Western Depot, the ministers found themselves powerless to resist. This shift brought about a palpable sense of urgency among the ministers, intensifying the tug-of-war between imperial and ministerial authority. By the time of the Hongzhi era, this situation saw considerable alleviation. The benevolence of Emperor Xiaozong stood in stark contrast to the authoritarian nature of Emperor Xianzong, as the latter resolved numerous thorny issues. Emperor Xiaozong's amiable demeanor became even more pronounced. During this period, while the ministers had not evolved, they had, to some extent, regressed in their vigilance. Nevertheless, it is important to note that this regression did not imply a weakening of ministerial power. Rather, it surged significantly throughout the Hongzhi reign. As Emperor Jingde ascended, 2 distinct paths remained, to emulate Emperor Xiaozong or to follow in the footsteps of Emperor Xianzong. Choosing to imitate Xiaozong would lead to an escalation in ministerial power, while emulating Xianzong would once again thrust the ministers into a state of acute discomfort, prompting their evolution. Zhu Houzhong, enlightened, murmured. No wonder figures like Lu Jin and Zhang Yong emerged, and even the Western Depot under Emperor Wuzong ultimately followed the example set by Emperor Xianzong. How enlightening! In that moment, Zhu Houzhong felt a surge of admiration for this uncle he had yet to meet. Li Qing nodded and continued, then came your father's reign. After experiencing the acute discomfort of the Zhengde era, the conflict between sovereign and ministers reached its zenith. Your father, being a minor member of the royal lineage and still quite young, presented an exceptional opportunity for the ministers. Zhu Houzhong expressed indignation. So, it was precisely because of the challenges posed by Yang Tingyi and his ilk that they forced my father to yield and compromise, so they could wield their power unchecked. They even pressured him to disavow Emperor Xian. Such audacity! It is fortunate that it was my father who faced them. Had it been another emperor, they would hardly have met a good end. Influenced by his father, Zhu Houzhong harbored deep resentment towards Yang Tingyi and his son. After allowing him to vent his frustrations, Li Qing remarked, from different perspectives, one can perceive varied truths. You may feel indignant, but it is crucial to avoid narrow-mindedness. Zhu Houzhong paused, contemplating. From the standpoint of your father as a victim, Yang Tingyi and his son are indeed despicable. However, considering the circumstances of the time, they may not have been entirely wrong. Zhu Houzhong pondered. Given Yang Tingyi's actions at that time, would it not be appropriate to label them as humiliating to the sovereign? Is that not a fault? Li Qing chuckled softly and replied, in that particular historical context, when assessed solely through the lens of ministerial authority, Yang Tingyi could indeed be regarded as the foremost power broker of our Ming dynasty. The sudden demise of Emperor Zhengde left the nation without a sovereign. Yang Tingyi, under the guise of a minister, wielded imperial authority. Throughout history, few have rivaled the power he held at that time. Yet, do you truly believe that Yang Tingyi could act with impunity, unrestrained, and commanding unwavering loyalty? Zhu Houzhong paused for a moment and pondered. Are you referring to Empress Zhang? Indeed, she was one element, but there was also the pressure from the court officials. Li Qing remarked that the ministers, long weary under Emperor Zhengde, would not squander this opportunity. Given such circumstances, Yang Tingyi had no choice but to act as he did. Furthermore, while your father was the legitimate heir under the ancestral edicts of the Ming, the interpretation of these edicts ultimately rested with the officials and Empress Zhang. Did not Emperor Zhengde leave a will? True, yet a will could be fabricated or might not exist at all. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. At that moment, where was the teacher? I happened to be absent. Very well, Li Qing continued. Yang Tingyi indeed had his transgressions. But consider it from another perspective. At least he ensured a smooth transition of imperial power within the Ming dynasty. Returning to the matter of recognizing the emperor. From a legal standpoint, Yang Tingyi was not in the wrong, nor was Yang Shen thereafter. Otherwise, a mere figure like Yang Shen could not have stirred such great upheaval. Certainly, the scholars of the Guozijian and the Hanlin Academy might have been swept up in fervor. Yet those who covertly fanned the flames were driven by motives beyond mere legalities. This explains how the Yang father and son could achieve success and retire gracefully under such conditions. I share this with you not to exonerate Yang Tingyi and his son, but to help you understand that many events are the result of numerous factors working in concert. It is not solely dependent on one individual's will. Once a person is swayed by emotion, they lose the ability to perceive the grand picture, especially for someone like you. It is essential to exercise rational judgment and consider the situation from a holistic standpoint. I stand corrected. Zhu Houzhong nodded gently, then smiled proudly, declaring, yet my father ultimately triumphed, and he did so without the need for your assistance. Li Qing neither affirmed nor denied, simply stating, indeed, he won. But this also awakened the ministers further, leading to a more efficient evolution. Now, in the 36th year of Jiajing's reign, your father has surpassed all previous Ming emperors in terms of tenure. Under 36 years of formidable power, and having navigated the likes of Yang Tingyi, Yang Yiqing, Xia Yan, Yan Song, and others, the current court has reached an ultimate state, with each individual being exceptionally astute. Strength is reciprocal. The greater your father's strength, the greater the strength of his ministers. This is both a blessing and a curse for you. Li Qing stated, in the future, if you can manage this well, it will be the political legacy your father bequeaths you. Should you falter, it will become a political bomb left in your care. Good or ill does not depend on your father, nor on the ministers, but solely on you. May I ask, what should I do? You have two choices. One is to emulate your father, the other is to follow the example of Emperor Xianzong. I trust you are aware of the implications of choosing one over the other? Zhu Houzhong nodded silently. I understand. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, in terms of imperial authority, our Ming surpasses the Han, Tang, Song, and Yuan. With my father's wise teachings and your guidance, what do I have to fear? In the future, I shall not be active in the court. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. Why? Li Qing did not elaborate, but merely stated, I will not remain completely indifferent. Are you feeling fatigued, sir? Li Qing shook his head gently. In truth, I am not particularly allied with the imperial authority. To explain would indeed be cumbersome. Nonetheless, you must ultimately rely on your own capabilities. After a pause, he continued, in terms of governance, I have not contributed significantly to your father. If he can achieve it, so can you. Of course, I shall endeavor to enhance the Ming dynasty in my own manner. Zhu Houzhong felt a tinge of disappointment and melancholy, yet he found himself powerless to compel anything. If even the emperor could not sway Li Qing, what could he do? Zhu Houzhong could only say, you have contributed greatly to the Ming, and it is only fitting that you take a well-deserved rest. In the future, once you have recuperated, I would be grateful for your assistance. Li Qing merely smiled, offering no promises. With Zhu Houzhong's transformation, Zhu Ziqian would undoubtedly make significant progress, gaining confidence in the process. However, one must exercise moderation. If Li Qing were to make guarantees, Zhu Ziqian might become complacent. A balance of tension and relaxation is the most prudent approach. Since Zhu Houzhong had taken on the role of the stern authority, Li Qing could only adopt the role of the benevolent. Did you gain any insights from today's discourse, Your Highness? Zhu Ziqian hesitated, then comprehended Li Qing's intent in saying so much, whether in politics, court affairs, or the conduct of ministers. Everything is in a state of dynamic change. One cannot merely replicate the experiences of predecessors. Those in positions of power, if swayed by emotion, may become blind to the larger picture. It is imperative to exercise rational judgment and consider multiple perspectives. Li Qing smiled with satisfaction. Your Highness is indeed astute. Am I? Zhu Ziqian chuckled ruefully. In your presence, I feel like a fool. Ah, no one is inherently exceptional. We all accumulate wisdom and grow over time, Li Qing encouraged. You have recently been appointed as the heir apparent and have only just begun to engage with governance. Your progress is already remarkable. And you are destined to become a wise ruler. Zhu Ziqian sighed softly and remarked, I am fully aware of my father's nurturing and your diligent efforts. I shall not bring disgrace to our ancestors' esteemed name, nor shall I betray this magnificent realm. Your aspirations reflect the fortune of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing responded. Zhu Ziqian nodded slightly, though his previously buoyant mood grew heavier. While he did not revert to feelings of inferiority or timidity, he could not shake the weight of his responsibilities. Chapter 564. The Royal Academy of Sciences project commences, arriving with the winds of springtime fortune only to depart with a sense of loss. Zhu Ziqian truly experienced the highs and lows of a roller coaster. Nonetheless, he maintained an outward calm. Today's conversation with you has been immensely beneficial, Zhu Ziqian remarked. How long do you intend to remain in the capital? I am uncertain, Li Qing replied. It largely depends on whether your father requires my assistance. With a light-hearted chuckle, he added, I believe he may not. Zhu Ziqian was left speechless. In that case, I shall impose upon you in the coming days. Your Highness is always welcome. Li Qing responded. Zhu Ziqian smiled and nodded before taking his leave. After freshening up, Li Qing prepared to venture out for a meal. But as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered his kinsman, Li Ben. Have you come to discuss your retirement, esteemed scholar? I merely wish to converse with the Duke of Yongqing, Li Ben replied. Li Qing held a favorable impression of Li Ben. Although he had once contemplated presenting Li Qing in a dignified manner, he turned back to the courtyard, inviting Li Ben to take a seat. Li Qing inquired, What shall we discuss? Today, during the morning court session, Su Jie presented a proposal advocating for the expansion of the Bureau of Revenue, suggesting that 2 such bureaus be established in Huguang. Is this matter known to the Marquis of Yongqing? Li Qing chuckled. I thought you were here to discuss mathematics. Mathematics is indeed worthy of discussion. I am rather curious about it, Li Ben replied, furrowing his brow. Is this yet another suggestion from the Marquis? Not at all. I have not even attended court, Li Qing retorted. Since Zhu Houzhong wishes to take matters into his own hands, why should I rush to court? Li Ben, though skeptical, had no evidence to the contrary and conceded, I fear this may be a facade, akin to Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword, aiming for Pei Gong. Setting aside the significance of Southern Jili to our Ming Dynasty, the separation of Southern Jili itself is an exceptionally delicate matter. If Master Li were to address this, it would be better directed towards the Emperor. I am not in charge of such affairs. Li Qing interrupted, displaying a lack of interest. I shall not go back on my word regarding my previous promise to Master Li. Are you finished with your tasks? With a sigh, Li Ben replied. The Emperor has assigned me a new duty. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. Since the Emperor has made another assignment, it would be inappropriate for me to undermine his authority, wouldn't it? Do you not wish to know what the Emperor has tasked me with? Not in the least. Not even regarding the promotion of mathematics? Well, do tell. Li Ben glanced sideways at Li Qing before broaching the subject of educational support. Li Qing naturally expressed his agreement, having no objections to the monthly stipend of 20 taels. How can one expect the horse to run without feeding it grass? I shall personally advocate on your behalf to the Emperor to ensure your desires are fulfilled. Li Qing promised. Li Ben scoffed. You have made this promise several times before, have you not? There are always variables at play. Li Qing chuckled dryly and then asked, So, Does this mean that science and technology will officially be included in the imperial examinations for selecting candidates? Li Bin nodded. Yesterday, on the emperor's first day back to court, he announced this. After a pause, he continued, I am here primarily concerning the southern Jili issue, which does not fall under my jurisdiction, nor do I wish to manage it. Li Qing responded earnestly, I cannot remain in the capital for long. I am merely passing through. Li Bin, growing somewhat agitated, retorted, does the Marquis of Yongqing truly believe he is invulnerable? Does he think that just because the emperor has been absent from court for some time, we believe he is in a state of profound meditation? One must speak with evidence. Do you possess any? Very well, I shall consider myself overly sentimental. With a sigh, Li Bin asked, now that the crown prince's position is firmly established, what are your future plans? Li Qing rolled his eyes. You are on the verge of retirement. Why inquire about this? I am asking for others. Xue'er? Not just him, there are many. Of course, I too am rather curious. Li Qing provided his response. It is well known that the crown prince is weak in virtue, and I cannot remain idle. Li Bin frowned. I know you mean well, and that it is for the sake of the Ming, but no one desires your intervention. Does the Marquis truly not understand the implications of your actions? Li Qing shrugged. I have always acted thus since the 11th dynasty. Can it be any different? In the past, you were merely Li Qing, sharing a name with the Marquis of Yongqing, but now you are the Marquis of Yongqing. Li Bin sighed. Now that your secrets are laid bare, do you truly wish to become a figure akin to Huguang? To speak plainly, I have come today to convey their sentiments. Li Qing, curious, inquired, what sentiments? Should you monopolize the court as the future crown prince, they would, at any cost, focus their efforts against you. Even if it meant the decline of the Ming dynasty. Li Bin remarked, you must understand, even if you possess divine abilities, you cannot win the allegiance of all. Do you think the same? Indeed, otherwise I would not be here. Li Bin stated candidly, the Li family has amassed great wealth, and their invisible power is formidable. If you continue to dominate the court, the Ming dynasty may come to bear the Li name rather than Zhu, which is something we wish to avoid. And it is not solely driven by selfish motives. Today, if you can persuade the emperor to journey south, who can guarantee that in the future, you won't lead him to ruin? Your imagination is quite vivid. Li Bin earnestly admonished, my lord, do you truly not comprehend that since your secrets have been revealed, you can no longer act with unrestrained authority? Currently, you can because the reigning emperor is sufficiently strong. Even in your absence, matters would not deteriorate significantly. However, if you continue in this manner, both the emperor and the ministers will prioritize countering you, creating a deadlock. You deceive the current emperor with your allure of immortality. But what will you do when the current emperor has passed a century hence? Yes, the crown prince wishes for your guidance in the future. But once he ascends the throne and wields power, will he still think this way? Out of respect for our shared ties, I must speak candidly. You should refrain from further involvement in state affairs, for the present Ming dynasty no longer requires your presence. Li Bin asserted, you may be able to safeguard yourself, but the Li family cannot. Should matters reach an irreconcilable point, it is the Ming dynasty that will suffer. Logically, I should be retiring and not concerning myself with these matters. Yet as a loyal subject of the Ming, and one who holds you in high esteem, I wish to avoid a day when the Ming finds itself embroiled in internal strife. Li Qing smiled faintly. Very well. I shall lay my cards on the table. In the future, I will not easily meddle in politics. Truly? As long as you are aware. Li Bin paused, then suddenly understood. Was the lord concerned they might become complacent? Li Qing nodded. That is indeed preferable. Li Bin sighed in relief, then laughed. With such a Ming dynasty. My lord, what remains for you to worry about? This is for the best. Li Qing chuckled, stating, the Ming will still need me in the future. As long as imperial authority exists, such a possibility is non-existent, Li Bin replied decisively. Li Qing dismissed this with a laugh, languidly saying, you have asked, and I have answered. As for how to report back, that is for you to decide. There is one more matter. Speak. Today, the emperor again mentioned the construction of railways and the establishment of a Royal Academy of Sciences. These undertakings will require substantial expenditure, and the national treasury is already in a precarious state, Li Bin stated dryly. Could you not persuade the emperor to exercise some restraint? Li Qing found this amusing. You wish for me to refrain from meddling in politics, yet you want me to advocate on your behalf. How shameless. Li Bin responded. This is beneficial for the nation and the people. I shall not offer counsel. Moreover, the emperor's actions indicate he has funds at his disposal. I advise you to reconsider the mindset of contentment with modest wealth. Had the Ming adhered to such a philosophy, we would not be where we are today. Li Qing scoffed. You possess some understanding of economics. Be aware of the benefits of such actions. But what about the deficit? Li Ben retorted. In recent years, the court has faced annual deficits. What shall we do when it becomes untenable? Are you all concerned about this? Li Ben nodded. This has never been a question. How to resolve it? Li Qing fell silent. This is indeed difficult to articulate. Historically, officials and gentry have always been intertwined. Now, after a century and a half of maritime commerce in the Ming Dynasty, the intertwining of officials and merchants has only intensified. If we were to speak the truth, the established development model would collapse. Li Ben remarked. Throughout the 10 reigns of the Marquis, he has seldom faced defeat, yet no one can triumph indefinitely. The Ming Dynasty is no longer impoverished. It is prudent to adopt a more conservative approach. I am not the emperor, he added, but you are the only one capable of persuading the emperor. Li Qing replied resolutely, I will not persuade. With that, he stood to leave. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked, Has the Royal Academy of Sciences commenced construction? Li Ben hesitantly nodded. The emperor selected the site before his seclusion. After today's court session, the Ministry of Works will begin. Why do you ask? To see the excitement. Do you wish to join? Li Ben could only smile wryly. Li Qing was well aware of what Li Ben was expressing. He had understood it long ago. Even if the Ming Dynasty were to require his assistance again in the future, he would ultimately find himself opposing everyone once more. Yet, despite this understanding, hearing Li Ben's words stirred a sense of melancholy within him. After a breakfast that was not particularly early, Li Qing proceeded to the Guozijian located at Anding Gate. The Guozijian, also known as the Xue'er or Imperial Academy, is a royal institution, and with the establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences, it is only fitting that they be in close proximity. Upon his arrival, Li Qing found that personnel from the Ministry of Works had just arrived and were discussing construction issues on site, not seeing any foundation digging or tamping. He felt a tinge of disappointment and, after observing the lackluster proceedings for a while, decided to head to a tea house to listen to storytelling. By midday, his slightly gloomy mood had dissipated entirely. The following day, Li Qing entered the palace and engaged in political discussions with Zhu Houzhong, accompanied by Zhu Ziqian, who occasionally interjected. After a while, Li Qing articulated his purpose for visiting. These numerous measures, although they may provoke discontent among the ministers, are not insurmountable for your adeptness. My necessity to remain in the capital has diminished. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Not particularly. It is simply that my presence here serves little purpose. Zhu Houzhong sighed inwardly and said, Perhaps you should finish refining your elixirs before departing. Li Qing nodded and asked, What is the progress on Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica? You mean the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica of the Ming Dynasty, right? Zhu Houzhong chuckled. You could see for yourself. Why inquire of me? Li Qing gently shook his head. You are aware of the minister's attitudes. Being too close to me would not bode well for Li Shizhen. Zhu Houzhong's smile faded, and he fell silent. After a long pause, he finally remarked, Good deeds are often rewarded. The Ming Dynasty will be grateful to you. What I previously said was merely in haste. In Chapter 565, Burning Bridges, Li Qing shifted the topic, asking, under the condition of maintaining existing expenditures, how long can the court's finances support the additional assistance for the Western region's projects, the construction of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and the railroads? Zhu Houzhong, regaining his composure, pondered and replied, The return of members from the Merchant Guild has significantly replenished the court's finances. Coupled with a moderate overissuance of treasury notes and the prospect of future overseas monetization, financial concerns shall no longer pose an issue. However, there are 2 prerequisites. First, no additional expenditures, and second, the members of the Chamber of Commerce must not retract their funds. The second prerequisite poses no issue. Li Qing remarked that trust has already been established, especially with the backing of the Li family and the special privileges for overseas ventures. There is no reason for the chamber members to withdraw their investments. After a brief pause, he inquired about the specifics of the railway construction. One segment should be situated in Tianjin, while another should be close at hand. The segment in Tianjin is essential, as it houses the foremost maritime office in the north. This is fundamentally an economic consideration. The segment in the capital, however, serves more political purposes. Li Qing asked, Where does this segment in the capital lead? Where do you think it should lead? Li Qing pondered briefly and replied, South Tongzhou, North Tongzhou. Connecting the two would facilitate access to both regions. Great minds think alike. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement. North Tongzhou serves as the northern terminus of the Grand Canal. If we establish a railway from the capital to North Tongzhou, it will address both political considerations and significantly enhance transportation efficiency, thereby reducing freight costs. The expenditures on railway construction will be recouped in no time. Li Qing smiled and said, "At last, you can see the economic rationale behind this." Zhu Houzhong retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Have you underestimated me so greatly?" Li Qing chuckled heartily and continued. "If the southern Jili region is smoothly divided into Anhui and Jiangsu, this third railway segment could be constructed in South Tongzhou. Indeed, I share the same thought." Zhu Houzhong slightly nodded and then added, "In fact, there is no need for you to make another trip beyond the pass. Hu Zongxian and his team are doing quite well. Although there are occasional frictions, it is no longer a matter of bloodshed, and progress is not imminent. Whether you go or not makes little difference. The same applies here. Whether in Hunan and Hubei or Jiangsu and Anhui, it merely requires some effort on my part, which I can manage entirely. You should take a break, whether it be to enjoy the scenery or to retreat to Wudong Mountain. It is entirely up to your inclination. In the future, your primary battleground will no longer be in the capital, so do not trouble yourself with court matters." Concerning the emperor's generosity, Zhu Ziqian felt slightly unsettled and added, "If the Marquis of Yongqing has grown weary of idleness, he is welcome to visit the capital often." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "My intention in venturing beyond the pass is merely to gain a clearer understanding of the situation, not to command Hu Zongxian and his men. Additionally, I wish to bring Qi Jiguang back." "For what purpose?" "To train troops." Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then recalled the previous discussions in Jinling regarding future military affairs. "You seem to hold Qi Jiguang in high regard," Li Qing candidly stated. "He possesses remarkable expertise in military training and is a prodigious talent." "Very well, your judgment of people has always been exceptional. The unification efforts beyond the pass are primarily overseen by Hu Zongxian. The absence of Qi Jiguang will not hinder progress. Where do you intend for him to train the troops?" Li Qing contemplated for a moment and replied, "In Taizhou." "Is that aimed at Japan?" Li Qing nodded. "Since the Changhua era, Japan has descended into chaos, and now it has reached a point where survival is precarious. It is inevitable that desperate Ronin will emerge to take advantage of the situation." Zhu Ziqian chuckled lightly. "The Marquis of Yongqing is truly proactive." However, Li Qing insisted earnestly, "Your Highness must not underestimate this. After more than half a century of turmoil, their military capabilities cannot be dismissed lightly. This has fostered a culture of audacity. And although they are aware of the might of the Ming Dynasty, when cornered, they may still resort to desperate measures. As the emperor and the Ashikaga shogunate faded into oblivion, they lost their grip on power, leaving numerous daimyos to engage in their own conflicts. In such a scenario, the Ming Dynasty found itself incapable of exerting pressure on Japan to quell the incessant piratical disturbances." Zhu Ziqian slowly nodded, sighing. "It appears that the absence of a stable government in Japan is not entirely advantageous." Li Qing smiled and remarked, "Everything possesses duality. However, on the whole, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. If they were indeed to conclude their warfare and unify their governance, it would undoubtedly incite actions that, while not to be feared, would nonetheless impose an additional fiscal burden on the court." Zhu Ziqian inquired, "What if the court were to dispatch a military force, stirring the waters further?" Zhu Houzhong replied tersely, "Let us not overlook the dire repercussions of unprovoked war against a vassal state. Should the court deploy troops, the daimyos of Japan would swiftly unite, presenting a formidable front against the Ming, thereby hastening their political consolidation." Zhu Ziqian sheepishly acquiesced. Zhu Houzhong continued, "In truth, stirring the waters would yield little benefit. After more than half a century of chaotic conflict, the Japanese populace's aversion to internal strife has intensified. We cannot dictate how matters unfold." Li Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "Given the current circumstances, even my personal intervention would scarcely create significant turbulence, only accelerating the unification of their governance. Over the decades, their national strength has been thoroughly depleted." "What occurs post-unification?" Zhu Ziqian asked. "Most likely, there will be a period of stability, followed by renewed hostilities," Li Qing replied. Zhu Ziqian sighed and nodded slightly. Zhu Houzhong suggested, "What if we appoint Qi Jiguang as the Grand General and designate him as the commander of Taizhou?" "That would be ideal," Li Qing responded. Simply issue me the decree to save me the trip. Very well, Zhu Houzhong conceded. You truly do not hold back. I strive to ease your burdens. Yet you embrace them wholeheartedly. Will you be frequently visiting the capital in the future? Li Qing countered. I certainly hope not. It is best if you refrain from coming unless necessary. Should the need arise, I will notify the Li family. Zhu Houzhong lamented. Once the bridge is crossed, it is natural to dismantle it. This is not my desire, yet you must understand my thoughts. Moreover, you are indifferent to power, and since that is your intention, it is perhaps best to remain unencumbered. Li Qing smiled faintly, rising to say, have Huang Jin deliver the medicinal herbs to Lianjiaten. I shall concoct the medicine for you today. Will you not partake in a drink? Let us wait until the concoction is complete, Zhu Houzhong replied with a wry smile. Glancing at his son, Zhu Ziqian stood, declaring, allow me to see off the Duke of Yongqing. After escorting him to the palace gates, Zhu Ziqian remarked, Duke Yongqing, do not take offense. My father's remarks about burning bridges were merely intended to alleviate your psychological burdens. It does not reflect a lack of compassion. In the future, I too shall not act in such a manner. Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding, Your Highness need not belittle yourself. You are more than capable of governing the Ming Dynasty effectively without my presence as the Duke of Yongqing. I have faith in you. And you must also believe in yourself. Zhu Ziqian took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. After enjoying breakfast in the marketplace, Li Qing returned home to find Huang Jin already there, diligently cleaning the alchemical furnace. Huang Jin lifted his gaze to glance at him before lowering his head to continue his task. Affecting nonchalance, he remarked, I hear from the Emperor that once you complete your alchemical work, you will be departing from the capital and will not return lightly unless summoned by His Majesty. Congratulations. You shall finally find some leisure. Li Qing moved to the side to sort the medicinal herbs and replied, Aren't both of you in the same boat? The Crown Prince is gradually assuming responsibilities, and the Office of Ceremonial Affairs has found suitable candidates. Once you finish dealing with these relatively troublesome matters, you too shall find respite. Indeed, Huang Jin said as he wrung out a towel. What are your plans moving forward? I plan to make a trip beyond the frontier. Li Qing responded. And afterward? I am uncertain, Li Qing admitted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. I might stay in Jinling for a while, then embark on a quest for justice, perhaps even journey overseas. The situation is ever-changing. Plans never keep pace with developments, so how could I predict the specifics? Huang Jin inquired. Does this mean it will be a long time? Li Qing nodded. The Emperor is sufficiently powerful, and there is no immediate need for changes in state policy. My presence here would serve little purpose, and it might even lead the Crown Prince to develop a sense of dependence. Remaining in the capital would only breed annoyance, ultimately proving to be a thankless endeavor. Those civil officials can indeed be rather vexing, prioritizing those in power over others, Huang Jin said sullenly. Li Qing smiled gently. You still possess a discerning eye, Huang Gonggong. Huang Jin retorted, Do not become overly complacent. Should the Emperor require your assistance, you must return. Do not venture too far, or else the Emperor may not be able to find you when needed. At the very least, ensure that the Li family is aware of your whereabouts. Certainly. Huang Jin ceased speaking and focused solely on cleaning the alchemical furnace. After a considerable time, he declared, All done. I have completed my task. Let us ignite the fire. The stored Xuanda yam has sprouted. I will not roast any this time. When you return, I shall prepare some for you. Huang Jin explained while tending to the flames. Very well, Li Qing responded. The two worked in harmony, achieving remarkable efficiency in their alchemical endeavors. In just half an hour, the process was complete. Unlike before, Li Qing did not discard any inferior pills, regardless of their quality. He stuffed them all into a jade vial, even adding a flower vase for good measure. Now, Zhu Houzhong had completely let go of his concerns and realized that there was no need to worry about appearances, as the efficacy of the pills remained comparable. As a result, the same dosage of herbs yielded more than double the amount of alchemical pills, in ample supply for 3 years. Will this spoil? Huang Jin asked. Stored in a cool, dry place, it should remain unaffected, Li Qing assured him. This formula is derived and improved upon from Longhu Mountain. It is indeed extraordinary. Understood. Huang Jin nodded slightly, inquiring, So, does this mean you will not return within 3 years? Not necessarily, Li Qing replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating Huang Jin's expression. However, Li Qing continued, I happen to have matters that will prevent my return, but I will prepare in advance and have the Li family send it over. Huang Jin chuckled. Haha, I was just teasing you. Li Qing laughed heartily. What a coincidence that would be. Huang Jin muttered. That is not amusing at all. Chapter 566. A farewell to Qi Jiguang in the Daming Capital Command Office. Yu Dao practiced with the martial arts manual given by Li Qing, sweating profusely. Though no longer young, he still exuded a vigorous and formidable aura. Qi Jiguang, lacking such fervor, sat beneath the shade of a tree, idly fanning himself with a palm leaf while teasing, "Aren't you afraid of heat stroke in this sweltering noon?" "I am not as delicate as you," Yu Dao retorted, observing Qi's languid demeanor. "Where's the bearing of a general in you? What need is there for the bearing of a general when one has finally found a moment of leisure after such hard work?" Qi Jiguang shot back. "I didn't see you brimming with energy during the busy times. Now you suddenly have vigor." Yu Dao fell silent, begrudgingly taking a seat beside him on the ground, lamenting. "This duty truly wears one down. We cannot fight, yet they offer us no respect, leaving us utterly frustrated." Qi Jiguang rolled his eyes. "How is it that after all this time, your mindset has yet to shift? This is not a battlefield, you know." "But those barbarians are still barbarians," Qi Jiguang scoffed. "If Governor Hu hears you, you might find yourself in trouble." "I merely spoke without thinking," Yu Dao replied. "Am I the only one feeling pent up?" "You don't feel anxious at all." Qi Jiguang paused, resonating with the sentiment, muttering, "You may mock me, but I find myself missing my wife." "Have you developed a penchant for self-punishment?" Yu Dao chuckled. "You could have mentioned it. I would gladly substitute and give you a good thrashing." "Get lost," Qi Jiguang retorted, frustration mingling with a wry smile. "Sigh, after spending so much time with these uncultured brutes, I can hardly remember how refined and reasonable my wife is." With a mischievous grin, Yu Dao suggested, "Why not head to the county for some entertainment tonight?" Qi Jiguang hesitated. "Is that really appropriate?" Yu Dao, incensed, declared, "I disdain your pretense. If you won't go, then so be it." "Ah, look at you." Qi Jiguang abruptly fell silent, quickly rising to his feet. Following his gaze, Yu Dao was equally taken aback. Without further jesting, they both hurried forward. "I, Qi Jiguang, Yu Dao, pay my respects to Lord Yongqing and Governor Hu." "No need for such formalities," Li Qing remarked, observing the bare-chested Yu Dao, who appeared as if he had just emerged from the water. "Surely, the Daming territory, once a fief of the princes, cannot lack even ice?" Yu Dao sighed. "We hardly need ice. We are constantly subject to censure. If we indulge a bit more, the censors will report us to the capital, and those corrupt scholars will make a fuss." Governor Hu chuckled. "You need not pay him any mind. He simply cannot sit still. Look at Yuan Jing. He doesn't seem nearly as hot." After a pause, he added, "It is merely the heat of noon. The early morning and evening are quite pleasant, and it cools down at night, not as arduous as you imagine." Li Qing nodded gently, stating, "The emperor is indeed wise. You need not be so overly cautious. Your deeds will stand the test of time in the Ming Dynasty. Do not do yourselves an injustice." Qi Jiguang interjected, "In truth, we have not been wronged. The court's financial support is quite sufficient. We have meat with every meal and can enjoy a little wine in the evening. Occasionally, we have the leisure to dine out. Life is rather pleasant." Yu Dao grumbled. "Only occasionally do we have such leisure. After your remark, it seems as though we are living in constant indulgence." Qi Jiguang jested. "I never heard you complain before. Now that the Lord has arrived, you have become a winner." The two individuals often bicker, yet Yu Dao remains unfazed, confidently asserting, "If we do not voice our grievances, how would Lord Yongqing ever comprehend our hardships? If he is unaware, the court will certainly be oblivious as well. Do you believe the censors will advocate for us?" Li Qing chuckled, replying, "Let us speak candidly. Do not harbor your thoughts in silence. I shall pen a memorial to the emperor, duly commending your efforts." Hu Zongxian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I apologize for any amusement this may cause you, my lord." "Nay, I speak not in jest." Li Qing responded earnestly, "Your service to the nation merits recognition. Indeed, it is all thanks to Lord Yongqing." Yu Dao interjected with a chuckle, "Allow me to elaborate." Neither Hu Zongxian nor Qijigang interrupted, with Qijigang occasionally contributing remarks, believing it to be an endorsement. Li Qing diligently noted everything, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall record it all verbatim." Hu Zongxian felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of composure, hastily delivering a formal speech before inviting Li Qing into the grand hall. Upon assessing the current situation, Li Qing discovered there was little to advise on. He offered his affirmation, stating that the emperor is wise and understands their struggles, assuring them that they would not be overlooked in the future. Although the trio was not engaged in battle, their circumstances were undoubtedly arduous, having spent years away from home. How could that be compared to the ease of governing from a fixed location? Positive reinforcement was essential, otherwise, it would surely dishearten them. After a brief exchange, Li Qing inquired, "Are conflicts frequent?" "In the beginning, yes," Zhu Houzhong replied, primarily due to the lack of trust between the parties. A single misstep could lead to outright conflict. However, since the latter half of last year, the situation has markedly improved. He elaborated that, on one hand, they had come to understand the temperament of the nomads, and on the other, those nomads who had previously sought refuge in the Ming Dynasty were now enjoying a stable livelihood, significantly alleviating their hostility. Nowadays, conflicts had largely become verbal, merely bargaining disputes. Li Qing nodded appreciatively, genuinely acknowledging, "It is indeed a challenge to have you three warriors oversee this matter." "Your words are misplaced, my lord," Udayo retorted, raising his eyebrows. "While I and young Qi are warriors, our governor, who is a scholar of great renown." Li Qing had long grown accustomed to Udayo's bluntness. Zhu Houzhong, more familiar with it, merely shot him a glare, jestingly scolding, "You are quite the jester." Unperturbed, Udayo continued, "My lord, the integration process is now well underway. Perhaps you could speak with the emperor about assigning me to a more combative role?" Li Qing replied, "What battles are there for you to fight now?" Udayo meekly responded, "Governor, I am but a simple man. I am of little assistance. You are a cultured general. While I am merely a rough character, we are not well suited." Zhu Houzhong, somewhat irritated, thought to himself that this fellow was intentionally trying to embarrass him before Lord Yongqing. "Must you persist in this?" Zhu Houzhong was about to admonish him further when Udayo fell silent, somewhat disgruntled. Li Qing chuckled lightly, contemplating for a moment, and turned to Zhu Houzhong, stating, "To speak candidly, my visit serves not only to witness your achievements firsthand, but also to suggest the transfer of one individual." "Choose me, choose me," Udayo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Li Qing averted his gaze from Udayo's fervent enthusiasm and turned to Qijigang, saying, "I have spoken with His Majesty about your transfer to Taizhou, where you will hold the title of general and serve as the commander of Taizhou, responsible for training the troops. Is it truly so?" Qijigang, who had been feeling despondent, suddenly felt invigorated, his heart racing with excitement. Li Qing smiled and nodded. "I can train troops too," Udayo immediately boasted, while simultaneously belittling Qijigang. "You see, Lord Ho, little Qi is afraid of his wife. It is often said that a bear is fierce alone, but a den of bears is fiercer. Enough of this, you," Qijigang retorted, his anger boiling. Udayo continued, "Am I wrong? You truly are afraid of her." Zhu Houzhong rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed by such a character. If it weren't for Udayo's exceptional skills in playing the antagonist, he would have preferred to rid himself of him altogether. As the two seemed ready to clash, Li Qing intervened, stating, "The future court will place emphasis on military training. In general, you will have his opportunity." Udayo sighed, refraining from pushing his luck, adopting the demeanor of a wronged little wife. "Very well, once things stabilize here, I will submit a petition to His Majesty to transfer you elsewhere," Zhu Houzhong said with resignation. "But let me be clear, I cannot guarantee how His Majesty will arrange your position." Udayo promptly bowed, solemnly declaring, "The grace of the governor will be remembered for a lifetime." After this, he turned to Li Qing, gazing at him expectantly, as if to say, "Surely, Lord Ho, you could do something for me too." Li Qing could only shake his head in exasperation. To be fair, Udayo was indeed a formidable general. However, Li Qing was unsure of his training abilities and did not dare to wager on it. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I shall write you a letter of recommendation. Once stability is restored here, you and General Qi will serve in Taizhou together. One will be responsible for training, and the other for combat. With both of you in the southeast, the pirates shall find it impossible to return." "How generous of you, Lord Ho." Udayo bowed in gratitude. Li Qing could only smile wryly at the turn of events. At that moment, a robust man from the grasslands approached, his hearty laughter preceding him. "The governor has reached an agreement. Everything is settled." Li Qing turned to the voice, momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd familiarity with the figure. The burly man, upon seeing him, was equally surprised. "Yongqing Ho." Li Qing nodded slightly. "It is I. And you are?" "I am a Gutimuer," he replied. Li Qing scratched his head, struggling to recall. "You've forgotten?" You sent me tea before, the pre-rain tea, though not from the rain, but from the grain rain. A Gu Taimuer animatedly gestured, helping Li Qing recall. Finally, a vague memory surfaced, and Li Qing nodded. Ah, it is you. It has not been many years. Yet you have changed quite a bit. Houzhong introduced. A Gu Taimuer is a friendly ambassador who has subtly resolved numerous conflicts. The negotiations have greatly benefited from his mediation. Li Qing had not anticipated that his earlier casual move would yield such significant results. A Gu Taimuer, flattered by Houzhong's praise, became bashful, stammering. Governor, you overrate me. It was all thanks to the guidance of Yongqing Ho. Curiously, a Gu Taimuer inquired, Yongqing Ho, how is it that you never seem to age? Li Qing chuckled, I am still a Taoist, well versed in the art of maintaining health. A Gu Taimuer was taken aback, scratching his head, and refrained from further inquiries, shifting his focus to report to Houzhong. He recalled that during the construction of the imperial ancestral temple, A Gu Taimuer was still but a youth. Now, he appeared almost middle-aged, and his fluency in Mandarin was remarkable, devoid of any foreign accent, exhibiting the pure diction of an official. Li Qing couldn't help but lament the swift passage of time. Upon hearing A Gu Taimuer's progress, Houzhong could not suppress his delight. Bowing to Li Qing as he said, please excuse me for a moment, Jibu and Yuanzhong. Do keep the Marquis company. Yu Daio assured, rest assured, Governor. We will entertain him well. Houzhong chuckled and nodded, bowing once more to Li Qing before stepping outside. A Gu Taimuer cast another glance at Li Qing and hurried to follow suit. Li Qing withdrew his gaze and inquired, is this your usual pace? Your Grace, such words wound. Came the reply. We have only recently found some leisure. Previously, when this group of foreigners first arrived, they were quite unruly. The governor, wishing to be the good cop, leaves it to me and Shao Qi to play the villains, with our days filled with martial drills and formations, which is hardly a light burden. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. So, you employ a method of wielding the stick alongside sweet dates? Your Grace perceives rightly, Qi Jiguang responded, primarily relying on intimidation, aiming to convey to the newly arrived tribesmen that we possess the power to annihilate them, thereby encouraging them to sit down and negotiate in a composed manner, without actually resorting to violence. Li Qing asked, their allegiance to the Ming was a choice they made voluntarily, not by your coercion, correct? Indeed, Qi Jiguang affirmed. However, the crux of the matter lies in the impossibility of achieving true equity. There will always be a hierarchy, and resources are not infinite, which gives rise to numerous issues. I understand, Li Qing replied softly. You are striving to integrate more tribesmen, thus endeavoring to maximize the potential of a particular locale. Am I correct? Qi Jiguang nodded in genuine admiration. Your Grace is indeed sagacious. It is precisely so. Yu Daio, equally impressed, flattered. Is it any wonder you are the evergreen Marquis? Li Qing was left speechless. Indeed, though the Ming dynasty is vast, the areas suitable for accommodating nomadic tribes are limited, primarily confined to the borders and certain regions of Inner Mongolia that belong to the Ming, which is quite a challenge for you. In truth, what draws the nomadic tribes is not merely the one-time subsidies from the court, but the prospect of agriculture. The distinction between grazing land and arable land is profound. This has been the reason why, for millennia, the scale of agrarian civilization has consistently surpassed that of nomadic civilization. In certain areas beyond the Great Wall, conditions for cultivation can barely be met. While rice and wheat may not thrive, potatoes can undoubtedly be cultivated. They are drought-resistant, cold-tolerant, require minimal soil quality, and yield plentifully. This presents a compelling allure for the nomads of the steppe. Currently, the Ming dynasty permits them to settle along the borders, and earlier, Li Qing had collaborated with Hiyang's son, Heizhong, to establish successful models in areas suitable for farming on the steppe, naturally attracting numerous tribes. However, the age-old dilemma of scarcity versus inequity persists, and it remains a challenge to resolve. Those who arrived early reaped the benefits, while the later arrivals inevitably suffer losses, leading to discord rather than tranquility. Li Qing remarked, the climate in the northern desert is exceedingly harsh, and combined with the unrestrained grazing, its ecology has been irreparably damaged. In truth, they are the ones beseeching the Ming. It is merely the court's overtures that lead them to mistakenly believe they possess the initiative. This understanding must be imparted to them. Yu Daio responded with frustration, the issue lies in their lack of education. Reason is difficult to convey. Many remain immersed in the glorious era of Genghis Khan, which is infuriating. It may not be entirely hopeless, Qi Jiguang interjected. Much of their discontent stems from psychological imbalance. Numerous regions of the northern desert have succumbed to desertification, making grazing impossible, yet most can still recognize reality. Li Qing smiled and nodded, inquiring, "What is the most pressing concern for the nomadic tribes that have migrated here?" "To live within the borders," Qi Jiguang replied with resignation. According to their reasoning, since the Ming is willing to accept them, they should be permitted to enter and live the same life as the Ming populace. However, the court will not agree, and the common people also will not acquiesce. These individuals are accustomed to their wild ways. If they are allowed into the borders, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. Li Qing felt a headache coming on. Entering the borders is not feasible, at least not at this stage. The resources outside the borders are limited, and the court's policy is to fully integrate the grasslands. Such circumstances are bound to be unsatisfactory. "We must make do for now," he sighed. "Let the Ming develop further, enhance its economic strength, and once the wildness of these migrating tribes has diminished, we can then consider a plan." Qi Jiguang hesitated, saying, "My lord, there is something I am uncertain about voicing. Speak freely. Is this truly a wise course of action?" Li Qing was taken aback, then realized. "You are concerned that these settled nomads at the borders might rise in rebellion, correct? Your insight is remarkable," Qi Jiguang said gravely. "If they were to revolt, they would be at our gates in no time, leaving no opportunity for a buffer. Not only I, but Governor who shares this concern." Li Qing smiled calmly, saying, "You are all caught in a misconception." "What do you mean?" Li Qing explained. "First, these nomadic tribes are solely concerned with their own affairs. They have long been devoid of a unified government. To view them through the lens of the Ming system is a fundamental misjudgment. Secondly, since the founding emperor expelled the Yuan from Chinese soil, the situation has been clear. Following that, Lan Yu shattered the northern Yuan court, leaving them with no chance of resurgence. By the time of the Yongle era, whether it be the Tatars or the Oirat, which of them did not flee at the mere mention of the court's military mobilization? Their final hope was during the Zhengtong reign. But that gamble ended in a great defeat. Since then, the northern desert has posed no threat to the Ming. The current integration of the northern desert serves merely to expand our territory." Li Qing smiled, adding, "In reality, what troubles the court is not the strength of the nomadic tribes, but rather their lack of a permanent residence, making them difficult to locate and pursue at a high cost. Presently, they have established themselves right under the Ming's nose. It is not as if we cannot strike when we wish, and the costs of military supplies are remarkably low." Qi Jiguang was taken aback. Yu Dayo nodded enthusiastically, grinning. "If the former nomads were akin to wild monks, then the current nomads are like monks with a temple." "What do you mean?" "You can run from a monk, but you cannot escape the temple." Yu Dayo chuckled and remarked, setting aside the likelihood of a successful raid, even if it were to succeed. It would merely be a fleeting transaction, and one would have to revert to being a wandering monk. "Not worth the effort, I say." Qi Jiguang was taken aback. Li Qing laughed heartily and nodded. "Indeed, while the words may seem coarse, the reasoning is sound." Qi Jiguang also chuckled, admitting, "I suppose I overthought it." "Overthought? You simply lack wit." Yu Dayo seized the opportunity to tease, harboring a lingering desire to outshine Qi Jiguang. "My lord, with such a simpleton, can you truly trust him to train the troops while his wife keeps him in check?" "I shall take the reins. Trust me, despite my carefree demeanor. I am no fool when it comes to military affairs." Li Qing found it amusing and said, "No need to rush. There will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your skills in leading and training the troops." Qi Jiguang was not offended by Yu Dayo's jibes and playfully retorted, "Old Yu, do you know what your mindset reveals? It is not a lack of resources that troubles one, but an inequitable distribution." Yu Dayo, feeling aggrieved, responded, "You're just being difficult." Qi Jiguang laughed heartily. "I will await you in Taizhou." "My lord, don't you think he deserves a good beating?" Li Qing laughed uncontrollably and stood up, saying, "Come, let us explore the surroundings." The overall ambience in Daming was rather desolate. Nevertheless, it was once a significant stronghold, and its foundational infrastructure was still somewhat commendable, albeit outdated. In the latter years of the Hongwu era, this place had indeed flourished. After the arrival of Little 17 as a vassal, his performance was nothing short of vigorous. Reflecting on the past, Prince Ning, Zhu Quan, had even overshadowed Prince Yan, Zhu Di, to such an extent that after Little Shitty ascended the throne, the influence of Prince Ning and his 3 guards was once deemed more formidable than that of Prince Yan. Yet, It was unexpected how swiftly Prince Ning fell from grace. Memories surged in Li Qing's mind, filled with nostalgia. It must be said that the lineage of Prince Yin had indeed wronged that of Prince Ning. Despite the greater culpability of Prince Ning during the Zhengde era, this region was home to several nomadic tribes, numbering in the thousands, divided into numerous villages, with yurts scattered in an aesthetically pleasing manner. However, unlike in the past, the current influx comprised entire nomadic tribes. There were simply too many people, and the court lacked the resources to build homes for the nomads seeking refuge. The finances could not sustain such an endeavor, so these individuals remained in tents. Fortunately, the nomads had grown accustomed to living in tents, and they bore no complaints regarding their situation. After staying for more than 10 days, Li Qing observed that, on the whole, harmony prevailed, and his spirits were further uplifted. Upon returning to the Daming Commandery, Li Qing expressed his farewells and handed 2 memorials to Houzhong. One was a commendation for Houzhong and his associates, while the other was a recommendation for Yu Dayo to assume a position in Taizhou. As matters in Daming had been settled, Li Qing acknowledged the contributions of a Xue'er, stating, "Your efforts are reflected in the commendation. The court will grant you an official position in due course. Work diligently, and the court shall not neglect you." Over the course of these days, a Xue'er had developed a deeper understanding of Li Qing and would not doubt his capabilities. He nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Lord Yongqing, I shall not disappoint you." Li Qing smiled, and then turned to Houzhong, inquiring, "With this area stabilized, our next destination shall be Gansu, correct?" "Indeed, my lord, that is the Emperor's plan," Houzhong confirmed. Gansu's geographical position is unique, bordering the western regions and the northern deserts. Li Qing cautioned against fostering excessive intimacy between the western regions and the northern desert. By the way, there is a magistrate named Yang Kai overseeing matters in the west. You may enlist his cooperation when the time comes. Houzhong acknowledged with a respectful gesture. Yu Dayo, feeling somewhat downcast, resorted to teasing Qi Jiguang to lighten the mood, saying, "Little Qi, a true man must not be subdued by women." Chapter 568. The joys of life are no more. My lord, is it truly unnecessary to return to the court? Not at all. I had already discussed this with His Majesty before coming, to accommodate General Yu's sentiments. I did not present the edict earlier. Here, this is the Emperor's decree. Qi Jiguang took the document, and, upon reading its contents, his face lit up with joy. After carefully stowing it away, he exclaimed with urgency, "Then let us hasten our journey." Li Qing chuckled, saying, "There is no need to rush. Let us first partake in some food. One must eat well to have the strength to travel." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Is it truly as General Yu says, that you fear your wife?" Qi Jiguang felt a flush rise to his cheeks and retorted, "My lord, do not heed his nonsense. I assure you, it does not affect my ability to lead or train troops." Li Qing could hardly contain his amusement, teasing, "So it seems General Yu's words hold some truth?" Qi Jiguang chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Even the sage has proclaimed that distance breeds resentment, while proximity invites disrespect. I have simply indulged her too much. Why should I fear her?" Li Qing nodded with a smile, stating, "Once we reach Taizhou, it will suffice to settle matters there, and you may bring your family over. After all these years of dedicated service to the country, you have been tirelessly occupied and have yet to raise an heir. Now, you can fulfill both loyalty and filial piety." Qi Jiguang gave a dry laugh and scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed and his heart aflame. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged separation or the daily interactions with the language-barriered and difficult to communicate nomads, but he currently found his wife to be gentle and virtuous. Suppressing a smile, Qi Jiguang shifted the topic and inquired, "My lord, have you come specifically to take me to Taizhou?" "Indeed," replied Li Qing. "Then I shall not delay you further in your important matters," Qi Jiguang said. "With the Emperor's decree in hand, I can manage affairs there with ease. You may attend to your duties, I can manage on my own." Li Qing responded, "I have little to occupy my time at present, since I am free. I also wish to gain insight into the situation in the southeast, and see if there are any marauding pirates." "Then I am in your debt, my lord." Qi Jiguang nodded slightly. He then posed a question that had once been asked by Li Qing. "Why do you treat me with such favor?" Li Qing provided the same answer, "Because you are rather exceptional." Qi Jiguang, taken aback, asked, "In what way am I exceptional?" Li Qing laughed heartily, responding without further elaboration. After dining in the county town and preparing provisions and water, Li Qing set off at a vigorous pace. Qi Jiguang, being of martial stock, was naturally more physically capable than Li Qing and felt no discomfort in keeping up with Li Qing's demanding speed, though he felt somewhat embarrassed. It was not every day that a dignified man found himself carried along by another, especially by the illustrious Lord Yongqing of the Ming Dynasty. Fortunately, Li Qing's pace was so swift that this embarrassment did not last long, and soon they arrived at their destination. After meeting with the local governor and the commander of the garrison, Qi Jiguang commenced his preparations. Li Qing, in his inquiries around the vicinity, discovered from the governor that direct questioning of the coastal populace yielded far more authentic information than he had anticipated. Through a series of relentless visits and investigations, he indeed uncovered intelligence regarding the so-called pirates, though it was more accurate to refer to them as a band of smuggling ronin. This revelation did not particularly surprise Li Qing, nor was it difficult for him to accept. Although the court had persistently combated smuggling, the practice had never been entirely eradicated. Furthermore, the court's pricing of goods destined for Japan was somewhat inflated, and given the escalating costs associated with silver mining in Japan, such circumstances were entirely predictable. However, he reflected, if smuggling was feasible today, outright robbery could easily follow tomorrow. Li Qing believed his earlier foresight had not been misplaced. The Japanese ronin, risking transgressions against the laws of the Ming Dynasty to engage in smuggling, were evidently in dire straits. As their living conditions continued to deteriorate, it was only a matter of time before they resorted to open theft. After perambulating through Taizhou, Li Qing ventured to the coastal regions of Fujian, where he found no signs of smuggling. This was understandable, as Fujian was not as affluent as Zhujiang, and its commerce and industry were not as robust. Subsequently, Li Qing traveled to places like Hangzhou and Ningbo, where smuggling was alarmingly prevalent. Upon delving deeper into the matter, he discovered a complex web of involvement that included merchants, commoners, and officials alike. The absence of taxation on smuggling naturally resulted in significantly lower prices, and many common folk regarded it as an additional source of income. Sweet potatoes and potatoes could fetch prices comparable to rice and wheat, leading to considerable profits and thus a fervent pursuit of such activities. Li Qing felt a sense of helplessness. If only merchants and officials were implicated, he would have no qualms about striking them down, for they posed no threat of rebellion. However, the participation of the common people complicated matters. It was not a matter of compassion. Rather, violent crackdowns would only drive the populace into the arms of the pirates, ultimately causing harm to the Ming Dynasty itself. Blocking people's access to livelihoods is akin to murdering their parents. While it was acceptable to take action against merchants and officials, the broader populace required a more gentle approach. After much contemplation, Li Qing discerned that the only viable solution was to wait. Only when the pirates could no longer survive and resorted to robbery would the common people truly awaken. Upon his return to Taizhou, he found that Qi Jiguang had made significant preparations and was on the verge of entering the training phase. Simultaneously, the rumored fierce woman had arrived in Taizhou. Observing Qi Jiguang's demeanor, it seemed that the sweet phase of their reunion had long passed, leaving only anguish in its wake. However, Li Qing did not catch a glimpse of the fierce woman's true visage. Instead, she appeared rather demure. After a formal exchange of pleasantries, Wang withdrew, leaving Qi Jiguang with a despondent expression, as if life had lost its allure. "My lord, I now wish to swap places with old you," Qi Jiguang lamented. "Your jest is not without merit," Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to address the matter at hand. Qi Jiguang, momentarily taken aback, quickly shed his despondency and inquired, "Is there indeed a pirate invasion?" "Not pirates, but smugglers," Li Qing succinctly clarified, outlining the current situation. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiguang's expression grew somber. "This truly complicates matters. It is not that I fear offending anyone, but when the commoners are involved, it becomes impossible to escalate the situation." Qi Jiguang pondered. The common people will only find the enemy endearing if they reap benefits from the situation. It is only through experiencing profound suffering that they will come to recognize the abhorrence of the pirates. "My lord, do you possess any wise strategies?" Li Qing sighed heavily, shaking his head. "As you have articulated, we can only proceed as such." After a moment's pause, he continued, "I share this with you as a reminder to hasten the training of our troops. The current smuggling situation has spiraled out of control, and the next step will be plunder. Be prepared mentally." "Yes, I understand," replied Li Qing. How long will it take for your temporarily expanded army to attain combat readiness? At most, 6 months. Li Qing was taken aback. 6 months? What about 4 months? No, no. It's not that I find it slow. He waved his hand dismissively. According to my calculations, the earliest we might encounter pirates would likely be around March or April of next year. It is currently only July. How can 6 months possibly suffice for adequate training? Qi Jiguang chuckled softly. It is not arrogance. 6 months will indeed be sufficient. Li Qing, recalling the illustrious military achievements of the man before him, ceased to harbor doubts. After a moment's contemplation, he said, in that case, should pirates truly appear next year, you ought to petition the court for the title of General-in-Chief against the pirates. This way, your command will not be confined solely to Taizhou. Will the emperor agree? Might that not be a touch presumptuous? I have spoken highly of you before the emperor, so there is no need for concern on that front, Li Qing reassured him. Noting Qi Jiguang's lingering hesitation, he added, you already hold the rank of general. This would merely be an enhancement of your title, which is inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, Qi Jiguang conceded, very well. If such a situation arises, I shall seek the title of General-in-Chief against the pirates from the emperor. Li Qing nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, remember to also request the authority to access military funds nearby. I will subsequently speak with Yang Shenin, the governor of Jiangnan, to facilitate matters for you. The emperor does not deny provisions to hungry soldiers, let alone to generals. The combat effectiveness of an army is often closely tied to its funding, Li Qing remarked. One can be stingy with everything else, but rewards for the soldiers must never be withheld. I know you understand this principle. I share this merely to alleviate any pressure you might feel. Performance and rewards are paramount. Do not worry about pressures from the court. The emperor is wise, and I shall support you, Li Qing asserted, aside from winning battles. All other matters are trivial and not for you to concern yourself with. Qi Jiguang felt a wave of emotion as his eyes moistened, but he quickly dismissed it, chuckling lightly. With such conditions, I truly do not know how to lose. Even a dog of a commander would not suffer defeat. Li Qing, however, remained serious. Do not be complacent. Since the Changhua era, Japan has been in a state of turmoil, with their methods of warfare being entirely distinct from those of the Ming army, leaning more towards guerrilla tactics. Drawing upon Japan's unique national circumstances, Li Qing elaborated on their armed characteristics, which Qi Jiguang noted diligently, nodding as he replied. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall devise a targeted training regimen. After a brief pause, Qi Jiguang inquired, what are your subsequent plans, my lord? Li Qing was aware of the underlying implications and had no intention of remaining passive. However, he did not make any promises, merely stating, I have my own plans. Chapter 569. The resurgence of the husbandry principles taking his pulse, he furrowed his brow, his eyelids drooping. This expression would instill fear in anyone who beheld it. And Qi Jiguang felt anxious, as did the Wang family. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing withdrew his hand, remaining thoughtful and silent. The couple grew increasingly tense. What shall we do? Li Qing sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. Qi Jiguang's expression changed subtly, while Wang's face turned ashen. Madam, please step aside for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with General Qi. Wang nodded listlessly, rising stiffly to exit. Qi Jiguang appeared dazed, lost in thought. What occupied his mind? I was contemplating taking a concubine. Qi Jiguang returned to his senses, muttering, surely, I cannot allow the family line to perish. Li Qing chuckled, inquiring, is your intention to take a concubine solely for the purpose of continuing your lineage? Indeed, he replied, but if there existed a means to perpetuate your lineage without taking a concubine, would you still pursue that path? Qi Jiguang, taken aback, asked, what does the Lord imply? Li Qing laughed lightly, explaining, your wife merely has minor ailments. With some care, she will recover. My earlier remarks were merely intended to startle her. The Lord certainly has a penchant for humor, Qi Jiguang responded, bemused, acknowledging that it was not only his wife who was startled, but he himself was also quite unsettled. Li Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, I am not so frivolous. My intent is to enable you to stand tall. Regardless of how formidable a woman may be, she remains a woman. It is essential to temper her arrogance first, allowing you to then assert your authority as a husband, is it not? Upon hearing the phrase assert your authority as a husband, Qi Jiguang's face flushed, reflecting on their marital dynamics since their union. Setting aside concerns of pride, he promptly rose and bowed deeply, stating, Please, Lord, instruct me. Li Qing stifled a laugh, adding, as the saying goes, couples may quarrel at dawn, yet reconcile by dusk. If a man wishes to stand firm, he must indeed be resolute. Qi Jiguang, perplexed, felt that Li Qing's words were somewhat nonsensical. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, clarified, engage in more intimate relations. Qi Jiguang blushed, acknowledging, in that regard, I am quite capable, but is that truly sufficient? Li Qing continued, the bearing of offspring is not solely dependent on women. Often, the inability to conceive lies with the man. Qi Jiguang paused, then was struck with alarm. You are overthinking it. You are not at fault, Li Qing reassured him. What I mean is, use this as a means to diminish her assertiveness. I do not comprehend. I am saying that the reason you two have not conceived is that your wife is overly dominant, causing you to feel repressed. Do you understand? Qi Jiguang asserted. I am quite capable of standing firm. Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose. All right then, let me be more direct. Your wife's dominance has led to your repression, which, while not affecting the quality of your intimacy, does impact the quality of your offspring, thus making conception challenging. Li Qing stated with exasperation, ultimately, the inability to conceive is her fault. Navigating domestic matters, particularly those of marital relations, is indeed a complex endeavor, and Li Qing found himself at a loss for effective solutions. While somewhat shameless, this approach could resolve the issue. Regardless of how assertive women may be in this era, they are still compelled to take the matter of bearing children seriously. The laws of the Ming Dynasty stipulate that when a man reaches a certain age, should his wife fail to bear children, he is entirely within his rights to take a concubine to continue his lineage. In other words, should Qi Jiguang reach middle age and Wang remain unable to conceive, his decision to take a concubine would be legally protected, acknowledged by society and sanctioned by law. It would not tarnish his reputation. On one hand, let her feel guilt, fear, and anxiety, Li Qing remarked with a mischievous grin. On the other hand, despite your efforts, you must also cautiously conquer this formidable mountain of hers, Li Qing advised earnestly. Qi Jiguang nodded repeatedly, holding these words in high esteem. In the past, amidst the countless soldiers beyond the borders, we emerged victorious, so how could we not subdue our own wives? Li Qing scoffed, stating that Dio's remarks about you were not unfounded. What are you afraid of? Stand firm against her. Qi Jiguang clenched his fists tightly, his breath quickening, and said with resentment, if I cannot subdue one woman, how shall I command 1,000 troops in the future? Well said, Li Qing praised. If you had possessed such resolve earlier, she would have already softened. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. All right, Qi Jiguang exclaimed, ready to demonstrate his prowess. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted, turning back with an embarrassed expression. If the Marquis has no pressing matters, I kindly ask you to stay a few more days, primarily because, I wish to ensure the remedy takes effect so I can feel at ease. Li Qing nodded expressionlessly, suspecting this fellow would sell him out in the blink of an eye. My lady, I speak only the truth. Qi Jiguang insisted resolutely. The esteemed Marquis Yongqing is renowned as a divine physician. If he has said so, it cannot possibly be incorrect. After a pause, he added, if my lady doubts it, you may inquire directly with Marquis Yongqing. Wang Shi replied without emotion, are you saying that all faults lie with me? I never said that. Then what do you mean? It was the Marquis Yongqing who spoke thus, Qi Jiguang mumbled. My lady may inquire in the capital. Even the Imperial Medical Bureau acknowledges Marquis Yongqing as a divine physician. Wang Shi slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Qi Jiguang trembled slightly, saying with irritation, if my lady remains unconvinced, I shall summon Marquis Yongqing. Qi Jiguang was wagering that his wife would not confront Li Qing. Fortunately, he won this bet. No matter how assertive Wang Shi was, she was still a woman. How could she confront Li Qing and argue? Furthermore, she believed in the notion that the responsibility for bearing children lay not solely with women, but also with men. Wang Shi was no simple village woman. Being from a military family, she had some knowledge, yet she harbored doubts about the strong association between women's assertiveness and childbearing. Is this Marquis Yongqing from the Li family? Qi Jiguang sighed in relief, cheerfully responding. Is there another Marquis Yongqing in the Ming Dynasty? I recall that Marquis Yongqing is General Li Xian. If General Li is no longer with us, he should not be so youthful. Wang Shi frowned. You are not merely fabricating a story to deceive me, are you? Considering that Li Qing's secret was no longer a secret, Qi Jiguang spoke truthfully. Wang Shi was incredulous. How could this be possible? It is indeed the truth. Qi Jiguang replied calmly. If it were false, why would I utter such nonsensical words? Wang Shi fixed her gaze on her husband, maintaining a demeanor of calmness and composure. Very well, I believe you. Qi Jiguang sighed deeply, saying awkwardly, Shall we then get to work? It is broad daylight, Wang Shi remarked, rolling her eyes. I shall go seek a remedy from Marquis Yongqing. That is fine, my lady. Come with me. You stay here. Wang turned and exited the guest room, while Li Qing leisurely savored his tea. Upon seeing Wang's entrance, he immediately grasped that Qi Jiguang had indeed betrayed him, and could not help but lament his misfortune and resent his lack of ambition. Wang had met with the eternal Qing Marquis. Li Qing set down his teacup and said, Madam, there is no need for such formality. This is your home. Please, take a seat. Wang persisted in observing the customary greeting before sitting down, and apologetically remarked, The eternal Qing Marquis is burdened with official duties, and I feel it an imposition to trouble you further. No need for such courtesy, madam, Li Qing smiled and replied. Previously, during my travels with General Qi to the northern deserts and the western regions, I often heard him speak of you. Today, encountering the daughter of a warlord, one can see that the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Wang's expression stiffened. The words, though eloquent and polite, held an unmistakable implication that she could not ignore. An old adage states that even a just official finds it difficult to resolve family matters. Ordinarily, I should refrain from interference. However, since time immemorial, it has been customary to advocate for harmony rather than division. Given General Qi's prominent position to prevent personal matters from disrupting his public duties, I feel compelled to speak candidly. Would you be willing to listen, madam? How could Wang refuse? Please, do share, Marquis. Li Qing spoke slowly. As I understand it, the Qi family has a legacy of military service, with Qi Jing fighting alongside the founding emperor. After the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, they were granted hereditary military titles. Yet, in this generation, the Qi family has fallen from grace. It could be said that the union between the Qi and Wang families was an upward social climb for the Qi family. It is only natural, madam, that you maintain a strong demeanor in light of this. Such behavior is entirely understandable. He then shifted his tone. Yet, the current Qi Jiguang, even before your father, must still observe the formalities of rank in public. In terms of titles, military achievements, and prospects, how does the Wang family compare? When the Wang family was superior to the Qi family, you exhibited strength. Now that the Qi family surpasses you, you remain steadfast. Forgive my bluntness, but what is it that instills fear in him? Is it your remarkable martial prowess, honed since childhood? If it came to a physical confrontation, ask yourself, would you truly be a match for your husband? Wang's face flushed with indignation, and she retorted, Since marrying into the Qi family, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to them. My husband has served the country loyally for years, and I have never neglected my responsibilities and duties as a wife. Your words, Marquis, seem rather extreme. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Your virtues are acknowledged, but you must understand, ultimately, it is you as a couple who live together, not the entirety of the Qi family. Wang wished to argue, but found no words. The truth is that while your commendable qualities are undeniable, your assertiveness is also a reality. To be candid, during our travels to the northern deserts and the western regions, my fellow generals and I would often discuss personal matters, and your husband was frequently the subject of jest. Initially, Wang was merely exasperated by Li Qing's pointed remarks, but upon hearing this, she became genuinely alarmed. As colleagues, how could one be so excessively harsh? To us, it was merely a jest to alleviate the tedium of military life. Yet only your husband knows the true weight of such words when they reach his ears. Li Qing remarked with an air of indifference. The words I speak are intended to illuminate for you the cost of your dominance. It is the dignity of your husband when he is away from home. Chapter 570. All our fated Wang's expression darkened. Li Qing continued. Your assertiveness serves only your own gratification, not that of your spouse. Have you ever pondered whether your husband truly appreciates such a version of you? Wang hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. I am aware that what I articulate today may appear biased and may not sway you, for from your perspective, you do not see it this way. You have accomplished much for the Qi family and have exerted considerable strength in your relationship with your husband, believing there is nothing amiss. Indeed, you may even presume that he favors this demeanor, but is that truly the case? Wang inhaled deeply and slowly replied. I acknowledge my shortcomings, yet my husband does not seem to reject me as you suggest. Li Qing chuckled. That is merely your perception. In truth, You have never truly considered his feelings. Wang retorted indignantly, your words are rather harsh. Since our marriage, I have shown concern for my husband. What you describe as external is merely superficial. What men genuinely require is emotional support. Li Qing sought to correct her perspective, stating, in this world, few men do not appreciate gentle women. Can gentleness sustain one? Wang countered, it cannot, yet men are drawn to it. Li Qing replied, leaving Wang momentarily speechless and frustrated. Changing her tone, Li Qing added, Madam, being the daughter of a general and holding a value system that champions female strength is not inherently wrong. I am no archaic scholar who believes a woman must adhere to the traditional virtues. There is nothing erroneous in possessing great capability, and such qualities should indeed be celebrated. However, to assert your strength through the oppression of your husband is misguided. You may think that as long as your husband remains silent, no one will discern your dominance, and thus you will not lose face. Yet, when your assertiveness severely jeopardizes his mental and physical well-being, he will inevitably seek someone to confide in. Additionally, even if he manages to suppress his feelings, can he truly conceal them in his daily interactions? Let's not delve into the past. Even in the present, those soldiers may not perceive it. What of the close guards who share intimacy with your husband? Li Qing said coldly, I assure you, it will not be long before your husband's reputation as a fearful wife spreads throughout the military. Qi Jiguang has been appointed to this location to train troops for the court, a recommendation of mine, and serves the nation. If your conduct as a wife undermines his authority within the military, I shall not permit it, whether for personal or public reasons. Should you deem my words excessive, so be it. I remain indifferent. However, what of you, madam? Li Qing added with a hint of sarcasm. If Qi Jiguang were to divorce you, what would you do? Wang furrowed her brow, instinctively preparing to assert his courage. Li Qing preemptively challenged her, scoffing, why would he not dare? Do you not understand the significance of a valiant general who has achieved numerous victories, a man of great talent to both the court and the emperor? Even if there were no faults in your character, should he choose to divorce you without cause, what recourse do you have? Will you return to your family to plead your case, or will you appeal to the court? Would your father stand up for you? Would the court take action against a national hero on your behalf? Li Qing coldly remarked, in truth, your perceived strength is merely an illusion. The genuine situation reveals that you have always been the weaker party. After speaking, Li Qing lifted his teacup and added, to speak rather harshly, I hope you can forgive me. With that, he fell silent. Engrossed in his admonishment, Li Qing momentarily forgot about the medicinal prescription. Meanwhile, Wang had also neglected her original purpose of seeking the remedy, leaving in a daze after being scolded, until Qi Jiguang returned. My lord, what have you discussed with your wife? Li Qing, exasperated, retorted, what? Are you standing up for her? Ah, no, my lord, you've misunderstood. I am merely curious. Qi Jiguang chuckled awkwardly while rubbing his hands. When she returned, oh, you wouldn't believe it. She cried like a woman. Li Qing was taken aback, his lips twitching for a moment before he stammered, should she not cry like a man? Qi Jiguang clarified, what I meant was, she cried very femininely. Li Qing scratched his head, momentarily perplexed by the distinction. What do you think? I feel as though she has changed somewhat. Qi Jiguang pondered, stroking his chin. I cannot quite articulate it, but it feels that way. My lord, what exactly did you say to her? Do share with me, so I may utilize it later. With a deadpan expression, Li Qing replied, I told her that if you wished to divorce her, you could do so at any time. How could I dare to do that? Qi Jiguang stammered. What else? Li Qing, thoroughly disinclined to engage further, thought Qi Jiguang to be utterly hopeless. Are you truly that afraid of her? Well, not exactly fear. It's more like I've become accustomed to it, Qi Jiguang lamented. When she raises her voice, I instinctively tremble. I simply cannot change this. Li Qing, feeling both agitated and weary, sighed. You brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame your wife for your current predicament. I should not feel pity for you. I truly am foolish. Li Qing, who rarely showed vulnerability, was now genuinely affected. Qi Jiguang, somewhat disgruntled, said, My lord, I came here specifically to express my gratitude. Could you not teach me a few tricks? Teaching you would be futile. You are like a stubborn piece of mud that cannot be molded. Even Zhuge Liang could only stare in disbelief. Your words are rather hurtful. Hurtful? I could strike you. Li Qing retorted, unwilling to waste further words on him. Whether life treats you well or poorly is your own fate. I shall not intervene. However, one thing must be made clear. Personal grievances must never interfere with public duty. Qi Jiguang's expression turned serious as he replied, "Rest assured, my lord. Concerning military matters, I would rather die than yield." "Ha, ha, ha." Li Qing chuckled hollowly. "Why do you laugh, my lord?" Li Qing, with vacant eyes, murmured, "Have you never considered rebellion?" "I have thought about it, many times," he admitted. Li Qing remained silent, dipping his brush into ink to write the prescription, then urged, "Go, go, go. Quickly fetch the medicine for your wife." "All right," Qi Jiguang said cheerfully as he accepted it and hurried off. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing brooded for a while before reassuring himself. Fearing one's wife is not an unusual matter. Even the likes of old Zhu and old Si fear their wives. It is not an issue of great significance. In matters of military importance, Qi Jiguang remains discerning. As for being bullied or oppressed, he deserves it. Entrusted by Qi Jiguang, Li Qing did not allow his discontent to chase him away immediately. Upholding the ethics of a healer, he lingered for a while longer. Wang has indeed taken Li Qing's words to heart, experiencing a significant transformation. Although Li Qing remains oblivious to the private lives of couples, the barely contained upward curve of Qi Jiguang's lips speaks volumes about the present circumstances. Li Qing cannot help but internally lament. Without me, Li Qing, Qi Jiguang would likely endure a lifetime of hardship. After staying for over 10 days, Wang's recuperation has shown initial results. Li Qing, unwilling to linger any longer, promptly addressed matters of state before heading to the Suzhou provincial governor's office. Upon encountering Yang Shun, he noted that Yang had aged considerably, with hair and beard turned white, deep-set wrinkles, and a slight stoop, all signs of the passage of time. Reflecting on the past, one recalls how the nation nurtured scholars for a century and a half, devoted to principles of honor and loyalty, only to witness today's tumultuous reality, where triumphs and failures fade into the ether while the verdant hills remain. A testament to the relentless march of time. Li Qing sighed, remarking on how swiftly time passes. "Indeed, there are moments when I still perceive myself as a youth. Yet I realize that my youth has already slipped away." Yang Shun, overwhelmed with emotion, smiled and replied, "Yet, my lord, you still appear youthful." Li Qing inquired, "Are you still capable of fulfilling your duties?" "The emperor will not grant me ease, nor can I find comfort." Yang Shun responded with a bitter smile, revealing his awareness of the court's plans to expand the Board of Revenue. "If I am not mistaken, the emperor intends to partition southern Jinling, correct?" Li Qing nodded in affirmation. "No wonder you are renowned, Yang. Do you hold any alternative perspectives?" Yang Shun shook his head slightly, sighing. "The might of Jiangnan is formidable, and the petitions I submitted have proven difficult to retract. Under such circumstances, how could I possess a differing viewpoint?" Li Qing recalled that Zhu Houzhong had indeed mentioned such matters and nodded slightly, saying, "Having served as governor of Jiangnan for so long, with significant events approaching, you cannot relinquish your responsibilities. You must endure a little longer." Yang Shun replied with a rueful smile, "Ever since I arrived in Jiangnan, my fate has been sealed, destined to meet my end here, while remaining in office. There is no need for such pessimism. Once this storm passes, I shall speak to the emperor on your behalf. While your words carry weight, this matter may prove challenging." Yang Shun chuckled, saying, "In truth, it matters little whether the emperor bears resentment towards me. I harbor no grievances against him. After all, how many emperors throughout history have been similarly flawed?" Li Qing offered words of solace. "In truth, he has released many of his past grievances and may not dwell on your previous transgressions." Yang Shun smiled wryly. "Hatred or forgiveness is inconsequential. What matters is the coming years. I cannot, nor do I wish to, depart, although I do not have many years left. This state of affairs is rather agreeable. My lord need not plead on my behalf, nor do I wish to complicate matters for the emperor." Yang Shun sighed deeply, reflecting, "Consider it a punishment for my past disrespect towards the emperor. There is no need for such sentiments." Yang Shun lamented, "The fervor of my youth now appears rather naive in retrospect." Li Qing let out a sigh and remarked, "In the past, I promised your father that I would take good care of you. I once believed I had fulfilled that promise, and now it seems I have indeed done so." Yang Shun smiled and replied, "In terms of martial prowess, we have Ma Yuan. In literature, we have Zhuge Liang. If I now emulate these esteemed predecessors, how could that be a source of regret?" Li Qing was left speechless. It appeared that I was the one being overly sentimental. Yang Shun chuckled lightly before continuing, "Yet, my lord, you are a man of considerable affairs. Your visit today must not solely be for reminiscing. Li Qing nodded slightly and broached the matter at hand. As you serve as the governor in Jiangnan, you must be aware of the smuggling situation there. Indeed, Yang Shen replied, but I believe this is not necessarily a negative development. Why is that? Li Qing inquired. Yang Shen elaborated. The court has almost entirely liberalized maritime trade, with Japan being the sole exception, primarily due to the country's abundant silver mines. Since the Chongzhen era, the court has opened its doors to trade, and nearly 80 years have passed, resulting in a considerable profit of over 30 million taels of silver for Japan. Currently, the cost of mining silver in Japan is rising, and the court is reluctant to forfeit such lucrative profits. Should they tighten crackdowns on smuggling, the enthusiasm of the Japanese for mining will only diminish. Yang Shen contended that private smuggling could, in fact, be advantageous. He reasoned, firstly, it may stimulate the Japanese desire for mining. Secondly, it enriches the common people. And thirdly, as smuggling is tax-exempt, the court suffers no loss. Instead, it stands to gain. Li Qing nodded in agreement, signaling him to continue. Yang Shen continued. The money earned through smuggling incurs no tax, yet when spent by the commoners, the merchants who profit from this spending will indeed pay taxes. Therefore, smuggling ceases to be smuggling in the traditional sense. He added, moreover, Japan has more than just silver. It possesses many tradable commodities. For instance, a pearl valued at 1 tael of silver can, after passing through various hands, be processed and sold in the Ming market for as much as 5 taels. From the moment a pearl enters the Ming realm, at least 3 to 5 individuals benefit from its transaction. Once the common people have money, they will surely spend it, and tax revenue is fundamentally based on their expenditures. Hence, I maintain that the court incurs no losses and, in fact, stands to gain. Yang Shen stated earnestly. While completely eradicating smuggling may increase the court's revenue, the bureaucratic layers involved in transferring funds to the court and then redistributing them to the populace would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Li Qing remarked. This is akin to eliminating the middlemen, while simultaneously reducing the mining costs for the Japanese through a strategy of thin margins and high volume. Yang Shen was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Your Excellency has hit the nail on the head. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing continued. If we consider it this way, the economic benefits derived from private smuggling, compared to the court's total monopoly, yield no losses but rather numerous advantages. However, we cannot adopt this perspective too lightly. For should the government turn a blind eye, it would inevitably attract the involvement of wealthy merchants, resulting in chaos. Your Excellency, indeed, Yang Shen nodded. Once such immense wealth floods in, it would truly become a case of enriching the few at the expense of the many. Thankfully, the formidable legacy left by General Li Hong and General Li Xian's crackdown on wealthy smugglers still lingers, and coupled with my guidance, the situation remains within manageable bounds, with the economic benefits still far surpassing those of a comprehensive court monopoly. Li Qing nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued. How do you guide them? Yang Shen paused for a moment before exhaling deeply. The pursuit of profit is the innate nature of merchants. The wealthier they become, the more avaricious they grow. When I speak of guidance, it is fundamentally based on allowing them to partake in the bounty. Admittedly, the profits of the affluent still surpass those of the common folk engaged in frontline smuggling. Li Qing was acutely aware of the capital's inherent greed, and she understood that no matter how capable Yang Shen, as a provincial governor, might be, he could never truly deter the wolves eager to feast. To elaborate, Yang Shen continued, the matter is rather intricate. In simple terms, the common people take the first bite. After they have partaken, the small merchants can take their share, followed by the wealthy, and finally, the super rich. He succinctly explained that while the common folks smuggled with one eye closed, small merchants faced penalties for their contraband, and the affluent encountered triple penalties, all exemplified through the trade of pearls. After the common folk acquired them, they would sell to the small merchants, who in turn would sell to larger merchants, and so forth. After a brief pause, he added, of course, the establishment of this unwritten rule and its effectiveness owe much to the efforts of various officials, who also claim their share of the spoils. Although gentry and merchants often operate as one, in times of profit, the reluctance to engage in frontline smuggling due to high costs keeps discord to a minimum, and they generally adhere to this unspoken agreement. Li Qing nodded slightly, finding no reason to oppose this view. The emperor cannot starve his soldiers. How can one expect the horse to run while denying it grass? Yang Shen continued. Regrettably, while the common folk may take the first bite, they dare not consume too greedily. To put it more accurately, they are cautious with their portions, as are the small merchants, leading to the reality that those who wait the longest to partake often end up the most satisfied. This is fundamentally why the affluent abide by these unspoken rules. With a sigh, Yang Shen remarked, "In all honesty, the wealthy and super-wealthy are not entirely despicable, for it is they who can maximize profits. Without their operations, a pearl valued at 1 tael could never reach a price of 5 taels. Many situations are indeed difficult to assess." Li Qing smiled ruefully and nodded. Though capital is greedy, it has significantly propelled economic development and national prosperity. Our task is to prevent this flame from spiraling out of control rather than allowing emotions to extinguish it, plunging us back into darkness. Your insight is profound. Yang Shen nodded in agreement. He then sighed again, expressing, "However, this balance is becoming increasingly challenging to maintain, and I find myself aging." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "But I am here now, am I not?" Yang Shen was taken aback. Li Qing continued, "I resonate with your observations. Yet this situation is predicated on the court's monopoly over trade with Japan. If the court does not maintain this monopoly, the common folk will be unable to benefit from smuggling. Thus, the court must continue to monopolize trade with Japan. Yet, this introduces another complication." Li Qing narrowed her eyes and remarked, "The insatiable desire. Are you referring to the Japanese smugglers?" "Indeed. The current scale of smuggling is utterly inadequate to meet their demands." Li Qing remarked that at the outset of smuggling, they must have felt a profound sense of trepidation, moving with utmost caution, fearing any misstep. However, as time passes, their reverence would inevitably wane, becoming accustomed to their circumstances, which would eventually give rise to new avarice. As for the Japanese threat, Li Qing asserted, "It is a foregone conclusion." Yang Shen nodded slightly, sighing, "I have contemplated this situation myself. Yet I believe there is no need for excessive concern given the presence of our naval forces. The Ming Dynasty boasts formidable ships and powerful cannons. In naval warfare, our fleet is invincible. Nevertheless, it is also true that one may fall into habitual misconceptions." Yang Shen appeared taken aback. "What do you mean?" "One tends to project their own perspective onto others," Li Qing explained. "Japan may be recognized as a nation, yet it has long ceased to function as one. This is primarily because, thus far, the Ming has not encountered the Japanese threat, leading you to naively assume that an assault by pirates would result in a direct naval confrontation with forces arrayed against each other. In reality, such a scenario is utterly implausible." Yang Shen was astonished. Li Qing continued, "Consider a daimyo with 1,000 armed men. While not particularly formidable, they certainly possess some standing. Should they command 5,000, they would undoubtedly be deemed a regional hegemon. If you were a Japanese daimyo of such stature, would you send your entire force to plunder the Ming? Such a notion is rather impolite." Yet, Yang Shen began to ponder deeply, realizing that at most, they could deploy 2,000 troops, and even then, they would need to be divided into several contingents, for the southeastern coastal region is vast. Yang Shen suddenly fell silent, the crux of the matter becoming clear. In direct naval combat, the pirates would be akin to mere rabble. The issue lies in the naval forces not having the opportunity to engage them directly. Li Qing noted, "With a lengthy coastline and vast seas, no matter how capable the Ming fleet or efficient the steam vessels, it is impossible to entirely prevent the incursions of scattered pirates along the southeastern coast. In other words, the pirates are not a military force but rather bandits and kidnappers. Applying the logic of warfare to this situation is fundamentally misguided." Yang Shen's expression grew solemn as he contemplated. The Ming has not been engaged in warfare for an extended period, particularly since the implementation of the conscription system, which has led to disparities in treatment, leaving the garrison troops disheartened. "You mentioned that I am here, but for what purpose?" Li Qing nodded. "General Qi Jiguang is currently training troops in Taizhou. My visit serves not only to prepare you psychologically for the Japanese threat, but also to encourage you to provide additional support to General Qi." "In what way?" Yang Shen inquired. "Military pay," Li Qing replied. "That is easily arranged," Yang Shen responded eagerly. "If possible, it would be best for General Qi to communicate with the court on my behalf, so I can act with proper authority." "Of course," Li Qing affirmed. "Furthermore, there is another matter. As the governor, you have been granted considerable power by the emperor. Should a Japanese threat truly arise, you must coordinate with the garrison to assist General Qi in repelling the invaders, thereby enhancing the combat effectiveness of the garrison. The specifics can be left to General Qi, while you maintain the overall direction. Yang Shun smiled ruefully and nodded, sighing. You truly hold me in high regard, my lord. You possess the capability, Li Qing replied. But I find myself short on time. Li Qing smiled faintly, reiterating, am I not here for that very reason? Do you truly believe that the esteemed Dr. Li has earned his reputation in vain? Yang Shun was left speechless. Chapter 572, Yang Shun's defense breached. What, do you doubt my medical prowess? Wherever you may say. The title of the divine physician bestowed upon you by the Imperial Medical Institute carries immense weight, the significance of which is undeniable. How could I possibly doubt it? Yang Shun chuckled bitterly. Alas, I am not afflicted by illness. Rather, I am merely succumbing to the inevitable process of natural aging. How fortuitous, Li Qing interjected. For my expertise as a divine physician lies precisely in prolonging life. He chuckled. I do not mean to boast, but I could extend your life by a year or two with some effort. Yang Shun shook his head with a smile, then stated earnestly, I cannot afford to linger for much longer. The best course of action is not to extend my life, but to select a capable successor to take my place. He paused. Ideally, it should be done swiftly, while I still have time to impart my knowledge to the newcomer. Li Qing pondered for a moment before replying. The candidate has been identified. Once the southern provinces of Nanzili are divided into Anhui and Jiangsu, the individual will be forthcoming. Who is it? The former commander of the Jinyue, Shun Lian, Li Qing replied. He was a successful scholar in the 17th year of the Jiajing reign, having served as a county magistrate. Endowed with both virtue and talent, and well-versed in martial strategies. Yang Shun contemplated this information. Anhui, Jiangsu, Shun Lian. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, when might the division of Nanzili be finalized? Li Qing considered for a moment before responding, it should not take long, at the earliest, next spring, and at the latest, by the end of next year. I cannot guarantee a more precise timeline. This time frame is entirely acceptable, Yang Shun remarked with relief. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant regarding the threat of the Japanese pirates and will extend my utmost support to General Qi. Li Qing nodded with a smile, playfully suggesting, what is this? Are you hinting at wanting me to take my leave? Yang Shun chuckled softly. Your time is invaluable, Your Excellency. I feel unworthy of your attention. You are being overly sentimental, Li Qing countered. In an official capacity, as the governor of Jiangnan, your influence on the entire Nanzili is substantial. On a personal level, we have been acquaintances for quite some time, and I have promised your father to look after you. Furthermore, my time is precious, but it is not of the utmost urgency at this moment. After a brief pause, he continued, having heard your insights on smuggling today, I too must make some adjustments. Yang Shun's expression shifted. What adjustments do you propose? Originally, I intended for Qi Jiguang to eradicate the Japanese pirates entirely, while simultaneously dealing with the Japanese smugglers. Now, I have reconsidered. It would suffice to eliminate only the pirates, and there is no need to eradicate the smugglers entirely. Yang Shun's eyes brightened. We could transform the pirates into smugglers. That depends on the fate of the pirates themselves, Li Qing replied. Once hostilities commence, there can be no mercy. The more painful the blows, the more respectful the Japanese smugglers will become. Indeed, that seems reasonable. Yang Shun nodded slightly, then asked, are you truly intending to remain here to assist me in recovering my health? Do you think I jest? Li Qing replied with a wry smile. You need only accept my assistance. Your contributions and achievements warrant it. I am presently rather idle, regardless of where I am. Why not spend my time in this paradise known as Suzhou? Li Qing added with a smile. Yang Shun laughed, but his mirth soon faded. Is it truly so? Your Excellency? Must it be this way? Li Qing acknowledged the truth of it. At present, the Ming Dynasty has no further need for me. Yang Shun, though unsurprised, felt a pang of sorrow as he sighed. This is indeed unfair to you, Your Excellency. It is tolerable, I suppose. I have never regarded the possession of great power as a matter of joy. In this case, it is perhaps for the best, as it brings a sense of ease. Does it not? Yet, Yang Shun remarked, one must distinguish between matters. The court operates thus, and the Ming Dynasty behaves likewise, ultimately failing to do justice to the Marquis. In truth, I am rather indifferent. However, the Ming Dynasty cares, lamented Yang Shun. Although the exposure of the Marquis Yongqing's secret may instill some caution among others, on the whole, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. In my opinion, the Marquis might consider alleviating the situation. If a harmonious resolution could be achieved, would it not bring joy to all? It is impossible to achieve a harmonious resolution. Why? Yang Shen inquired, perplexed. The Li family wields great influence. The eternal life of the Marquis Yongqing indeed instills fear in the ministers, who dread a potential usurpation. Yet, throughout 10 dynasties, the Marquis has never truly overstepped his bounds. Does this not address the issue? Li Qing chuckled, saying, "You were so insightful before. How is it that you now appear so naive?" My ambition for usurpation is of little consequence. What truly matters is my capability for it," Li Qing replied with a smile. The saying goes, "A common man is innocent, but the possession of treasure brings guilt. You ought to comprehend that." Yang Shen countered. The secret of the Marquis Yongqing has never been an absolute secret. At the very least, the emperor is aware, as have been emperors of generations past. Yet, they have not distanced themselves from the Marquis because of it. The current emperor may act as he does, but in the future, even if the crown prince does not measure up to the present emperor, as long as the Marquis wishes to remain, with his capabilities, persuading a future emperor to believe in him is not a daunting task. Yang Shen asserted earnestly. As long as you desire, you can remain in the capital, in the court. It merely means that your relationship with the ministers will further deteriorate. But it has never been good, has it? Li Qing nodded with a wry smile, sighing, "My departure from the court is not due to laziness, but rather because this strategy has become ineffective. Excluding the deadlock I previously mentioned, even my relationship with the emperor has become difficult to maintain." "Why?" Li Qing explained. "The essence of my previous harmonious relationship with the emperor was my unwavering allegiance to imperial authority." Yang Shen appeared bewildered, stammering, "I understand. Does the Marquis not intend to stand with imperial authority any longer?" Li Qing fell silent. Yang Shen, astonished, exclaimed, "How can you say that? Why can I not? Alas, when imperial power wanes, ministerial authority will inevitably rise. For the Marquis, guiding an emperor is far more manageable and efficient than guiding a multitude. We have hundreds of thousands of officials in the Ming Dynasty. The comparison between the two is overwhelmingly clear." Yang Shen was becoming increasingly agitated, nearly pounding his fist in frustration. Li Qing sighed in resignation. "Who says that the decline of imperial power must result in the rise of ministerial authority? It could also lead to the rise of popular sovereignty." Yang Shen was taken aback. He then regarded Li Qing with an exceptionally complex expression, a blend of confusion, urgency, and indignation, with a clear sense of disapproval towards Li Qing's perceived naivety. He never expected the renowned Marquis Yongqing to utter such childish statements. It left him at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "The populace is ignorant." Li Qing replied, "The populace will not remain ignorant forever." Yang Shen bitterly remarked, "Are you serious, Marquis? I never jest regarding matters of state." Yang Shen closed his eyes in anguish. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Is it that you hold the common people in such contempt? Does this have any relation to whether I respect them?" Yang Shen's composure faltered, and the respect in his words dissipated as he spoke plainly, asserting that even if the common people were educated and literate, they remained ignorant. Knowledge did not equate to insight. They had not seen the world and remained oblivious. He took a moment to steady his tumultuous emotions and continued, "My lord, you are being overly presumptuous. It is simply impossible. Even if every citizen of the Ming possessed knowledge comparable to that of a scholar, it would be a grave mistake to grant them power, as it would lead to national ruin. I know your thoughts, but you do not understand." Yang Shen grew increasingly animated, expressing that they had not experienced. They had not witnessed. They could only hold their scant understanding as a standard, transforming it into a torrent of emotion. Ultimately, the majority would overwhelm the minority, plunging the entire nation and its people into a vicious cycle. Li Qing remained silent, allowing him to speak. Yang Shen continued for a quarter of an hour, his fervor gradually subsiding, before asking, "Do you understand this, my lord?" "I do," Li Qing replied. "Then why?" Li Qing explained, "The more astute the emperor, the more astute the ministers. As ministers grow wise, the emperor must likewise sharpen his wits. The caliber of officials under Emperor Jiajing's reign surpasses that of previous dynasties, and the same applies to the populace. The more ignorant the common people, the more officials perceive them as easily deceived, the easier they are to manipulate. The bolder officials become. This has perpetuated a vicious cycle throughout history." Yang Shen was momentarily at a loss for a robust rebuttal. "This is madness, utter madness," he murmured. This is a gamble, a gamble. Li Qing chuckled softly, responding, if that is the case, I have always been gambling. Yang Shen lamented, yet the stakes are far too high. Throughout history, those in power have dreaded reform, and therein lies the problem. Li Qing sighed, stating, in matters of governance, I do not dismiss the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, nor do I venerate them blindly. However, Mencius once uttered a maxim that I firmly believe and hold as a guiding principle. A nation that is invincible abroad will inevitably perish. Li Qing continued, currently, our Ming is indeed invincible, and for a considerable time to come, it will remain so. How can we afford not to contemplate potential crises? If we fail to revolutionize ourselves during our zenith, we shall inevitably decline within it. I am acutely aware of how hard-won the present state of the Ming is. How could I allow it to sink in its prime? Li Qing spoke with conviction. Reforms throughout the ages have often faltered, ostensibly due to the obstruction of vested interests. Yet, the greatest losses are frequently borne by those very beneficiaries, driven by the fear of change. Moderation is commendable, but more often than not, it is merely mediocrity, rather than true moderation. Yang Shen found himself speechless. Li Qing exhaled, his demeanor gradually softening, in my endeavors. I tend not to dwell on success, but rather on potential failures. Before making this decision, I have meticulously calculated the various consequences of failure. And if so, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Should I fail, I can still recover. Should I succeed, the world shall be illuminated.